for the Golden State Warriors.
It had a Bonds feel, didn't it? Where Bonds on
32 against the Utah Jazz on his birthday. So, Drew Gooden on the pregame show, he joined Darrell Wright and Kenneth Burke, and he said, man, I think he's going to score 34 for his 34th birthday. And for a second there in the fourth quarter, he was hanging on 34. And then he just exploded again in the fourth quarter, and he almost got that 50-burger. But, man, what a night for the Golden State Warriors. What a night for Stephen Curry. And I guess there was articles that we didn't even touch on yesterday. Those whole Steph Curry's declining articles or whatnot?
No.
Okay, he's shooting his career low at 3-point%. He's shooting a career low from the field, but he's still playing at a high level. He's still one of the 10 best players in the NBA.
So there were multiple articles out yesterday about his decline on his birthday?
Apparently there was a lot there.
Well, I mean,
I didn't read any of them. I just was tipped off about it on the pregame show.
Oh, well, no, I was unaware of said articles, so I don't know. Well, my eye's telling me that he's still a ball player. I mean, he's missed a couple of more shots a game than maybe he did last year, right? I mean, but last year he was lights out all year. It feels like right now he, as well as the rest of the team, balling right now. Otto Porter Jr. looks so much better out there yesterday. Draymond with the little shovel passes to Otto Porter, to Steph Curry. It was a lot to really like. The Wizards stink, and you can come in and say that they're no good. But the Warriors are absolutely clicking right now at the right time.
Yeah, no, they beat up on the team they were supposed to beat. They cover spread for all you gamblers out there.
What was the spread?
11.5.
Steve Curry yanking him at the end of that game. Like, can we just, for one night, not rip Steve Kerr?
Death taxes and ripping Steve Kerr.
But it's so annoying and just so beneath this fan base. Could you imagine Greg Popovich or Phil Jackson or Larry Brown getting the kind of criticism on a nightly basis that Steve Kerr gets?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's Twitter for you, right?
Popovich didn't have Spurs World Twitter when he was mainly coaching.
It's not just
Bochy. I'm not just for a second. It's Bochy. Did he get criticized like this?
He should have.
We were afraid to criticize him at the end when he was getting outmanaged. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, he was getting outmanaged.
We were afraid to say out loud, I think Dave Roberts is running circles around Bruce Bochy in that one season. Remember?
Yeah, no, I remember. And I thought Bruce Bochy in the 2010 postseason, especially against the Phillies, I didn't believe he managed well. I thought Charlie Manuel of the Phillies just was poor. He was just worse than Bruce Bochy. He made some moves in that series, but look, they ended up winning the World Series. Steve Kerr's a 3-time champ as a head coach. And how many rings has he won as a player? 5? I mean, that's 8 rings.
But I feel like he gets no BOD, benefit of doubt, from this fan base.
Well, a lot of people say, he has superstars. He has a great team.
Name me a guy in the NBA who's won multiple rings without superstars.
Exactly. It's a superstar-driven league. It's a players' league. So, I would ignore Twitter. I would ignore it. I don't. Steve Kerr's a great coach. His peers voted him one of the top 15 coaches. Now, if you want to nitpick about rotations, nitpick about playing certain dudes in certain spots, look here. Damian Lee, Juan Toscano-Anderson, a lot of people were ridiculing Steve Kerr for playing these guys. But they're not playing anymore.
Because the other guys are back.
The other guys are back. He's playing Kuminga. He started Kuminga, matter of fact, yesterday.
Yes.
He's playing Moody 18 minutes a game.
I was surprised just because I wasn't on social media. I came home, I flipped the game on right away, and I'm like, where's Draymond?
Yeah, I was a little surprised.
Okay, so I wasn't the only one, but I was like, okay, whatever. And then Draymond coming off the bench, and then he immediately subs out Steph Curry.
Right.
And everybody's losing their minds. Are we ever going to see these three together?
Yeah, just relax. Relax.
They're clicking at the right time.
They are.
Though. I mean, they really are. It's really good. I know I was the head of the panic room, and there's no doubt about it. But I'm looking at it right now, and it's like, look, they're playing their best brand of basketball. And the number one thing for me is offensively, they're just getting wide open looks.
Wide open looks, man. They're moving the ball. They had 20 assists in the first half. 20 assists. 20 assists in the first half. They're second in the league with 27 assists per game. They're playing really, really good basketball. Steph Curry 16 to 25, 7 to 14.
He's ridiculous.
From 3, 8 free throws. And how cool was it to see the trio back?
Oh, it was
Clay,
amazing.
Dre, and Steph. I didn't realize that it was over 1,000 days.
Nuts.
That they played together. Like June 13th, 2019 NBA Finals.
Nuts. It's almost 3 years.
It's almost 3 years.
I know, well, that's kind of been like one of the things that, if you're being a critic of the Warriors in general, like, we just haven't seen these guys all together on the court in, again, 1,000 days. It's fair to be like, I'm a little skeptical. Yes. Like, I understand the skeptic, but when you see it last night, now again, they got to stay healthy, right? Like, that's the number one thing. You got to stay healthy, and look, a team could still beat them even if they're healthy. But if they play that brand of basketball, they're going to be a hard out against anybody, because their movement off ball, their ability to dribble, drive, penetrate, their ability to get stops, their rebounding as a unit right now. I just love the unity that I'm seeing from them.
Now, how about this quote from Draymond Green? He got interviewed by Bob Fitzgerald and Khalid Azubuike, and you know what? He said it doesn't matter for a 2 or 3 seed because we're going to do big things this season.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview?
Yeah, I called it months ago.
Oh. I called it months ago. In case you forgot, we're going to win an NBA championship. And you know what? I like the confidence. I like the bravado. Talk your talk, Draymond.
But isn't there a part of you that thinks that, like, maybe you play 2 games before you come back like that?
No. Just say what's on your mind, man. You believe the 2 or 3 seed is important? Not really. We're still going to win the championship. And that's, look.
It was so matter of fact for him.
It was so matter of fact.
Funny.
And I love it. I love the arrogance. You know what? That's what we're playing for. You're not playing for a berth to the Western Conference Finals. You're playing for a berth to the finals to win that championship.
Sports is so different than normal work. But can you imagine like a plumber missing the last couple of weeks of work, and he's been out for 3 or 4 weeks, and he walks onto the job site. We're the #1 construction company in the world, baby.
Yeah,
we're going for the most profitable electrician company that has ever been built.
I can't be mad at it.
It's pretty funny. I just think it's funny.
I can't be mad at it. Draymond talking this talking.
He
looked
great.
good. He looked good yesterday.
He looked way more spry than I anticipated.
And he took the shot from Kuzma to the back. Took the shot, hit the court.
Can we just...
Well, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know what he was doing.
Kuzma, has there a guy who's fallen off harder than Kuzma in the last 24 months? Lakers Twitter wanted you to think that this guy was a top 15 player in the league by how much they obsessed over him.
And look, the Lakers are going to pay for that trade all those young guys. Ingram, Ball, letting Caruso go.
KCP.
Trading KCP.
KCP plays hard.
He does.
By the way, Ish Smith is entering. I think he's on that. If I were assembling a team of guys who play well against the Warriors, he's the backup point guard on that team.
Well, you know what?
He plays hard.
He played with Steph Curry, AAU basketball.
Really?
Yeah, so they know each other really well from the state of North Carolina. Ish Smith went to Wake Forest.
I knew he went to Wake, but I didn't know he was from that area.
Yeah, no, he's a baller. He's a baller. I like Ish Smith a lot. They played hard yesterday. I give the Wizards credit. Porzingis is just a guy that
Porzingis
hangs out on the three-point line.
God.
Corey
He
Kispert,
stinks.
You know, panic meters are done.
Thank God we didn't draft Kispert.
Yeah, no.
All I kept thinking about when we were going through prospects, and Kate was like, I really like this Kispert. I'm like, stay away from Kispert at all costs.
Of course,
God bless you, Kate. I love you. But I'm like, I'm watching Moody and I'm watching Kuminga, and I'm saying, thank God we didn't take Kispert.
No,
Where did he get selected?
No,
what pick was he? Was he sandwiched in between the two?
I think he was like 8 or 9.
Oh.
Was he 9 or was he 10? I forget where Kispert was drafted. I forgot all about him.
He was the 15th.
15th
so he went after Moody. Okay, you know what then? I stand down.
He was after the lottery. Okay, 15th overall pick.
Remember they were like, would you take him 7th?
Yeah, I was like, please, for the love of God, no.
That's what March Madness does, though.
Hey, the other thing that I noticed yesterday.
That's why March Madness, real quick, March Madness, he got cooked up so bad against Baylor.
Yes.
I was like, leave this. He can't stand for anybody.
I'm with you there. The one thing that I noticed yesterday for Kuminga, and this is the ups and downs of a rookie season, there was about 3 times he got the ball in trouble and just turned it over, just ran into somebody, threw it away, whatever.
Right.
I think he was playing a little fast yesterday. And the question I always have is the guy who throws you a pass into coverage like that, Bielitsa, like you're becoming unplayable. Like you literally, if Wiseman can give me any kind of pulse, Bielitsa will not see the day of light.
Oh. Yeah, it's
or the light of day.
Yeah, the light of day. I got what you said. Yeah, light of day. Day of light.
I'm not sure.
Light of day. Now I'm confused.
Yeah. Look that up. Sam, do something back there.
Look that up. It's light of day.
Yeah.
Don't need to look
You
that up.
confused the
That's
hell
just-
out of me. I was
that's
like, wait, I
just
thought it was the
common
light
sense.
of
There's no need to
day.
look
This
that
little
up.
light of mine.
Yeah, I thought it was the light of day. And then I got
This little
confused
mind of
here.
light.
All right. 8-minute mark in the
Steven.
second quarter. 8-minute mark in the second quarter is when Draymond Green and Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry shared the court again.
Nice.
8-minute mark in the second quarter. And I guess, I wasn't on Twitter much yesterday. I think I sent like one tweet during the entire game. And I wouldn't know if people were ticked off about Steve Kerr not playing them to the 8-minute mark
Dude,
in the
they're
second
losing
quarter.
their minds.
Maybe Steve Kerr was just trolling everybody. That's fine. We could ask Bob Myers at 8:30 about that.
Do
hey,
we
Bob,
really
were you
think
sitting
that
there?
Steve? Yeah. You really think Steve's sitting there like, hey, you know what? You know what would really rile up Twitter? If I don't play Draymond, and then when I do sub him in, I'm going to sub out Steph Curry.
Dude, I mean, the best thing I see on Twitter after the game is the best defender for number 30 is Steve Kerr.
like Dean Smith?
Right.
The only one to keep Jordan under 30 is Dean
Steve,
Smith.
like, oh, gosh,
Come on,
that's
guys.
Steve Kerr.
Come on.
Hating on Stephen Curry. Oh, he's hating. He's hating big time.
But he doesn't get credit for career years for,
Andrew Wiggins,
Kevon
Steph Curry,
Looney.
Kevon Looney,
Like-
Jordan Poole. I mean, you name it. But, that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. Shanahan gets all the credit for the 49ers. Steve Kerr doesn't get the credit for the Warriors. It's asinine.
Speaking of Shanahan, you seen what the Niners did last night?
You like the
Maybe,
move?
probably, but maybe not.
Data boy, Shanny.
Charvarius Ward?
So I did some homework last night. The 49ers signed Charvarius Ward to a 3-year, about $40 million. I mean,
$42 million, 26.7 guaranteed.
yeah. So did you do any homework on the young man?
I did do some homework on a young man.
What do you think?
I'm warming up to it. Look, the guy doesn't miss games. He doesn't miss games. And according to the numbers, he plays a lot of press man.
Yes.
But he'll bail technique, which the Niners love to do. They
Yeah.
love to press and then drop back into his zone. He's big. He tackles really well. His
Yes.
tackle percentage
Yes.
is through the roof. So you think about all the tackles Josh Norman missed on the edge. And Ambry Thomas is a rookie. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at a guy who can tackle on the sideline. Is he a shutdown quarter? I believe a lot of people now when they say there's no such thing as a shutdown quarter anymore. It's so tough to play quarter in the NFL. Does he get beat? Sure, he gets beat. Is he going to be asked to guard Cooper Kupp one-on-one? Probably at times, maybe. I'm not mad at the move. I was a little surprised at the dollar figures. I didn't have Charvarius Ward on my chart as guys the Niners would sign. I didn't even think they would have the money for a guy like this to throw out $42 million to somebody, but it's not bad.
He's an under-the-radar guy. I mean, he didn't even get invited to the Combine, right? And so becomes an undrafted guy, signs a deal with the Dallas Cowboys, gets flipped in a trade with Kansas City. This year, I looked at a lot of film. I watched probably 30 to 35 minutes of stuff last night. Now, again, it's chopped up stuff from YouTube, right? And then I was texting with Baldy, and the big takeaway for me is the guy loves the left-hand side of the on the field. That he's all his 2021 film, it seems like he's on the left-hand side. That's number one. Number two, he was battling with Mike Williams and some of these bigger wide receivers. He also, in the playoff game, which was the AFC Championship game,
Guarded Jamar Chase.
and did a great job. Great job with the wiggle and the anticipation. He loves to get his hands on somebody. Here's the key one for me, and Baldy said this, not me, so I'm giving you some Baldy stuff. 10 playoff games in 4 years. That, to me, is very underrated. This is a guy
How do you
who's
play
played
the playoff games?
What?
How do you play the playoff
Well,
games?
they showed him in the AFC Championship game pretty much guarding Jamar Chase. And if you
Right.
watch the NFL matchup YouTube page, they highlight it. Bengals were so worried about Jamar Chase getting shut down in that game, they kept moving him around to try to avoid Charvarius Ward so that they could free him up. He did not have a great AFC Championship game until they started to move him around. So he looked really good. He looked really good in a lot of that film. Now, Kansas City's overall defense wasn't great last year,
Right.
but when you drill down, this guy, whether it's completion percentage his way, whether it's touchdown percentage his way, all the advanced numbers, he looks like a really good under-the-radar signing. It seems like a lot of money, but Ponte, this is their biggest hole.
I wonder if they're going to let K'Wan Williams walk now. He's an unrestricted free agent.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jason Verrett, what's going to happen with him? Corner was definitely a desperate area of need. You think about all the corners they played last year, 8 corners in all. Not a bad move. Not a bad move. I'm warming up to it. He seems like a good kid. Started off his life, I guess, in a wheelchair. Read about his mom. He was a true mama's boy, as you mentioned. Undrafted. So it's a great story. It's a great story. Now he comes to a division with DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Odell Beckham Jr.
DeAndre Hopkins.
DeAndre Hopkins in Arizona. Don't have to deal with Christian Kirk anymore, who signed a 4-year, $84 million deal in Jacksonville. They're making a lot of moves in Jacksonville.
Did you see all the moves they made?
You know what, though? I know everybody's going to rip Balky, and I get it. We get it. I get why you rip Trent Baalke.
No, it's not ripping Trent Baalke. I saw the Christian Kirk deal, and I said, okay, if Christian Kirk gets that in the open market, what is Deebo Samuel going to command?
Right.
And that's when I got worried.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily that I think that, Trent Baalke, I don't care about Trent Baalke. I just looked at it, I'm like, wow, if you're going to give that kind of guaranteed money to Christian Kirk, what is Deebo Samuel's camp going to say? Especially when Devontae Adams is on what I think an $18 million, essentially an $18 million franchise tag.
Right.
The price tag for Deebo is going up.
Yeah, no doubt it is. But I'm looking at the Jaguars. They're saying to themselves, we can win the AFC South next year. We can win the AFC South with a couple weapons. They signed some linemen. Brandon Sheriff, really good guard for the Washington professional football team. So they're making moves in Jacksonville, but Christian Kirk's out of division, which makes me happy. So Ward leaves the AFC West, comes into the NFC West, doesn't have to deal with all those quarterbacks.
No.
Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Derek Carr, and, of course, Russell Wilson down with Denver. So Niners do lose DJ Jones, though. DJ Jones and Laken Tomlinson.
The price tag for both players was a little too steep, obviously.
I miss DJ Jones.
I'm with you right there.
It puts a lot of pressure on Javon Kinlaw.
Well, I didn't love the Kinlaw pick to begin with, but he still has time to turn it around.
No doubt.
He really does. And when he's out there, he is a good player. It's not like he's a scrub. Solomon Thomas is just not good enough. You know what I mean? I think we all agree. Solomon, great guy, not good enough. Kinlaw, good enough, never healthy. It's the reverse. So he just needs to stay healthy.
All right, Warriors win. We're going to talk all about it. We're going to educate. We're going to take them back to school. Excuse me. Coming on the other side, a lot of Warrior stuff.
15 minutes. I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat all the baseball moves in a fun way. A fun way.
I will take a nap.
No. You're going to be excited.
I will take a nap during that time. Hey, I got to ask a question. For guys like me who are not, and women, there's some women out there who are not excited about baseball. What can baseball do to make us excited again?
I have an answer.
I want to hear. 925. Did you hear that flex? I was texting with Baldy. Oh, I heard it, Ernie. Oh, I heard it. What's coming up on the game?
He also sent me a photo of him and Michael Irvin and said, "Hi, Joe."
Yeah, it was. He put it on IG too. He was on IG with Michael Irvin and the Baldy family as well. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics now. Bring your
Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
This is Pat Monahan from Train, inviting you to join us in supporting our hometown charity, Family House San Francisco. Family House provides free housing for sick children and their families during their deepest time of need. Support Family House today by making a tax-deductible donation at familyhouseinc.org.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Money time! Jordan Poole, 7 straight 20-point games in a row. He's on a heater, got to start again last night. He's looking good. That first step, he's finishing. Look at that finish right there. It's on the screen right now. Over his head.
Yeah, that one was
flip
sick.
shot. Jordan Poole could do no wrong. He joined us last night on the postgame show. Really, really good conversation with Jordan Poole. And he discussed when his turnaround came. You know, we cited last year where he got called up from the G League from Orlando and he averaged 15 points per game the rest of the way and played in those big moments in the playing game. Was not afraid to take the big shot. But this is something I touched on and people laughed at me. And then he brought it up yesterday, which I thought was a good reminder. Talked about his rookie season where he got not demoted, but sent to the G League. Mm-hmm. And he came back, and over those last 15 before the pandemic, you started to see flashes. Mm-hmm. Okay, the three-point shot was starting to fall. He got a little stronger. So he's been putting to work here. It's just amazing that he's in his third year right now, and he looks like a bona fide all-star. Yeah. He's starting like, maybe not all-star, maybe that's a little strong, but he's knocking on the door here. And when he gets to play one-on-one, you get some of these defenders, it's not barbecue chicken anymore. I'm going to take it from Famous Los 32 on Twitter. The guy's funny. He broadcasts over the game. He's a fan broadcaster. He calls it seafood. Seafood! Instead of barbecue chicken, he calls it seafood.
What's your favorite seafood?
Crab. Love me some crab. Oh. So I'm going to call it seafood. When Jordan Poole goes against a defender one-on-one, it's seafood. Not barbecue chicken. Seafood!
Okay. All right. We're here. Yeah, are you... I know I get biblical at times, but are you well versed in Samson from the Bible, Old Testament? No. Samson had all this hair, and it was the strength of his power, and then the hair was cut, and he lost all his power. Kind of a reverse thing happened with Jordan Poole. He had a lot of hair, then he cut it down, and ever since then, he's been a different player.
Yeah, he's got the waves going in, like the little mini curls, man. He's looking crisp, man. He's got a nice little hairline.
And he's attacking the rim. He's going to the free throw line. He's hitting shots. Couple of turnovers, sloppy turnovers last night. One where he just slipped out of nowhere. That wasn't really his fault, but he's definitely playing a free-flowing game. His confidence is through the roof, and I don't think it's any surprise when you have him, Clay, and Steph on the court together. They're all getting any look that they want. I mean, any shot that they want. So the efficiency from the three of them last night was really nice. And to me, that's the biggest thing that I feel like is sustainable, is that when those three are on the court together, two of the three are going to get wide open looks.
Exactly. And Steph Curry, 8 points, 8 assists Saturday night, 47 points last night. So much for his decline here as we transition to taking him to school. Presented by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Langford, what did you cook up this morning?
Curry dribbling amidst three defenders, gets inside, flipped it up and in, and got fouled! Curry with his own sense of wizardry here. Between three defenders, pump fake, step in, Kuzma with the foul. It's that number 30 magic that we have grown accustomed. to watching here at Chase Center.
Well played, Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. That was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game, paid for by Evergreen Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates.
If they go on a tear here, let's just say
in California, by the way.
They've got Boston coming up next. Like, let's say they go on a little run here, all right? And he finishes lights out the way he did last year. You think there's an outside chance he can get into that MVP discussion at all? I mean, God, they've had such a great year. I know his raw numbers are slightly down from his career. He's still having a tremendous season.
Nah, they're going to put Ja up there. Ja. I mean, Steph Curry's averaging 25.5 points per game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but no,
6 assists,
there's
5
nothing
rebounds.
he can do to get back in this discussion.
I feel like there's been no buzz. It's all about Jokic,
Embiid,
who went at it last night. Jokic had some sick plays yesterday as the Nuggets beat the Sixers, and the Sixers lose to another good team. Hey, Sean Singer, a.k.a. Philly Zoo. Where's those text messages at? I told you about Philly. I told you about James Harden. Get to that a little bit later. But, yeah, Ja Morant, if I had, like, seriously, if I had a top 4 right now, because of the shooting percentages, because of the quote-unquote slump Steph Curry had, I would probably go Embiid or Jokic 1 or 2. Ja Morant would be 3, because who thought Memphis would take the jump from playing team to number 2, 3 seed in the Western Conference? Ja deserves his flowers. Ja deserves his respect. Ja's been playing unbelievable basketball. Giannis Antetokounmpo. He's putting up the same numbers as when he was an MVP. It's the same numbers.
I told you he should be in the MVP discussion.
It's voter fatigue.
But I love him. He's great.
Voter fatigue.
But the thing on it's interesting that the way you phrased it on Ja, like they're in the playing game last year. Ja's team beat Steph Curry's team last year. Like, Steph was in the exact same spot as Ja last year and lost. So why can't we use that? I mean, I'm just asking out loud. Why can't we use that argument for Steph's team?
Because nobody expected Memphis to take that jump. I think people looked at the Warriors and said, okay, they're going to get Clay back. Poole got a little bit better. Unless you're John Hollinger, you only thought they would win 39 games. But I thought the general consensus was that the Warriors would be back in the playoffs. Memphis, people didn't know about it. Was it a fluke? Are they too young? How are they going to look? They traded Jonas Valanciunas, a guy who was a double-double machine. Steven Adams looked washed last year with OKC. He's now playing better. And it could be a little voter fatigue, too, with Stephen Curry. But you look at just the numbers and the percentages and then wow plays. It goes to Ja this year.
Well, I'm looking at it like they have missed Dylan Brooks for quite some time. So that's been one hole. But I look at the Warriors and what they've done. Like, it's not like they've had the complete team. Dre's missed months. Not a month. Months. Clay missed months. You know, they're working back a bunch of rookies. So I don't know. I just think if you had just removed Steph Curry from his team and you just said it was LeBron James and all the same circumstances mattered, wouldn't LeBron be getting love for an MVP?
You would think, but I don't know. I don't even get caught up in MVPs anymore because it's such a subjective award. And nobody's talked MVP with Stephen Curry since December.
Yeah, I know.
You know, so he has one game where he explodes for 47. And I just, I just think it's Jokic's Jokic has been the best player in the league this year, in my opinion. And Embiid's right behind him. Like, it's tough for me to say that because at first I lean Embiid. But you look at what the Joker's doing. He doesn't have Jamal Murray, doesn't have Michael Porter Jr. Entering the top 6 in the Western Conference, possibly top 5 now after beating Philadelphia last night.
And his usage rate and how much the ball goes through him. Like, there's a lot that goes into it. There's no doubt. I'm just asking why he's not even in the conversation. I'm not even saying he should be the MVP.
Yeah.
But, like, you're a top 3 seed, and again, months without Draymond, months without Klay Thompson.
What about Chris Paul? What about Devin Booker?
Well, Chris Paul's is going to be missing months.
It's going to be, but Phoenix Suns have lost 14 games.
They're awesome.
Devin Booker.
They're awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody from the Miami Heat. They're number 1 in the Eastern Conference. What about DeMar DeRozan?
The Miami Heat are very interesting because while all their players were hurt, all the random guys that we saw in Summer League stepped up and been balling. Yeah, all those random dudes.
What about DeMar DeRozan? The Bulls are 3 games behind the Miami Heat for first place.
DeRozan absolutely should be in the mix. But again, I'm asking out loud why Steph Curry's not getting it.
Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? I don't think anybody's irate though. Is anybody irate about Steph Curry?
I'm just asking why he's not in the mix. Yeah. I'm just more asking the question generally.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably top 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I look at guys like LeBron's career, you know, and I know that everybody, when you reference LeBron, people lose their mind. I just feel like we're gonna look back like he only won that many MVPs. Felt like you could have given it to him every year for 12 straight years.
Think about Shaq. He only won one MVP.
I know, which is crazy. Kobe only won one, I think.
Kobe only won one.
Yeah, like that.
Chris Paul hasn't won MVPs.
It's really crazy.
You know, Steve Nash won 2. You know, Tim Duncan. Look at his MVP awards. Yeah. Probably should have had more. So I think Ja's up there. Who? I mean, I don't even think Steph Curry's thinking about the MVP. I don't think anybody was.
I am for him.
Yeah,
I
haven't heard.
Behalf.
It's weird because. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, these are my ear. Sorry. Thanks, Lake, for good stuff. Benjamin Albright joining us at 8 a.m. today. NFL reporter is going to break down the Jimmy Garoppolo market. Is there a market for Jimmy Garoppolo? No idea.
No, but you asked me a question about baseball, and I'm going to start by making you love baseball again with the segment you have to hear next. Go nowhere. Do not go to work this morning. Sit in the car and listen to what I'm about to do for Bonte. I will have an ear-to-ear smile on his face.
Warriors talk and baseball talk coming up on the game. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Players are on the move in the NFL and the MLB.
MadeSimple.com today and check out Navient's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navient.
Starting Stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo.
This is not a drill. This is not a drill.
DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back to the Roast. We'll get back to the Golden State Warriors. They won their 4th in a row, improved to an NBA best 29-7 at home. Chase Center's going to be rocking for the playoffs. 4 players in the starting lineup in double figures. Poole with the 7th straight 20-point game. Klay Thompson, 20 points, 4 rebounds. Steph Curry, of course, with 47 on his birthday, including 7 threes, and the Warriors welcome back Draymond Green after he missed basically 30 games. I'm not going to count the 7 seconds he played against the Cavs back on January 9th, but he came back in, played 20 minutes off the bench, 6.7 rebounds, 6 assists. First time he's come off the bench since the 2014 first-round series against the LA Clippers. But all is well in Warriorland.
8 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
First 3 games he came off the bench, and then he started the rest of the series. But all is well in Warriorland. All is well in Warriorland as they take on the Celtics tomorrow. It's going to be a fun game. Then they have
Tatum on fire.
Yeah, he is on fire. Then they have 3 days off before they play the Spurs on Sunday. So some nice rest coming up for the Golden State Warriors. They can take care of business tomorrow against the Celtics. That's 5 in a row after losing 5 in a row.
With a lot of tough opponents in there, and who are playing good basketball. So, I mean, the Wizards aren't one of those teams, but there'd be a lot of potential playoff teams that they would have faced in that 5-game stretch. So, yeah, this is big for them. For more than anything, just the vibe feels right. Everything feels right. The aura, the chemistry, the unity, certain guys playing well. Like, it's looking good right now.
It actually started when they lost to the Nuggets last Monday night. Mm-hmm. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, obviously, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, Wiseman. All these guys are out, right? And they don't even make the trip to Denver. And those young guns, led by Jordan Poole, Moses Moody with a career-high 30, Kuminga playing hard in that game against Denver. They almost stole that game against the Nuggets.
So do we now believe in moral victories?
I don't know if we believe in moral victories, but there was a good vibe about that game where it just kind of felt good. Like, okay, they're getting close. And offensively, they were solid. They were solid offensively. Yeah. Defense was a problem. Where you play the Clippers, who stink up the joint last Tuesday night. They couldn't hit a shot. You go to Denver, you held them scoreless in the last 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And then you see what they did to the defending champs, the Milwaukee Bucks, Saturday night. So defensively, they're starting to click. Offensively, they continue to roll. Things are well with the Warriors right now, folks. So instead of a panic meter, you brought something up in the thread last week. There should be an arrogance meter. So are we going arrogance meter now? And when we go arrogance meter on the 1 to 10, are you 10 being arrogant, saying, you know what, I'm with Draymond Green. I'm with Draymond Green when I say it doesn't matter about the 2 or 3 seed. Here's Draymond real quick before we move on to baseball.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview?
Yeah, I called it months ago.
So the arrogance morning, the arrogance meter, they're going to win the championship regardless, and I love it. Draymond, talk your talk. I love it. We're going to win the championship. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with working till mid-June. Let's go. Let's get to the finals. So the arrogance meter. Instead of a panic meter, we're now on the arrogance meter. And on the arrogance meter, I'm at a 9 right now.
Oh,
I'm cocky. I almost wore a Dojays in today.
The critic in me would say you've been at a 9 personally for quite some time.
It's true. My arrogance is high with this basketball team. It's high.
I don't know if you got that joke, but that's okay.
No, I don't. I don't. I'm on one right now. I don't even. What was the joke? Explain the joke.
Just that you're arrogant in general. That was the.
Well, I thought you were talking about the Warriors.
No,
I got that. I didn't think
no.
you was going to go that far because I'm a humble, I'm a very humble human being. But when it comes to my sports teams, I'm a selfish human being. When it comes to my sports teams, I am uber confident in my sports teams.
How about the Giants?
Well, man.
Not uber confident.
Money time!
I was last year, though. In September, I was like, look, they're going to outlast the Dodgers.
Bandwagon Bonte.
We know who the warrior of the show is. We know who worries around here.
Well, I mean, somebody's got to.
My arrogance meter is on an all-time. It's at a 9 right now when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. So
maybe we come up with something other than a meter. I don't know. Maybe
I don't know.
Just something else.
Meters seem to work.
Okay.
People like meters.
I just think we could be more creative. I'm not saying that ripping. I'm just maybe we workshop this and outsource to the audience and they can come up with something better. That's all.
Hey, audience, you like arrogance meter? Keep it simple for the audience.
Yeah.
You keep it simple. Arrogance meter or confidence meter.
Something we need to do also is I saw there was so much of, it's been 1,006 days since Steph, Clay, and Dre played on the court. We mentioned it at the top of the show. But we forgot about Looney and Iguodala. You're looking at those videos.
That's true.
Looney and Iguodala are on the court at the same time. So I think every day we keep a ticker. It's been 1,007 days since Steph, Clay, Dre, Andre, and Kevon Looney have played on the court. I think we keep that a running tally until they actually do play on the court. Then we'll be the first ones on it.
I
like that.
So 1,005 days ago, the world, basically on June 13th, 2019, gas prices yesterday were $6 plus, depending on where you were going. Do you know what the gas price was on June 13th, 2019, last time that Dre, Clay, and Steph played together?
Number 3.
I would say $3.70.
Yeah, $3.68.
Wow.
You were looking at the rundown.
I didn't. No, I swear I didn't. I guessed it. I know. I get gas.
Did you know who Dr. Fauci was at that time?
I haven't even opened up the rundown today. Thanks for the rundown, Lubman. I haven't even opened up the rundown, though. Where's it at? Yeah. Oh, wow. It's on the first page. Yeah. I didn't even look at it. I mean, wow.
We were pissed off at the ending of Game of Thrones. This is in 2019 of June. Jolo and Dibs were doing a morning show. And at that time, in 2019, Aubrey Huff was still liked by Giants fans. Just a few nuggy nugs. There's lots more.
Aubrey Huff was not liked by Giants fans in 2019. He was not liked.
Logan went 2 months away from making his big league debut, and Deebo Samuel had never even taken a snap for the 49ers.
That's pretty.
Do you want to know what the top movie in theaters was?
What's that?
As we celebrate Batman, Godzilla. King of Monsters.
I still haven't seen that movie.
Oh, it's good. I'm a sucker for all those.
Yeah,
all right, let's do a little baseball talk.
By the way, my boy King Shannon 3_3 on Twitter. Arrogance meter bid high. I think arrogance meter, we got something. We got something with the arrogance meter. Samir in Oakland, arrogance meter's over 10. I think we got a meter. I'm just saying, it's simple. It's a little clunky, but I think it works. Where's your arrogance meter at?
I'm about a 6-7 right now.
With the Warriors? Really?
Well,
Number 7.
I mean, yeah.
Even after Draymond said what he said last night?
He played 20 He played 20 minutes. It was great. Like, I want to see him play a full game and then maybe a week, And
It's like, man, no respect.
You got to crawl before you walk. Like, I mean, that's all. And, and as much as I love the team, there's still a very look at. I love where they're at. They're playing great basketball right now. It's a gauntlet to go through the playoffs. One little misstep, Steph slips on the floor, changes the entire trajectory of 2016. Draymond kicks somebody in the midsection, changes the entire trajectory of 2016. Kevin Durant hurts his calf. 2019 completely changed. So you could have the most loaded team in the league and still, something can happen. It's just really hard to win championships. I feel really good about where they're at, though. I do think in terms of making the Final Four I haven't felt this confident in about 2.5 months.
Woo!
I feel really confident.
That's good.
Because there was so much uncertainty leading into it.
510, real quick, Comcast Business Text line, Bonte Hill. Look up the definition for the word humble. You are not humble, man, nor do you want to be. Me either. No, I am humble. I'm appreciative of everything. Everything. All right? I'm humble. I'm not arrogant at all, except when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. I feel good about this team.
Yes.
And my dad's chiming in. The last time Draymond, Clay, and Steph played together, was his birthday.
Oh, wow. June 13th?
June 13th, which is also my Nana's birthday and my cousin Joey's birthday.
Oh, a lot of Geminis right there.
Yeah, June 13th.
Have, split personalities.
My dad's retiring this summer, so he's trying to milk the city for everything it's worth these final couple months.
Why not?
They're fighting him on this knee hip surgery. I'm really pissed off. We got to get Boxer and Gerson on it because he's got a workers' comp thing going on, and they need to set him up, but that's neither here nor there. Bonte, I want you to read the legal, and I want to do some baseball talk for 10 minutes. We're going to make it fun. I'm going to make baseball fun for not just you, but all the pessimists out there that don't love baseball. We're going to do a free agent wheel, and I'm going to tell you everything that went down in a fun way. Are you ready for this?
See, I love baseball. I'm just not into it right now.
My job is to make it fun for not just you, the audience, all year.
Right.
That's the goal of this segment, Bonte.
Okay.
It's to get you back in.
All right. Get me back in.
Well,
man.
why don't you read the legal?
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, Benjamin Albright joins the morning roast in the executive show with Bob Myers at 8:30.
You sound like you're a hostage during a bit. This is ridiculous.
I am.
Steven, hit it!
I don't like it.
Look at him smiling. All right, this is what happened yesterday and over the weekend in Major League Baseball. Lots of movement, lots of free agents, lots of trades. Hit me, Steven.
So here's what we're going to do. We got trades, we got free agents. When there's a trade, you're going to hear this sound. When there's a free agent signing, you're going to hear this sound. And it's going to be a little louder the next time. All right, first up, we got a trade.
I saw these guys up close and personal last year at a Giants game with Johnny Cueto pitching. The Mariners are going to get Jesse Winker and Eugenio Suarez, 2 top 10 players at their position based by MajorLeagueBaseball.com. And the Mariners get them. The Reds are basically just selling these guys off. Joey Votto, final years of his contract, and it looks like they got nothing. Does that trade do anything for you?
No, but it tells me that the Mariners are trying to make some moves. The Mariners, they got close last year. They got really, really close to the playoffs there. I believe they lost in the last game of the season.
Yeah.
So they're desperate for playoff baseball. They haven't made the playoffs, since 2001 when they won 116 games? It's been a long, long time for Seattle. I like that Seattle's being aggressive here.
And they get 2 starters in this deal, and they give up a bunch of prospects. I really like this deal. Winker was good last year. Really good. All right, let's get the next one.
Another trade. The AL West, things are shaking up.
The Braves are going to get Matt Olson from your Oakland A's. It's kind of sad. The A's get a bunch of prospects none of us have ever heard of, and the guy who's headlining the deal in terms of prospects going back to Oakland tweeted out that he's devastated that he's going from the World Series champs Braves to the Oakland A's. Just sad. Sad to see an all-around player, I think one of the top 4 first basemen in baseball right now in Matt Olson, go to the Atlanta Braves, and that tells me free agent Freddie Freeman might be going to the LA Dodgers. What do you think, Bonte?
Yeah, that's a hell of a deal for the Atlanta Braves, knowing that they can't re-sign Freeman. I believe Matt Olson is from down in that area, down in the from those southern states. He's going to tear up right field there in Atlanta. What does they call it now? It used to be SunTrust Park, but it's a bandbox there. Matt Olson could scoop it as well.
Turner Field? I don't even know. It's been called that like 15 times.
Yeah, so, dude, he could scoop it. He's a great defensive first baseman.
SunTrust Field.
SunTrust Field. Is it still SunTrust Field?
That's what I'm hearing in my headphones.
All right. So, look, man, it's a great, great deal for Atlanta. You get rid of the prospects. You win a World Series. You got Ronald Acuna Jr. coming back. In the A's, I honestly feel for A's fans.
It's called Truist Park now.
The Truist Park?
Yeah.
Truist Park.
No, Truist Park.
Truist Park.
Oh, like the stuff that Golden Gate Lumber sells.
Yeah, there
Interesting.
you go.
Let's get to our next one. Boom.
We have a free agent signing, and it's happening in the National League.
The Brew Crew landed. Our old friend, Andrew McCutchen. The contract is unknown at this time. Does McCutchen still have anything left, Bonte?
Feels like he's done. He was in Philadelphia last year. Bandbox there. Just cuts. It's kind of fading away, man. And now he's one of those guys. Think about it. He's been with the Giants, Yankees, Phillies, and now the Brewers. That's 5 teams in his career. Should have been a lifelong Pirate. Didn't work out. Now he's going to be one of those guys, when you look at the back of the baseball card, damn, did Cutts just really play for 9 teams?
Yeah, kind of sad. He's a good ball player, man. I think we're going to forget how good he was in his prime. He's still got something to help.
Yeah.
I would like to see him get that ring. Let's go to the next move.
We got another free agent signing. Oh, my God.
The Nats signed a guy that the Giants fans were interested in. I didn't want him. I think he's done. Nelson Cruz, 1 year, $15 million deal. I feel like he's been around for 28 years.
Nelson Cruz is a damn good hitter. Nelson Cruz is a DH, still hits a lot of jacks. Nelson Cruz is... I like Nelson Cruz. He's still... How old is he now? 50? I mean, he is old. He's older than dirt. But all right, hold on. As I type this up here, because I do believe he hit over 30 jacks last year. Really? Like, he's an old dude.
You sound interested.
It's a good move for
somebody
the Nationals.
who was yawning baseball talk. Let's go to our next.
Hold on.
Okay,
He hit,
okay.
How many home
Look how
runs he hit
excited
last
he
year?
is. How many?
He hit 19 home runs with the Twins. And did another 13 with the Tampa Bay Rays.
Ooh, how many is that in total?
So that's 32 home runs for a guy who's born in 1980. He's up there. He's up
our
there.
age. Oh, my God.
He's 41 years old.
And Tom Brady's 45 and going to get another deal, and people are talking about his free agency next year. My God. Give me the next move.
Movement in the American League with the trade.
Oh, my God. This is a big one. One of the worst defensive catchers I've ever seen in my life. Gary Sanchez and Ursula go to the Twins, and the Yankees get Josh Donaldson as the headliner. What do you think about this? Does Donaldson have anything left?
Well, the first thing I thought about was, damn, Donaldson's going to have to cut that beard. Now we're going to have to see Josh Donaldson with no facial hair whatsoever.
That's a good point.
And he can't have the mullet coming out of the back of the hat with the New York Yankees. So Josh Donaldson is going to be clean cut for the first time in years here. So I don't like the move just because Josh Donaldson's not going to have that swagger. The swagger he exudes with that beard and mohawk, it's not going to have anymore. It's not going to have it anymore. And you got to play the pinstripes. It's got to look clean cut. I don't like it for Josh Donaldson. I don't.
They needed a third baseman with pop, though, so I kind of like this deal for them. We'll see how this plays out. Let's write a tap these because I have a free agent wheel we got to get to. Giants got to make some moves. Give it to me.
Twins making more moves.
Oh, the Twinkies. They're getting Sonny Gray and some other pitcher most of you have never heard of, and the Reds are giving up on him again. Reds clearing house here, Bonte. Does Sonny Gray have anything left?
I don't know. Where'd he go again?
He went to the Twinkies.
He's got to play in that ballpark, Target Field. Tigers are tough. Tigers are tougher than you think.
Did he ever rebound from losing that wild card game?
No, I don't think so. But look, Tigers, the Royals got some young bats. They got some good bats. The White Sox got some bats. That's a tough division for Sonny Gray. I don't like him in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Not in that weather. Cleveland Guardians have I don't know about Sonny. Sonny's a National League guy to me.
Yeah.
Got to send him over
He's
to
a
the National League.
four-starter. To me, he's a four-starter. All right, let's get to it. Rat-a-tat-tat. We got a couple of quick moves here. Boom.
We got one American leaguer going to the National League. More pitcher movement.
Sadly, the Oakland A's are just in absolute sell mode. You got to believe Matt Chapman's next. They trade Chris Bassett for 2 minor league pitchers to the Mets staff. You got Scherzer. You got all them studs that they've had for many moons.
DeGrom.
And now you got Bassett. I like it. Syndergaard still, I think he just signed.
with the Angels.
Yeah, I think he signed. Yeah,
he's with the Angels.
Yeah.
Bassett, nice pitcher. Nice pitcher going to Queens. Citi Field, a pitcher's ballpark. It's going to help them out a lot. Mets pitch well. They do pitch well.
They've spent a lot of money this offseason.
A lot of money, and that's as they should. Go spend your money. Doesn't mean you're going to win. Doesn't mean that you're going to win at all. But in that division, you're playing the Phillies. Their lineup is got Bryce Harper, the MVP. Yeah. You're playing the Braves. The Marlins are always sneaky good. And you got the Nats. The Nats are tough with Juan Soto and Nelson Cruz. So Bassett, a nice addition for the Mets. I feel bad for the Oakland A's. Who the hell are going to have on the roster?
Nobody.
Anybody going to go to A's games this year?
No, I don't know. We got a couple of quick signings, and I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat, and then we're going to play free agent wheel for the San Francisco Giants. The White Sox signed Josh Harrison and former Dodger Joe Kelly, who I can't stand. I don't like looking at his face. And the Dodgers signed Clayton Kershaw to a 1-year deal. We know that the Giants bring in Rodon, 2 years, $44 million. Now, Bonte, there are guys out there. There are free agents out there. You've had fun. Admit, this baseball segment's been fun.
Oh, it's been all right. Look, I'm looking at the free agents here. It's been fun.
Wait, we're going to get to them. So let's spin the wheel, and I will see if you have any interest.
So we're not done yet. You gotta ask me if I'm having
We're
fun
gonna
afterwards.
spin the wheel, and then Sam's going to name the free agent that comes up, and you tell me if you'd sign him, and if you will, what the years or the money is that you're thinking, and if you want a complete pass. Spin the wheel.
It's not bad.
Ooh, first name to come up, Nick Castellanos.
Nick Castellanos, outfielder. You like him? What would you give him?
You know what? I'll give him whatever he wants right now. You need power. You need power in this team. All right? Mike Yastrzemski, I don't know what he has left. Who else? We got Darren Ruff as a DH. Did not hit well against the Dodgers. That's what I'm looking at. The bar is the Dodgers. Can you compete with the Dodgers? The National League runs through the Dodgers and the Atlanta Braves for that matter. Brewers are tougher. Cardinals are always around. Yeah. I need bats. Castellanos a hell of a player. Name the price. Blank check. The payroll's what, at $115 million right now?
Yeah.
You have money to spend.
The question I have is, how close is Ramos? Because I don't know if I want to spend this money on him if Bishop and Ramos are ready to go. I don't think he's that great. I think he's the best version of what I hoped Mac Williamson would end up being. But I don't know if I want to pay for that guy. Let's run a tat-tat. We got more free agents. We're going to talk Niners in 15 minutes. We're going to talk Warriors at 8 o'clock. Give it to me next free agent.
Real quick. Castellanos, 34 jacks last year, 100 RBIs, batted 309.
Yeah.
He's not a bad player.
No, he had
a
monster year.
He's not a bad player.
He had a monster year. There's no question.
All right, moving on.
Ooh, we got an infielder coming up on this one. How about Trevor Story?
See, now
I'm not on him.
I'm in on this.
I'm not on him.
You need a third baseman and you need a second baseman. I know that people question whether he's a Colorado hitter only. I like defensive versatility. I don't know when Luciano's coming up. Longoria faded last year. I'm in on him.
I'm out on Trevor Story. 251 average last year, 24 jacks, 75 RBIs. Those are just the raw numbers. But you look at the splits on the road. You cannot unsee this. At home, he batted 296. On the road, batted 203. 203. To me, he's a product of Coors Field. I was out on him last year. I'm out on him this year. If you're going to spend big money, don't do it on Trevor Story. Do it on Carlos Correa.
All right, baseball free agents. We're spinning a wheel. Bonte says he's bored with baseball. We're going to make it fun. These are potential free agents for the San Francisco Giants. Spin the wheel one more time.
He's really fighting that smile, too.
Yes.
I'm just locked in right now.
He is locked in.
We got a pitcher coming up on the wheel here this time. Zach Greinke at the ripe young age of 38 years old.
Wow. By the way, Miles Jack being released by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Zach Greinke, I don't know how much he has left. He didn't pitch well in the playoff game. I guess he had some injuries. Couldn't build the arm up.
If the price is right, I'm in on Greinke. I'm in on Greinke. If the price is right, you can never have enough arms.
I may pass on that one.
All right, let's go to the wheel again.
Ooh, this is the one that I've been getting really excited about. How about some Seiya Suzuki? Now, we thought he was about to sign yesterday. He ended up refuting that, so it sounds like he is still on the market. Are we still down to try and get in on that?
Look, man, I've never seen him hit. I haven't watched any of the videos. I stayed away from baseball all year long. But Suzuki, look, I need some swagger. I need some excitement. Get me to the yard here. Look, I love the Brandons. They're not getting me to the yard. Kurt Casale, he's not getting me to the yard. Gabe Kapler has the best pipes in the Bay Area. He's not getting me to the yard. I love you, Kai Correa. I love you. I could watch you take infield all day long. But that's not getting me to the yard every day. I need some swagger. I need some buzz. Get me Suzuki. I don't even know who Suzuki is. Just sign him.
Let me tell you who he is. He's a dude who's got a gold glove in the Japan League and hits for power and hits for average. This is an outfielder that I'd absolutely love to have. From a marketing standpoint, I've been dying for an international free agent to choose the Giants. Now that we've got the DH in our back pocket, there is no excuse. Spend the money. This guy batted .315 over his career with 182 jacks in the Japanese League. We've seen a lot of guys come over from this league and ball out. Bonte, 27 years old. He's in the sweet spot of his prime. 5-time All-Star. I like it. I mean, he's a 3-time Gold Glover in that league.
Well, sign him up.
This guy's a stud.
Suzuki.
I want him.
I want Suzuki.
Now, the bigger question is, as we're going to transition to other things, did we spicing it up a little for you?
It was spiced up. It was a very creative way of talking about it. Very well done by the crack staff here at 95.7 The Game. I'm not mad at it. And I just,
Good Good job, Steven. Good job, Sam.
We're making progress here.
Well, it actually felt good to flex my baseball knowledge and flex my baseball muscle because a lot of people say, oh, Ponte, you don't even know the players. I've been playing fantasy baseball for about 20 years. I love me some baseball. But get me to the yard. Giants, make some moves. Make some moves. I need swagger.
Carlos Correa?
Yes, give me gold chains. Give me Cuban links. Give me bat flips. Give me sideways hats. Give me some swagger. For crying out loud.
Suzuki would be sweet.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
How many jerseys would they sell?
I don't know who he is. I've never seen him. I maybe watch some highlights during the break of Suzuki. Go sign Suzuki. Everybody keeps talking about Suzuki. Well, go get this damn guy.
You know what everyone else is talking about?
What?
What the hell's going on with Jimmy Garoppolo?
I don't know what's going on with Garoppolo. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware. More football talk, more Warriors. Fred and Richmond will get to you on the other side. Look at Sam's all happy. Baseball. We was on the phone yesterday. He's talking to me about baseball. Like, Sam, leave me alone.
Dude.
Leave me alone, dude. We got Warriors back.
Can you guys all go to break, please?
Arrogant meter coming up as well.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware has everything to make home shopping more rewarding. From free delivery and birthday coupons to double points days and member-only pricing. It pays to join Club Osh. Join today at any Outdoor Supply Hardware location or at osh.com.
Players are on the move in the NFL and the MLB.
Jeff Passan reporting Atlanta and Oakland are in agreement on a trade that will send star first baseman Matt Olson to the Braves. The Los Angeles Chargers set to sign corner J.C. Jackson. Mitchell Trubisky is signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Take Pittsburgh off the board in the Jimmy G trade market.
It all happens here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, it's Bonta here. I'm here to tell you about my great friends at Timeless Coffee. Timeless Coffee, the official coffee of the morning roast. And boy, it's been a lifesaver. It was a lifesaver this morning. Late night, last night at Chase Center as the Warriors dispatched the Washington Wizards. They are rolling. But man, it was a long night. You only got about 5 hours of sleep. You needed the Timeless Coffee after a long night of hosting Warriors pre- and post-game last night for NBC Sports Bay Area. Timeless Coffee also has delicious pastries and savories to pair with their blended and single origins coffee. I've been off the instant coffee merchant blend. Throw a little oat milk in there. Let me tell you something. It is so damn good. I've never drunk instant coffee before I started going to Timeless. Instant coffee at Timeless is exceptional. Very, very good. So I would suggest that as well if you don't have a lot of time to make your coffee. Don't forget they offer monthly and bi-monthly coffee subscriptions in their online store. The owners at Timeless are true Bay Area locals, and they know their community and welcome all athletes, artists, health enthusiasts, environmental activists, and, of course, coffee experts. So what are you waiting for? Go stop by one of their 3 locations in Oakland or Berkeley. Get this. They got a new spot opening up in Jack London Square by the end of the month. Don't want to miss out on that grand opening at Jack London Square. So check out all the deliciousness at timelesscoffee.com.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get...
Millions of people use Zoom Phone, the innovative and feature-rich cloud phone system for businesses of any size. Zoom Phone is simple to use, whether you're on a mobile device, desktop, laptop, or desk phone. And because every call is important to your business, Zoom Phone was built with reliability in mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
Bill Burr is coming to the Oakland Arena on May 14th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day this week to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win tickets.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Like this. Kind of like this.
Queens of the Stone Age.
Huh.
Underrated band. Or maybe they're properly rated, because people rate them pretty high. So I guess they're not underrated.
Not mad at that. Not mad at that. I wouldn't quantify that as snitching music.
I know we're going to talk Jimmy Garoppolo, and we're absolutely going to just talk about the 49ers free agency, and we're going to get back into the Warriors for just 1 minute. Fernando Tatis Jr. hurting himself on a motorcycle. Did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I thought about Jeff Kent right away.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
And it sucks for the Padres, and it sucks for the young man who got to some shouting matches with Machado late in the year.
Blew through a third base sign.
I mean, the guy... He's a really, really good player. But his arrogance meter needs to be dialed down. It needs to be dialed down. I don't like where this is going with Fernando Tatis Jr. Pippin home runs. I love the Pippin home runs, but there's something off with him right now. And that's going to cost the Padres. Bob Melvin going over there to measure the Padres. Padres believe Bob Melvin's going to put them over the top. They underachieved last season. It was everybody's darling. Hell, ESPN was pumping up the Padres-Dodgers as if it was the best rivalry in all of baseball. Well, it's not. It's a microwave rivalry.
Yes, but there were some fun games early in the season between the two teams.
There's no doubt there was, but you can't just all of a sudden catapult that to it's the best rivalry in baseball.
Well, they were trying to. Yes, I agree. They were trying to manufacture that into a rivalry. But I will say this: the atmosphere in San Diego last year to start the year was pretty electric.
It was electric. Your thoughts on Tatis?
Just sad. I mean, it's sad because he is one of the studs of baseball. I was watching the Major League Baseball Network last night, and they were doing all the different top players at every position, and there's a lot of young stars, and he's one of the headliners. I mean, between Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Ohtani, and him, those are the guys, if I was going to put out front for the next generation of baseball fans to say, these are the guys that you should be excited about watching how they play the game, he'd be right at the top of the list. And I agree with you. The swagger and all that stuff is awesome. Here's the area where I struggle with him. There are certain things that he doesn't do, which is listening to your bench coach or listening to your third base coach as you're rounding third trying to win a series late in the year. Machado, surprisingly, has become the elder statesman on that team, and he doesn't want to listen to him.
Yeah. I love Tatis Jr. and 5-1. No, I didn't get on him for Pippin home runs. I love it.
Yeah, that part I have no problem.
Some of the lackadaisical base running, he's got to clean it up.
Well, and defensively, he's not good.
Oh, defensively, they had to move him to the outfield.
Yeah, he's not good.
Couldn't field a grounder.
Yeah.
He led the league in errors. He's got to clean it up, man. He's got to clean it up. World talent. Got to clean it up.
It does suck for baseball because he is a star. He was on the cover of the video game.
Needs him.
Yeah, and so when he's out for 3 months, that's a big knock. And that's a big knock for the Padres.
Yep, that is. By the way, this guy named Todd Hampton. Todd Hampton covers Charlotte metro area prep sports.
Oh, I thought it was Mike Hampton's son who might have signed, and it was just another reminder that we're old.
But a guy named Todd Hampton, because John McClay from the Houston Chronicle retweeted him. John McClay from the Houston Chronicle retweeted this guy.
He owes me a steak dinner.
Yeah, he does. So he retweeted this guy, Todd Hampton, who's a Charlotte metro area prep sports insider. He has 257 followers on Twitter. He just tweeted Deshaun Watson, and this was actually at 8 p.m. last night, Deshaun Watson to Carolina deal could be finalized as early as tomorrow evening.
Wow.
I'm told package includes 3 first-round picks, Jeremy Chin and Brian Burns.
Brian Burns.
Source out of Mint Street telling me DW has waived his no-trade clause after meeting with Panthers brass today. And I'm just like...
Is a retweet an endorsement?
Yeah, Todd hit. So this is where we're at. John McClain, for some reason, is retweeting Todd Hampton onto our timelines, talking about Deshaun Watson could be deal. So he's shooting his shot. Then you got Jimmy Garoppolo, apparently with the location of Charleston on his Twitter bio. Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, Garoppolo does?
Garoppolo does, apparently.
Huh. Interesting. What happened with the Jimmy G trade stuff? Like, how did we get to this point where I feel like him, and I could be totally wrong here, I feel like he could get released instead of traded now. Yeah. How did it get to this?
Yeah, he may be back with the 49ers.
Yeah, but how did it get to this point?
How? I'll tell you how. He didn't play well in the postseason. He got the shoulder surgery right before free agency started and the legal tampering period. So now you can't throw until late July. Again, I look at things from the other perspective. As a Niner fan, we all say, oh, man, go trade Jimmy, go get a 3rd-round pick. Oh, Peter King, hey, let's go to get a 1st-round pick. You're going to get a 2nd-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. He wins a lot of football games. Okay, he helped the team win a lot of football games. Did he lead the team to victories? No, he had a great defense. He had Deebo Samuel. He had a good running game. They won those playoff games by playing complimentary football. Jimmy Garoppolo didn't win those games. When it was time to win a game, he didn't do it against Tennessee. He didn't do it against Seattle. And he didn't do it in the NFC title game against the LA Rams. So now you have a guy who, again, can't throw until late July. If I'm the other team, for example, if I'm the New Orleans Saints and I got Michael Thomas coming back, he hasn't caught a ball since Drew Brees was playing quarterback. Why would I bring in Jimmy Garoppolo knowing that he can't play catch with Michael Thomas until late July? And he may not practice every single day because he's got to build up his arm strength again. And this is a guy who doesn't have a strong arm in the first place. So if I'm a team and I'm going to trade some compensation, I'm going to give up draft compensation for a guy who can't throw until it just doesn't make sense to trade for him.
He's better than what they have right now. Like,
if they bring back Jameis, is he better than Jameis?
Jameis is coming off an injury as well.
ACL, but the arm strength is still there. And he knows the system.
What is the system? Dennis Allen's coaching. I don't know.
No, they have the same offensive coordinator, Pete Carmichael.
Yeah, but Sean Payton was calling plays.
But Pete Carmichael's been there since 2009. So he knows the Sean Payton system. He's been there since 2009.
Jameis is fine. No one's saying they're very
comparable. All I'm saying is
you
basically have the same system. Pete Carmichael's maybe
but it's
there's
not
a
like
couple
Michael
tweaks.
Thomas kills it on deep balls. Like, he's a short slant runner, and what does Jimmy throw better than anyone? Over the middle of the field. Like, in terms of, like, that's where he wants to throw the majority of his balls. Look, I'm not here saying that Jimmy Garoppolo is one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league. He's not. But, like, when I see Mitchell Trubisky get a 2-year deal for about $13 million a year with the Steelers, the question isn't necessarily, is Jimmy better than Trubisky? He is better than Trubisky. But he's making $25 million. And so this goes back to the original thing that I've been saying for like 2 years now. It's like, it's not, is Jimmy good? He is good. Is he good enough to justify the price tag he's currently under? And that's where I think a lot of these teams now, Bonte, have come to the realization he's not. And I think he's going to get released. Like, if he gets released right now, he will not make the $25 million that he made this year.
He won't.
Right?
He won't.
And I think the agent will have misplayed his hand because now he's forced their hand in terms of electing to have the surgery later in the offseason, and then just everything that they've done with the 49ers not, acquiescing to multiple landing spots. I think it's limited the amount of people that would absorb Jimmy at the $25 million price tag, and they're sitting there going, I'm just going to call John Lynch's bluff and let you release him, and I'll sign Jimmy for 12.
Not only, if 12. He may have to just sign for 10. He may even get below
10, 12.
9.
We're dicing hairs, but not 25.
But not only is it not going to be 25, but if you're a team like the Saints that think you can compete with that strong defense, you have a very good defense in New Orleans, very good, and you feel like, man, we can get back into the playoffs and make some things happen. Is Jimmy going to bring me over the top? Is Jimmy going to get me over the top? I don't know. Carolina.
Well,
Carolina.
One second.
Carolina.
Is Trubisky going to get the Steelers over the top?
I don't know. But isn't that indicative of who Jimmy Garoppolo is? That the Steelers said, you know what? we'd rather sign Mitchell Trubisky.
Well, no.
We'd rather sign Mitchell Trubisky than send the draft pick over for Jimmy Garoppolo and bring him into our building.
No, to me, it wasn't about which player's better. In a vacuum, Jimmy is better than Trubisky. To me, it was cost analysis. It costs $13 million and no draft capital per year to get Trubisky. It costs $25 million and some draft capital to acquire Jimmy Garoppolo. So the cost analysis for them was like it's not worth the squeeze.
Yeah, but you could make some things happen by, you could convert that base salary to a signing bonus. You can restructure his contract and move some of that money around and give up a third-round pick, apparently, for Jimmy Garoppolo if you really wanted him. If Pittsburgh really wanted him, it could get him under that price tag, sure. Jimmy's got to know he's not worth $13 million, or $25 million.
Well, I think his agent is telling him he's worth more than that, which is the problem.
I think Dine's lied to him. But Jimmy, but also, like, look, not with Watson and Brady back in Tampa Bay, I never thought the Garoppolo market was going to be hot in the first place. So this drag him out, play him out thing with Jimmy Garoppolo not being moved, I'm not surprised by it. And I tell you what, not only could he be released, I could see the Niners maybe, hey, we'll restructure the deal, we'll bring it back to the building. Because what did Jed York say? I didn't believe him. I laughed at him. But when they selected Trey Lance number 3 overall, Jed York said, we could sit Trey Lance for 2 years.
Yeah, I think that would be suicide for Trey Lance's sophomore year. You can't have the locker room divided. I think you need to.
But the locker room apparently loves Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, but that's my
everybody
point.
Talking about Jimmy G?
No, but
he's a great leader. He's great for the locker room.
So then how does that empower Trey Lance, who it sounds like they want to give the reins to? Like,
it doesn't.
To me, that's very difficult. I think it's a very difficult. They tried to thread the needle this year, and it got clunky, and then look what they've done now. They hung on to Jimmy too long. It feels like today.
Let me ask a question. Is there anybody out there? We'll open up the lines. 888-957-9570. Is anybody willing to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back if he restructured his deal? Is there anybody out there who would want Jimmy back in red and gold?
I wanted Jimmy traded in training camp last year. I wanted them to move off of him coming off that Super Bowl, Bonte. So, no, I don't want him back on this team right now. And I felt like I was screaming to the high heavens then, and I feel like now everybody's come on to my side of the island, if you will, and they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of him. The thing that I don't understand is that you can't do anything financially until you shed the salary of Jimmy G. You can't extend Debo, who now is going to command more money because of that stupid deal that Trent Baalke gave out to Christian Kirk. You couldn't retain Laken Tomlinson, which I'm okay with at that price tag, not retaining them. But you got to extend Bosa. You cannot lose Bosa. So if they want to
Bosa's
reward
under contract for 2 more years.
Yeah, but if you want to reward these guys and start to get them, you want to be able to have some fluidity with the structuring of the contracts. The other thing is, what do you do with Eric Armstead's money? It is a huge chunk of money. Right now, he's the second highest paid player on the team. Right now, today, right this moment. I need to restructure some of that money so that I'm not taking so much of a hit this particular year. They're just in a really tough financial spot, and they need offensive line help. I'd like to see a second tight end. I still would like to see another safety. They don't have a lot of draft capital to address those needs. Am I wrong here?
So
maybe another backup quarterback.
5-0. Well, they just paid Nate Suffield to be back.
I know. I don't have a lot of faith in him.
5-0 Comcast Business text line. I think that the Niners plan all along. Let the market dry up, then restructure Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, God, that would be horrible for Trey Lance. Do you want to see Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance competing again in training camp?
Maybe the 49ers believe Trey Lance ain't ready again.
Oh, God.
6-5-0, restructure Jimmy, sit Lance again. He's a leader who wins games. And at this point, we won't get anything valuable for him. Wow.
When someone says Jimmy Garoppolo's a leader, what do you say in return?
I laugh.
Why?
Because when I think of the 49ers, I don't think of Jimmy Garoppolo as a leader of the Niners.
Why?
Why? Because you have George Kittle. Why? Because you have Trent Williams. Why? Because you have Deebo Samuel. Why? Because you have Fred Warner Jr. And I don't see the boisterous. I don't see the outspoken. Look, Jimmy's fine. He's a nice guy. He's fine. The locker room loves him, but I don't believe, oh, man, he's a leader, so that's why you should keep him. How's he doing on third down? How's he doing
in the fourth quarter of playoff games when this team needs to move the rock?
How's he stretching the football field? Is he stretching the football field? Is he reading the field? Is he hitting guys wide open? Is he not overthrowing George Kittle on the third play of your offensive series there against the LA Reds in the NFC title game?
Well, we assign all of these things to Jimmy Garoppolo that are these intangible qualities that help them win games. We did the same thing with Mark Sanchez. We did the same thing with Tim Tebow when these guys were winning playoff games, and we were just completely omitting all of the plays that were left out on the field and all of the flaws and the inaccuracies of the particular quarterback. Like, the reality is that Jimmy Garoppolo, yeah, he was at the quarterback position when this team was winning games. They didn't score an offensive touchdown in the Green Bay game. They were leaking oil the entire second half on offense and couldn't move the ball if their life depended on it against Dallas. Did you watch the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship game? Did you watch the first drive of the NFC Championship game? Jimmy had moments. No one's saying that he didn't have moments. He's an above-average quarterback, but it is time to move on, and it is time to see what Trey Lance has. You cannot spend the amount of money in terms of draft capital that they spent to acquire Trey and not use him.
Would you eat the 7.5 right now to cut him?
Absolutely, because to me, the $18 million that would be left in terms of salary cap relief is much worth it. How are you going to pay? See, the question I have on the Ward deal.
There's people, though. 6760 Comcast Business Text Line. Keep Jimmy. This conversation is ridiculous. Our window is now, and Lance is an unknown.
If the window is now, we have lost out on winning 2 Super Bowls with Jimmy Garoppolo. You could say, oh, they made it that far. Like, they lost. They didn't capitalize. I like, Jimmy is who he is. The league is telling you what they think of Jimmy Garoppolo. Are they not, Bonte?
I've told you this. What they thought of Jimmy Garoppolo, which I thought it was preposterous when people told me that you're going to get a first-round pick or a second-round pick or a third-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. And then when you have the surgery on your shoulder, again, he can't throw a football until late July. You have no value. The value's gone. I told you this last week. The value's gone. The value's gone. If he's a leader, you think teams are worried about? Is Trubisky a leader? When you hear Mitchell Trubisky, do you think leader? Guess what? Mike Tomlin brought his ass in anyway to Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? Jameis Winston, was he a leader?
No.
Was he a leader? Well, you know what? Sean Payton and the Saints. Sean Payton and the Saints said, you know what? Bring Jameis in. He's going to start for us at quarterback. So this whole leadership thing is so damn overrated. I'm tired of hearing about that narrative. But you can't move Jimmy. And a lot of guys spoke highly of Jimmy. I think there's some Niner fans out there who would love Jimmy back. I swear to God.
Oh, I'm sure there are. There are people that wanted to see Ken Dorsey play quarterback, Ponte. There are people that were like, you know what? CJ Beathard he's a good guy. Give him another chance. Like, there's always going to be people that and Jimmy's done way more than those guys.
I think you had to cut Jimmy. I think you got to cut Jimmy. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland real quick. Here in the morning, we're also on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, we got to get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo's contract, man, because we got to have as much talent on our team as we can, man. Like, because I'd rather have it be under Trey Lance's rookie contract. So that way we can have a great roster. You saw what the Chargers have done, man. Added Khalil Mack, they had JC, Interception Jackson over there because they're not paying Herbert yet.
Yeah, it's a great point.
It was best for the team, and Trey Lance has all-world talent, you know what I'm saying? Or if they want to get Tom Brady, I'll be cool with that too. Nah, but I'm just saying, hey, I believe in Trey. It's all good, man. Whoever's the starting quarterback, whether his name is Tom, Jimmy, or Trey, I'm going to root for them to make every pass possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
They just can't bring him back, man. They got to give the kid, if you're going to have Trey Lance out there this year, you got to give him all of the reps throughout the entire offseason. He needs to have a united locker room. He needs to have everybody on the same page. You can't have any outliers. Like, it's not how you run things when you want to empower the kid that you basically given the keys to the organization to. The other part of this is you need to find out what the hell's going on with Trey Lance. Everyone could point to the Jordan Love situation in Green Bay. Trey Lance already better than Jordan Love. That's number one. He's already proven it in a game. He's better than Jordan Love. And number two, Aaron Rodgers is the back-to-back MVP of the league. So it's not like Jimmy Garoppolo is the MVP of the league right now to where you're taking this huge drop-off. I don't think the drop-off is precipitous at all. I actually think that Trey Lance could be better by week 8 than whatever Jimmy was at the end of last year.
5-0, Kyle Shanahan is much more to blame for the 49ers' Bug big games. It cost them 2 Super Bowls. Why aren't we talking about trading Kyle Shanahan? Well, you're not going to trade the head coach. I get it. But you're not off Doobie in Chicago. Shanahan has had his pitfalls. You know how I feel about Kyle Shanahan. Very good coach. Is he great? No. Has he had big game blunders? I think so. Not going for it on 4th and 2? I don't care if you didn't trust the quarterback. You got to go for it. You got to go for it. You got to get aggressive. So I'm with you. Shanahan has bungled some games, including Super Bowl 54. Nobody wants to talk about the timeout he didn't take before halftime. What about the 4 straight passes at the end of the game?
I know, but he won 2 playoff games on the road with a quarterback who can't throw.
But so
you
what?
You can't have it both ways.
So what? No. You
can't tell me that Jimmy is useless as a quarterback. And then, no, but what I'm saying is you can't have both angles on this opinion. You can't say that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't stretch the field and didn't do anything on offense in the Green Bay game and did nothing against Dallas and not give the head coach credit. To me, like it's one or the other in that scenario.
I gave the head coach credit, but he has had big game blunders.
Of course he has.
Super Bowl 54 for a quarterback he didn't trust. He threw the ball 4 straight times with a minute 49 left. At midfield when you couldn't run the ball and you had 3 timeouts.
He got
That's
there.
what I'm saying.
He got there.
He got there or did the team get there?
I think we're going to look back and say it's a damn miracle that he got as far as he did with Jimmy Garoppolo every time. I do.
No.
Look, the league's telling you how they view Jimmy G. The league is telling you, not me.
Shanahan play calling against Seattle?
Oh, look, you could pick apart anything.
That's all I'm saying.
You could pick apart anything.
Act like he's the perfect coach. He's not.
No one said he is. Even Andy Reid has a laundry list. He has a CVS receipt of losses late in games in situational football he wants back. Bill Parcells does. Bill Walsh does. Bill Belichick does. Bill Belichick's lost how many Super Bowls? God bless him. He's one of the greatest coaches in any sport ever, and he has a zillion losses he would like back. So that's not exclusive to just Shanahan.
No, it's not. It's not. But he's had big game blunders, and I'm just pointing them out. And Jimmy played well in 2019. Played really well. By the way, Dr. Narav Pandya said the Warriors' arrogance meter is at 10.5.
Oh.
10.5. I think we got something with this arrogance meter. It's just real simple. Arrogance meter. Where's your arrogance meter at when it comes to the Golden State Warriors? Fred's been on hold for a while. Let's get to Fred. Sorry about that, Fred. We were talking football here. I know you want to get back to the Warriors. We'll get right back into football coming up here on the Morning Roast. Benjamin Albright at 8 o'clock here on the
And I have
Roast.
an exercise I want to do with you after this call.
Fred, what's happening?
What's going on? Hello?
Yeah, what's up, Fred? Sorry about that, man. What's going on?
No problem, Bonte, y'all. It's all good. But I just want to show some love to Bob Myers, man. I was watching the game last night. You know, I'm a longtime Warriors fan, and I could just see the future of the Warriors. You know, I'm not trying to say push Clay and them out or anything, but later on in the future, 3-4 years from now, if Kuminga and Moody and Jordan Poole and Wiseman are still on the team, signed and everything, the Warriors are going to look really, really good for the next decade. I really, really feel that way. I don't know. It's just everything about what they were doing last night. It seemed like they're just growing, and Bob Myers deserves a hell of a lot of credit for that, because at one time I figured these dudes were really like busts, definitely the Moses Moody, but Iguodala just is a nice bench coach as a player. And it seemed like they're going to really, really, he has evolved these guys over time. And Looney, that is like the Warriors MVP, period.
Right.
I know Draymond is the heart and everything, but Kevon Looney is like the Warriors MVP because he's been played every single game this season. And that's just so amazing from where he came from as a UCLA Bruin.
Yeah, you're right, Fred. You're right. Looney playing in every single game, playing solid defense. He's been a part of the championship core. Draymond back, and the future is now. The future is now. Jordan Poole was on the set with us yesterday, and he's talking championship. He's like, look, the veterans here, they're talking championship. They've hung banners up. We're just following their lead. And I can't wait to see what Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody doing their first postseason. I can't wait to see them participate in this first postseason.
Outside of Memphis, I can't really look at another roster in the league that has 4 more promising pieces under 22 than what Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman could eventually be. Now they have to deliver, and they have to develop and get better, and there's a big leap here that they would have to take. But in terms of promise, I can't think of another collection of guys under 22 that's around the league right now. I mean, maybe people can throw some out. Memphis is the only one.
Josh Giddey, SGA. They got some guys. Baisley, he's not bad. He's not bad.
Okay.
They got some guys. Just one
Maybe
team.
I'm overrating the Warriors core.
Charlotte, maybe.
But they don't, it's
Ball,
just LaMelo.
Bridges.
The other guys are older.
Bridges?
He's older than 22.
What is he, like 23?
Yeah, he's like 24, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's 24, 25. He just signed a big deal, or going to sign a big deal at some point. Let me ask you a Jimmy Garoppolo question here. 23, there you go.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Let me ask you a Jimmy Garoppolo question. You're a traveling salesman, all right? And you're selling quarterbacks. I want you to sell me Jimmy Garoppolo today, if you could, all right? I know all we do is talk about what he isn't. Okay,
No,
I want to spin it in the other direction. If I was to sell him on an organization, like for example, we find out Cleveland's getting rid of Baker Mayfield, why would what can Jimmy Garoppolo do for that organization? Sell Jimmy Garoppolo to someone else.
You know what? You're gonna have to fire me from the sales position because I can't sell him. I can't sell him. I'm not going to sit here or bore you with win-loss record. I'm not. No. Hold on. Before you cut me off, I can't sell this guy. I can't sell him. He has a shoulder injury. He's always hurt. He's not durable. I gave him a chance. 2019, I thought he really played well in 2019, and he was ascending. And you get to 2020, a lot of pressure, the ankle injury. He needed surgery. I can't sell him anymore. I can't. He'll keep you in football games, but is he going to win you a game? Is he going to drive from the opposite hash mark and throw an out route? Is he going to stretch the football field? I'm not going to lie to you. I watch your business in the future. I want to be able to make moves with you. I'm not going to dupe you by giving you this quarterback who may be damaged goods. I'm not going to do it. Fire me. Fire me.
Really? Fire you?
Fire me.
You've never worked a sales position, have you? You're going to have to sell products that you don't like at times, and you're going to have to also sell products that aren't necessarily good performing products.
That's why I never got into sales, because I don't want to do sales. The only thing I sold, I was very successful at. And I'm not going to say what I was selling, but I was very successful at
Well, there's always the right customer for the right product at the right time. Doesn't matter what your catalog looks like.
405, I know that was part of the exercise, but I'm not selling Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not even going to sit here and
then I'll
fake
sell
it.
him. Then I'll sell him.
It's going to be fake. I don't believe you. You're a con
What do you
man.
mean? What do you mean?
If Joe Shatsky the
Jimmy's
Butcher...
got limitations, but this is what Jimmy Garoppolo is.
If Joe Shatsky
He's a
the Butcher...
stabilizer.
Joe Shatsky the Butcher, the sales rep, tries to sell me on Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm going to look at you in your eyes and say, you're a con man. You don't believe what you're saying.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, Colts, for example, the Indianapolis Colts. I don't know what you've got cooked up. I know there are other guys out there that you're trying to acquire right now. The last quarterback that you guys had was a guy that didn't really get along with his teammates. Well, I got a guy who was really beloved by his teammates, all right? He's one of the guys. He's not going to alienate people. Sure, he's got his limitations. I mean, look, he's not the sharpest knife in the shed, but he gets the job done more times than not. And this is a kind of a guy that you can hang your hat on every single day, showing up and getting along with people. And there's something to be said for that. He's a stabilizing force. When he goes out there, he wins games. Sure, does he throw a lot of picks? Absolutely. Does he fumble the ball at times? Absolutely. But you know what else he does? He's unflappable. He's going to get knocked around in that pocket, and he's going to stick in there and going to continue to try to deliver the ball down the field. I'm not here saying that we need 4 first-round picks. He's not Deshaun Watson. But he's not Russell Wilson. But those guys aren't available for you either right now. And I'm telling you, if we could work something in the middle, this is an excellent player for you for right now who can bridge the gap until you find that long-term solution.
And then if I'm Chris Ballard at Indianapolis, because I say, we missed out on the playoffs last year. Tennessee's still in our division. I see Jacksonville making moves.
It's interesting that you say that.
If I throw Jimmy in 2 games against Tennessee, he may turn it into a pumpkin like he did on Thursday Night Football. And then if we go down to Jacksonville with Josh Allen coming off that edge there, it may be lights out for Jimmy Garoppolo because we haven't won in Jacksonville in 7 years.
I know. It's interesting that you bring that up because the Niners hadn't won in Seattle in like forever, and he went up there with the entire division on the line and won in Week 17. And then this year, I know you guys lost the last game of the year. Did you see what we were doing down in L.A.? Jimmy Garoppolo had his finest moment in a 49er uniform before he really hurt the shoulder, which really, truly affected his play in the playoffs.
Affected his play in the playoffs.
It did. The thumb injury did as well, but he did a great job in the second half. I don't know if you saw that. While you guys were collapsing to the Jags,
let me ask you
Jimmy Garoppolo was carving up the LA Rams and carving up that excellent Super Bowl winning secondary.
So now, if I look at the film and I ask you about Jimmy Garoppolo, How did he miss this throw against with George Kittle wide open?
What, in the third play of the game? He had a jammed AC shoulder. I mean, that's why he's having shoulder surgery. Guys get hurt. It's a long season. But look, he toughed it out. He's not like Carson Wentz, who's just going to tuck tail and run. He's not going to alienate his teammates. And that's why the guys love him so much. They love him because they know even when he's hurt, he's going to go to war with them.
510 to great text. Stick to potatoes, Joe.
Okay.
Stick to French fries.
Okay.
He ain't selling it. If I'm Chris Ballard, he hears that. He may laugh in your face.
I'm not asking for a first or second rounder. I'm saying for like a fourth or a fifth. Yeah. And then you can restructure his deal however you choose.
I'd rather go draft, I don't know, some dude in the Pac-12 with my fourth or fifth round draft pick and build him up.
Oh, okay. Then go do that.
Is Jimmy going to help me win? Is Jimmy going to lighten the box for Jonathan Taylor?
I mean, his winning percentage is what it is.
We're counting quarterback wins now. Jonathan Taylor, is he going to see a lighter box? Is Michael Pittman Jr. going to be able to go down the field and make plays like he did with Carson Wentz with Jimmy Garoppolo?
This heel turn on Jimmy is really interesting.
Turn. I'm just keeping it real.
You're his biggest fan.
And I'm a Trey Lance guy from day one. And I'm the only one at the station, that said Trey Lance should have started week number 1. And I got called football idiot for that. He should have been starting week number 1.
I don't care what other people are saying.
No.
But you were Jimmy's fan. I just find it interesting how a year and a half later, and I'm not indicting you. What I'm saying is that I feel like he has fallen so far from grace. Like when I was critiquing Jimmy Garoppolo, I would see a lot of the flaws that you're addressing right now.
It's gotten worse under Kyle Shanahan.
It's gotten that much worse?
He's gotten worse under Kyle Shanahan.
I feel like he's very similar.
No, 2019
he misses a lot of throws. He hits throws.
2019.
It's the full gamut.
2019 was a lot better.
You think?
2017 was a lot better.
The raw data was very comparable.
The eye test, man. You look at the plays out there he left on the football field in 2020. He did not get better under Kyle Shanahan. When apparently by year 2, year 3 in the Shanahan system, you're supposed to be a lot better.
So if
he did not get better.
If I was asking you the same exercise, what were your selling points on Mitchell Trubisky? Because that's where I struggled this morning. And I know that Mitchell Trubisky, again, because he's making only $13 million a year, that to me is the big difference between him and Jimmy. Sell me on Mitchell Trubisky. He was awful.
Hey, he's awful, but if there's a broken play, Trubisky could turn dusted and diamonds, baby. He can go out there and make some plays with his legs, and he'll at least stretch the football field. And you know what? In this one playoff game in New Orleans, in the Superdome, I saw flashes of brilliance with Mitchell Trubisky. I like the upside. I could sell Trubisky, and I'm not a Trubisky guy at all. At all.
I think that's ridiculous that you're selling Trubisky. He didn't even throw a pass last year, like a very important pass for the Buffalo Bills last year.
And that was a playoff game in the Superdome that had no fans also.
Interesting. And Nickelodeon did. I think that was the Nickelodeon game.
That was
too.
the Nickelodeon game. Yes.
Yeah. No.
I just find it interesting that everybody is just so out on Jimmy Garoppolo. Yet a year ago at this time, people were like, "You got to keep him. We got to keep him." I'm saying you. I'm saying in general. You got to keep him around. And now you can't get anything for him.
You know why?
Because you can't get a fifth.
No, you can't get a fifth. You finally got a quarterback with upside. You finally got your guy, which I was begging Shanahan. If you don't want Jimmy, go get your guy. I yelled that for 5 years. He passed up on Watson. Then he pivoted after signing Hoyer and drafting C.J. Beathard. Again, go get your guy. They already got a guy, Trey Lance. Give him the keys
I'm with
to
you
the
on
car.
that. I would like to. I like Trey Lance. I wanted Trey Lance. And then when they went with Jimmy, I was okay with it. It made sense to me. If they ended up just releasing Jimmy Garoppolo, just flat out releasing him, would you sit here and say that the 49ers misplayed their hand in terms of evaluating what they could get back for Jimmy Garoppolo?
I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if they misplayed their hand. I would have traded him last training camp and just rolled with Trey Lance. I would have, but you know what? They should have freed Trey, because now you're in this situation to where Donnie and Jimmy definitely was on different pages. We saw that right after the Tennessee game when Shanahan said Jimmy has a sprained thumb, and next thing you know, Rappaport and Schefter, they get the report from Donnie saying, no, it's not just a sprain. There's torn ligaments inside of that thumb. And then you get the shoulder stuff, and Kyle Shanahan said, oh, man, Jimmy made it really hard for us to make a decision. Jimmy speaks after Shanahan 30 minutes later saying, yeah, it's been real, Niner fans. They have not been on the same page. Cut him. Cut him and eat the $77.5 million and move on. Because I'm tired of talking about Jimmy. It's time to move on to Trey Lance, and it's time to call out these people who say Trey ain't ready. Because that's what I'm ready to see. I'm ready to see Trey Lance go with his bag and throw the ball down the football field and open up this offense.
If we have to deal with Jimmy Garoppolo for one more year and Trey Lance, I'm going to need to file a workers' comp claim. And Boxer & Gerson's the company that I need to look out for.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be around in September if Jimmy's back. Time for the injury update, injury report. Boxer & Gerson, hit it, Langford.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts. I get knocked down.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I'm like Jay-Z. I can sell water to a well. I can sell fire in hell.
But not Jimmy G.
But I can't sell you Jimmy G. I would feel crooked if I tried to sell you Jimmy Garoppolo. I will feel dirty trying to sell you Jimmy Garoppolo right now. I'd feel dirty. You know? It's like the weed man, right? They get a bad batch. You're selling that batch, and you're like, man, I feel bad, dude. They're going to smoke this stuff, and they're not going to get high.
Coming from the guy who's selling me on Chioza nightly.
Thought this was an injury report.
Today's injury report, the Warriors are in a fight with the Memphis Grizzlies for the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. The Grizzlies tonight will take the floor against the Pacers in Indianapolis and could be doing so without the services of Ja Morant, who is doubtful for tonight's game with back soreness. The Grizzlies have fared pretty well without their all-star point guard in the lineup, as they are 12-2 when Ja sits this season.
I didn't know that.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Grizzlies playing well, tied up with the Golden State Warriors for the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Benjamin Albright coming up. NFL reporter, we're going to get the lowdown on Jimmy Garoppolo, plus Bob Myers at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game to talk about the Warriors, who seem to be turning a corner. All that coming up here on the Roast.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses. So help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge. Or ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go to ComcastBusiness.com today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and 1 voice line customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 4/11/22.
All right, Bonte, are you thinking about building and remodeling your home and keeping it for years to come? Well, here's something to consider from my friends at Golden State Lumber. In the past few years, there's been an incredible amount of advances that have made to protect the exterior of my home. You see that it's raining right now, but I've got the tongue and groove porch boards from TimberTech, and let me tell you, they are not getting destroyed. They're absolutely incredible. No molding, no cracking, no nails, nothing. And I don't slip on the back.
My knowledge and then my fandom with the ability to win money is like, that's just a dream come true.
All the advice you need to cash in this March is on the BetQL network. Live shows every day and podcasts on demand, all from Odyssey.
How do you make the most of your land? If you ask the Wrens, who run with us on a John Deere mower, they tell you,
I mow first, then I do all the trimming.
But the Hubbards, who work behind the wheel of a John Deere compact tractor, would say,
if it's something you want, just go after it and try it.
Then there's the Mosers, who may mention from the seat of their John Deere Gator UTV,
you can't be all work and not play.
There are millions of ways to make the most of your land. Learn how to make the most of yours at Deere.com. Nothing runs like a Deere.
You're always up for some fun with the family, so you order the essentials, a new board game, some baking supplies, and even a new projector for outdoor movie night. And with the Bank of America customized Cash Rewards credit card, you can choose to earn 3% cash back on online shopping, which could increase to up to 5.25% as a preferred rewards member. Rewards which you can put toward an extra treat that everyone will enjoy, like an old-fashioned popcorn machine. Visit bankofamerica.com/more rewarding and apply now. Copyright 2021 Bank of America Corporation.
It's Tango Day, everybody. Follow after me and step and back and slide and dip. That's tango.
Why is Ice-T leading our tango class?
It's probably the heart-shaped Honey Nut Cheerios. He found out they can help lower cholesterol. Now he's having fun taking care of his heart in all sorts of new ways.
Let's see those hips move, people.
Hurry and get your heart-shaped Cheerios. They're only here for a limited time.
You're listening to KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's time to get cracking here. We'll get back to the Warriors. Let's stick on football for just a little bit longer here. Benjamin Albright, of course, he does it all in Colorado, covers the entire league. KOA, 8:50 a.m. in Denver. He's Mr. Broncos Insider. There, Benjamin, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast here with Joe Shasky, Butcher, and Bonte Hill. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourselves?
We are good, although we were talking about Jimmy Garoppolo here, and my co-host here asked me to sell Jimmy Garoppolo to another team. And Benjamin, I just can't do it. I just can't sell Jimmy G. And I don't think there's any market for him. The guy has shoulder surgery, so he's not throwing all summer long. Maybe you can sell Jimmy to another team. I can't do it right now, and I think the Niners are totally screwed in trying to get value for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, I think you're trying to have me sell chicken salad as chicken. You know what is chicken salad? I don't think it's going to work. I think the market on him is cratered. I don't think the Colts are in on him at all. I think it's going to be Mariota. I think that the shoulder surgery thing is just adding salt to the wound there, and it's just a bad situation. The Niners are hoping to get a pair of twos out of him, and at this point they're lucky to get a day 3 pick out of him.
Wow.
Well, so here's the thing that I'm curious on. Did they misplay their hand here? Did they wait too long? Is it because of the salary and it's always been, an uphill trade here? Like, why is it that his value is where it's at right now?
I think it's a combination of things. I think they overplayed their hand. I mean, anytime you're going to see Carson Wentz, you see the Washington football team take on Carson Wentz salary and give up 2 draft picks to do it, multiple draft picks to do it, and not go after Jimmy Garoppolo, who's been to a Super Bowl. I think that means you've overplayed your hand because Scott Turner and the offense over there in Washington would be just fine with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. Carson Wentz is a giant question mark. So, I think what they've done is they just overplayed their hand in the end. Everybody knew what was coming. They knew he was going to be available at the end of the year, and so they went out and made their plans and their contingency plans, and it wound up that you get around the circle, and he's the only one without a chair left to sit in.
Benjamin Albright here on the Morning Ross on 95.7 The Game, host, reporter, analyst, the Broncos flagship station, Broncos Insider at KOA Colorado. Benjamin, how do you view Jimmy Garoppolo? What did you make of his postseason performance, despite him dealing with the thumb and the shoulder injury? What did you make of his postseason performance this past season with the Niners?
Jimmy's the same guy he's always been, kind of a caretaker quarterback. If you've got a good, strong run game and a strong defense, you can win football games. He's never going to carry you, but he's not going to mess you up either. I call him the rich man's Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, that's what he is at the end of the day. And so I think if you're a team that's looking for efficiency, I think that he's your guy. Honestly, the perfect landing spot for him is probably the one place he can't go, in division up there to Seattle.
Why not? Why can't he go to Seattle?
Well, I mean, you just don't see in-division trades like that. You just don't see those things happen. I don't think the Niners are setting Seattle up to have somebody of Jimmy Garoppolo's caliber where they can force him to play with somebody of Drew Lock's caliber.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm just looking at it right now. I mean, what's the more likely scenario? They hang on to Jimmy Garoppolo and restructure and he stays a backup or competes for the starting job, or they just flat out release him for no compensation?
Man, that's the million-dollar question right there. You can't see him just releasing him. That seems to be something that wouldn't do any good. I mean, they need to net some of those picks back. They moved up for Trey Lance in the first place. So I would suggest that they would probably just take some ridiculously small deal, a deal that they perhaps had not anticipated type taking before they would just release him. Maybe they bring him back. I mean, insurance policy, what's the worst that happens? He sits there and then you can't move him next year either. I mean, you're out the money, but I guess giving it another whirl might not be the worst idea.
How does that play in the locker room? I mean, Benjamin, you're very tapped in. Like, if they really, truly want to go to Trey Lance right now, how does that play in the locker room, having someone who is as liked as Jimmy Garoppolo is stick around?
Well, it depends. I mean, normally you don't want a situation like that. But if Trey Lance comes out and plays like Pat Mahomes, there won't ever be any questions. If Trey Lance comes out and struggles, that's when you start getting a split locker room. Well, we should have never left Jimmy. He knew what he was, that kind of stuff. So, that's the gamble you'd be taking there. I think Kyle Shanahan's too smart for that gamble, but, we'll see.
Yeah, it feels like Don Yee didn't help out Jimmy Garoppolo in this situation. There was a disconnect with him and the 49ers brass. It's the way it's playing out, Benjamin, with this Jimmy Garoppolo situation.
Yeah, I think the dream scenario here is that Josh McDaniels gets stupid and moves another quarterback right at the beginning of his tenure. and that's the dream scenario, that Jimmy somehow winds up in Josh McDaniels' ever-loving arms again. But I like right now, I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, what do you think about Deshaun Watson here? He's going to get moved as he's talking to teams, Carolina, apparently New Orleans, Cleveland. How long will his suspension be if he does get suspended by the NFL for last year?
Yeah, I don't know that he'll get suspended. It just depends on the civil outcomes. You've got 4 of the women there that won't settle those. So if those get settled or adjudicated in his favor, I'm not sure there'll be a suspension.
Wow.
If they don't, then you're looking at the other way. The commissioner has extremely curtailed powers thanks to the latest CBA. It's not like it was back when Roger Goodell came into the league and was Sheriff Raj and just suspending people at his discretion. So there has to be an impetus there. And if you don't have a conviction to work with, I'm not sure that you can get a suspension. I don't think he's going to Cleveland. I was told no AFC teams, no cold weather teams. That would seem to disqualify him on 2 fronts. I think it's going to be New Orleans or Carolina, but we'll see.
Do you think the Niners were in on Deshaun Watson last year before all the mess happened with him and the massage parlors and whatnot? Because it felt like the Niners, with the picks they gave up to go get Trey Lance, it felt like from afar that they were in on Deshaun Watson as well.
Yeah, I think there were probably about half the league that were quote unquote in on him. I don't know if they would have been a finalist or a final contender, that kind of thing, but there was about half the league I think that was quote unquote in on him before all this stuff came out. After that, they cut bait, like Denver at that point, that they were not interested at all after that. So you can certainly say they were in. How in? I don't. How far they were willing to commit to that process and where they were in the pecking order, I don't know.
Benjamin, you're so tapped in. We always love hearing you. You obviously up in Denver, so you see this guy twice a year for the last couple of years. Charvarius Ward, cornerback from the Chiefs, signs with the 49ers. What is he as a player?
Oh, he's a very good player, disruptive. He's a guy that'll get after the football a little bit. It's funny because I know the Niners were looking at Stephon Gilmore as well, and they wound up with Ward, who I thought for the money might be the better fit, better player. He's certainly a good scheme fit for what you do there. He can play man, but he's just as good in the zone. I think that he's not the most imposing, but he's certainly a guy that I think does a great job playing the corner position, and has certainly been a thorn in the Broncos' side.
Is there anybody else that the 49ers might be in on in terms of free agency? Because I keep looking at pass rush. They restructured Dee Ford's contract right now to free up a little bit more money. But it feels like everything is on hold because of the Jimmy thing. Can they still make moves? Is there somebody out there? Or does the Jimmy domino have to fall first?
They could still make some moves. The Jimmy domino would certainly help. That would be the lubricant, the mechanism. But at the end of the day, they can still make a few moves. I heard Bobby Wagner once over there. I think he wants the revenge tour against Seattle. I don't know if they're going to work it out there or not, but I heard he was interested. Definitely the pass rushers with some of the guys that have come free. I think that there's going to be a market there. The real thing for the pass rushers is waiting for the Chandler Jones thing to drop. Once that drops, it's going to be a lot easier for a lot of these other pass rushers to go.
Where's he going? Because I love him. I would love to have him with the 49ers opposite Bosa.
Well, I was told last night that the top 2 were Denver and Buffalo. So if the Niners crept in overnight, then I couldn't tell you that. But as of midnight last night, the top 2 are Denver and Buffalo.
So Denver picking up DJ Jones, who I think is very underrated defensive lineman. You guys are going to like him out there in Colorado.
Barbecue
DJ can
too.
play. Yeah, he has a good barbecue sauce as well, Benjamin. So make sure you get the DJ Jones. Yeah,
that's what I was told. I have to try it out, man. I love me some barbecue.
Yeah, you got to try out that DJ Jones barbecue sauce, man. It is really delicious there. Russell Wilson going to the division, obviously there, and you see the Chargers loading up with J.C. Jackson. They make the trade for Khalil Mack. Who is the favorite right now in the AFC West? Is it still the Chiefs division to lose, or did the Chargers and Broncos close the gap?
Well, that's the question there. I think you got to defer to Kansas City just because they've been there, but their defense is coming apart at the seams, and they need they need at least an additional receiver somehow. And then you look at Denver. I think Denver's probably number 2 just by virtue of the quarterback that's been there. Justin Herbert, for all the hype, hasn't dragged the Chargers to the playoffs yet. Now they've loaded up on defense. Last year, it's interesting because the guys they loaded up with are pass rushers and pass defenders. The problem with the Chargers last year wasn't the pass; it was the fact that you could run on them at will. And so it's going to be interesting to see. They got Sebastian Joseph Day. They still need another big fella down there. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with that. And then they couldn't protect the quarterback, and they haven't really done anything on the offensive line. So the Chargers, for all the big names they signed, haven't really addressed the problems that plagued them last year.
All right, so if you had to guess here, it's an educated guess. Where does Jimmy Garoppolo end up, and when does this happen?
Oh man, that's good. If I'm sitting there laying money now, oh man, somehow to the Raiders. I just man, that's tough. Maybe Houston. Maybe Houston works something out after the Deshaun thing. Maybe they work something out.
Nick Caserio,
him and Davis Mills. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of there that's still viable.
Wow, Nick Caserio there, GM of the Texans. Who knows? He really played himself. Jimmy Garoppolo. This is, and look, Benjamin. Again, I don't count him out as being a 49er next year. I know it sounds absurd, but with the way this thing is playing out, backing up for Trey Lance and just creating chaos here in the Bay Area, I could see that happening too.
Yeah, the first guy to suggest that to me was the former director of scouting for the XFL, Eric Galco. We were talking on the phone, about a week ago, I guess, and he's like, "Man, when this carousel starts going, if Jimmy doesn't get snapped up quick, watch him just sit there. He could go back to the 49ers."
Yeah.
And I laughed at him at the time, and now I'm the one who looks like an idiot.
Man, Benjamin, you were on fire today. Thanks so much for joining us. As always, we'll talk to you soon, man. Broncos and Niners play this year. I think we may have to make that trip out to Denver. Never been in Denver before. I hear the airport is about 2 hours away from the actual city, but I hear great things about Denver.
Yeah, the airport's located in Kansas, so good luck with that drive. We'll make DJ make us some barbecue.
No doubt about it, Benjamin. Have a good one, man. Enjoy free agency.
All right, now.
Good stuff from Benjamin Albright, NFL insider there, also Broncos insider for COA Colorado.
So real quick on the Deshaun Watson thing that you asked there, which was interesting. If Deshaun gets traded, the Texans would be a landing spot, hypothetically, for Jimmy Garoppolo. I like David Mills. I thought he was pretty good last year. There's something there. But the Deshaun Watson, I don't want to play in the AFC, and I don't want to play in the cold. Boy, me and him are very similar. Your boy ain't trying to be in the cold, and I'm not trying to be in the AFC with all them quarterbacks.
He's not. Carolina would be a good landing spot for him.
Yeah, well, especially because he's a legend in those parts.
Yeah, he's close to Clemson. He's right there. You get around Dabo Sweeney in that program. That would not be a bad division for him. That would not be bad.
And it's winnable.
It's very winnable. Well, Tampa Bay's still there.
I mean, they are, but like
Tom Brady's back.
Tampa can be beat.
Man.
So right now, how are you feeling on the Jimmy G thing? Because
I'm laughing about it.
You're really starting to believe that he could come back. Because I just saw the bottom 5 salary caps, and the 49ers they had it projected at $9 million over the cap right now. $9 million over. So even if they restructure Jimmy, what are they restructuring it to? 10, 11, 12, 13 million?
I don't know.
I would ask for my outright release so I could just go to a place where I could sign and make comparable money and have a better opportunity.
Wherever he signs, he's going to have to compete for a quarterback job.
Well, no doubt.
That's where Jimmy's at now.
No doubt.
He's not going in as a locked-in number 1 starter.
You could go to, right now, if I'm him, I'm saying to myself, I could go right now to the New York Giants and beat out Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones is not better than Trey Lance.
You mean Garoppolo?
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is like if I'm looking at the situations, me competing against Trey Lance or me competing against Daniel Jones. If I'm Jimmy, I could beat out Daniel Jones.
Jimmy throwing those footballs at the Meadowlands in New York.
It's not ideal. I'm not here to say that it's ideal. He's better than Danny Dimes.
But the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo's going to have to compete for a job when certain people in the industry thought you could get a first-round pick for Jimmy, this guy's going to have to compete for a starting job. Yeah. He may be a backup next season.
Well, yeah.
And he may just say, you know what? I'll rather stick around in San Francisco and try to beat out Trey Lance. Knowing I got the locker room, knowing I got Shanahan, he loves veterans. I don't know, man.
But if you're Shanahan, you can't let that happen.
Dude, I would just cut Jimmy.
Well, you can't. You can't set your quarterback up that way. Like, as bad as it was when they traded away Tim Rattay when Alex Smith was the quarterback, and they traded him away prematurely, and Alex had no one to learn from, all right? And I thought that was the wrong decision then. Especially given how raw Alex was. I mean, he was never taking a snap under center ever in college.
You're talking Tim Rattay, though.
Yeah, and we're talking also 15 to 20 years ago where the quarterback sophistication in terms of passing camps, there's so much more sophisticated now.
I didn't mind Tim Rattay because, I mean, Tim Rattay was Tim Rattay. He was a below-average quarterback, and you bring in Alex. I wanted some type of veteran there. So what I'm saying is that if it would be the reverse in this situation, you would be hanging on to Jimmy Garoppolo too long at the detriment of your young quarterback seizing the control of the locker room. I think it'd be a great test for Trey Lance, though. It'll help him grow up a lot faster.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think it has more benefits than negatives?
I want
him taking every snap. I want him taking full leadership.
I think Trey Lance would say, you know what, bring out the competition.
Well, he probably would say that.
Let's go. And I believe Trey Lance beat out Jimmy this past year. He got the finger injury against the Raiders in that last preseason game. You heard from Jim Trotter, NFL Network, saying Niners thought about starting him week 1, but he got the injury. He had the finger injury.
Let's just forget
pro
sports.
All that. So
hey, let's say right now, Sam Lubman, who's our new producer. What if we had the old guy, John Curley, hanging over his head? You're the main producer, but John's going to be here just in case while we work on it. He wouldn't feel fully empowered, to do his job. Now, I know sports is very different, but this quarterback thing is delicate. That's all I'm saying. It's very, very delicate, and to me, it would be malpractice to bring Jimmy Garoppolo back when you're trying to hand it to Trey Lance right now. I would rather bring in an outside guy who fully understands that they're the backup and is going to empower the kid and give him that a boys on the sidelines and work with him in the film room. Jimmy's given all he can for this team.
What would Jim Harbaugh do? What would Jim Harbaugh do?
Well, Jim Harbaugh moved off Alex Smith.
But he brought in guys at other positions and quarterback. He was
Quarterback's different, though.
I hear you.
He had reclamation projects. He brought in Colt McCoy as a reclamation project.
I hear you. I don't know, man. I
feel like now you're warming up to Jimmy Garoppolo coming back after telling me you can't sell me.
I'm not warming up to it. I'm not warming up to it.
To anyone out of it.
I'm not warming up to it at all. I'm just sitting here knowing that, thinking about the entire situation, that there's a shot.
Well, and
there's a shot. That's what I'm thinking about. I don't want Jimmy here last year.
But I
wanted to move on and go to Trey Lance.
But think about, you're just worried about the quarterback. Think about the domino effect financially, trying to round out the rest of this roster. Do they need a right guard? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is Mac coming out of retirement, or is he going to stay retired, or is he going to come back and play? Yeah. You might need a center, okay? You need another edge rusher. You need a safety. They have a lot of holes financially, and even if Jimmy takes a reduced salary, you're right up against the cap. I don't think people realize how financially strapped the 49ers are right now.
I think people realize that, and that's why they want to move off of Jimmy Garoppolo. They realize how much money the Niners have and don't have to spend. They realize it. Everybody's aware of the salary cap, Shasky.
But don't you think it would be a pretty frustrating pill to swallow if they just end up cutting Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, because then it'll signal it's finally Trey Lance's time. We could finally move on to Trey Lance and see what he could do at the quarterback spot. You can finally wrap your hands around Trey Lance, and he could take every snap in minicamp. He could take every snap in OTAs. He could take every snap in in training camp, and finally take the job over and give the people what we want to see, which is Trey Lance under center. That's all that. I'm good with that. Just cut Jimmy.
So you wouldn't be mad that they didn't get anything back for Jimmy?
No, I wouldn't be mad. I wouldn't be irate because I didn't think he was worth much anyway. I didn't think he was worth much.
Well,
I never believed the reports that he was worth a second-round pick.
I would be frustrated on some level that they had an opportunity to get a third-round pick last year at training camp and didn't get it. I would. I'd be lying to you if I said I would.
A lot of people didn't want to move on with the rookie. They didn't want to play the rookie
I know that,
right
but
away.
That doesn't mean that's my opinion. It's like when you have an opportunity to move off of Jimmy and hand the reins to Trey, I was ready to do it. When they stuck with him, I was like, all right, I'm okay with going with Jimmy Garoppolo and seeing where this goes. They went as far as they could. They didn't win it all. It wasn't a failure. It wasn't a success. It was like some weird, in the middle thing. But you got to get a little something back from him. Just a little something back when someone else offered you a third-round pick. That's not playing the poker hand properly.
Yeah, I mean... Let's go to Georgia Los Santos. Georgia Los Santos. Bad business. Again, John Lynch can't sell Jimmy Garoppolo right now. You want me to sell him? John Lynch is a hell of a salesman. He can't even sell Jimmy right now. Georgia Los Santos.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's been a while.
Hey, buddy.
So here's my thought. If we can't find, Jimmy, and I don't have a problem with Jimmy staying with the 49ers if he is willing to restructure his contract. And I'll tell you why. If Trey is as good as everyone thinks he is, and he's as good as he thinks he is, he should not have a problem going into camp next year and saying, I'm good enough to win the starting job on this team, and I'm not going to worry about Jimmy Garoppolo because I'm ready. And if that's the case and he's that good, he will win the starting job. And God forbid, if he goes down for whatever reason, you have someone behind him who knows the system, the team supports, and he can step in. Because if we lose Jimmy and Trey starts and Trey goes down, who's the backup?
Well, there's 15 teams in the league asking that same question. Like Tampa Bay right now, if Tom Brady doesn't play, we're going to start playing Gabbert. Yeah, everyone's like, good luck with that. You're going to win 6 games this year. So that's not exclusive to the Niners. Here's what I'd say about the Jimmy thing, keeping him, even if he restructures. It's too much to pay. I'm not paying this guy to be a backup. You spent so much on the quarterback room this year, and you still had holes around that team, and you're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. You're not just trying to be good and be 500. You're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. So every $5 million I'm spending on Jimmy is $5 million I'm not spending on safety, right guard, center, backup tight end, another playmaker from my young stud.
Let me ask you this: would you have rather traded Jimmy for that 3rd round pick? Let me rephrase it. Knowing that the Niners made the NFC Championship game. Are you now happy that they didn't trade Jimmy for a 3rd round pick, knowing that they made the title game?
It's a very complicated way of viewing it because I think they would have been way better than everyone else thinks with Trey Lance. Do they make the playoffs? I don't know. Let's say they don't in this hypothetical. Let's just say, I don't even care what the record is. They don't, but he showed promise. Yeah, I would have been totally fine with it. I really would have. Even as much as I had so many great memories from the playoff, that Green Bay game is going to live in infamy. A lot of fans are going to disagree with me on that, and I hear them. Once you swung the massive deal for Trey, to me, the entire organization needed to be around him, getting as many reps as possible and getting up to speed as fast as he could.
I'd rather have that playoff win in Dallas.
Yeah. I think a lot of people agree with you.
You know, man, Jimmy Garoppolo, still not traded. Can't throw a football right now. Market's drying up. Where will Jimmy go? The Jimmy Garoppolo era, not quite over yet, folks. Not quite over yet. Let's shift back to the Warriors. I want to feel good. Talking Jimmy Garoppolo does not make me feel good.
Okay, Halle Berry.
It does not make me feel good. Look, it puts me in a different type of mood. Not a bad mood, but it just doesn't. It's not good for the mornings. You get up, you want to start your day, you want to listen to the raindrops, nice gray skies.
Go through the free agency wheel with me and Sam and Steven.
Talking baseball, put me to sleep. The Warriors just won 4 in a row. Day-Day's back. Steph Curry dropped 47 on his birthday. Warriors are the 2 seed. They've won 4 in a row. The panic meter has been broken. I'm buckled up, ready for this playoff run. 13 games left in the regular season. That's how I'm feeling. I feel good because that basketball team down there playing at Chase Center is pretty damn good. And you heard what Draymond said yesterday as we go to break. We're going to go to break. Look, what's coming up on the game brought to you by Whole Foods Market, Bob Myers. But as we go to break, I'm just going to play this right here, Lakeford.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview.
Yeah, I called it months ago.
Enjoy weekly produce deals at Whole Foods Market. Get 3 16-ounce strawberries for $10 through March 15th, plus an extra 10% off for Prime members while supplies last. Promotion varies by location type. See terms and exclusions on our app.
I'm with you, Day-Day. I'm with you. I'm riding with you. Business owners, are you feeling the pressures of running your business? There's a limit to what you can do and still keep employees engaged. Insperity can help. They put 30-plus years of HR experience to work, helping you with hiring, training, HR administration, and compliance while giving your employees competitive benefit options. Because you're able to focus on other priorities, your employees can thrive and your business can grow. With Insperity, nothing seems impossible. Full-service HR, employee benefits, HR technology. Insperity, HR that makes a difference.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Ooh, that's nice.
Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Learn more about gig speed Wi-Fi and other fast speed options. Get started with Xfinity Internet 50 megabits per second for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, add Xfinity Mobile and you could save hundreds a year on wireless. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 3/31/22. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and XFi gateway. Actual speeds vary. Compares optimized pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Fisher is different? How? Don't you just ride the wave?
Nope. We actively manage client portfolios based on our forward-looking views of the market. In times like these, we understand that clients want proactive communication and guidance.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No, we get to know our clients so we can tailor their portfolios to their specific goals and needs. We even offer resources on Social Security, Medicare, tax efficiency, and more. Our primary goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interest first.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, our fees are transparent, structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Football is back, and there's a new cat in town, the Bay Area Panthers. The Panthers kick off their Indoor Football League first home game at SAP Monday, March 21st against the San Diego Strike Force presented by Mary West Credit Union. Tickets on sale now at BayAreaPanthers.com.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show! Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible XFi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
Calling all Warriors and Lakers fans. You can win free tickets to see the Warriors play the Lakers at the Warriors' final home game of the season on April 7th. All you have to do is donate blood at Stanford Blood Center during March, and you'll automatically be entered to win one of 2 pairs of tickets. It's a great way to give back to patients in our community, and if you're lucky, score big for you and a friend too. SBC has locations in Campbell, Menlo Park, and Mountain View, plus blood drives throughout the Bay Area. Learn more at StanfordBloodCenter.org.
Look at this. J.D. Power awarded Cricket #1 customer service and purchase experience in the MVNO segment.
Huh. Award-winning service has a nice ring to it. Say it again.
Award-winning service.
Ooh, again.
Hear ye, hear ye. Announcing 2 more reasons to switch to Cricket and their award-winning service.
Wow, it does have a nice ring to it. Switch and see for yourself.
For J.D. Power 2022 wireless customer care and purchase experience mobile network operator performance studies award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
Heard you're buying a car. I brought my calculator.
Dad, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. I found my car online and got pre-qualified instantly, instead of all that.
You know those things impact your credit score.
Didn't impact my credit score, Dad. Now I'm going to the dealership for a test drive and to make the purchase.
Sounds too easy.
No, it's just easy. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms and conditions apply. Find out more at CapitalOne.com/autonavigator.
Get help managing your money for the life and years ahead with Fidelity Income Planning. We'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, number NYSE SIPC.
You're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibs are on deck starting at 9 a.m. Who's on Deck is brought to you by On Deck, America's largest online small business lender. Apply today on deck.com.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, Bob Myers in just moments for the executive show. Nice little chance to wrap it right there. March Madness is coming, and we are reliving the best moments that the Big Dance has provided for all of us. I've been recording a podcast that will be released throughout the tournament this month, where I'm chatting with players and coaches who are responsible for some of the best moments in tournament history, the moments that made us March Madness fans. The podcast debuts this Thursday with my episode with Bo Kimball, who back in 1990 led Loyola Marymount all the way to the Elite Eight. In the wake of the tragic death of teammate Hank Gathers, of course, Kimball averaged 35 points a game, and Kimball memorably shot his first free throw in each tournament game left-handed in honor of his fallen teammate. You do not want to miss the story of that tournament, one of the many stories and reasons why March Madness is so special and why it holds a special place in the world of sports. A lot of fun.
Was it Snowfall that did the Len Bias thing at the beginning?
Yes. Actually, we
haven't talked about that.
Ed Pickney yesterday. Villanova, of course, they beat Georgetown in the '85 national championship. They played Len Bias in Maryland on their way to the Final Four. They played them in the Sweet 16 and held Len Bias to 8 points. And Ed specifically said, "Look, Len Bias is like Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
he was legit,
and the Celtics were gonna get him.
And he was going to be the number one pick and play with Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, Robert Parrish, Daddy Age, and Dennis Johnson.
Kind of like Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman getting to play with these guys.
Yes, kind of like Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman. And, of course, Jordan Poole hit the executive show open, Langford.
Welcome to the executive show.
Nothing easy.
An inside look at the Warriors front office.
Can somebody give Bob some credit?
With President of Basketball Operations and GM, Bob Myers, on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Stanford Blood Center. Give blood for life.
The executive show brought to you by Stanford Blood Center. Give blood for life. Bob Myers joins us every other Tuesday. When he doesn't join us, it's Zaza Pachulia every other Tuesday. Bob, the GM and President of Basketball Operations for the Golden State Warriors. We already got a question on the text line. We'll ask him from Burke in the Creek here. But first, let's get Bob on here. Good morning. And we had a caller, Bob, earlier today, Fred in Richmond. He was like, you know what? We need to give Bob some credit. All these young studs, man. Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman. I'm loving it. So there's at least one person out there in the world, Bob, who wants to give you credit for the job you've done.
Yeah, I need to get that guy's in. I need to send that guy something. Whoever said that, I appreciate that.
Fred in Richmond.
Courtside seats.
Yeah,
my
Fred,
one fan.
You're one fan, Bob. You're one fan. He needs those courtside seats. Before we get to Dre, Clay, and Steph, it was obviously reported yesterday that you guys are going to Japan for the preseason to take on the Wizards for 2 games. So I ask you, Bob, do you have your passport updated? And are you good using chopsticks for that good sushi over there in Japan?
Yeah, I'm good on both. You know, over there in, we went to, I guess, Japan's obviously not the same as China, but it is the same in the respect of we don't get NBA basketball very much, and they're huge fans. And so when we go over there, and I've been to China a couple times, the attention that you get is hard to explain. I mean, I don't know if you've seen any footage of what happens outside the hotels, outside the buses. It's complete mania, to the degree where they know who I am. I got one. Wow. I got one fan here in the Bay Area, and then people, some other people too.
I've heard many rumors that you can walk down the street off of Chestnut there and not be bothered. So I think you're correct in that assessment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, so Bob, let's get into the good thing, because last night Draymond checking into that game. First time we've seen Clay, Steph, and Draymond in over 1,000 days. The last time that we saw these guys was 2019 of June. Gas was like $3.68. It's now close to $6, maybe more than $6, depending on where you go. How did you feel seeing that last night?
When you do what I do and what we do in the front office, or anybody does anything for you, I think you can relate, or for many people listening, maybe it's your fantasy football team. You build something to see it whole. That's all I can do. I don't play. I don't coach. That's all our front office does, is we try to build the best team we can. And so to not have much of a chance to see it whole is frustrating, if I'm being honest. Not as frustrating as it is for the players, I'm sure, and the person that's actually injured. That's worse. But we don't ever get to we haven't gotten to see the team in a long time, and we still haven't even seen Wiseman back. And whether the team's good or not, that we get praised or criticized in the end, but you'd like to see it and deal with whatever that is or whatever that looks like. So for someone that is in a position of not doing much else but that, to finally get to see it pretty close to full is fantastic. I mean, and that's selfishly my view of it. Clearly, I'm happy for Draymond. I'm happy for all the players. I'm happy for those three that haven't played together in so long.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty unbelievable memories. Those three have never been anywhere else ever in their career, and I was talking to them the other day about that because Iguodala, has. So Andre was in the locker room, and I said, Andre, tell him what it's like in other places. He started laughing. They don't know. I mean, look, I don't know either, I suppose, but when I was an agent, I heard a lot about other places. So it's pretty rare, and what makes it unique to be a Warriors fan, that is very uncommon in any sport now, to see guys that have played together for close to 10 years. Maybe it is 10 years. And to be good and successful. You just do not see that. I don't know if we'll see it again. So I take pride in watching those guys. I've enjoyed watching them, and we're going to get to keep watching them, but I don't take that for granted. It's just so rare in sports now.
Yeah, no doubt. Bob Myers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game for the executive show, and Dre, Steph, and Clay backs. Clay Thompson with a great night Saturday against the Bucks. Steph, of course, on his birthday, dropping 47. And then Draymond Green doing what he does off the bench. Bob, did you watch any of the postgame show last night when it comes to Draymond Green? Did you watch anything?
I didn't see it.
Well, hold on. We'll get the Q-tips out and listen to this one. Draymond Green on with Fitz and Buki right after the game.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so it don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview?
Yeah, I called it months ago.
Now, we had the panic meter last week, and a lot of people were panicking about the Warriors. You guys have lost 5 in a row. Now, if you won 4 in a row, Day-Day's back. And we're talking championships. So the arrogance meter is what we're calling it here, and it's at an all-time high. When you hear that stuff, Bob, what do you think about it? You say, man, that's just Draymond being Dre, or you're like, God, geez, now the Suns and the Grizzlies and everybody else in the Western Conference have bulletin board material.
A lot of thoughts.
A lot of thoughts. Dre, can you wait for 2 games back before you start proclaiming?
Hey, NBC, cut his mic. Cut his mic, NBC.
No. Look, here's the deal. That's who he is. We're not going to change the fact. That's what makes him who he is. He's, that people, something people said recently, you got to speak something into existence. Maybe he was doing that. A lot of guys on the team have won. Not a lot, but a few. Some haven't.
Right.
And I think before you get to that place to actually say it, maybe some other guys on the team hear that and go, you know what, that is real. Or he believes that. So that's one part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's for his teammates. I don't think Draymond needs confidence. I don't think Steph and Clay, they've done that before. So I don't know that they need to feel someone tell them they're going to do it. The other thing is he's just saying something that all these other teams believe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, 5 teams in the East, their players think they're winning the championship, and 4 or 5 in the West. And why shouldn't they? I mean, what else are we doing? I like when players talk about winning. I do. Look, you can argue whether a guy should guarantee a championship or not. That's Draymond. That's fine. But I love when you talk about the team. I think there's a lot of talk about individuals. And individuals' highlights when they promote games, it's this player versus that player. Fine, that's how the league is marketed. But I love when you talk about winning. And Draymond, when he last week when we were struggling in the panic meter, I don't know what was it at, guys?
I was at an 8, 9.
Shasky was at a 9.
I know
Bob,
you were an 8.
Yeah, Bob, I was at like a 2.
I was stressed.
I was chilling.
I was stressed.
I even wore shades in the studio. That's how chill I was.
Yeah. So that makes you guys good radio because one of you is relaxed.
Exactly.
It's good that one of you is an 8. It's boring if you're both 2.
Thank you.
I appreciate the 8.
Thank you.
So Draymond says, we're in the weight room. And he says, when I come back, it's not just it doesn't just snap back. And I looked at him. I said, yes, it does. And he said, what are you talking about? I said, because you win. You're a winner. And he said, he kind of looked at me and I said, we're going to win when you come back. Because you've won your whole life. Why would it change? And I believe that. I believe that. He has won everywhere. He won at Michigan State. He won in high school. He's won in the pros. And, people listening might say, well, what does that mean? Winning is a skill just as much as shooting is a skill.
Mm-hmm.
It's harder to quantify, but I promise you, you guys played sports. Maybe it's not the most talented player, but if you play pickup basketball, you play these things, and you eventually realize, why does that guy's team always win?
Mm-hmm.
He's not even the best guy, but his team always wins. In any sport, there's guys like that, and he's one of them. Now, he impacts winning tremendously. You saw some of it last night. You got to look a little closer with him. You study the game, and you see all the tiny little things he does, and it fits well with guys like Steph and Clay, who do the things that people notice more, which are the shots and the scoring. And so it fits well, and we've needed him. Our team doesn't. It's not as the sum of the parts is a lot more than the individuals with our team, maybe more so than many teams, because it all has to work together for us to be great.
Yeah, his little shovel handoff and then immediate screening of two guys at the top of the key for Steph Curry. It's like a patented play. It's just
got the split action right off the rip.
Incredible. I love watching it. You've been talking about Klay Thompson and Steph and Draymond, and you guys are also trying to work in this young player right now because you're trying to work back Klay Thompson as well, and he had a great night the other night. But take me behind the scenes in terms of how you guys are working on not just with Clay and Steph and Draymond, but also with Jordan Poole specifically, and how you guys are going to use him in creative ways. You start him a couple of times. He's playing way better off the bench. It feels like he's really ascending, and he's very comfortable right now. What has gone into these conversations behind the scenes with you and Steve Kerr and maybe even some of the players?
Yeah, Jordan, you see the talent, right? You guys see the talent. So now what do? That's what we saw and liked in the draft. You see talent. But then what are you going to do with that talent? Because most players aren't coming in ready-made, and then we have a system where he's got to fit in with some pretty good players. So throughout last year at the end mostly, and then this year it's about where do we fit him in the best. And then it's been well chronicled, Steve demanding the defense from Jordan. I mean, he's got the offense. I mean, when we evaluate players, you see the free throw shooting. When you see, and obviously, I guess he missed a couple last.
He missed two. I couldn't believe it.
5 to 7.
Kind of crazy, but I think he's still number one in the league.
Yes.
When you can shoot free throws that well, it does correlate to shooting threes. It does, or shooting in any capacity. It should. It makes sense. So the fact that he can shoot so often the line means he's going to be a good 3-point shooter. He is a good 3-point shooter. So now, do you play him with Steph and Clay, which we're experimenting with? There isn't a huge sample size. If you look at that sample size, the net rating is really good. Mm-hmm. But then who's going to play around them? Are you going to put Looney out there, and is Otto the 4? Is Wiggins the 4? Is Kuminga the 4? Does he go Looney, Draymond? That's the stuff that we need these last stretch of games to figure out. But I think we all could conclude Jordan is really important to what we do. Whether he starts or come off the bench or finishes games or not, you fear him a little bit. If I'm the opposing team, he's on the board, and he's up there pretty high. How you defend Poole. He's one of our best passers. You want as many shot creators as you can have on a team. Draymond creates shots for his teammates, not necessarily for himself. Steph does both, and I think Jordan does both. Clay mostly for himself, which is fine. You need guys like that. Wiggins probably better for himself, but Jordan, probably Steph and Draymond as far as creating for others. So it all kind of has to fit together. And the truth is, Steve, that's a work in progress. Not a bad thing, but that hasn't settled. And hopefully it just continues to improve. But I'm watching it the same way you guys are.
Right.
We have had so many different lineups. We still haven't started Steph, Clay, and Draymond together the entire year. I mean, it's crazy, right? So that's where these last 13 games or whatever it is, 12, we need a little more runway to answer those questions in a way where we have a little bit more understanding going into the playoffs.
Bob Myers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, GM and president of basketball operations of the Golden State Warriors. All right, another big talking point with Dumb Nation, Bob, is James Wiseman. And we saw him make his G League debut last Thursday. Went to the game on Sunday at Chase Center. He looked really good. He's got some things to work on, but a monster double-double looks so much bigger. So what's the timeline with James Wiseman? What do you anticipate? He's going to play a G League game today against a Clippers G League affiliate. When do you anticipate him being back with the big league club? And do you think he'll have some sort of role as we go into the playoffs here?
Yeah, look, I think he's going to play tonight in L.A. for the G League team and then come back. I don't think he'll play tomorrow night for an NBA team. That would be a back-to-back, which we're avoiding right now. But from then on, Bonte, it's kind of up in the air. We're going to have a few days off here and practice together. We'll see how that goes. We'll decide whether he needs another G League game or if he's ready to go, and Steve will put him in the rotation. But I think we are getting to some level where maybe it's not Wednesday, maybe it's not Sunday, but putting him in some NBA games and getting him some NBA minutes. Because if we don't, it's not fair to him or his teammates to just throw him in a playoff game.
Right.
I don't think that would be a good idea. So we're probably getting closer. I don't know if it's 5 days away or 7 days away or whatever it might be from an NBA game, but it's coming, and hopefully that'll leave us, 10 games to utilize and put him in spots where we might be able to use him. But at this point, the truth is we haven't scripted that out yet. We want to keep watching these games. We want to watch them tonight. He's got practice. Our team, like I said, has a few days to practice. We'll get some good practices in with this stretch from Wednesday to Sunday. We don't play Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So
how do you look to you, Bob? How do you look to you in those 2 games?
He looked good. I mean, I think if I were to evaluate it, the first game I thought really good, under control. Some of his teammates were taking some of his rebounds, which is fine as long as we get the rebound. I thought the biggest improvement I saw was in the rebounding. I think I saw a big leap there as far as from last year. Getting in position to rebound, securing the rebound. His finishing is elite. I mean, when you get him around the rim, his finishing is elite. Catching it in traffic is something he's got to work on. Made his free throws in the first game, didn't in the second game. I'm not worried about him being a bad free throw shooter. I think he just needs reps. He explored his game a little bit more on Sunday, which is good in the G League, and we're going to have to figure out in the NBA that freedom of offensive kind of what he's allowed to do is probably going to be more limited with our NBA team. Yeah. But in the G League, you want to take some of these shots. Okay, fine, it's the G League. Just like when Moody and Kuminga go down there, they get a lot more freedom. They get to handle in the pick and roll and do things like that. James has allowed some of that. But when he comes and plays with us, I imagine what it's going to be is a lot of high screen and rolls and dive into the rim. And because of how big he is, and you guys know this, somebody has to go with him when he dives. We don't have that dive threat. Last time we had that with JaVale McGee. We will need that. I think if you hearken back to the playoffs however many years ago, I think against Cleveland, we didn't play JaVale in the Houston series because of the way Houston played.
Right.
And they would, we didn't want to put him on Harden, so Looney got big minutes. But in the Cleveland series, we put him out there and started him, and he opened up our offense. So that's why we think we have to get James some games in the regular season to give that optionality to Steve for the playoffs.
Yeah, I think you make a great point. And you're looking at Wiseman, Poole, Moody, Kuminga, 4 guys under 22, as promising as any other 4 under 22 in the entire league. I'm just looking at the body of work of the team as a whole. You start off great, everything's looking good, but you still didn't have all your pieces. Now those pieces are all starting to come back. We're waiting on Wiseman and Iggy at some point. I feel, though, like now that it's all coming together and you're hitting your stride, is this team deeper than that 2015 team that we loved the bench so much of with Barbosa and Spates and Iggy and Livingston? Like, I feel like you could conceivably go 9-10 deep. I mean, you're not going to in the playoffs, but top to bottom, this is as good of a roster as you've ever built.
Well, I'll say this. One year somebody asked me when we were going into the finals, I think it was year 4 or something like that, in 2018, he said, I remember this reporter asked me, he said, are you concerned about your bench, the bench production? And I said, what do you mean? And he said, you're not getting a lot out of it. And I said, well, if you look at the last 4 years, our bench scoring of those years, and those were deep teams, and I'm not knocking those teams, our bench scoring, 28th in the league, 27th in the league, 29th in the league, 25th in the league. And why do I say that? Well, when you get to the playoffs, Steph Curry's going to probably play 40 minutes. Draymond Green's going to play 40 minutes. Clay will be at a high level. I don't know if Wiggins plays that many minutes or whoever does, but that's why those players make a lot of money, not just on our team, on any team. Because when you get to the playoffs, it's like a starting pitcher in baseball. You're going to pitch that guy, if you can, 3 times in a series. That's why he makes $40 million. So yes, you'd like a deep bullpen, and we love the depth. I would say it a little differently. I would say we've never had more optionality than we do now. We have a lot of weapons that Steve can go to that we haven't had in the past.
Right.
A lot of different types of lineups we can play that we haven't had in the past. I don't know if that makes this team better because those teams...
Yeah, they're champions. Yeah, they were champions. I mean, it's tough.
It's just, it usually is about your best players. So where it's a little different this year is, what are the combinations? In those years, we knew kind of going in what the combinations were. I can hang up the phone right now, and us three could argue about who should close games.
Right.
Who should start?
Bob, have you been listening? Me and Bonte have been arguing about that for about 7 straight days.
We don't want to go there.
But the point of that, it's not clear, right?
Yes, I agree.
Right? I don't know who's saying what, but
well, let's make this clear, Bob. Since we have you on, since we're here, Bob, can we make it clear that Steph, Dre, and Clay are going to be closing?
Come on, yeah.
All right.
I can give you that.
All right, Jordan Poole in that conversation as well. Because he's a playmaker. I think he's working himself.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the conversation, right?
But Steph, Clay, and Drake, locks, right?
Yeah, there is.
All right.
I don't, barring injury, yes.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, that is somebody arguing, I don't think Shasky's opposed to that argument, is he?
Well, I was making, to your optionality point, I was saying, you could see a circumstance, you got GP2 going up against Ja, or maybe you go with Iggy one night, or Wig. Again, to your point on optionality, that's kind of what I was arguing. I don't think the final 5 is locked in stone. I feel like it's closer by committee. And yeah, of course, Dre and Steph, those guys, and Clay, I would throw in there, are going to be in that mix. But after that, it's throw it up in the air.
Yeah, look, yeah, for sure. But the idea that I think I heard Bonte, you were going at Joe about Clay.
Yeah,
I was.
The Clay thing, you have to remember that. Yes, he'd like to shoot better, and he had a great shooting out there tonight. But those type of guys, what Clay did in Oklahoma City and what he's done in the playoffs, that skill of leveling up in the playoffs, of being better or being unafraid. That is so valuable in any sport, because I can tell you that, not having played, but been around it a lot,
right?
Many players and people, and I'm not indicting anybody, they tense up, whether it's a hitter that can't hit or a quarterback that throws, these are huge moments. And some players, the best ever, they raise their game. Mm-hmm. And Clay has done that. And he will. He does. That's who he is. And those guys are really hard to find. They're really hard to find, people that not only are the best version of themselves, but are better. And Clay clearly is that. And then, but to the other guys, besides Steph and Draymond, we got to find out who those guys are. Iguodala has done that in the past.
Yep.
I've seen him step up his game.
When's he coming back?
Well, he's close. He's close. We thought about last night, but he's not quite ready.
Is he hitting golf balls?
I don't know if he's hitting golf balls. He's frustrated, to be honest.
He loves golf. He loves his golf.
He loves golf, but he wants to play. I mean, he likes this team. He wants to play. He takes great care of his body. He's working really hard. I think he's frustrated.
Yeah.
He's dealing with some father time stuff. And I'll tell you what.
Aren't we all?
If it was a close game and he was healthy in the playoffs, don't think Steve wouldn't let him finish the game.
Right.
Don't think.
No doubt.
And by the way, as far as trust, as far as the guy that's been there,
right?
Again, that's another guy.
Yep.
So we just got to get him healthy.
Yeah, Looney too. Real quick, Bob, before we let you go, March Madness coming up. We know you play with UCLA. I'm actually talking to Tyus Anthony in about 20 minutes, doing a little podcast for March Madness. Burkett Creek. I'm going to give Burkett Creek. He's a big time listener. He loves the Warriors, loves the Bay Area teams. He wants to know what's one of your favorite memory highlights from your basketball career at Monte Vista or UCLA. 30 seconds or less. Favorite memory.
I wasn't very good. I was good 1 year in high school, and we lost at the buzzer. That was awful. Senior year. You wish you could tell kids you're going to forget about stuff like that.
You don't.
You don't.
No.
Never do.
No.
You never. You're like, hey, don't worry, get over it. No, you'll be 90 years old thinking about that shot.
Who'd you lose to?
Over me. So, Mark Madsen, San Ramon Valley.
Oh, man, you lost to Mark Madsen.
We thought we won. Our fans stormed the court. They cleared them off, put more time on. They won. Their fans stormed the court. So that sucks.
Oh, man.
My favorite memory, you got Tyus coming on. I mean, I didn't play in that game, but Tyus, I mean, he changed probably my life in some respects. He made that shot.
Yep. Missouri.
Won the national championship. I got a ring for that. I mean,
unreal.
Those things are, I had one good game at UCLA. I had 20 points in a game. But the winning the championship was it. So thank Tyus when he comes on. Tell him I appreciate him making that layup.
No doubt.
Thank you for ethering me on the Clay thing at the end of games. Bonte has got an ear-to-ear smile. He feels very validated.
I just, it messed up the flood. A lot of people are chasing her, Bob. We're like, light up Shasky on Monday for saying what he said about Clay.
I mean, like Clay being clutch in Game 6, guys like me that have strong opinions, you got to rise to the moment.
Bob, 5 o'clock on Saturday before the Bucks game, he goes, Poole and Steph are going to be in that closing lineup. Those are locks. Everybody else is on the table, and I'm just like, what are you talking about? So,
I'll tell you why this is why we like Shasky, though.
Yes.
This is why I need people like Shasky in my life.
Thank you.
He's emotional. He rides with every day is a different. He's so high and low.
Thank you.
I like people like that. They make things interesting.
Thank you.
It does. I do. But it can also drive you crazy, Bob. It can also drive you crazy too.
Two kindred spirits.
I know, but you know what? Those people I like. I'll live with people like that.
Thank you.
People that are passionate.
Thank you.
Even if they're wrong, sometimes
exactly.
They put it out there. They put it out there.
Yeah, you've been talking to my wife. I'm wrong a lot, so Bob, thanks for joining us though on the real. You always give us nothing but nuggies.
Yeah, we kept you a little overtime. We'll see you at Chase Center tomorrow when you guys take out the Celtics. Good stuff, Bob.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
All right, buddy. That was the Executive Show. And it's brought to you by Stanford Blood Center. Give blood for life. Real quick, flex moment of the show. Brought to you by Xfinity. Then we have the crossover league on. We got to get out of here.
Is it crossover or crosstalk?
Crosstalk, excuse me. I was confused.
I thought we changed it.
I was confused with the pre and post game show. Crossover.
The killer crossover, the hard way.
Fitz and Buki crossover. This is Crosstalk. Langford, what you got for the flex moment of the show?
Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview.
Yeah, I called it months ago.
So, the arrogance meter. They're going to win a championship regardless, and I love it. Draymond Tokyo talk. I love it. We're going to win a championship. I'm cool with it. I'm cool with working till mid-June. Let's go. Let's get to the finals. So the arrogance meter. Instead of a panic meter, we're now on the arrogance meter. And on the arrogance meter, I'm at a 9 right now.
Oh,
I'm cocky.
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
That's like Mark Willard and his faith when Farhan's ID the Giants. His arrogant meter when it comes to the Giants. Man. Mark Willard is at a 10.5.
They will turn this trash can into a 300 hitter.
I mean, listening to you guys last week, they need to do something. A few hours later, Carlos Rodon, a Giant,
Carlos Rodon?
Yeah. The best.
Ain't moving no needles.
What kind of needle are you trying to move?
I'm trying to move the Dodgers needle.
Do you want to? I'm sorry, you mean the team they finished ahead of last year?
Yeah, the team that is stacked again.
That beat you in the Game 5. Come on. I'm still
We're going to come to the Game 5.
Yeah, it's the playoffs. You get judged by if you win.
I don't know. Y'all are, I don't know. They won 107 games. Can we judge them by that too? I don't know. I just want something. Here's what I say. I wonder, when does the faith come? What? For Farhan.
Oh, I got faith in him. Like
so what?
But I would like to see him sign somebody for more than a 3-year deal. I do want to, what's he going to make his mark? Is it Luciano? Is it the young guys?
Let's talk about you for a second.
Yeah.
Why do you want that?
What do you mean?
There's been no evidence that helps win.
What are you talking about? The Houston Astros have been in playoff after playoff after playoff after playoff because 6 guys came up all within a 3-year period.
Yeah, you're talking about farm system, which Farhan has been addressing at a very high level.
I know, but
you're asking him to go sign a 3, 4, 5, 6-year deal, big money, big name.
Well,
where's the evidence? In fact, I can give you a ton to the opposite.
I'm worried about Rodon's injuries.
Okay, that's fine. But where's the evidence that big money, long-term deals lead to wins?
Well, Max Scherzer is probably the greatest free agent signing of all time.
Okay, now
and he's won 2 different places.
Great example, and in fact, he's probably only
he's the outlier.
He's the example
in terms of free agency.
The rest of them are a hot mess.
Well,
and they're not going to do it. If you're waiting for them to sign the 10-year deal for $250 million, It's going to be a long
that's not what
wait.
I'm looking for. I would like to see Suzuki because I've been dying for an international free agent forever.
I would love Suzuki.
Right? I think it'd be a marketing boon for this team, and it would be like a relevant impact on the franchise.
And I think the Giants will do that when they tried for Harper too. Like they'll do that if someone's in their 20s.
Yeah,
it's just
He's
rare.
27.
Like the stupid way that baseball
I don't
does
want JD
arbitration.
Martinez. Yeah, I'm with you there.
So these guys end up on. It's like Chris Bryant right now. It's like he's on the other side of 30. We didn't love the athleticism.
And it's drying up.
I don't want to do 6 years for Chris Bryant.
Yeah, maybe the market comes down and you get a chance to bring him back. Like you said, things are getting squished down and the market is a little bit dry right now. Some guys might not get signed until mid-April, veteran guys, or even late April.
Yeah.
You might join 12. A team, and that actually might be the new template as a free agent because
it is.
If you're like a 34-year-old, why not wait till May? Go ahead and cut down on all of that BS.
That's what Clemens did for him and Pettit.
Right.
I think they would wait till the end. They're like, I'll show up in June and then I'll pitch till October.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified, the 9 a.m. hour. Brought to you by Timeless Coffee, Willard and Dibs. We're talking a little baseball here, and I want Chris Bryant. I want Suzuki. I want to load up because I'm not feeling the lineup right now, Mark. I'm not feeling it.
I'm sure they're not feeling it either. It's got holes, but it's not done yet.
Would you take Correa, the shortstop, and maybe move him to third or second base?
It's not that I wouldn't take him. Yeah, I don't think he would do that. I don't know.
He's not going to play second, and you got Longoria at third for another year, so you can't. And he's a good glove over there, and he delivered last year. I mean, you can make the face all you want. He was hurt, but
he had one home run, which was a monster home run. He was non-existent in the playoffs. The 5 games
a lot of them were.
They were 6 for 78 outside of Buster
5 for
Posey.
76.
And
Dodgers pitching was good. The Dodgers pitching was really good.
It's going to be really good next year.
Yeah, it's going to be so. And so's the Giants pitching was really good, and it's going to be good. The left side of the infield's tough without knowing what their timeline is on Luciano, but that feels like a deal that they won't make. That's not the kind of deal they want to make. They're not
the Winker deal. They don't want swinging for 2 guys like that. They're not going to make that.
When someone north of 30 comes in looking for 6 years, Farhan's like, "Thank you, next."
What about the A's doing a big fire sale? Do you think Matt Chapman is someone you can get for cheaper because of the bat because Bonte's real down on his bat right now, and rightfully so? Would you swing a deal for a Matt Chapman? And then you'd have to extend him.
Yeah. Again, I don't think they want to lock up the left side of their infield more than they already have. They already locked up Brandon Crawford. What they're going to do, the phrase that you just got to keep, and you got to make peace with it. It's not that they won't spend; it's that they won't give up their flexibility. Financial flexibility is right below Farhan's name on his door. Okay? It's Farhan Financial Flexibility.
That's actually a good middle name, too.
Yeah, there you go.
Put that before Zaidi.
There you go. Farhan Flexibility.
Alan Greenspan approves.
He's not giving it up. Period. Big money for Rodon, but what do we also know? 2 years.
Well, 2 years is nothing.
And possibly only
That's
one.
the thing. He's more interested in no big time commitments that come with big money commitments.
I'm with that.
If you're waiting for the 7-year deal, you're going to have to find another team.
Well, and Gausman,
I'm sorry.
5-year deals, 7-year deals have all been proven to be pretty bad.
Even 5-year deals, I don't think you're going to see from Farhan.
But you're going to lock up a 20-year-old.
But
different story.
Yes, but how's San Diego feel this morning about their long-term deal for Fernando Tatis?
Hey, isn't it crazy how Machado and Tatis, we look at the two of them very different from a couple years ago? Machado's the mature one, and Tatis is the one who's like, what are you doing? Like blowing through stop signs, doing the motorcycle thing, the dirt bike thing.
He still is a young man. That's why. I mean, Machado's closer to 30, so that's just a case of it seems so easy, right, Bonte? You're this great athlete. You can do anything you want except for like 3 or 4 things. Madison Bumgarner, just stay off the dirt bike, stay off the motorcycle. I mean, can you wait 15 years for that?
Monte Ellis.
So many with the moped.
Wow.
Yeah. We had a lot in the Bay Area.
I remember when that broke.
We had a lot in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
I mean, with that said, I still would not mind having Tatis Jr. locked up for the next 11.
No.
It's a win for the Padres, but he's got to grow up. Yeah, Kid's got to grow up.
Well, and it's also, look, it's just one of those things. Like, it's an unfortunate accident. They're not looking, they're not looking to recoup or get out of the contract. There's a long way to go there, and maybe it'll all end up being fine. But it's got to be the right guy if the Giants are going to go long term.
Let's switch gears for a second here. Talk about Jimmy Garoppolo, the quarterback market. Adam Schefter is reporting that the Atlanta Falcons are are non Deshaun Watson, and which means the Falcons will probably flip Matt Ryan to possibly Indianapolis or another team. Where does that leave Jimmy Garoppolo? Boy, did we overrate his market?
If you're Houston and Atlanta becomes the team, because I know, look, there's 4 or 5 teams, so that doesn't mean they're going to get him. But if you're Houston and Atlanta wants Deshaun Watson, don't you want Matt Ryan?
Well, they have David Mills, feels very similar in terms of body type, and Matt Ryan's so old.
Right, but wouldn't that be a good thing for Davis Mills to kind of learn from Matt?
Let him play
under a year or two.
I thought Davis Mills wasn't bad last year.
He threw some nice balls.
I thought he wasn't
a good end of the year.
Not that he's anything special.
I mean, I guess the thing that we keep, I listened to Ben Albright, and when you guys asked him where's Jimmy ending up, and the first word out of his mouth was the Raiders. I was like, wait, what?
Right?
Where'd that come from?
Spadoni almost fell out of his chair.
And then he brought up Houston, which is an interesting thing that I hadn't really been thinking of. You paired him alongside Davis Mills,
year,
Nick Caserio, right?
Which is what I thought they were going to do to Watson Garoppolo swap last year.
But we keep making it sound like, oh gosh, there's nobody. The market's going to dry up. No, there are still 6 teams that don't have a quarterback. Probably 2 more that don't like their quarterback, and every one of them that acquires, Matt Ryan goes to
now you have a hole.
It creates another hole. And why didn't he bring up the Colts?
I don't know. Well, I said, what about the Browns? They keep talking about moving off of Baker. That's the big rumor right now. The Browns is a perfect location for Jimmy.
No, it's not.
They wanted
that weather. You want Jimmy throwing
maturity.
it out?
I'm talking maturity. I'm talking maturity.
You got to win. You got to complete some passes too.
Hey, they offered more to New England for Jimmy than the Niners did.
Yes, they wanted him.
Bill Belichick wouldn't do Jimmy like that, and maybe the 49ers wouldn't either.
Right. Different story now. Absolutely.
Different story.
Absolutely.
Different people in that building.
Look, the next 24 hours is going to be big because you'd think that this deadline is coming. The 2022 salary cap's about to kick in. You'd think that this is going to get figured out in the next 24.
Yeah, I mean, how much confidence do you have? Is this one of those things where, cut. Bonte's asking for it to be cut. The real thing is,
maybe.
Do you guys agree or disagree? And if you don't agree or disagree, maybe we could throw some rolled tortillas with eggs and potatoes on the table and give our guy a chance.
Where are we going? I'm intrigued.
Mark, I mean, you think it gets done, Mark, before the close of business on Wednesday?
I'm not putting any time on it. We could do. I'm not putting any time on it.
I'm just trying to broker new friendships here. I've known Joe for 15 plus. Because I've known young B since he was a sapling.
I'm
brokering friendships here.
You're doing great.
Sapling.
I mean,
I've never heard that one.
That and Zygote are 2 of my go-tos.
I mean, as I sort of said,
and the mighty oak.
That's a good 3.5.
I do love my time in the kitchen, so I'm glad that you guys were able to enjoy breakfast burritos.
Okay.
But I do move away from that baseball bet feeling like I lost the battle, but I won the war.
How?
Because the whole conversation was about whether there was even going to be 162.
Yeah.
Everybody, this is in June and baseball and
the terms of agreement.
I think that he's right.
The concept
he lost the battle, but he won the war.
The concept was they're going to get it figured out. Right. Take a breath. There's going to be a season.
I love the concept.
Yeah.
Not quite as much as I love the burrito with the perfectly diced Adele cuisine. Wickedly flavorful
burrito.
Started in the bathroom in Andronicus.
Talented.
There is there an interesting bet over just is he traded or cut?
See, I'm in on this.
Take the calendar off.
So you think he'll be traded?
It's time to play traded or cut.
I gotta think that. And whether
they get for him,
whether it's before tomorrow or if it's at training camp, I got it. Like you, no matter what you think of the guy. There's something.
All right, so I'm thinking sponsorship opportunity here. Bonita Taqueria, my homie who runs that place, JJ. Yeah. I will, and it's not a hookup. I'm not getting freebies. I will buy him from Bonita Taqueria. I think he gets released. I'm gonna
so
side
you're
with
saying
Bonte.
Cut?
Yeah, I'm
There's
gonna say
also
released.
capped if anybody wants to be team capped. It's traded, cut, or capped here on the Crosstalk.
I'm out on capped.
I'm out.
What do you think?
I think it's a long shot that he gets kept. It would not surprise me if he got kept and restructured his deal. It would not surprise me at all.
I'd be stunned.
Yeah, I would be shocked.
Is there going to be a deal done?
Trade or cut?
Trade.
So this is just what
cut.
So because to be clear here, if he stays with the team and then gets cut in the offseason, I don't win the bet. It has to be like this offseason. Like we have to put a hard date on it. It doesn't have to be like June 1st.
No, not next year.
Yeah,
right.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
2023.
Not week 4.
Before week 1.
The bet ends week 1.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
If they're playing a football game.
All right, I'm in on this.
Yeah.
All right.
So
Burritos for you and your crew, and I'll go this way.
Well, hang on. This is as we've learned. This isn't even about shows. This is about individuals.
It's about people. That's why I'm here brokering friendships.
Joe, for yourself.
Bonte.
As soon as Dibbers went wolf on my last bet, and decided to go it alone.
The terms of agreement are now what?
You're saying cut.
Yeah.
I'll say trade.
Okay.
Bonte?
You want a piece of this action, Bonte?
Oh, no, I'm out on this one.
You don't even want to play?
I don't even want to play. I think I'm out on this one. I don't know what's going to happen.
You got to go in the heat.
Of course you don't know what's going to happen. That's the whole point.
I'm out. I got to go talk to Tyson.
That's not fun. Wait a minute.
3.
Are you filling out a bracket?
Bye-bye.
Are you filling out a bracket?
No,
do you fill out a bracket?
I do.
Every year. You don't know what's going to happen, but the fun is
I got a good
take
idea.
a guess.
Thank you.
I know Gonzaga or Duke's going to be at Chase Center next week. That'll be a lot of fun. But no,
Gonzaga.
I'll get in on the action. I'll get in on the action. I will make the bold claim that he gets cut. All right. I don't think anybody wants him.
Dibbers?
It's show versus show because he's getting traded.
Okay.
So, yeah.
What's the deadline? Hold on. What's the deadline?
Week 1.
It has to be
this upcoming season.
This is the long
one. Week 1, 2030.
The odds are in your favor.
My gosh.
Well, he'll either get traded soon or he'll get cut eventually.
Like June 1, post June 1.
The longer he doesn't get traded, the better you guys look.
The odds were in your favor last time, and I didn't blink.
Yeah,
I brought a bag full of burritos.
Yes.
Okay, it was a major bag alert. And
may the odds forever be in our favor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I like it. What else we got going on today, guys?
Well, Amy Trask is going to hop on, who obviously is one of the best, and so it'll be fun to talk Jimmy with her and the city of Oakland. She might have a thing or two to say about that with what the A's are doing too.
You were putting out some tweets yesterday, Dibs, on that.
We had a nice back and forth with some of the good fans of the Oakland Athletics.
I don't do that no more.
I took a couple shots on the way, but
I said something about I feel sorry for A's fans. Matt Olson gone, and right away the A's fans said, "Oh, stop acting like you care. You don't give a damn about us.
Right.
Go cook a segment about A's baseball and how we're trash." And I just said, "I can't win with A's fans."
Well, and I got into part of the history of the dissolution of the relationship with this radio station some 4+ years ago, and the truth behind it. So, without without casting too much light on everything, but maybe
I have to go run back down your timeline, Dibs.
Yeah, Kumo D has a song that I may or may not have quoted in there as well.
Let me tell you, as somebody who did a lot of those post games with Townie at night, same 3 guys every night.
I mean, no, but that's the point. You can't blame him. You can't blame him. This all goes to Fisher. This all goes it is one of the worst ownerships in sports.
Well, Bleacher Dave is the author of one of the all-time famous rants from Jim Kozimor.
100%.
The Kozimor, you just shut your yapper, was a Bleacher Dave phone call.
So you just shut your yapper.
There's so much more to it than that.
Say it. I'm sorry, sir.
That's part of it.
He's having a cocktail at a pool in a Danville near you.
Man,
it's a great dude.
It's a great dude. I do miss Colzer.
He is the sitcom uncle or the sitcom dad. No,
it's Uncle Coles. By the way, I think he owes me a bet because.
Oh, here we go.
He said that
he owes you a burrito too.
He was like, Joe Lacob signed your checks now, which is why you think the Warriors will finish top 4 in the West. He said they won't be nothing more than a 7th place team.
Huh?
And
okay,
Colzer, where you at? I got to talk to you.
Top 4 is not unlocked, but you're looking good this morning.
Have they clinched it yet?
Arrogance meter maybe a 10.
Don't catch that ticket just yet.
We have to boost that arrogance meter.
Mavericks are only 4.5 games behind.
Randy Gregory for the Cowboys apparently has signed a deal with the Cowboys, but he's pulling a U-turn. He's agreeing to terms with the Denver Broncos.
Oh,
Randy Gregory going to Denver.
Remember that? Lock him up in the room and don't let him leave.
Was it Carlos Boozer who did this once?
Boozer did it with Cleveland.
Boozer do that?
Were they on the banana boat? Was that the same time?
Oh gosh!
Man,
remember that?
I remember, and everybody started tweeting different transportation.
Yes.
They're like planes, trains.
Paul Pierce.
Yeah, they're all like, and everyone's
rockets.
flying. And think about it now. That was all for DeAndre Jordan, who can't complete a 7-yard pass with a ball anymore.
Oh my gosh!
Oh gosh!
All right, that's it
Good
for us.
times.
We'll see you tomorrow. Willard and Dibs next. Don't go anywhere, folks.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You know why I enjoy the heck out of that?
Bonus Hurricane
25
Gale
minutes
coming in.
or whatever.
I love it.
Oh, really?
That's my sister with the
Well, yes, bonus. Gotcha.
Bonus Kaner coming in. You know it's going to be as good a Tuesday as a Tuesday could be.
Well, Tuesday. I know. I got into this conversation with Christy the other day. I'm like, Tuesday. Actually, it wasn't the other day. It was yesterday. She still contends that Monday's the worst day of the week. It's Tuesday. I go, no. First off, I explained to her, I said a third of the Mondays, maybe only a quarter, but a quarter of the Mondays throughout the year have a football game on it.
Za-da-da-da.
Ba-da-ba-da.
Ska-da-da-da-da-da.
Anyway, like that already puts Monday ahead of Tuesday. Okay?
Two's around the horn. We'll take it.
I mean, that was probably pretty annoying is what I'm thinking. This
guy's pretty good.
Yeah, we bailed out on that. But anyway, you get it. Like Monday's got a football game. Tuesday doesn't have a football. Sometimes it's got like a MAC game. Like Central Michigan will be playing, and you'll be like, hey, 7.5. I mean, we're going to do that with Wyoming tonight, right? We're going to make
I was going to say, this Tuesday is more special than most. We're coming off a birthday comeback, reunited performance from the Warriors, and we've got a doubleheader. Don't sleep on a Battle of Texas in the first game.
I won't sleep on it. I might sleep through it, but I will not sleep on it.
When Texas teams collide, it's Southern against Corpus Christi, I believe.
Actually, I'm so confused by the play-in game because you'll go to the Bet the Board, whatever site you go to, Bet Rivers, whatever. We'll go down the board. And I'm like, I can't tell which ones are the play-in games and which ones are the NIT. I can't. I don't even know who's in these games. But anyway, yeah, we got action tonight on the college hardwood. And so maybe this is a better Tuesday than most. But man, I'm like, we're not halfway through the week yet we've got some war scars already because we've had Monday. Monday, I feel more refreshed than on Tuesday because the day before Monday was Sunday. And so like I rested, I got to play, got to hang out with family, and Monday a lot of times has a football. It's not even close. Tuesday is by far away it's the dregs of the week. It's the dog days.
It is
of the week
because it's a deep breath knowing that you can't even see Thursday.
We haven't even thought about the second half of the week.
Thursday's Friday adjacent. Tuesday you're not even sniffing Thursday, so it's brutal. But today, Mark, we do get to celebrate one of those real fun regular season tussles. Day. He's back.
Well, he's back, and not only did he play well in short minutes, he did everything in perfect Day style, which was A, make things look really, really comfortable for all the players around him, and then B, have a whole lot to say after the game at the podium. So we'll get to that in just a second. But we have to celebrate it first. Steph Curry's birthday. He goes for almost the 50-burger. Steve Kerr yanks him out of the game while the crowd was not happy about that. But you could feel it. The smiles, the hug, having those three guys back on the court for the first time in what? I mean, what was the exact number of days? I mean, it was like 2 years.
2005, I think?
Yeah, like 2-3 years, whatever it was, since all three of them have been on the court at the same time. A crazy, crazy number of days. And so that felt really good and leads to today's song of the day. Here we go, Spadon.
We are family.
Yep. This goes all the way back when the Pittsburgh Pirates had good players. Remember that?
That's Guru's team, you realize.
1979. This was their theme song for the 1979 Pittsburgh Pirates. They won it all. And they had good players, right? Willie Stargell. Was Bill Madlock on that team?
Dave Parker.
They were all huge. I mean, like...
Ruben Candelaria. I'm sorry, John Candelaria.
John's
brother
Candelaria.
Ruben was a referee in Marin for a long time.
Kent TeCulvey, square
Of
hats.
course.
I mean, the whole thing.
Rick Roden, I believe.
Oh, my gosh.
Manny Sanguian from the pup in the back, babe.
Was that pre-Rick Russell, or was Russell ready to roll by 79? I think that's a little early. Big Daddy Rick Russell, who my dad ran into at a gas station one time here in the Bay Area. Big Daddy Rick Russell, who was off the field exactly like you'd expect him to be, and what you saw on the field. Just a big old roly-poly dude in a flannel, who was really, really quiet. But anyway, yeah, that was the vibe last night. We are family, and family knows everything about one another. And to me, we've talked for years about how Draymond might be a concoction of the Warriors. Like every time Draymond free agency rumors would come up, it's like, he's not going to do for the Pistons what he does for the Warriors. It's not going to work because he can't score. He needs to be surrounded by great shooters. And we've always gone with that. And last night I suddenly thought, in watching Steph almost go for 50, and he was in the right spot, on the floor all the time with the right shot, I thought, you know what? Maybe to a certain degree, are these great shooters also a concoction of Draymond Green? They all looked like they got home after a long trip and tucked into their own bed last night. They all looked so comfortable when he was on the floor.
Yes, because of what he does in the half court for Steph, the way he directs traffic, the way he always seems to make the smart play. Now, he makes mistakes. He turns the ball over. Anybody would. But the way he sets up Steph Curry, the way Steph knows how the play is going to happen even 2 passes before it gets to Steph, that's the beauty of watching the two of them together. The way Draymond Green is able to get the ball, find Steph off of cuts, Kevon Looney setting screens away from the ball. The movement is just so pure when those two are together. And then you add in Klay, who is a deadly sniper, doesn't need to be involved in everything, but you know he's there for anywhere between 18 and, 55 at a given night.
And then there are moments right now. We're getting them in flashes and bigger doses. Jordan Poole, at times, I mean, I sat down, I feel like second quarter, right? Last 6 minutes of the second quarter last night, sat down with Jude. He tucked right under my left arm, and we just snuggled in front of the Warrior game, and he fell in love with Jordan Poole. I think he already did. We went to a game a couple years ago, and he got Jordan's Gatorade towel, so he's always had a little bit of a thing.
Gotcha.
But my gosh, when that guy gets going, his confidence has never been higher. I didn't realize how fast he was. Like, when he gets crafty, he's not just obviously a three-point shooter. He is becoming a really versatile, all-around scorer. It's not consistent all the time yet. You don't always love all the decisions. It can be out of control at times. But, man, he's got juice. He has got some pop.
Yes, and he does not lack for confidence. He wants to score on you. It doesn't matter if he's missed his last 13 shots. When he gets the ball, he's looking to score. And that, as much as it can be a little bit maddening at times when he's not playing well, he's not scoring well, that's something you can't teach. Like Klay Thompson, for example, doesn't often get into that mode, and God love him for that because he's not ball dominant. When he gets going, he gets hot. You see Klay start to really hunt it. Like you guys have seen this, 37-point quarters on the phone. But Jordan Poole always has that mentality, and in that role, that's actually perfect for this team because he's aggressive with the second unit, and that leads me to another subtle takeaway. Did you notice something different about that Warrior team? The guys who actually were in uniform, I think they call it.
It looked like a normal game.
Normal.
Draymond came off the bench. That was funny. Like, that felt a little funny.
A little different.
Right? 20 minutes.
Did Wiseman play? I didn't. Oh, wait.
No, it wasn't Wiseman.
Was it?
Did somebody get a haircut?
Did he?
Was there somebody gain some weight? Might have
been the street clothes on Andrew Wiggins. Andrew Wiggins didn't play, Mark. Did you? It took me till I was honestly third. Yeah. I mean, K-pop. He's an all-star. Thank you, K-pop.
It's okay to love Andrew Wiggins,
this
but
is
also
the street clothes remix.
Yeah, admit.
Give it to me, Spadone.
I'd like each of us to just take a moment. Honesty reigns. Okay? Honesty is a beautiful thing. And so just look at those you love and don't be afraid to admit it.
Be honest.
Honestly, look to whoever's to your right now and admit to them, when did you notice that Andrew Wiggins wasn't playing? When was it? What time? Game started at 7.
It was 9:27 on Tuesday morning. I was old when
I gotta totally admit it, because I was cooking dinner and phone shopping. I was doing all this stuff pregame, so I didn't know. Sat down, watched the game. I gotta fully admit, when I first noticed that Andrew wasn't playing, post-game show.
Oh man,
post-game show. Bonte was on. I'm like, oh my gosh, Andrew, that's right. The box. Andrew didn't play. Wow.
DNP Street Clothes.
That was kind of telling. Okay, a little more on that. And what Draymond said after the game that no one's talking about, that had nothing to do with the game, yet was just a wee bit controversial. That is coming up as well. 888-957-9570. That is also our Comcast business text line, and it's Willard and Dibs.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Ooh, that's nice.
Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Learn more about gig speed Wi-Fi and other fast speed options. Get started with Xfinity Internet 50 megabits per second for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, add Xfinity Mobile and you could save hundreds a year on wireless. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 331.22. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig Internet and XFi Gateway. Actual speeds vary. Compares optimized pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of carnival fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first sea coaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun.
Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expense additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry behind.
Golfers, tee it up this year at the Golf Mart for the hottest new arrivals from Callaway. Featuring the new Rogue ST drivers, Callaway's most stable driver ever, with tungsten speed cartridge, jailbreak speed frame, and AI flash face. Engineered for max speed and forgiveness. 4 different models to fit every golfer's needs. Think speed, go Rogue. Swing by the Golf Mart and get custom fit for the new Rogue ST drivers today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee, and shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in.
I mean, Kyle, book Kay Adams now. Now.
What are you doing, Kyle?
Why have you not booked her yet? Kay Adams, P1, clearly locked and loaded and dialed in at 9:45 every morning on Willard and Dibs.
And much like you, she has 4 pitches that she can go to.
Yeah. They're not.
She climbed the ladder. She dropped it down.
This is no Kevin Gosman over here where we just got 2 pitches. We're going to throw a bunch of different stuff at you. What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
And then my favorite is the what are you doing? So angry Mark. As angry as Mark can get.
I got a weird one today.
Okay, good.
I had to sift through all my what are you doings to pick one out today, but it took place at 6 a.m. sharp this morning. 6 a.m. sharp on the dot. And so we'll share that. And then we've also got word, and I think, is this a first? Does Spadone's got a what are you doing today?
Yes, what are you doing?
Yes.
Your chance,
okay, you do.
Your chance to lash out at something or someone, and even the cheerful Spadone apparently has been crossed.
I got to look inward on this one, guys.
Wow.
Okay. There's a tease.
All right, so 9:45 every morning. You know this. You can call, you can text. What are you doing? Get it off your chest. Let it out. Something you've observed, something that's bothering you. And then if you can't get to us at 9:45, the What Are You Doing hotline is always available where you can hear what Matt Nahagian actually sounds like, which is equally as disturbing as you always make him sound.
Look.
415-951-2304. We have confirmed that number does work. 415-951-2304. Amy Trask in 1 hour. Also, Bill Burr tickets in 1 hour. And because of Hot Take Jake's incredible ineptitude, you, the listener, get to win twice. It's like hole in one or two. Bill Burr tickets twice. We got 2 pair coming up at 10:30. Do we have the sounder? That one. When you hear that sounder, we got your chance to win 2 tickets to see Bill Burr on May 14th at Oakland Arena, courtesy of Live Nation. May 14th, that's a Saturday at Oakland Arena. That will be one night after I see Pearl Jam at Oakland Arena.
Yeah, I was just going to ask.
You have to clean up after Eddie Vedder to get ready for Bill Burr.
Yeah, I think they go hand in hand in some ways.
I bet you
Same
Bill Burr,
audience.
I bet you Bill Burr is a huge Pearl Jam fan.
Yeah, and I bet there'll be many people that go to both.
I would like to be one of them.
Yes.
So we'll see. Okay, so with all of that, and again, the Comcast Business text line totally ready for you at 888-957-9570. Do we have Draymond's post-game diatribe? Happy day, smiles, hugs, nice win, 4 in a row. And then after the game, this.
Integrity is important. It's very important. And when you assume and you try to put things out there to cause controversy and essentially make other people look bad, it's ridiculous.
So Draymond went on to say that he was not answering questions at the podium. He did say, I will be available one-on-one for any of you who want to come over here to the side and talk to me, and he did that. But he never specifically stated what he was talking about, but he was mad about something. And there was one thing he shared in this that I thought was actually really, really cool, because we in the media get the sense often that the athletes, especially in 2022 with platforms everywhere, are like, we don't need you. You guys don't know what we go through. We don't need you. I can go put my own information out. And the media is still trying to claw. And can we get back into the clubhouse now after COVID and all of that stuff? He said something that I really loved. He goes, you guys got to understand that we're a team. My job doesn't work without you, and your job doesn't work without me. It was, again, another example of Draymond being just, he's a real one.
Yes. He's going to speak his mind, and he's going to call it as he sees it. And I don't know what the situation is with the media or if what report came out that he wasn't thrilled with or the veracity of it therein. I'll say this, and the Warriors have earned this through basically all of the Joe Lacob era. They don't get it very rough here, but it's because they don't make a lot of mistakes. They win games, they have parades, they win championships, their front office is diverse, their head coach, the owner, the GM, they're all available. Rick Welts was always incredibly available. Their PR is the best in the business. So if you have one of your star players who's able to speak his mind honestly, and all of them have been free to, say what they want about all things. And in this case, if Draymond felt like he was, quote, wronged without really giving an example, it's tough to really, give it too much credence.
No one knows at this point exactly what was being discussed there, what made Draymond upset. I do think some have put out on social media, if you think back to the story that came out a couple weeks ago, that stated that the Warriors really wanted Draymond while he was hurt to be right there with the team. They wanted him to be almost a coach on the sideline. They wanted him working with the young players. And for the most part, he was. But then on that trip down to L.A., it was his birthday. The insinuation was he went out, he partied, he wasn't there with the team the next day. Maybe that was because of the night before. I don't know that that's what was it, but you remember that story. That kind of bounced around a little bit, and the timing of it all matches up that maybe that's what he was talking about. And I don't know. I never know about it. I mean, what's your thought on how available that kind of information should be? Because I'll just throw this in. I think too often it leads us to believe things that are not necessarily true. Remember Odell Beckham on the boat?
Yeah.
Remember the picture on the boat?
Yes.
And then he dropped a pass in the playoffs like a week later. See? You should have been reading your playbook.
All that.
Like you're not allowed to put a bathing suit on. It's like, well, no, they get to still live.
Yes. And in this case where he's not playing, he's not active, he's in L.A., and I believe there's a spot or two that you can go at night, I think they call it. I don't know if they're called night clubs or night clubs. I'm in bed by 8:30. I wouldn't know.
Places to go, yeah.
Yes, he's not playing. Yes, they want him to be on the bench. He probably goes out, ties one on, isn't feeling super great the next day. He's not playing anyway. Yes, he's supposed to be there, and he's not. And it's really not a big deal. Anthony Slater or whoever reported it doesn't make it a big deal either.
True.
But the fact that it's out there, and Draymond went on to speak in that saying, I now work on your side of things. I understand the job, and I'm all for the job. I'll give quotes and expand on my answers. But it feels like he's intimating that this sort of, and it's not an incident, this sort of occurrence, we'll call it, maybe shouldn't be reported. And maybe it wasn't reported 100% accurate. No matter what it was, he has the platform and he's got the credibility to speak to it.
Okay, so now Draymond, we're being told, has confirmed that was the story that upset him. Okay. So now that takes us a step further. Let me throw this at you. Let's say, because I don't know what was true, and obviously something upset him there, that there was either an insinuation or facts that he feels were out of place, not true, whatever. Let's say that all of it did happen. Let's say Draymond went out on his birthday and got tanked. And so he had to sleep the next day away. Doesn't bother me one bit.
Me either.
You all get tanked on your birthday.
Oh, boy.
Hell,
my 41st. It's a surprise at Barclays.
I know a lot of people whose birthdays last for a month. Oh, this group's going to take me out to lunch, and that group's going to take me out to dinner, and now we're going to... Your birthday was 3 weeks ago.
This is an early edition of What Are You Doing?
Stop going out. That's enough.
And by the way, just if I can, preempt the bit with this, you're a grown person. You don't get birthday week, okay? I'm going to give you birthday 3 days if you want it. You're an adult. You have children. What are you doing? Anyway.
I don't even always want birthday. Like, that's nice of you to give 3 days. I know if it falls on a Wednesday or, oh, holy hell, a Tuesday.
Oh, God, skip it.
Right? You can't do that. I get it. You got to work the next day. So you can transfer your birthday to the weekend, but it still should just be 1 day. 1 day. How many different groups of friends do you have? And take the opportunity to let those friends all meet each other. This group wants to take you out for lunch. That one wants to take you out for dinner. How about we do one dinner and they're all there?
Perfect.
Just come on. Let's do this and move on. You shouldn't be celebrating anymore anyway. We're turning gray. Birthdays after you turn 21, maybe 25. Then it's just the biggies.
Yes.
30, 40, 50?
I'm all for the birthday every year, and if you're Steph Curry, you celebrated your birthday with 47, which made me think, and maybe we can take calls on this after. What was your best birthday? Because that's a pretty good birthday if you're Steph Curry. You're 34, your buddy's back, you roll, you bust out for 47. That's a pretty good birthday, Steph.
That's a good question.
That's a great question.
First ones that popped to mind when you said it were 21, 30, and 40. 21, 30, and 40 were candidates.
Oh, boy.
Oh, wow. And they all delivered because those are marquee birthdays.
Yeah, they delivered. 16, I mean, like I did the driving test on my birthday and nailed it.
Oh, look at you.
Missed 3 points.
Okay.
I did a little lurch out of a stop sign, like, I'm going to go? No, I'm not going to go. And he was like, oh, and they start writing on that piece of paper.
He hit you on a lurch?
He did. Yep. He's
not an Uncle Fester. No. Not a Gomez.
Wait a minute. Before we do, what are we doing? Do we have breaking news?
Yeah, a little.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Oh, go
This is
ahead,
fascinating.
Kyle. I see what you see. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah. Jordan Schultz.
Yep.
NFL insider guy says Deshaun Watson is also meeting with the Niners. Per league source, I'm told the Saints remain the front runner based on trade assets and their desire to acquire the 26-year-old superstar QB. Decision likely by tomorrow.
Oh.
What?
What?
Does Kay Adams have something to say about that?
What are you doing?
Okay.
Question.
I think we need to push what are you doing for just at least a couple minutes. Let's just everybody take a breath for a second.
What are they doing?
What are you doing?
Okay. Trade assets. What do the Texans want? The 49ers have no draft capital
Nick
to give
Bosa.
them. Well, they would want Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Is what they would want.
You would figure.
Why are the 49ers? I mean, This feels like something that's either going to happen or the 49ers are going to deny it ever happened. Do you know what I mean? Like they're either going to get Deshaun or they're going to come out and say, we didn't meet with Deshaun. Because if this is actually true, and this is why I was hesitant about all the Brady stuff. You can celebrate the acquisition of a Tom Brady, but let's all admit that at the same time the fan base was celebrating, they would also immediately yell at the brass and say, you blew it. If you would go acquire a different star quarterback a year after you gave up 3 drafts to acquire a quarterback, we are going to go A to B and say you messed up the pick. Of course we're going to say so. If you're even meeting with Deshaun Watson, are you not stating we're not sure about Trey Lance?
That's basically what you're saying. Or you can just be, hey, we're kicking the tires and maybe Trey's not ready. But the very idea that you are meeting with him would tell you that you're not 100% sold on Trey Lance to be your next quarterback, because you look at other teams that have quarterbacks that aren't meeting with Deshaun Watson, theoretically, like Atlanta, reportedly one of the teams maybe in the mix. So is this doing due diligence, or is this a lightweight vote of no confidence on your own rookie quarterback? That's an interesting way to look at it, because if they don't kick the tires on Deshaun Watson and Trey Lance goes out and has a mediocre year, Deshaun Watson goes off in Atlanta and they go to the Super Bowl, then what are fans going to say? You should have kicked the tires on Deshaun Watson. So I think you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, if you're a front office on any team, really.
Wow. That's, I agree. I agree. But what we're all waiting for, the one thing we don't know in the backs of the minds of the 49ers executives, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Parag Marathe, whoever else, Adam Peters, what we don't know is what they actually saw last year. So this factors into Jimmy Garoppolo now too. Like we're all sitting here going, "Oh, they didn't trade Jimmy because they're not getting the right deal."
Maybe Jimmy's in this trade. It's Jimmy and
maybe the 49ers aren't convinced. Maybe they don't know exactly what they've got with Trey Lance. And if they feel like he's not going to be ready, remember there was also the Mike Sando thing over the weekend.
Yeah,
they could get Mariota and he could play while Trey Lance learns more. I'm like, wait, what? How many years do you need to learn before you're ready to play? there's starting to be a little smoke around the idea of the 49ers not feeling like Trey's ready.
Well, that's an interesting question because you've seen quarterbacks wait. Aaron Rodgers waited 3 years. He was more ready to go. He probably would have done better early on in his career had he been given an opportunity. Jordan Love's another guy who is just being left to marinate in Green Bay now. And if Trey Lance, coming off of 1 year of FCS, if he's got the raw tools, but he doesn't have yet the full package, maybe it is another year of seasoning. But Deshaun Watson, he's got a big contract. So let's just say if they were able to trade Jimmy G and another big player and multiple assets and bring in Deshaun to mentor Trey Lance, you'd want Trey Lance to play after a year. And what do you do with Deshaun Watson at that point?
Live producing and booking on the radio, Jordan Schultz at 10 a.m., okay? In 10 minutes, Jordan Schultz is going to hop on, who just sent that tweet about Deshaun Watson to the 49ers. Jordan Schultz is going to hop on coming up at 10 a.m. to talk a little bit about that tweet a little further. Okay, second question. Let's say the 49ers, let's say this is real. Let's say that the 49ers are interested. How's the fan base receive that after the legal situation that has just unfolded? And 888-957-9570 right now, are you willing to accept Deshaun Watson as the quarterback of the 49ers? I mean, let's go down this rabbit hole for a second. Let's say they did pull off some sort of a blockbuster. You okay with it?
Well, I mean, you're going to have a Gabe Kaplarian press conference where everything gets exposed and everything gets asked, and you definitely give the Bay Area media credit in that press conference where Gabe Kapler was called to task for the goings-on in Los Angeles, which, by the way, not nearly as severe as the allegations with Deshaun Watson. So in this market, Mark, I think there would have to be a certain amount of a Q&A before fans and the media would really accept what he is alleged to have been a part of.
This one's weird. This does not feel, I mean, this is, I got to just admit, this feels very surprising to me. Does this feel surprising to you? Let's take it at face value and say, yeah, the 49ers are meeting with Deshaun Watson and his people today. We know prior to last year, I will tell you this, prior to last year, the 49ers were calling on Deshaun. That I know. And if you're Deshaun, remember, he's got a full no-trade clause. So he can also pick where he's going to go. And so the 49ers would be highly attractive. But with everything that we've just been through, the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo is still on the roster, the fact that Trey Lance has been drafted for a total king's ransom, and that the 49ers have told us as recently as a couple of weeks ago, yeah, this is our guy. Week 1 this year, the Trey Lance era is beginning. We don't want Tom Brady. This is, wow. Like, this is, if this is all real, this is very surprising to me.
Well, maybe it's a part of a greater leverage play as it pertains to Jimmy Garoppolo. And think about this as a hypothetical. Deshaun Watson's going to be suspended for, let's just say, half a year. That might be the number. Maybe we get Amy Dash on later in the week or tomorrow to talk about what she's hearing from a legal standpoint. So whoever acquires him, it's going to be a second half QB, if that. So you still have a chance to look at Trey Lance. If you trade Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe you have to trade you trade all your assets that you can, including probably a good player. I don't know if it would be somebody of the Bosa, Kittle, Warner ilk. But if you're Houston and you could get Bosa, Kittle, or Warner, you get James Garoppolo to be your placeholder, and you get 3 first-round picks in the future, maybe that turns out to be what this hypothetical package would be.
Wait a minute, we got more breaking news?
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Well, we've got a conflicting report from NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko, who just said on Twitter the 49ers are not meeting with Texans quarterback Deshaun Watson. A source just told moi.
Yeah.
He didn't say moi, he said me.
Okay. Look, we'll talk directly to Jordan here in 5 minutes, but I will say right now, if you're looking at these two reports, and who knows if the 49ers are being honest, I mean, of course, they're not going to want it out there that they're meeting with Deshaun, but again, as I said 2 minutes ago, if they were doing this, I would find that to be very surprising.
And I wonder what constitutes a meeting, because maybe they just happened to bump into each other at a local coffee shop, Timeless Coffee, sponsoring the 9 o'clock hour,
Beautiful,
by the way. Yeah, got it in, buzzer beater. Maybe they just bump into each other. I love it. That would be a chance meeting, but it would still be a meeting. So very nebulous. I do know this. Matt Mayoko, Jordan Schultz, you need to contact each other and put a breakfast burrito on it, because that's what we do.
We will tell Jordan.
It's like trading places.
Yeah,
exactly.
First question,
$1.
Jordan: chorizo or chicken apple sausage?
Totally.
We're going to need to discuss this.
Boy,
that's a great question.
I mean, all right.
Obviously.
It's all.
Speaking of which, you have no food, so we may need to address that here in the 10 o'clock hour.
Again, we didn't even do. Now the question for what are you doing is what are we doing? We didn't even do what are you doing?
Yeah.
So we'll
calling Gambinos is what I'm doing.
Let's move it to like 10:15.
Mm-hmm.
I have so many what are you doings, and yeah, it starts.
What are you doing?
I cruised out without my food today. And I'm a baby about it. I'm texting people. I'm like, oh my God, I don't have my food. What am I going to do? I have to get through my 3-hour job without snacks. People are like, dude, you're done at noon. You go get lunch. That's what you do. No, it's a problem. It's a problem
for all of us.
I'm fading fast. 1 hour in. It's
like a little piece of you died.
It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. Jordan Schultz reports Deshaun Watson and the 49ers are talking, and he joins us in 5 minutes. Then it's What Are You Doing? Then it's Amy Trask. Our cup runneth over on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Players are on the move in the NFL and the MLB.
Jeff Passan reporting Atlanta and Oakland.
faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thunderstruck. Adjective. Shocked and amazed by the power of Carnival Fun. It's what happens when you ride Bolt, the world's first seacoaster. When you island hop till you drop. Thunderstruck! When you book 4 massages back to back. Back to back. Get Thunderstruck starting at $289. Carnival. Choose fun.
Cruises are in U.S. dollars per person, double occupancy. Taxes, fees, and port expense additional. Restrictions apply. Full details on carnival.com. Ships registry, Bahamas.
Your roof. It takes a beating from our heavy rain and sunshine. Replacing a roof is a major undertaking, but Golden State Lumber and Building Materials can help make it easier for you. Golden State carries a great selection of roofing tile, like steel and composite material that looks like wood, slate, and terracotta. They also carry underlayment, sealants, and other components. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Family owned for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
You're listening to KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
That's a damn good package.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. I think the first questions for Jordan Schultz have been adjusted a little bit in the last few minutes, but Jordan's going to join us here in just a second. Jordan reporting about 8 minutes ago that the 49ers and Deshaun Watson are meeting. 4,322 other NFL reporters have already now jumped to Twitter to refute the report. So that's interesting, and I wonder how Jordan takes that. Of course, Jordan Schultz, host of the Pull-Up Pod with CJ McCollum, has had his time at ESPN and a long-time reporter across NBA and NFL circles. Jordan, good morning. It's great to have you. What's going on?
Doing well. Thanks for having me, fellas.
Yeah, so I'm sure you've seen, after your report on Twitter, there have been just hundreds upon hundreds of reports refuting your report. So what is your response to that?
It's probably the same people who said, when I said in December that Russell Wilson could be a Bronco, they probably said the same thing.
And so, yeah, I mean, not only are you standing by your report, but do you have a nature of what this meeting theoretically is going to be like?
I think the meeting is something that is probably more informational and less of a chance of happening. I think he wants to be in the NFC. I know New Orleans is the favorite. Carolina's obviously been in it as well. I don't think there's much to Cleveland or Atlanta. But I think San Francisco, the fact that they're interested and that, I know they don't have a lot of capital, and this would have to be significant mortgage of their future picks. But it is something that I've been told by 2 people now. And, guys, sometimes in this business, you just have to take the lumps, and if people want to criticize, that's their prerogative.
Well, and it's fair. Let's not act like everybody in high places in the sports world are just honest with reporters. They can go ahead and report whatever they want. And so obviously they're refuting your report, but no, we'll take it at face value. And let me ask this. Because the first thought that goes through a 49ers fan's head when you even bring up the idea is, wait a minute, what are they saying about Trey Lance, in that they're still poking around about quarterbacks? So how would you answer that?
I would say Trey Lance, I know that the Niners liked him a lot. I know he didn't play a ton last season, but from what I understood, he did a great job of learning the offense. He was very committed to being a backup and learning from Jimmy, and I think Jimmy did a very good job of coaching him along the way, which says something about Garoppolo as well. I don't doubt that Trey Lance is the future in San Francisco. If a trade were to happen with Houston and Deshaun Watson, you'd have to imagine without question that he'd be in that package. But I think this has a lot less to do with Trey Lance and a lot more to do with the opportunity or even the glimpse of hope of getting someone like Deshaun.
What about the leverage play angle in all this? If Deshaun Watson has more suitors, does this then jack up the price for a team that's more likely to acquire him?
No, I think the price is what it is. We've heard 3 number ones. Probably more it's going to take than that. He's only 26 years old. Obviously, we saw the package for Russell, who's going to turn 34 next Thanksgiving. 2 number ones, 2 number twos, and a couple good players. So I don't think the price is going to go up or down. I think it's pretty much set at what it is right now.
Jordan Schultz with us on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. The report out there from about 15 minutes ago that says the 49ers are meeting with Deshaun Watson. There have been numerous reports refuting that just to make sure that's all on the table. And then anytime you bring up this position in this town right now, Jordan, you know this, all minds go to Garoppolo. And it was certainly a thought. It's a surprise that a trade hasn't happened yet, number one. And number two, when you sent this out, I started to think, well, wait, maybe that's why something hasn't happened yet. Maybe something else still needs to sort of happen that is affected by this. So what's your take on the Garoppolo derby, if there is one?
Well, I think from what I've been told, they're motivated, the Niners are, to move Jimmy sooner than later just because, if you keep the rehab going internally, there's not a whole lot of benefit to San Francisco to keep him there. I think they want to do right by him, and the market for Garoppolo is I wouldn't say it's significant, but there is a market for him. And the fact that there's significant need around the league for quarterbacks. We're going to see it. We see it every year, but right now, Indianapolis is someone that I've talked about as being interested in Jimmy, among others. So I would be surprised if he's not traded sooner than later, just given the fact that he's coming off the shoulder surgery, and I think both sides would want a fresh start.
So if you were to, say, make a friendly wager, as to whether or not he'll get traded or whether or not he'll get cut, which camp would you be in, Jordan?
I'd say 90%, 85-90% traded, yeah.
Thank you very much, Jordan. I may or may not have a breakfast burrito riding on it, and I appreciate. Yes,
I don't think he'll be cut. I don't think he'll be released. No.
Yeah. Okay, we're with you on that one. Hey, Jordan, thanks for reacting quickly and hopping on with us. Good stuff. Thanks again.
My pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Jordan Schultz, the Schultz report, and standing by his statement, despite, and I mean honestly, the entire NFL. I mean, from every single 49er beat writer.
They've batted around, Mark, to use a baseball analogy for you.
To Albert Breer, to Peter Schrager, to Josina Anderson, every single one of them is refuting his report, but his answer was, they all refuted my report 3 months ago when I said Russell Wilson could be a Bronco.
And he did say initially to answer my question, it's an informational meeting. So I don't know if that's like an exchange of emails or if they're in like an old AOL chat room where, in that. So the nebulous nature of meeting, it could be as simple as, hey, Deshaun, how you doing? An email or slides into somebody's DMs. Is that a meeting?
Deshaun, could you say your full name into the camera, please?
Exactly.
Deshaun Watson. Okay, wanted to make sure we get the pronunciation right. Thank you so much.
Good meeting.
Yeah, that was great. All right, and speaking of great, we have more breaking news.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by DuckDuckGo.
Oh my God.
Protect your privacy online for free with DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Spadone, is there a shelf life on the breaking news sounder? Like, we're wearing that sucker out this week.
It's a new bit for our show, actually.
This one hurts.
But this is real, and yeah, it does. It's going to rub. This is rubbing the noses of many of you fans in it. It's one thing to trade Matt Olson. It's another when the other team does this the very next day. First baseman Matt Olson has signed an 8-year, $168 million contract extension with the Atlanta Braves.
Holy mackerel.
You got to figure, we never talk about trades from this angle. What an unbelievable 24 hours for Matt.
Freedom!
Right? It's like he gets out of This organization that will not promote its players, that will not pay its players, a building that is often empty. Now he goes to the World Series champions, and he was born in Atlanta.
$21 million a year, Mark.
He could not pull the pen out fast enough to sign this offer. And
what's the cap hit and what's the guaranteed money? Oh,
right.
All of it.
168
yes.
million
Cash me out 8 times.
Gucci.
Seriously.
I, for one, am thrilled that my Atlanta Braves have inked a player of Matt Olson's caliber to a long-term deal at just 21. I'm very sad to see Freddie Freeman go. Of course, beloved.
We've always loved Freddie.
Yeah. Love our defending champs.
Never took you in the other room to be a tomahawk chop guy.
That I disagree with. That I am fully against, but I am very pro Matt Olson.
We're against the tomahawk chop. Have a Facebook page about it, actually.
Spadone, thank you.
W's.
While hitting the breaking news sounder, Spadoni was able to also break off a tweet and just wrote on top of Ken Rosenthal's report for Matt Olson, just must be nice. That's what he wrote. Yeah. Must be nice. Yeah, it is. It is. It's nice. It's nice to be able to have players, pay them, make them happy, make them want to be there. I mean,
I get my peaches down in Georgia. I get my sluggers in California.
That's a 5 because I love the Biebs.
We love the Biebs.
You know what? There is no Biebs hate is not welcome here.
No, we're pro Biebs on this program.
If you want your fake machismo and Justin Bieber hate, you take that to another sports radio show. Not here. I bet Steinmetz would love to have you. I bet he doesn't even know a Bieber song.
Steiny went to the Bieber concert. He likes the Biebs.
My fault.
Totally.
My fault.
What'd you have, Bieber?
My fault. What'd you have? A Truly?
Ratto.
Can someone get him another Bieber?
Ratto.
That's a 4. That's really good.
Ratto hates Bieber. But Ratto hates everybody.
God, I hate that guy.
What if Ratto just jams to Justin Bieber? That's the one
God,
the one
hate
thing.
That guy. I hate us. God, we're so stupid.
Well, anyway, that was a fun little 20-minute tango. I have no idea what just happened. Are they meeting? Listen, if you want me to unpack just a guess, no, Deshaun Watson's not coming to San Francisco.
Sure.
No, the 49ers are not seriously thinking about it, nor do they hate Trey Lance.
Nor are they really meeting, Zoom or otherwise.
But conversations? Hell yeah. Every time, all the time. That's their job.
And again, a conversation does not mean we hate Trey. It's your job to have conversations. And by the way, if you see on your caller ID and the name pops up Deshaun Watson, you answer the phone.
Well, sure you do.
Sorry, D.
Or what if the name's Nick Caserio? Like, what if this went this way? Remember, the Texans and Deshaun are at odds here. Don't forget, this isn't just because of the legal situation. I wonder how many of you remember that prior to the legal situation, Deshaun had already demanded a trade. The Houston Texans are a very, very difficult organization, especially for a black player. I'm just going to go out and say that. We've been through this. That ownership has a reputation. There has been behavior there. Deshaun Watson wants out, and he wanted out before there was any legal situation. So Nick Caserio, who was involved in drafting Jimmy Garoppolo, Houston wants as much return as possible. Deshaun, who has a no-trade clause, wants to pick his spot. So these two things are totally at odds. So it's like there's two separate negotiations going on at the same time. If Deshaun says, I want to go to New Orleans, I don't like Carolina, I don't want to go to Cleveland, and Houston's sitting here going, well, we don't like New Orleans' offer. What if Houston called the 49ers? What if that was the deal? Because Deshaun probably would want to be a 49er. Maybe Houston's trying to drum up more suitors. That's totally possible.
Yes, and that doesn't necessarily constitute a, quote, meeting. Maybe, hey, we're going to conference Deshaun in on this call just so you can say hello. Okay. They had a meeting. It was a phone meeting. Right. It was a 3-way. Boy, did it get steamy.
That's delicious.
For 90 seconds, these things can all be very nebulous, but when you see reports come back that quickly and that profoundly, there's not a doubt that somebody in the Niners brass saw the tweet, and they all immediately scattered their people. Go tell your reporters that this is a bunch of BS, and so that's why the rebuke came so thoroughly and so quickly.
Amy Trask, who's fantastic, NFL insider for CBS Sports and also former CEO of the Raiders, is going to join us in 15 minutes, and we'll talk this out. Bill Burr tickets as well. Amy is live tweeting, getting ready for our show. Have you seen this? Amy, just 3 minutes ago, can't wait to join Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Going to chat at 10:30. And I didn't have to do time zone math, which Amy knows trips her up sometimes.
Yeah.
That gets her sometimes. It's the only thing. But she said I didn't have to do time zone math because we're in California. I love them so much that I drove to what I hope will be a quiet spot, and I used all my quarters in the parking meter. Then she quote tweets it, update, after using all of my quarters in the parking meter, construction started right near my car, so I'm off to find a different spot, no quarters. So I hope I don't get a ticket while I'm talking to Willard and Dibs.
Well, Amy, on behalf of all of us, if you do get a ticket, we'll pay for it. We'll gladly get a second mortgage on our house because parking tickets are no joke. We'll pass the jar, and we'll famously, by the way, she filled the Dibley family swear jar. I was lucky enough to take the kids to a Raider game. She had me in her private box where we watched the game, and Amy runs a little hot. So
absolutely,
she came over in the second quarter.
You get along famously.
Second quarter, she comes over and she goes, "Hey," peels off a 20 and says, "Let me prepay for the second half."
Wow,
Dibley family swear jar. She's number 2 all time in contributions.
That's tremendous.
Based on one Raider game.
Well, what she needs is a validation sensation.
That's a buck.
And so we'll go ahead and donate to that and make sure. By the way, just point of clarification. Can they ticket you if you're sitting in the car?
Yes.
They can.
Yes, they can.
But won't they ask you to move first?
99.99% of the time, yes.
Joe, you're shaking your head. Have you ever gotten a ticket while you're sitting in the car?
May or may not have been napping, Mark, and this has happened to me.
Now, that's different.
Totally different.
Can they ticket you while you're awake?
They can, yes.
I mean, turn the car on and leave.
That's normally the way it goes. Right. But sometimes you're in a loading, no loading zone, and they'll come over and pap you on the window, and if you're on the phone, you're like, yeah, just a minute. You might get a ticket.
Do you wave off the meter maids of the police?
No. I posed for pictures with them. When we got fired famously 8 years ago, I got a parking ticket at the Graduate. Steiny and I went out for a, hey, I got fired too, day cocktail, and I got a parking ticket.
Wow.
So I went out and posed for pictures with the guy because I'd been fired 90 minutes earlier.
Okay, that's a good day. Yeah,
good day.
Yeah.
I think it was a Tuesday.
Most definitely was a Tuesday. All right, we forward promoted something that's never happened before on this show, which is a Joey Spadoni, What Are You Doing?
Huge.
And so I feel like we owe that to the people. I feel like you and me, Dibs, I feel like we're owed that. And with Amy coming up in 10 minutes, Joey, you're not getting away with this one. Let's go.
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm going to be brief with mine because I want to get to Spadone. You got one too, don't you, Dibs?
I do, and this is a PSA from all of us to all of you. Bay Area drivers, yeah, it rained. The roads are wet. It's gonna be okay. All of you slowpokes who slow down extraordinarily more, and all of you speed demons who don't slow down, you're both the problem. Everyone bring it down 20%. If you're a slow driver, keep to the right. And if you're Speedy Gonzalez, can you knock it off? Because you cause accidents. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's fair.
It's a joke out there.
Every single time there's water on the ground, we have the same thing happen and then the same conversation afterward.
Every time.
Which is like, it's okay. You don't have to lose your mind.
Just slow down.
It's just a little rain. I do love the reaction. My kids had that when last night I took the dog out for a walk and they came back in and go, you know what? It's raining out there. They were like, it was as if somebody had stole something from them. What? What do you mean it's raining out here? We live here. There's no rain.
It's March.
Go back out, Dad, and try again. What are you doing right now?
You have to dial up something else.
Speaking of mine, dreams. What are you doing?
Oh.
Okay, what are they? Can somebody figure this out for me? What are we doing when we dream? Why are they happening? Why are they so weird? Dreams. What are you doing? The alarm clock goes off at 6 o'clock this morning, okay? I wake up, and it's rare, but the dream, like I just woke up from it, so it's vivid. It's in my memory, so I wrote it down. Because you know how you forget them later?
Oh, you got to write down right away.
You ever know? Do you know who comedian Tom Papa is? I saw him at Cobb's about 6 months ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
You right, Tom Papa? Spadone, you're giving me thumbs up. Kyle, you know Tom Papa? Yeah? No, thumbs down. Anyway, Tom Papa, he's funny. Went and saw him at Cobb's. So here's the dream. I wake up at 6 a.m. I was playing basketball, 2-on-2 with Tom Papa. We were down 3 with 3 minutes to go. There was an actual clock. I don't know how you get a clock in a 2-on-2 game, but it's a dream. Down 3 minutes to go. He's got the ball. I dive for a steal. I get all ball, okay? But the legs tangle up a little bit. And Tom goes down. But it's after the steal has already taken place. So he falls. We go the other way and score.
Full court, 2-on-2.
We are down 1, okay? We are now down 1. While Tom's on the floor, my dog Penny comes running over and jumps on him because that's what dogs do when somebody hits the floor. So Penny jumps on him, and Tom was startled by the whole thing. Obviously, my dog, who's 55 pounds, jumped on him. He handled it well, but then he immediately started to leave. He acted like, of course I'm leaving after what just took place.
Yeah, it's a flagrant one.
And I was thinking to myself, where are you going? We are now down 1 with 3 minutes to go. Alarm clock.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, what happened?
I don't know. I woke up.
Did the game, was it suspended? And did you resume? Maybe tonight you guys resume the game from there.
Tom left.
Delay of game.
And I'm just thinking to myself, hey, dreams, what are you doing? What in the fresh hell was that?
Right.
What is that?
It's a combination of personalities and events combined with your fear of Penny jumping on people and the incompletion of your basketball career.
I mean,
you're welcome.
I was happy to get the steal. I didn't get a lot of those. I'm not the fleetest of foot.
But you cut it to 1, and then you didn't have a chance to find out if you ever came back and won it or not.
And I don't really know if Tom was mad. He was kind, but that was it. He went to his car and he left.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, the game's over.
Yeah, I wonder why Penny wasn't in the crate. What are you doing? Letting Penny run roughshod like that.
Why is Penny in the gym?
Right.
What was Penny?
What are you doing?
Seriously.
I have no idea.
I agree, Kay.
All right, Spadone, what do you got?
Gentlemen, I got into this business because I love sports. I think we all do, right? We all love sports. I think right now, currently, my sports fandom is at an all-time low. If you look at all of my favorite teams, all right, just for the audience, so you know, I'm an A's fan, a Raiders fan, and a Lakers fan.
Woof.
Yesterday, it starts off, Matt Olson, gone. Over the weekend, Chris Bassett, gone. The Raiders are in the toughest division in sports, and everyone seems to be adding players except for the Raiders. J.C. Jackson, Chargers. Randy Gregory, by the way, this morning, going to the Broncos. Russell Wilson, already Bronco. Patrick Mahomes, Khalil Mack. It's bad.
Okay, and Ben Albright this morning said you're about to acquire Jimmy Garoppolo, which I'm sure made you throw up in your mouth.
That's awesome. To back up Derek Carr, so that's awesome.
Okay.
And then also, pick your battles, not going my way. 0-0, by the way, so down to 4-3. Man City versus, who they even play?
Crystal Palace. I took the goal and a half.
Brutal.
But you're still in first place by yourself.
I am, by 1 game.
Yeah.
And then, I just turn on the Lakers-Raptors game, and boy... 25-2, I think, was or 25-6 rather, was the score in the first quarter at some point. Spadoni, what are you doing watching these teams following along? Why do I care?
He's on a skid.
Why do I care, guys? Why? Why do I put myself through this?
Because that's what we do. It's what we do. But it is.
What are you doing?
Totally.
I mean, I'm over here sitting, and I like to strike this chord a lot. Like, I know that there haven't been any championships in the last 3 or 4 years, but the Warriors, 49ers, and Giants, pretty healthy right now. Like,
in it. They're in it.
You like the coaches. You like the decisions. They feel like smart teams. It's pretty good right now. They compete. They're in it.
Be tough to find the worst contract, too. Like, maybe we can play that game tomorrow. What's the worst Bay Area contract right now? You'd be hard-pressed.
D. Ford.
They just reconstructed it, too.
I know. Well, yeah. When are they going to just deconstruct it? Like, when are they going to blow it up?
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have said Longoria before last year, but now the Giants, contract-wise, they're pretty good.
They got so much space, yeah. So, but
by the way, 650 on the Comcast Business text line, AFC West is not the toughest division. Kick rocks. Please. Not even close. I don't know if you guys disagree with that, but it's not even close.
It's all on
Have
paper.
you seen the Pacific Division in the NHL?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It looks like a pretty good division. Looks like it. We'll see how it all works out, but yeah, that's tough, man. If you're an East Bay fan and then you just grabbed a basketball team from LA to go with it, tough run.
Yeah, it's a good run, but it's a you problem now.
All sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware. Amy Trask in moments. Bill Burr tickets as well. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Club Osh from Outdoor Supply Hardware has everything to make home shopping more rewarding. From free delivery and birthday coupons to double points days and member-only pricing. It pays to join Club Osh. Join today at any Outdoor Supply Hardware location or at osh.com.
Where will Garoppolo end up?
I was talking to John yesterday just about finding the right destination, and I just want to go to a place where they want to win.
Trey Wingo here on 95.7 The Game.
If you're looking at how Jimmy G won in San Francisco, and you're looking at how Indianapolis is set up to win, that sounds very familiar.
Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Buying online is as simple as 1, 2, 3 with Ceremony Ford.
medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with Hims, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Incubus is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on August 26th, and 95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way in. Get to 957thegame.com/contest to enter.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We work in the media. There are conversations that take place every day, but some conversations are simply better than others. I have found in my life and in my history that those conversations that take place with the great Amy Trask, NFL analyst, CBS Sports, and of course, as we know, longtime former employee, CEO of the Raiders, joins us now on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Here we go into one of those conversations. There are expectations here, Amy, because you crush it every time. So let's go ahead and do it again. How are you?
Well, now I have a lump in my throat from that beautiful introduction. I don't know that I can actually talk very well.
Well, then let me ask you another question. Can we please get an update on your parking situation? Are you okay?
I am okay, and the guy that looked like Spicoli had change for my dollar. Someone noted on Twitter, who even carries change for $1 anymore? Well, let me tell you, when you look like Spicoli, you got change for my dollar. But the minute you guys started introducing me, someone started hammering in the building right behind me. So I'm just going to talk louder than the hammering.
And I think you can accomplish that. So far, you can't hear the hammer, but it's good to know that you're able to get some change. And we're looking at potential change in the football landscape. What do you think of what free agency has dealt so far?
Well, what a segue you just made.
Right.
Change to change. Wow.
Oh, Amy, 25 years of doing it. And, it's just one of those things you got to go to.
Well, it was well done. I laugh at the pre-tampering or not really tampering because it's legal tampering, but if it's legal, then it's not really tampering, so why do you call it tampering if it's legal? And when the league instituted this period of, quote, legal tampering, close quote, my immediate reaction, and I shared this with league people at the time, was, so all you did then was back up by a week regular tampering. In other words, people tampered before they were allowed to sign free agents. Now you've granted a, quote, legal tampering period, which, by the way, is an oxymoron because if it's legal, it's not tampering. So all you're doing is backing up by a number of days when people actually start tampering. And I think we've seen evidence of that this week. How many deals were announced within minutes of the opening of, quote, legal tampering? Those deals didn't get negotiated in 2 minutes.
Amy Trask, CBS Sports NFL analyst, and so many other things as well, including somebody you want on your side when you're searching for change. Amy Trask is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Amy, what is your read, because we're all doing this right now, on why Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er?
Well, I think the surgery impacted that to some extent. If and to the extent the 49ers had any desires to trade him, and I'm not suggesting they did or didn't, and if or, to the extent people are interested in looking at him, that process is going to be slowed down by the surgery. And by all reports, he should be fully recovered and fine from that. But I do think it impacted the timing. And by the way, the 49ers have a big decision to make. Do they go all in with the draft pick? Do they keep Jimmy there? There's a cost associated with that to continue to help the draft pick move along. By all accounts, he was a magnificent teammate and mentor to a rookie quarterback last year. And the team has to consider whether there's value in keeping him there.
The value would be obvious, but the contract would be unwieldy to where they would probably have to find a way to stretch the money out over multiple years. Is it your sense that Trey Lance is going to get a crack this year, no matter what the other quarterback situation looks like in San Francisco?
Well, first of all, you're absolutely right as to the contract. It's one thing to say, look, we're going to keep this terrific player here to help groom, mentor, teach our rookie, but it has to be at a contract, under a contract that works. But, so you are absolutely right as to that point. As to Trey, it's going to be, look, this isn't my law school me coming out and equivocating. It's my sincere view. It's a big, it depends. They have every reason to want to give him reps and get him time in the off season and at mini camps and in training camp, but they're going to have to see what they see there to make a decision.
Amy, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to add, the 49ers are a very, very good team, and with the right quarterback in place, this team has a chance of doing some very, very exciting things this coming season. So they're going to have to make that quarterback decision very judiciously.
There's an interesting report came out about 40 minutes ago that the 49ers are even having conversations about Deshaun Watson. It's been refuted everywhere. However, it does bring up this question, which is, especially as someone who used to be the CEO of an NFL franchise, any team acquiring Deshaun Watson, we know the football player, but what about all the other stuff? What does that team, whichever team acquires him, have to consider in acquiring Deshaun?
Well, first and foremost, I believe they need to sit down with Deshaun and have a very, very honest, straightforward, forthright conversation and reach a determination on their own as to what they believe this young man was and will be. In other words, it's one thing to rely on media reports. It's one thing to rely on that which has been shared publicly. Before I would make any decision whatsoever, it would have to be an in-person conversation, and probably not just one conversation. I would want to gather all of the data I could, and then I would want to meet with him and reach a conclusion as to what I believe about him.
Is there a way for the acquiring team to get a sense for what the punishment's going to be from Roger Goodell in the NFL? Because in my calculus, that would play heavily into just how covetous I would be of his availability.
Well, you're absolutely right. It is going to play. Well, for some teams, it absolutely will play a significant part in the decision making, but for all teams it should. And I'm smiling, you can't see because we're on the radio, but I'm smiling as you're talking because I can guarantee you any team that is remotely interested in him is on the phone to the league office. Okay, so what are you guys thinking? Okay, what are you guys doing? What do you think is going to happen? Those calls are going on, and I'm not suggesting that the league has an answer yet. They may not have an answer. I'm not suggesting if they have an answer that they're being entirely forthcoming with it, but I can guarantee you that teams that are interested in him are on or will be on the phone with the league office trying to get that answer.
Amy Trask, CBS Sports and former Raiders CEO with us. Amy, we do have a big finish for you, but real quick, I'm curious, did you ever think Tom Brady was retired?
Okay, get ready for my answer.
Okay.
I just really didn't think about it a lot.
Okay.
I didn't. It's like I'll do a play on Marsha from the Brady Bunch and say, Brady. He announced he was retiring. Almost immediately thereafter, he equivocated a bit. Maybe he was going to retire. Maybe he wasn't. Not my headache. I really didn't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
I love the Marsha reference. Boys' Dinner, Oh My Nose is still one of my favorite episodes. When she didn't see that one coming.
No, I did not.
Amy, as you well know, you're in the Big Finish Hall of Fame, so there's no way we're letting you out of here without it. Are you ready to go to have some fun on the way out the door here?
I love the Big Finish, and I will tell you in all sincerity, I love joining you men on your show. I may just crash your show from time to time, but I love the Big Finish.
You're welcome anytime, but we have trouble parking at our place, too. We just want to let you know.
Tight garage.
But anyway, here it is. Amy Trask, Big Finish. Okay.
Perfect.
Apparently our system is down, so we've got an actual live verbal intro.
What are you talking about? We nailed that.
Big Finish. Here we go. Amy, 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to do Animal Kingdom or Fun with Food?
Oh, that's a hard choice.
Yeah.
And we knew we were going to hit you with 2 of your favorites.
Those are 2 of my favorites. Okay, you know what? Let's do Animal Kingdom.
Animal Kingdom. Here it is. If you were to adopt a dog tomorrow, what is the one breed you'd be going for?
The best breed is rescue.
Nice.
And I would rescue any dog that looked at me and I knew he needed to live with me. I don't believe in breeds. I believe in rescues.
What about size? Would you go small, medium, or large if you were in that? You know, because beyond the look, because if a dog gives you that look, it may not matter what size, but would you go small, medium, or large?
I'm a big dog girl.
Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. That's great. So the Chihuahua and the Dachshund probably off the table. Question number 2, considering you do like the bigger dogs, what's the best fetching object? Ball, stick, or Frisbee?
Ooh, and by the way, I'm not casting shade on small dogs. If you like a small dog, enjoy the small dog. I just like big dogs. My dogs have always been big dogs. Ball, Frisbee, or stick?
Yes, the better fetching object.
Yeah, I'm going to go with either a stick or a stuffed, like a slipper.
Oh,
okay, off the board.
Off the board for the win.
Off the board. Put that on the board.
The slipper may fit, but it's not going to last. I do know that, but it's fun.
Yeah.
All right, and this might be where we can combine both topics into one, Amy. I wanted to make sure this got in there. What human food do you sometimes like to share with animals?
I will share with any animal, dog, cat, or otherwise, any food that is not bad for them.
Right.
So in other words, if I know that a food will not cause an animal harm, my food is their food. And I'm bad about it. I am really bad about it. Our animals are so spoiled, and they just look at me, and I give them anything they want. I'm just, and then, we wonder then why they look at me and whine.
Right.
I give them anything they want whenever they want. And by the way, I'm going to just add that we should just absolutely put dogs in charge of the world.
Yep.
And then cats can be a little system of checks and balances, and then we can bring horses to weigh in, or shall I say, neigh in with some wisdom.
Oh, that's just
really good.
I mean, wow.
Really good.
May have to walk that off. That was incredible. Just another tremendous performance.
Amy, is your meter up yet?
I hope not. It's still flashing green.
Okay.
There's a little parking person driving around here on one of those little, parking control vehicles.
All right, it's a win. It's a win because we're going to let you go. So go do your thing. Stay one step ahead of the law, and we appreciate you so much.
Thanks, man. I always love joining you.
All right, there it is. Amy Trask, CBS Sports, the best. She's absolutely the best. I wanted to ask her if her animals love popcorn as much as mine.
Right.
Every animal I've had, cat, dog, otherwise, popcorn. Go crazy over it.
That's the only part. It's good to feed him healthy food or whatever. Yeah. But then it's like, okay, bro, I fed you once. Now you're gonna keep coming back. You're gonna hit me with that sit and stare.
Yeah, but they do because, and Amy's right. Like you give them the food, you're training them that if I do give you the stick and stare, you're gonna feed me some more.
Right.
The French fries up there too. Very easy to just like, all right, take one of these, please, now go away.
Kyle saw the video. Like I thought I had a dog that ate everything. And then Kyle saw the video just recently. Penny does not like green vegetables.
Yeah.
Spits out the green beans.
We had green beans last night. They were delicious.
Spits out cucumber. And so I'm like, I love this dog even more. She wants meat and dessert and popcorn. It's just like me. Perfect. Yes?
Wouldn't you call it popcorn?
Oh, yeah.
I wish you would have kept interrupting me.
Like I told you that the cat liked it too, Kyle. So then what are you going to do?
You've created
Let
this.
me workshop that.
Okay.
You've created this. Pet corn probably would have worked as a catch-all.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Just one final note about Amy Trask.
Yeah,
My
please.
old neighbor, Cameron, I knew him since he was 9 years old. He wanted to get into coaching, and he one day was working at Old Ozuma down on Broadway, and he sees Amy Trask, and he knew I knew Amy, so he goes over to Amy. Hey, I know Dan Dibley's my neighbor, blah, blah, blah. She says, Dan Dibley's your neighbor? Young man, you call me. We're going to get you set up with the Oakland Raiders and an internship. 7 coaching jobs later, he just got hired as the assistant defensive line coach for the Detroit Lions.
Get out.
Yeah. So Amy Trask,
how sweet is that?
Based on the fact that he just name dropped me, and I don't matter a hill of beans to Amy, but she's like, I love Dan Dibley. You call me, I'm going to get you started with an internship. And this was probably 12 years ago. He was at A&M. He went to Lamar. I mean, he went all over, and now he's in the NFL as an assistant. So that's Amy Trask in a nutshell. That is
fantastic.
Yeah.
No, she is. She's a real one also.
Yes.
Like we called Draymond earlier, she is one of those who absolutely practices what she preaches.
Yeah.
She is there to help other people out. Love that. Okay, we promised.
That was incredible, by the way. That was really good.
There it is. That is your Bill Burr sounder.
Yeah, it was.
Fifth caller right now at 844-999-GAME. Two tickets to see Bill Burr on May 14th at Oakland Arena. But wait, there's more. Caller 6 also. Yeah, there it is.
These guys are working overtime back there. The sound machine down. Miami sound machine.
I mean, we got duct tape on this thing, do we not? Caller 5 and caller 6, 844-999-GAME. 2 tickets each to see Bill Burr on May 14th at Oakland Arena, courtesy of Live Nation. That is caller 5 and caller 6 at 844-999-4263. Okay, want to also mention that Bob Fesco, who is...
The grass guy?
No.
Oh, that's Bob Fescue.
Well, yeah, we'd have to actually ask. We're going to have to actually ask what his front lawn is like.
Right.
I don't know, but he does radio in Kansas City, so he can talk a lot about the 49ers' most recent signing. Yesterday was an uncomfortable day for 49er fans as they watched J.C. Jackson go to the Chargers, and they're watching quarterbacks get traded everywhere. But the 49ers did make their move in the end by getting a really, really good young corner from the Kansas City Chiefs on a 3-year deal in free agency. So we're going to talk to Bob Fesco about what 49er fans should be expecting from him. And that'll be coming up at about 11:30 as well. So 888-957-9570. That is also the Comcast business text line. Hello, twitch.tv and youtube.com/957thegame. Commenting there is available as well. So Charvarius Ward is a 49er, and we wanted them to address the defensive backfield. They did it. And again, I know you've not heard of Charvarius Ward. He's a corner on the Chiefs. He's not on your fantasy team. So very, very few fans know who that is, but he's young, 25 years old. He's ascending. He's gotten better each year in the league. And his analytics last year, 40% catch rate, I think, they were really, really good. So when you just look at the numbers and start to learn who this guy is, absolutely looks like somebody you would want on your team, and it helps that defensive backfield out.
Yeah, and that's what you need. You needed depth pieces. You needed a young player, and you went out and you spent for it instead of trying to get another corner in the draft. And, maybe Ambry Thomas and Diamador Lenore, they can continue to play well, and Mosley can be a part of it. And, what we saw this year from the Niners and many teams really, Mark, is because it's such a passing league now, you need to have depth at corner. We know teams play a ton of nickel, so you're already playing 3 corners in maybe not your base defense, but you play so much nickel, it feels like your base. So you need 3 starting corners. So you really need 6 corners on your team because guys are going to get hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. So this feels like a really, really good move, but we're still waiting for the move. That's the thing. And interesting to hear what Amy had to say about why Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er. I'm not sure at this point. And again, for those who don't know, the actual 2022 salary cap takes place tomorrow. It goes into effect tomorrow. I have the hardest time believing that Garoppolo is still going to be on this roster by the time we have dinner tomorrow night. It doesn't really make any sense, but doesn't really make any sense that we're still sitting here today.
Right.
I don't know what the Colts' other option is. Well, who wants him? What are the Colts going to do if they don't get Jimmy?
Well, I think there'll be a flurry of minor moves that are made at the quarterback position in the near future as far as teams that let their number 2 or their number 3 go, and the Colts have an opportunity to maybe sit and wait, and perhaps they're in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes in some way, although you can't really imagine them trading him in division.
Yeah, Texans won't do it.
Well, the Texans are going to be in a spot where they're trying to get as much as they can max value because they're in a constant rebuild. So, right. I mean, I doubt he goes to Indy, but Indy might get another piece from another team. If it's, Atlanta, where does Matt Ryan go? Maybe then he goes to Indianapolis. There's enough of a quarterback trickle down to where they don't have to just wait for Jimmy. It's not Jimmy or bust for Indy.
Not yet, but we're getting there pretty quick. I mean, yes, there are the quarterbacks who I guess could be on the move that would surprise us. A Baker Mayfield, a Jalen Hurts. Now you could add Matt Ryan in, although Matt Ryan that's a Band-Aid. Like, it feels like the Colts have been doing that. How many years in a row are you going to do this? Phillip Rivers, Carson Wentz, Matt Ryan.
If you don't have the quarterback of the future, what's your option? Well, your other choice. Wentz wasn't the guy.
Where are the options for the quarterback of the future? Like, you're not going to get that in the draft this year either, at least not right away.
So if you have a team, though, currently, and you have a coach and a situation that you could still be a real player in the AFC in your division. Tennessee's not an overwhelming powerhouse. Jacksonville still is on the come, and Houston's a mess. So if you get a good quarterback in, even if it's for a year or two, while you figure it out down the road, now's the time, John Henry. You must strike while the iron is hot.
They were 9-8 last year. Should have been 10-7. Should have gone to the playoffs. Only had to beat Jacksonville the last week in order to do it. And you're right. Tennessee's good, but you don't look at them and go like, we can't catch them. I mean, you put Jimmy on that team, can they win the AFC South? I think so.
You'd rather have Matt Ryan if Ryan goes to Atlanta.
Yes, in a one-year scenario. But I don't know that that's on the table. I mean, just because Atlanta's talking to Houston, how does Matt end up in Indy?
And remember, 3 wild cards, so you don't even have to win the South. If they would have gone 10-7 last year, they would have been the wild card team, right? Because the Raiders wouldn't have the chance to steal it at the last breath. So if Jimmy G is 1 win better than Carson Wentz, which I think you could argue, you may not say he's 2 wins better, but that 1 win could be the difference between playoffs or no playoffs.
Okay, all of this is sponsored by Safeway. At Safeway, they partner with trusted, top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables, harvested at the peak of flavor from farm to you. Visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. Still plenty to get to, and in fact, we haven't done a whole lot of March Madness at all. That's still around the corner with the brackets coming together. I forget how you answered this yesterday. Like, is your bracket already filled out?
Oh, no. It's currently under construction.
It's still under construction.
Yes.
Is any of it filled out?
Yeah, we're starting to get to our final 4 teams.
Like, have you put Gonzaga into the round of 32? Like, have you?
Yes.
Okay.
Mentally, I've already advanced some teams to the 8. And I'll tell you what, on the other side, I'm going to give you a Ken Pom stat that even Ken Pomeroy doesn't know about.
Wait a minute. Come on.
He does. But
okay.
I'll give you the one key. You go to kenpom.com. You can look this up for yourself. There's one key metric that will tell you who's going to win the whole thing.
The whole thing?
The whole thing. Only one of a certain number of teams have this, and those teams traditionally are the ones who win the whole thing.
So you're saying you already know who it is?
Well, it's a group of 5 teams, I believe, that qualify.
To win the whole thing?
Based on these Ken Pom metrics.
And then do you know which one has the highest metric of those 5?
Yeah, well, it's Gonzaga.
Okay, so Gonzaga's winning the national title.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, but they're one of the 5.
Okay, all right, that's good. I'd love to hear that. Plus, 1-800-DIBS-DIBS-DIBS. Call my message phone. There's a free pick on a recorded message. You've got the pick, not for the tournament, for tonight. For tonight's game. That's coming up around the bend as well. And as we mentioned, Bob Fesco in Kansas City on Charvarius Ward. We'll get to all of that. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
The BetQL Network is live, helping you bet smarter throughout this year's college basketball tournament.
It's probably the best betting experience of the year.
I'll also add this. Pat McAfee asked Ian Rappaport, are we expecting a Jimmy Garoppolo deal today? And Ian Rappaport's response was simply to shake his head. No.
No?
Nope.
No?
Not today.
Uh-oh. Well, the deal would be great if the deal was done today. That way we could maybe get the fellas in the roast to bring those breakfast burritos tomorrow.
That'd be nice.
In my final show of the week, Mark.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it'd be a nice little send-off for your boy.
Off you go. Gosh, you and I need to do a session tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
We'll set aside about 10 minutes of the show, and I want a session. I want all of your suggestions. I want what the numbers say with the March Madness bracket. Who are the 5 teams?
Well, I'll tell you what it is, Mark. It comes down to this. When you go to KenPom.com, Ken Pomeroy, he has all the metrics. He has 2 key metrics. One is, welcome to the bracket special here on Willard and Dibs. I'm going to give you the 5 teams that have a shot to win the title based on KenPom.com. The champion of the NCAA tournament almost always comes from a team that is top 20 in the country in adjusted offense and top 20 in the country in adjusted defense.
Okay.
The teams that are both of those things. Number 1, Gonzaga. They are first in offense, 7th in defense. Number 2, Arizona.
Yes.
5th in offense, 20th in defense.
Wow, barely. Snuck it in.
Number 1, Baylor. 9th in offense, 14th in defense. The Houston Cougars, 10th in offense, 11th in defense. And one more team, UCLA, fight, 15th in offense and 12th in defense.
Okay.
Also receiving votes, and these are interesting teams. Purdue, 3rd in offense. They are 100th in defense. We are fading the Boilermakers late in the tourney. Iowa is the same. They're 2nd and 77th. You've got Kentucky was close, 27th in defense. Kansas, 29th in defense. Villanova, 28th in defense. So these are all teams very close. Oh, by the way, Auburn, 8th in defense, 24th in offense. So those are your near-miss teams, according to KenPom.
How 100% of the time is this? Like, is it 100%? Is it 90%? How often is the champion top 20 in both?
Well, I can go back. He's got ratings going all the way back to 2002. So next Willard Filibuster, I'll start putting that together.
Okay.
And that's coming up in less than 5 minutes.
Has it ever happened?
Yeah. Example, last year, Baylor was your national champion. They were phenomenal in defense. They wound up 22nd in defense. They were 2nd in offense.
Okay, so pretty close, though. Pretty close.
Yeah.
How many people knew that Baylor was last year's national champion?
They didn't come out of nowhere. They were good, but...
Yeah, but this is part of my point. Doesn't it feel like the tournament's it's been gone for 3 years?
Right.
2 years ago, it didn't happen. And last year, it was something other than what it is. It just was. It wasn't the same thing. College basketball, even this year, you had a lot of teams miss games and whatnot, but at least it does feel now like we're back. We're back to normalcy. People can go to these games. Not like March Madness games are always filled up anyway, especially the ones that are in the morning on a Thursday, but still, you get my point.
Yeah.
It just sort of feels like we've been dialed out of this thing for 3 years, and maybe that's why my excitement for it is so high
2019,
this time around.
just as another example, because 21, Baylor was close, 20, no tournament. 2019, Virginia, they were 2nd in offense, 5th in defense.
Okay.
So as we continue to unearth the accuracy of my stat, basically if you're good in both, those are the teams that have the real shot.
Gonzaga, Arizona, Baylor, Houston, and UCLA, with acknowledgments to Kansas, Villanova, and Kentucky.
Yes.
And maybe a little bit of Auburn.
Auburn for sure.
Okay.
Because they're 24th and 8th. They're right in there.
How do you enter into those numbers, just kind of what they've been looking like over the last 3 weeks, though? Because Auburn and Baylor don't look very attractive to me.
Yeah, Baylor's an interesting one because as we saw last year against Gonzaga, they will defend the crap out of you. And they also have a lot of veterans. So I take some of the recency stuff into account. But honestly, Mark, when you have these teams like Baylor, like Kentucky, like Auburn, the motivation, there's not a motivation sensation when it comes to the conference tournament.
Cha-ching!
much like the Warriors, Draymond yesterday, and I know we're going to get to it momentarily. We're going to be the 2, we're going to be the 3, we're winning the whole thing. If you're a team like Baylor, Kansas, Kentucky, Auburn, do you really need to grind out your conference tournament? So what if you get a 2 seed or you get a 3 seed? As long as you're one of the top 4 seeds, you're pretty much assured of having a winnable first game, and then you'll be favored in the second. And if you can't win those first 2 games, then darn it, you don't deserve to be a top seed.
Free agency in the NFL. Russell Gage, wide receiver. Russell Gage goes to the Tampa Bay Bucks. So wanted to throw that in there.
How do you gauge that move for them?
Wow, that's a 3. That's a 3.
I got to it quickly.
Yeah,
I didn't, build it up.
Don't laugh at that, Mark.
No.
Dibs took my job, so I'm going to take Dibs off.
No,
good.
no,
Flip
sorry.
modes go on.
Mark,
sorry.
you are creating this.
Mark, you are better than Mark. You're better than that.
I'm going to I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh, and I'm not going to let you break my stride. You're not going to break my stride. Beef Arthur.
I got to it quick though. At least.
Yeah, you did.
That's our show band name, Beef Arthur.
Beef Arthur.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. Back to the drawing board.
Not bad.
Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's go back to Draymond. Back to Draymond.
What are you doing?
No, what he's doing is now playing basketball, and then at the podium last night went through the distrust of what has taken place with the Anthony Slater report from the week before. But he also found some time to say this.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview.
Yeah, I called it months ago.
Okay. I love the confidence. It's Draymond. These kinds of things ring different depending on who's saying them. It's kind of like what Charles Barkley gets away with on TNT. He can say anything, and people are like, oh, that's just Chuck. That's just Chuck being Chuck. He's crazy. If somebody else said him, they might be fired. But it's Chuck. And so same thing here with Draymond. If this had come from Bielitsa, we'd be like, wait, what did you just say? But it comes from Draymond, so you sort of expect it. I don't think this becomes major bulletin board material, but it is interesting. It's a window into the thought process of the team, and I don't think what happened over the last month makes them waver at all.
It is bulletin board material, and Draymond Green is the kind of guy who wants to go to each team's bulletin board, take out one of those push pins. I don't know if you like a thumbtack or a push pin that actually. I think the push pin's higher than the thumbtack. You just push all the way in. But he wants to put that on each of their bulletin boards. He doesn't care if it's bulletin board material. He wants you on that board. He needs you on that board. So that's the beauty of Draymond Green, because he's going to go out there and at least attempt to back it up. He's not going to drift on the weak side. He's not going to cower in the moment. And if it all comes down where they don't win at all, he's going to say, I'm not afraid of the fact that I said it.
Okay, so where...
It's a mindset.
What bulletin board grabs this, and why does it matter?
Phoenix.
Grizzlies?
Phoenix, first and foremost.
Okay.
Phoenix says, I don't know if you've looked at the standings lately. It's standings. I'm not sure how you pronounce it, but we have been dominant. And oh, by the way, we are the defending Western Conference champions, and y'all couldn't even make the offs. You got stuck in the ins last year. So if I'm Phoenix... Tech, bulletin board. If you're Memphis, you're saying, where is Ja?
See, that, I think
you can't stop Ja.
It matters more to young teams like that, and Ja Morant is one of those guys.
Where is Ja?
Ja listens to stuff. Ja is really dialed in on what people... He was really bothered on social media, for example. Remember, he took it to the press conference when he was out earlier this year, and Memphis played really well. And people started to say, wow, maybe Memphis is better without Ja Morant. It mattered to him. So this stuff matters to him. Does this matter to Chris Paul? Does it matter to Devin Booker, who's kind of quiet? I don't know.
I think it matters to those guys. And if you're Chris Paul, it's just once and for all, he's got to beat the Warriors. I mean, it was last year great. Oh. You made the finals. You didn't get the chip. This is a chance to really, and if it's 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3, Warriors, Suns, Western Conference Finals, this becomes Chris Paul. It's finally his chance to Steph down.
You just did this with the March Madness bracket. I sort of feel like doing it right now. No, a reboot in the NBA.
Oh.
A little bit.
Thank you. I'm into it.
How many
Wish
teams?
That thing was still broken.
How many
John
teams?
Tesh.
I know now. Now Spadone's just hitting stuff. Just play whatever you want, Spadone.
Totally make
just
up
play
for
a bunch
lost
of
time.
music.
Arthur.
We had an hour with no sound.
Yeah.
And baby, we're back. We are back. How many teams realistically have a shot? Like a real shot to win it in the NBA? No analytics. Just give me the feel. When I say a team, you say yes, or
when
you
I say
no.
Team, you say yes.
Yes, team.
Yes, team.
All right.
Yes. All right.
Does this team do they have a chance? Just a chance to win the whole thing. Phoenix Suns.
Yep.
Memphis Grizzlies.
Yep.
Golden State Warriors.
Nope.
Get out of here, Spadone.
That was a great setup.
Get out of here.
Spadone slow rolled you there.
I was like trying to go through the obvious ones, and he gave me a nope.
Come on, change up.
Come on, give me a up. Give me a up.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Milwaukee Bucks.
Yep.
Brooklyn Nets.
Yep.
Miami Heat.
Yep.
Philly Sixers.
Yep.
Utah Jazz.
Nope.
Okay. Is that it? Chicago Bulls.
Nope.
Boston Celtics.
Nope.
Denver Nuggets.
Nope.
Dallas Mavericks.
Nope.
Los Angeles Lakers.
Nope.
Okay.
Didn't even let you finish.
Nope.
The nopes keep coming, yeah.
Sacramento Kings.
Yep.
Okay.
De'Aaron Fox playing well.
Yeah, and they are only
Gutsy.
four out of the 10 with 14 to go.
They have won one in a row. They did. They won last night.
Yeah, I think the Rockets been? No, the Rockets have not been eliminated. They're
no?
11 out with 14 to go. Their tragic number is 2.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they can still catch the New Orleans Pelicans.
And the Magic are still in it. There's only 16 out with.
Well, are
they're
they?
actually out with 13 to go.
Okay, they're out.
Go
the
on.
Orlando Magic.
So are the Pistons.
Are gone, and the Pistons are gone
We
too.
want to thank them for participating.
All right, that's good. I think we were being generous, and I believe we had 7 teams, 4 in the East and 3 in the West.
Yep.
Is that is that where we're at? Is that where we're at? So, I mean, these teams know the deal, and I actually think we're even pushing it, saying that. I know the Miami Heat are the number 1 seed in the East. They're not winning this tournament. Miami Heat aren't winning this. They're just not.
I think it's Bucks, Sixers, and Nets, assuming if they're healthy, the Brooklyn Nets are still going to be a problem for somebody. I think the 1-8 Heat Nets right now, I would pick the Nets to beat the Heat in the opening round. So I'll give you Bucks, Sixers, Nets in the East, Suns, Grizzlies, Warriors.
Well, this is spotlighting something that's pretty interesting for the Eastern Conference, which is that if there are only 3 or 4 teams that are actual challengers, 2 of them are going to play each other in the first round. Because the Brooklyn Nets are coming out of the play-in, assuming they're in it, which they probably will be. They're 4 games out of getting out of the play-in tournament.
Right.
So if Brooklyn is in there, then they've got to survive there. If it were right now, they'd be playing on the road at Toronto in their first
winner gets Giannis.
Winner gets Giannis. And then if Brooklyn were to lose that, they'd be home to the winner of Atlanta-Charlotte. They'd win it, and then they would move on and take on Miami. So if Brooklyn right now is either facing Miami or Milwaukee right out of the gate.
Well, I think that's an interesting way you phrase it because
they got to play it at home.
Well, just Tank City, Utah. Do you tank the 7-8 so you get the Heat and you avoid the Greek? You get the Heat and avoid the Greek.
Here's the problem. Brooklyn has got to play that first game on the road. What do we know about Brooklyn on the road?
Kyrie.
Now the next game, and this would be a do-or-die game if they were to lose that road game. Now they're playing Atlanta or Charlotte at home.
Kyrie.
No Kyrie Irving. And you've got to win it. I give you 3 for your Kyrie.
I'm just trying to get Kyle back in the game right now.
No,
Kyle, I think Kyle's hungry too. A lot of hunger on the show. I'm starving.
I'm starving right now.
Breakfast burritos for 13 more minutes across the street.
Guys, it's not like I'm working. I will go do a food run.
No, I'm not sending you on a. You're not an intern, Kyle.
I'm my pasta right now.
I'm not. Yeah, like I'm in that mode right now where I would go steal something that's not mine out of the fridge. I would. So yes, but don't go get. No, I won't do that. But I'm getting there. I'm getting there. You know, the worst part is, it's not like I forgot. I made a bag of food, and it's still sitting on the counter in the kitchen. Freaking kids.
Joke artist.
Dog and kids, they make me forget everything.
And is Penny in the crate?
Penny's in the crate.
Okay, so she's not running roughshod over that lunch that you may have thought you were going to have. Go on.
I made a half turkey pesto sandwich on brioche. I mean,
brioche. Things are good in the Willard house.
Brioche.
This guy's serving up brioche.
We had French toast this morning, so it was out. So I grabbed an extra piece, put a little turkey on it.
I can't even sniff a piece of bread in my house. Let alone brioche.
Brioche is that expensive. You get a loaf of that stuff.
Tasty.
$2.99. Come on. Had an apple, a granola bar.
Not
I was
bad.
ready. I was ready. But
it's disappointing.
Yeah, it all goes down. Anyway, all right. Bob Fesco's coming up in about 10 minutes, and the Warriors truly not just Steph's birthday and the 47 points last night, but this very much felt. And we've all got these things in our lives. I bet, you and I as golfers, are there certain holes that you've had success on in the past and maybe you don't play that course for 2 years, but you come back to that tee box and you're just like, yeah. Or where are you staying in Vegas this week? Where are you staying?
I think we're staying at Paris.
Okay. Have you stayed there before?
Never have.
Okay,
no.
So this is going to not go with my point, but normally
it's the Red Rock in Summerlin. That's that place.
That's that place.
Same. We get the same table in the VIP section of the sports book every year.
Right. I go to Houston's. When I go to Houston's, I get a French dip. I know it. I know exactly what's coming. I know how to eat it. I know how much to dip. I know the whole deal. I know how much.
Knew this would get back to food.
Right? It always does. I'm starving right now. Starving. Anyway, that's what last night was. And so they beat Washington. He only played 20 minutes. It's not about that. It sort of was almost just the way Steph's face looked when Draymond was giving him passes and setting screens for him. It was an old shoe.
Yeah, and it was a great birthday present for Steph Curry to come out and have that comfort zone in a game where the outcome was never in doubt. From the moment the starting lineups were announced and Steph runs down to the stanchion and does his stare off with the padded basket holder, you knew that game was going to go that way. But 20 minutes of Draymond, what was he, a plus 22? I think in the plus minus, or 21 or 22 in 20 minutes. Incredibly efficient. Steph so comfortable. Clay back in his familiar role. And oh, by the way, the little brother continuing, Jordan Poole, with another sturdy 20-point effort. And Andrew Wiggins, the discovery that Andrew Wiggins didn't play. What a shock to the system that was.
Draymond was plus 24 last night.
Man.
20 minutes off the bench, 2 for 4 from the field. Hit a 3, 1 of 2 from the free throw line. He had 6 points, 6 assists, 7 rebounds, plus
triple
24.
Single. That's a classic triple single. 6, 6, and 7.
The Warriors lost by 10 while he was off the floor.
Man.
Look,
yeah.
we talked about it for 4 weeks. They need Draymond back, and then it got to a point where we sort of felt like, boy, we're putting too much into this. You can't just, it's not all one guy. I don't know. Last night was a great night for the people who said this will all get better as soon as Draymond comes back.
It sure was, and he didn't even really come all the way back. He came off the bench. And by the way, that minus 10 without him was Jonathan Kuminga, who played 28 minutes. So those two were just like-for-like subs. Draymond played the 20. Kuminga played the 28 at the power forward. And you think about in the playoffs when that goes the other way and it's 35 for Draymond and Kuminga gets you 13 minutes, and all of a sudden that rotation is going to look so much better. And we've been making fun of Andrews not playing and how we didn't really notice, quote unquote. He's going to be needed for 30 to 32 minutes, and especially good early minutes. I don't know if he's going to play a lot of fourth quarter minutes right now, but early minutes from Wiggins, those are going to be critical in big games.
I got something to tell you, pass along, that Brandon Belt said about Buster Posey that's kind of interesting and amusing. I'll have that here in a second. Bob Fesco in Kansas City is less than 10 minutes away. Let's go to Joe in San Jose on the brackets. Joe, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing right now, Joe?
What's going on? I just got out of a break from work. I'm just driving around trying to look for something to eat.
Yeah, me too, brother. Me too.
I have a problem with Michigan game, and is Baylor going to cover?
You have a problem with the Michigan game? What's the problem?
I don't know which way to put my money.
Oh, got it. And is Baylor going to cover? Okay, thanks, Joe. Yes, Michigan's going to cover, but the only reason I say that is because I accidentally bet on it twice. So they're minus 2.5. Dibs, I know you don't like this bet, but I need this one. I got more riding on this than I've had in any game all year.
Well, and I'm sorry about that, and I wish you would have consulted with me, because this is, excuse me, it's actually a 3-star play the other way. Colorado State, the system indicates will win by 6, and you're getting 2 and a hook. That's an 8.5-point difference. Folks, don't be scared. Jump in the water. Colorado State on the money line is your best price. Michigan will go down, and they will go down hard.
I disagree, but not because of anything other than I messed up. But if Michigan wins by 3, then I didn't mess up. So, and then what was the other one? He wanted to know about Baylor.
Yeah, Baylor is, I got them winning by 16.5, and I believe the number is closer to 20 in their game. So I would not lay Norfolk State, a team, they played the 357th toughest schedule in the country, which is to say they played the second easiest schedule. I believe they're a SWAC school. However, they did win the regular season, and then they went out and won their conference tournament. When I look at a mid-major that I like, that to me is a big criteria. And there are a total of 7, 10, I think there's 16 teams that won both the regular year and the Connie tournament.
Couple more updates in the NFL world. DJ Reed goes to the New York Jets. DJ Reed goes to Robert Saleh and the New York Jets. And then Ian Rappaport just did another Deshaun Watson update. He does not name the 49ers, but he does name the buzz of the day, which is the Falcons. The Falcons are clearly jumping in on this and making a hard push. He says the Falcons have interest in Deshaun Watson. We know the Panthers do. He says the Saints are in the best position in terms of what they can offer, and the Browns are meeting with Deshaun this afternoon, which I got to think, by the way, and I don't, who cares? Get the better player if you can. But just the Browns going public with their interest already puts Baker Mayfield in a really weird spot in that locker room. Like he now is aware of exactly what Jimmy was aware of last year, which is that you're our quarterback, but we don't really like you.
Right. Well, that's the nature of the business.
Yeah, that's the deal.
And I think I would channel my inner KD and just say, grow up. Because you have to grow up in that spot. It's not necessarily comfortable. It's not ideal. But if you're Baker Mayfield, you know how you've played. You haven't played well enough to really take that job and lock it away. So
Bob Fesco in Kansas City. Charvarius Ward, the newest 49er, gets a big deal and is supposed to come out here and solidify that secondary for a team that clearly needs it. We'll find out what Ward's all about coming up next. Pick your battles. Looms, it's Willard and Dibs.
There is value in this battle of 16 seeds. I'm Joe Giglio here to help you beat the books with BetQL, Texas A&M, Corpus Christi, and Texas Southern.
intern. He's one of us. I don't want to send him on food runs. But you had a bag of apples just sitting in the fridge, or did you just go get that? Or did you just walk around with a bag of apples?
No, I put that in the fridge earlier this week.
Okay, so thank you for bringing that up. Honeycrisp apple, third-ranked apple, the 3 seed when it comes to apples, the Honeycrisp. And so here we are. So everything's fine now. Stomach is settled. We're good to go.
So we go to break.
And we're ready to talk to Bob.
We got a meat stick, we got an apple, we got a bowl of pasta.
Yeah, we're fine.
I guess I'm flying solo here.
There's apples in the fridge. Apples in the Bob Fesco, Kansas City, Honeycrisp, third-ranked apple on the board. Your thoughts?
I think you're totally mistaken on that. I think the Honeycrisp is probably a top 2 apple. I don't know if you guys have it out there, but I've discovered the Ambrosia apple recently, which is my number 1 seed.
Wow.
But Honeycrisp is always a good standby, especially if you can find them on sale. You know, you can't pay $3.99 a pound for those things, but if they're on sale, I'll buy the Honeycrisp all day.
No, they're fantastic. I put it in my 3 seed behind Envy, which most people don't know, which is my 1 seed, and a Fuji is number 2. What'd you call it, an Ambrosia? I'm now on the search.
Yeah, and Ambrosia apple. I've actually been buying them a lot recently, and I really like the taste, the crispness, and bite that they have to them. If anybody is putting a Royal Gala apple up on their list, they're completely wrong. That is one of the worst apples that you could buy. It is a scam. I don't know why they continue to sell this mealy apple. It is never good, but everybody seems to buy it all the time. I think it's a scam. They ought to get rid of it.
Bob, thank you so much for coming on. That was great.
You got it, man.
Okay,
Anytime.
no.
Let's talk apples, honestly.
No, what kind of apples does Charvarius Ward like? That's what we really want to know. What did the Niners get yesterday?
They got themselves a really nice player. I said this morning, I'm happy for him to get all this money, but I'm also sad for us because we're losing a good player here in Kansas City. And he was never like a guy that you would look at and go, man, that was a spectacular play. But he was also never a guy that you looked at and went, oh, my God, that guy stinks. He's getting burnt. He's getting beat all the time. He was just as solid a football player as you can get. And I think I saw a stat this morning on him, like he had the second lowest completion percentage against last year in the league. So I'm like, well, it's pretty good, the passing league. You know, Charvarius Ward is really, really good. And we probably thought we were going to get to this point with him where they weren't going to be able to afford to keep him here in Kansas City. And it's not one of those like he stinks and everybody can see the writing on the wall and he's cashing in. It's just now Patrick Mahomes' contract has kicked in, and the Chiefs have done a really nice job of finding cornerbacks in random places, just like Charvarius Ward. They traded for him a couple of years ago, and they gave up like a guy named Parker Enger, I think was how you said his name, and he was like the 10th best lineman on the team, and they got Charvarius Ward, who became a mainstay and became their best cornerback.
So what are the attributes of him specifically? Ability to play in the slot, man-to-man, zone? Is he a guy who travels from one side of the field to the other? What are some of the nuances behind him as a corner?
Well, I think he can play anywhere you want him to play and do pretty much anything you want. I mean, like, I always felt like when he was out there and playing, that side of the field was kind of gone. It just didn't, factor in because he did such a good job of shutting down the opposition. And in fact, we were kind of thinking about it today, like in the last 4 years, like when do you remember Charvarius Ward's name being called or, being mentioned in a bad way? And it was against the Bengals back in January in the regular season game that the Chiefs lost when they, torched him for, 250 yards or whatever, Chase had that day against him. And that's really the only bad performance that he had. So he's on the number one receiver a lot of the times, and he's a guy that can hang with just about anybody in the NFL.
Bob Fesco, 610 Sports Radio, Kansas City's with us. Bob, it seems like you've taken our label in the last few days, and what I mean that by that is that the NFC West was often called the best division in football. Russell Wilson goes from the NFC West to the AFC West, and now everybody wants to say it about the AFC West. What is your take on what's happened in the division and sort of how the rankings sit now there?
Well, when you said label, I thought you meant those little stickers on the apples.
Right.
With the pain in the neck that went off. It was a joke. And we're sitting there trying to pick them off all the time. But it's the best division in football now. I mean, you have to just look at the quarterbacks that are out there. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes is still head and shoulders above everybody else in the division. You've got Russell Wilson coming over now. All of a sudden, Denver gets a lot of credibility for all the folks that love their roster, but they just didn't have a quarterback. Well, now they have a quarterback, so there's no more excuses for Denver. You've got, obviously, the Raiders, with Carr out there. I think he's the worst of the division, but he's still pretty good, and I guarantee you 20 other teams would probably be crawling all over themselves to get, Derek Carr. And then obviously what the Chargers have done with Herbert, who I hesitate with because I think his coach has coached him out of the playoffs, this past season, and he still hasn't finished above 500. But everybody loves Justin Herbert. I still got to see Justin Herbert actually go out there and win some games and do it out there. But they're really doing a nice job of exploiting his rookie contract like the Chiefs did the last couple of years with Patrick Mahomes. They're going out and having everybody on the defensive side of the football, and it's all geared towards beating the Chiefs. I mean, the Chiefs have won this thing for like 7 years in a row. They've beaten the Broncos like 13 straight times. The Raiders haven't really hardly been a factor. The Chargers have played them pretty well over the last couple of years. But this is still the Chiefs' division. Until somebody knocks them off and until somebody else is standing there come the final week of the season and in first place and the Chiefs are a wild card team, to me, it is the Chiefs' division until somebody tells me otherwise.
You mentioned the Chargers coaching their way into losses, Brandon Staley. Are you referring to the fourth down decision-making? And what do you think about the let's go for it every time mentality?
Well, I'm referring to a lot of it because I think he coached them into a loss against the Chiefs in that Thursday night game that everybody was paying attention to. And then I think he coached them into a loss in that game, against the Raiders in Week 18 that everybody was clearly paying attention to. And I understand why guys are going for it on fourth down. I get all that. I totally understand it, but it still doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And people are still thinking they're playing a Chiefs team week in and week out that's going to score 45 points. That hasn't been the case in about 2 years now where they're going out there and scoring 45 points. And so you don't need to go for it on fourth down every single time. I think you need to go for it when it's conducive to the flow of the game. And I just think Brandon Staley has done such a poor job in year one of trying to be overly aggressive and trying to go for it all the time and trying to send a message that he cost his team a chance to be in the playoffs last year.
Bob, wonderful stuff. It's great having you on so that we can get to know Charvarius Ward a little bit better. And then your Apple thoughts notwithstanding. That was fantastic. Thanks for doing it, man.
Well, anytime you want to talk apples, man, I'm your guy. I can talk apples all day.
All right, let's do it. The Ambrosia apple. I'm going to be checking it out. I don't think I've ever done that before.
Go for it. If you find it, buy it. You'll love it. I promise you.
There it is. Bob Fesco with real, valuable information. Bob, thank you so much on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. We appreciate him hopping on. I think it calms 49ers fans down a little bit to get a corner that a lot of people, when you see that name, we get it. The majority of us don't have any idea who Charvarius Ward is, but what you look for is sort of like league-wide reaction, and then reaction from people like Bob who've watched someone like this play for a while. This looks like a really smart signing. Young player, getting better, and at a position of need. The thing is 49er fans are not really going to feel calm until the much bigger shoe drops, which we did not expect to be talking about on March 15th.
Which is in part, what do you do at quarterback, and also what do you do at the 3 technique for your run-stopping defensive lineman, because Javon Kinlaw, the first-round pick, you hope he's able to be healthy and be that guy. Eric Armstead in the interior has played well. Nick Bosa is a freak. Your defense, though, needs to get that run stopper. With DJ Jones gone, I think that question becomes maybe question number 2. What do you do in the interior offensive line still? That is a question with Laken Tomlinson going out. Jimmy G still not traded. Now, this signing, what do you give the Niners so far? I know it's early in the offseason mode. Well, the league year hasn't even started yet, but we got to grade everything. What grade do you give the Niners at 11:41?
I mean,
on a Tuesday, Mark.
Incomplete, right? Like, you got to get an incomplete. Well, but so here's the thing. How about if we grade each individual spot? Charvarius Ward, based on what we know, I'm going to give that an A. Okay. Defensive line, though, I think the DJ Jones loss is huge. So I'm going to put for DJ. D for DJ. I want him back.
Laken
and without Laken Tomlinson, I think they'll do a good job of replacing. They always prioritize offensive line. And then there's this. Ben Albright came on our station with Bonte and Joe earlier this morning, was talking Garoppolo. Quote, the market on Garoppolo has cratered. I don't think the Colts are in on him at all. I think it's going to be Mariota. I think the shoulder surgery thing is just adding salt to the wound, and it's a bad situation. The Niners were hoping to get a pair of 2s, and at this point, they'd be lucky to get a day 3 pick for him. Ouch.
That's, first, second, third. That's 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds, I believe, day 3.
I mean,
that ain't good.
At that point, you do. At that point, you do just keep him and let him walk after the next year, and you get a 3rd for him. I mean, if that's what yes, keep him as your backup.
Well, then you are strangled if you keep him. So then you got to sign him long term and then hope to trade him again later. Keeping him is not an option.
I agree with you, but we also just laid money on him not being released.
Well, so that's my thing, is if he doesn't get traded, then maybe it will be time to bust out the scissors. And if that happens,
at some point,
then breakfast burritos for those 2 again.
I guess so. Well, no, they said that he's being, if he's being cut, right. If he gets kept, then it's a push.
I don't think he gets kept under any circumstance.
I agree with you. All right. Pick Your Battles is coming up in just a moment. Plus, what Brandon Belt said about Buster Posey recently that will raise your eyebrows. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Where will Garoppolo end up?
I was talking to John yesterday just about finding the right destination, and I just want to go to a place where
which could cause chest pain or discomfort or difficulty breathing, and be deadly. If you have one or more of these symptoms, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Have you ever noticed that when the afternoon light hits your floors, you can see everything, including dust?
So much dust.
And that floor dust gets kicked up into the air, compromising the quality of air you and your family breathe.
Eesh.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper is the fast and easy way to clean your floors with ultra-thick pads that trap and lock dust before it gets in the air. Just a couple minutes a day.
And dust is gone.
Swiffer Heavy Duty Sweeper. Proud partner of the American Lung Association.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents.
And Doug. Don't you just love the smell of old books?
Shh, this is a library.
Sorry, ma'am. We're looking for a book titled Liberty Mutual Customizes Your Car Insurance so you only pay for what you need.
I don't think we carry that, but check nonfiction.
He really does devour literature.
Please leave.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill March 25th through March 27th for their once-yearly Red Tag clearance sale. Take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities on floor models and factory direct pricing. Visit Friedman's Appliance Red Tag sale for the best time to save big on new appliances for your home.
Incubus is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on August 26th, and 95.7 The Game has your chance to win your way in. Get to 957thegame.com/contest to enter.
You don't need girth.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It doesn't hurt, but...
Ken Palm.
You don't need it. Yeah, how many times have you said Ken Palm in the last 38 seconds?
Probably 14.
At least.
I'm going year by year, folks, backwards. The national champion, where do they rank according to Ken Palm?
Yeah.
And in only 2 instances, and I'm back to 2002. 2002, NCAA champ, Maryland. Where was Maryland? 4th in offense, 7th in defense, Ken Palm. I've gone from 2021 back to 2002. Only 2 instances has the national champion not been top 20 in offense and top 20 in defense, according to Ken Palm.
And the 2 instances when it did happen, it was really close.
Yeah, they were top 35.
They were top 35.
In one of the 2. They were top 20 in one of them. They were top 35 in the other one.
Are you going to start ending every sentence or statement with Ken Palm?
Yes.
Because that's what you just did. Like you went through, you'd be like, 2013, Kansas.
Louisville.
What were their numbers?
4th and 7th.
4th and 7th. Ken Palm. Okay, there you go. I like that.
It's because as we do our brackets and pick your battles up in moments, you need to know that the teams that are top 20 in offense, top 20 in defense, you have to be both, according to
Ken Palm.
Not sources, Ken Palm. Those are the teams that have won all but 2 of the titles. Those teams this year, and I'll say it one more time for the people in the back, teams that are top 20 in both: Gonzaga, Kansas, Baylor, Houston, and UCLA.
Yeah.
According to the criteria, the historical criteria, one of those 5 teams has a 90% chance to win the title, according to Ken Palm.
Although you said Kansas, I think you meant Arizona. Kansas was one of the ones that was close,
correct.
right?
Arizona,
yeah.
yes.
Kansas was close.
It was my bad eye.
Villanova was close. And Auburn was close,
yes.
Right? Okay. All right. So
there you go.
You just named the national champion on that list.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Almost for sure.
You're welcome.
Some people are like, well, yeah, those are the ones in the 2 seeds.
Yes, but a lot of people,
UCLA
a lot of people
4.
are smitten with Purdue because they have the number 3 offense, but their defense is awful. They're 100th in defense. They're not going to win the chip.
This courtesy of our good friend Andy Baggerly. Brandon Belt's reaction to Buster Posey's retirement. Quote, I was a little shocked, ... even though he told us every day of the season last year that he was going to retire. How did they keep this under wraps so well? Buster apparently was completely decided the entire year that this was it. Maybe that's why he played so well. You know, I feel like Buster really, he let it all in. He wanted to enjoy it. He played hard. He played through pain. I know that they had a good thing going there. The day game after night game thing, Casale would come in. But it's surprising to me. He knew the whole time that this was it. And he said that in his press conference. He said, I sort of felt this way at the beginning of the year, and I never wavered.
Well, think about life as a catcher, life as Buster, where you already had the catastrophic ankle injury in 2011. You've had hip issues. You've had some knee problems. You're back. And by the way, foul tips around every corner. How many shots to the mask has he taken?
And those hurt.
Hundreds,
yeah,
if not thousands. And so when you're feeling good at the beginning of the year, and by the way, he came out on fire last year, fresh, electric, you know it only gets worse from there as a catcher.
Absolutely. And so it makes all the sense in the world. And Brandon Belt, by the way, is doing a wonderful job of something we need more of in baseball. He's turning himself into a complete character. He has owned this captain thing as much as possible, the bleed over from last year. He's turning every answer into a tongue-in-cheek answer. He sounds like he's trying to become a baseball clubhouse stand-up comedian, the class clown, if you will. Perfect. Baseball, golf, we need more characters. And so if Brandon Belt can combine that, the reason it worked last year is not just because he's got a good dry sense of humor, but because he was crushing the ball.
Yeah.
Like this doesn't work if you're hitting 220. You hit 280, we good. You can keep having a good time.
Absolutely. And that's across the board with any outside of the pale commentary from athletes. Like Draymond Green last night, perfect time to say, hey, I don't necessarily like what's been going on media-wise. P.S., tell me how my triple single felt, and Steph 47 on his birthday.
I was plus 24 on the line.
I'm back.
I can say whatever the hell I want.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If he goes out there and it's a 1 for 8 and you lose by 11, well, the comments won't play quite as well.
Speaking of saying whatever the heck we want, we do it every day and pick your battles. Here we go. Things around Team Willard are not good. Not good. We got infighting over here. We don't do 3 losses in a row on this team. And so that means we're getting this pick right tonight. We have put a lot of work into this because I've lost 2 in a row and I've fallen into a last place tie with both you and Kyle. But because I'm the most recent loser, I will go first. A lot has gone into this and I am ready to make my selection. And I'm going to need some faith from all of you out there. Because
gotta have faith.
I'm doing something that you're not supposed to do, which is trusting a bad team against a good team.
Uh-oh.
But I'm ready to do it. And they're at home and scene. All right, that's it.
Viva
Las Vegas. It's okay, Spadone. Wipe that scared look off your face. It's okay.
He's just mad.
It's more anger, actually.
Yeah,
Wide orbit, what are you doing?
Yeah, like the technical side of it. We like to call Spadone our technical director. There is no technical to direct today. He's just sitting in there with a Raiders beanie on looking frustrated.
The director got a technical. Okay. The technical director got a technical.
All right, so that's the end of my build-up.
I'm not Spielberg, sorry.
I'll take the Orlando Magic plus 10.5. At home against the Brooklyn Nets.
Man.
Yeah, they're going to have Kyrie, but they're not going to win by double digits. Orlando Magic plus 10.5 tonight.
Okay, best of luck to you. And with that, we turn it over to HTJ, the producer formerly known as Kyle, now more often known as Hot Take Jake, with his selection.
Thank
you.
So I really want to do a Mark Willard and lean into a fishy line, but I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to ride the Memphis Grizzlies. They're minus 7.5 against the Pacers. The Pacers are not very good. What?
Just trying to make you feel uncomfortable. We're tied. I'm using psychological warfare.
Well, I'm not moving off the pick. Okay. So unless your is going to affect the Grizzlies somehow. I mean, the Pacers
I don't know about that. Boy. Pacers, you never know. They can score.
Why did you get Heat -30? No.
They put up a lot of points. They just put up 128 points against the Atlanta Hawks the other night.
Dibs, can you pick?
Yeah, make your pick.
Yeah, well, for that, I'm going to need Spadoni.
Oh, there's music.
We'll see how long this lasts.
Okay.
Guess who's back? Back again. Spadoni's back. Tell a friend because it all starts tonight. The NCAA tournament, the first four from Dayton. I'm on the record loving Wyoming. Sorry, Damon Bruce, I don't like your Hoosiers' chances, but I like a bet even more than that. And I'll tell you why, Mark. Wyoming, a team known for its slower tempo. Both teams with extraordinary defenses. These teams are going to come out tight. It's going to be a slug them out. First half, we're going under 62 in the first half. Wyoming and Indiana.
Oh, wow. Okay.
First half unny.
The first half under between Wyoming and Indiana. Under 62, okay. And Wyoming is +4. You also like them to potentially win the game.
Absolutely. Okay. It's a money line special. If you like plus 165, and I think you do, take Wyoming on the money line.
Spadone
is that 62 and a hook?
Nope, 62 flat.
Cool. 62 flat. All right, there it is. Spadone is frustrated. He's had it with this show, but he is in first place. He did his first ever What Are You Doing Today? A special day for Joey Spadone, and now he takes the airwaves.
And we're going to NIT tournament, boys. All right.
It's a different thing.
There we go. I don't even know what it is. It's on ESPN, so it's definitely not
this. We were the original tournament.
And we're going Colorado -3.5 against St. Bonaventure.
Just out of nowhere. Now we're going to watch the NIT.
I actually watched them play a couple times this year. Snubbed. They're one of the top seeds in the NIT. Not snubbed, but because the Pac-12 was actually really good this year for once.
It was. Yes.
So, but we're going Colorado because I think they're good.
All right.
How about
sleeping on the Bonnies is a sure way to lose in March.
Well, we'll find out. Spadone leans in. And we welcome in Steiny. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. It's brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now JD gets in here just under the gun as well to hop in, and they'll take over next. Hi, boys.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.
How are you guys?
Yeah, 36 seconds late. Yeah, we're good, man. How are you? What's cooking?
Came in thinking about Eric Lechner.
Eric Lechner?
What? Former Wyoming Cowboy.
Gotcha.
Came a little. I think he played with Dembo, Fennis Dembo, back in the day. Big 6'11" white guy. Stunk.
I remember Eric Lechner had some time with the Kings. So Eric Lechner, one of the many awful players that I watched as a child.
How many 6'10" white stiffs have the Sacramento Kings had? More than their share?
Joe Klein comes to mind.
Great recall. I would not put Scott Pollard in that group. He was a good player for them.
Kevin Salvadori from North Carolina.
Oh, man.
Jack Cooley.
Mike Peplowski from Michigan State.
Jack Cooley from the back. I don't know if you heard it.
You know what Mike Peplowski's claim to fame is?
Yeah, I do, actually.
He saved Bobby Hurley's life.
In that car accident?
Yeah, he was the guy who found Hurley in the ditch after he got in the car accident. Wow. Michigan State, former Michigan State, big man. Boy. Who would have thought we've gone there early?
Well, somebody mentioned Eric Lechner, and it just
and that's that. Yeah.
Hey, let me throw this at you guys.
Yeah.
Does Trey Lance stink? I mean, I don't.
Okay,
I get it. I'm not going from point A to B, but I'm kind of going ABC down to V. Like what? What's going on? Willard, what's going on?
I think that we got.
What are we doing?
Well, what? Yeah, what are you doing? What that is? Yeah, no, I love it. We welcome people here in the What Are You Doing franchise. Everybody's allowed to let it out. But so are you doing that? You're putting the puzzle pieces together on reports that other people are throwing out there. That's the only thing I would caution.
Well,
the elephant in the room, we don't know what the 49ers execs actually think of Trey after watching him for a year. We don't know. But they didn't want, or I shouldn't even say that. They didn't go get Tom Brady, but who knows what phone calls were made. Now we're sitting here pulling apart potential phone calls about Deshaun, And so it's super easy for our brains to go, oh my gosh, they don't like him. But I don't know if any of those conversations actually did take place. They might be sitting there with cigars with their feet up going, we got the next star and we're not telling anybody because they're not motivated to say anything about this.
Let me throw it to you this. Let me ask Dibs this. Is the 49ers quarterback situation settled or unsettled?
I think it's settled, and okay. I think the idea of and we had the reporter on about the meeting, Jordan Schultz, the meeting that they allegedly had with Deshaun Watson. It might be as simple as a phone conversation where they conferenced him in as a third guy. Hey, how you doing? I'm good. Good meeting. The idea of what a meeting is always so nebulous. Now, I don't think the situation is unsettled at all. If you're Houston, you're trying to drum up as many suitors for Deshaun as possible. And the Niners, by the way, were so quick to refute it. And I don't know if you saw the litany of refutations.
Ping, ping, ping,
they
ping,
came
ping.
from everywhere. And then,
look. Somebody sent a group text, is what it looked like to me.
Basically,
that's exactly what happened.
And it was a foot race between Mayoko's.
As somebody that's been on a group text once or twice, it sounded like somebody sent a group text.
How many people can you fit on one group text?
I say Schrager, Josina.
Yeah, you
both
because
Mats. I got to get a cam in there.
Isn't there a limit? There's a limit, right? Is it or is it just?
No, there's got to be a limit.
Yeah, I think so. There might have had to been multiple texts because more than 20 people got that text.
And this is where me as a Droid user probably would have gotten burned. And I wonder who the reporter in the Droid world was. It's like, I never came across. How come I didn't get a text? I'll go with it anyway.
I think it's Adam Schefter. He's the only one who has not refuted this report.
True.
Yeah, per sources.
Yeah, according to sources. So I think that the situation is settled. I mean, you got Lance and you got Sudsy, and that's what you're going with. And, Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be elsewhere. We bet with the morning roast, traded. If it's traded, kept, or cut. If we play a little game of traded, kept, or cut,
that's good.
Where would you guys come down on what goes down with Jimmy G?
I think traded, but traded for less than people think. Fourth, something like that.
Steiny, traded, kept, or cut?
I'm starting to think he may just be cut.
Really?
Yep.
Wow, this is like an edition of Merry Friend or Kill.
I think there's a big...
What?
I don't know if you can play that game anymore.
What are we basing?
Oh no! Don't talk about that.
Marry, befriend, or
What are we basing it on?
Don't talk about that.
Are we basing
that wrong?
basing it on our own impatience, or basing it on any actual facts?
It feels to me like if you're a team without a quarterback, it's a game of chicken with the 49ers because you don't want to give them anything because you don't think they're keeping him.
Right.
Really.
Right.
So.
Oh, we're going to keep him.
You're going to say, okay, we'll give you. Can you give us a third? No. Okay, forget it. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Keep him.
We will.
You think?
You'll see.
But they won't.
No chance.
But see, that's the thing. I think when push comes to shove, the 49ers will not keep him.
Gosh,
do you think they might keep him?
But at some point, you have to decide. All right, we're not going to cut him. You take the best offer, and maybe that best offer isn't what you originally thought.
The shoulder surgery is the only thing that trips me up on this because if you look around, and everybody can have their opinion on Jimmy, but this is not the way it works with quarterbacks. Like somebody went all in on Carson Wentz when two teams couldn't wait to get rid of him. Like by definition, the value of a quarterback is higher than what it should be. So why is this still sitting here? You can hate Jimmy and still objectively believe that once Watson is off the market, that's the guy. And there will still be 5 teams who need a quarterback. And he's clearly the best one left. Yet there's no market for him? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense.
It gets back to his greatest value being intangibles for me. I think that's what it is. His greatest value is a lot of things that aren't
okay, so what's Wentz's greatest value?
Well,
what's Trubisky's greatest value?
Young.
Wentz is a big, strong, strapping 6'4", 6'5"
young arm
guy.
strength, relatively cheap in comparison to Garoppolo.
Trubisky has great arm strength? I mean, we watched him in the NFL. But this is the Pittsburgh flipping Steelers.
Look, I think Jimmy Garoppolo is a better quarterback than Mitch Trubisky,
and costs a lot more. I get it. But like, if we're going to do this and we're going to watch all these teams sign these guys, like they are all proving the rule. a quarterback's value is higher than what his ability is. That's got to apply to everybody.
I think teams look at Garoppolo, Mark, and they go, you know what? Why would we pay for the special sauce that he had with the Niners?
Because we're not as good as the Niners outside of the quarterback.
And
you know what I mean?
we don't run it like they do. We're going to have to throw it.
Let me throw this one at you. What if there's already a deal in place with the Texans?
Ooh,
And they're simply waiting for Deshaun to be traded.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio, who once upon a time drafted Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's possible.
Then the story pivots to Trey Lance.
And he fits perfectly, does he not? Alongside Davis Mills, who's young and nice, but you're not ready to be that's our future.
Oh, I thought you meant Garoppolo to Houston.
Yes, but
I do.
Deshaun Watson elsewhere,
Right.
not Deshaun Watson here.
Oh, okay.
Deshaun goes elsewhere.
The 49ers
Jimmy goes to Houston.
The 49ers
Trey
have
Lance
a deal
is
with
Trey Lance.
Right?
Okay.
I'm saying, what if
Deshaun goes to Atlanta, Ryan goes to Indy, Garoppolo goes to the
let's
Texans.
just say
Not
Deshaun.
bad, not bad.
Everyone's saying the Saints are the favorite. Let's say Deshaun goes to the Saints, and then the very next day, Houston, who just got a ton of draft capital, goes, "Here's a 2. Here's a 2, and we'll take Jimmy."
If I'm doing radio in Houston, it's a classic Guru. Houston, we have a problem.
Do you? They're not trying to win. There's no pressure there.
But if you're not trying to win, why are you giving up a 2 for Jimmy Garoppolo?
You're not giving up a 2. This guy is stuck on an overcompensation sensation.
By the way, did you
in
get
my
your
opinion.
autographed photos of Garoppolo out there?
Those stay. Those stay.
Okay.
Those stay.
All right.
It's a scenario, is it not?
That's a scenario, all right.
Yeah. All right.
How about the Warriors?
What about them?
They're back.
Draymond Green with a tongue lashing.
They never left. They never left. But we do. Steiny and JD next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, I'm going to tell you what I think, and it's the way I'm going to start the show. We've heard the Deshaun Watson report, and then the repudiation heard round the bay. Here's what I think. I'm going to be honest with you. I think John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan think that this San Francisco 49er team is so good that they're too good to head into next season with a quarterback who's only started 2 games and think they can win the championship. I think the 49ers brass looks at this team and says, we are loaded, and we're going to be loaded. We can run. We got 3 pass catchers. If you throw Deebo Samuel in there, we're going to keep Bosa in the mix. We just upgraded our secondary. We cannot roll the dice on a 21-year-old with no experience. That's what I think the big question is inside the 49er organization.
For me, it's more about the 49ers wanting to be involved in everything going on in the league. They fancy themselves, and we've talked about this a lot with respect to the Warriors. The Warriors want to be where business is happening. They want to be in on every conversation with every player, regardless of that play. They want to be the franchise that can sign Kevin Durant and take a meeting with LeBron James at some point. And I think the 49ers view themselves as that type of elite organization where no matter what's going on, if there's any big quarterback available, whether it's Brady or Rodgers or Watson, they want to be in the mix for that, even if they immediately shoot it down as false.
Do you believe the report that the 49ers are linked now to Deshaun Watson and are talking to him? Or do you not believe it? And if you don't believe it, Do you just think that all this is smoke? It's coming from a place where there's no truth to it, and that it just feels strange to me, JD, that why is all this, if it's so cut and dry that Trey Lance is going to be the 49er starter next year, week 1, why isn't it just that simple? And they're going to get rid of Garoppolo and try to trade him and waive him, whatever, but that's secondary.
I also think there's a part of the 49ers, hey, you know what? If we love Trey Lance, I think they feel like they can get away with all of these things that I'm about to say. They're good enough as a franchise to keep Jimmy one more year with Trey on the bench, to trade Jimmy for value where people say they won the trade. And if they want to go to Trey Lance, he's going to be good enough. But you know what? Deshaun Watson might be available, so we're talking to him. Tom Brady's suddenly in the mix. Who wouldn't want Tom Brady, even though they didn't 2 years ago? I just think they want to be among the movers and the shakers, always looking for that incremental upgrade. And you know what? Talk is talk. So what if they feel they can basically thread the needle on all of these things? We can talk to Deshaun, not get him. He can go somewhere else. And you know what? Trey Lance is fine. Why? Because our culture is so great. Our winning formula is so great that he's going to thrive regardless. And oh, by the way, we're gonna hold out to the last minute on the Garoppolo trade because all of these balls are being balanced at the same time, and we're still going to get the 2 or the 3 that now most people don't think we can get. Why? Because we're the San Francisco freaking 49ers. To me, it's about, I'm going to use this term, comes off maybe as a little crass, organizational arrogance.
Well, let me tell you something. If that's it, you ain't the Warriors.
Yeah.
You two guys, Lynch and Shanahan, I'm not here to fire you. I'm not even here to really criticize you. But you've made the playoffs 2 out of 5 years. It's like you ain't that organization right now. Talk to me in 3 years when you've had 4 straight playoff appearances and maybe a Super Bowl under your belt. But you know what? And here's the other thing. Trey Lance better be damn good. He better be damn good, or guess what? You won't have a chance to have organizational arrogance because he better be able to play. Because if he can't play, maybe they think he can't play, and that is why there's all this smoke.
Let me give you another just quickie on the report, right?
All right?
The Jordan Schultz report. And he says 49ers to meet with him, immediately gets shot down by every other reporter under the sun, right? Here's how I view that. This is, to me, and I said this to you before the show, the kind of thing where Jordan Schultz reports it, everybody shoots it down, we all accept it getting shot down because there are a lot of really credible local and national sources that have been told that it's not happening. And then you know what? In May or June, somebody's doing a podcast somewhere, John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan or somebody within the 49ers organization's doing a podcast after Deshaun Watson gets traded to Atlanta or New Orleans or wherever the hell he's going to go, Carolina, whatever it is. And somebody from the 49ers is like, yeah, we talked to Deshaun. We talked to Deshaun because, why wouldn't we? It's just, he was available. We wanted to see what was going on. We're trying to figure out where he's going to go so we can figure out what we're going to ship Jimmy off to. All of these things. To me, that's what this is. It's, erroneous report, not happening. And then 3 or 4 months from now, it's just going to be kind of an afterthought. Oh, yeah, we talked to him.
Yeah, or Watson will be at his introductory press conference in Atlanta and said, there's some interest in a few teams, San Francisco.
Yeah.
New Orleans, Atlanta.
So I don't even think it's we're kind of having some fun with it. This is gonna. I mean, you can come down my road for this one, but I believe both. I kind of believe. I think they probably are meeting with him, but I understand why they would want to shoot that down immediately and vehemently because it's probably not going to result in anything. But they just don't want the perception out there right now that they're looking around for another quarterback.
And here's the other thing about a meeting. Meeting doesn't have to be John Lynch met with Deshaun Watson or Lynch and Shanahan met with Deshaun Watson's agents. It might be a go-between who touched base with Watson's agent to feel out what Watson's thinking. He does have a no-trade clause, after all. And even JD, what if Watson kind of floated this out there? What if Watson told somebody, I'll tell you what, I'd like you give me that 49er team, I'll be in the Super Bowl in year one that I'm back.
Yeah, that's where I want to go.
Exactly.
Or what are your first choice? Like, hey, Deshaun, give me 4 teams you want to meet with. San Francisco, number 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoever, pick number 2, Atlanta number 2, the Saints number 3, whatever it is after that. But San Francisco 1, then draw a line, and then like 3 teams, and then draw another line.
Exactly. So, again, Deshaun Watson report out there that he's being linked to the San Francisco 49ers. The local media in the Bay, to a man and woman, has basically said, according to sources, there's not a meeting. Is there interest? I don't know. I just know that it feels like there's the old where there's smoke, there's fire. But again, forget the big picture of Watson. And oh my gosh, could they really be interested in Deshaun Watson? To me, the bigger question is starting to become, can the 49ers prove to me they're all in on Trey Lance? And I guess, JD, they can't prove that until what? They get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo and or sit tight at the quarterback position.
Well, it doesn't become officially official until, Garoppolo is gone, and then I would guess they progress into the offseason with Trey Lance as the starter.
Right.
But it's really probably going to even be, it depends on what you want to believe to a certain extent, but if you still think Tom Brady could become an option at some point between now and July, it would probably have to be July at that point.
Let me ask you this. As long as we're throwing it out there, and let's assume front offices call it due diligence, and if it eventually comes out that the 49ers were sniffing around Deshaun Watson, they'll just say, well, it's due diligence, right? You have any problem with Deshaun Watson, the person, being wooed or maybe being courted by the San Francisco 49ers? Because the one thing, unless I'm mistaken, in the Shanahan-Lynch era, they haven't really taken a chance on a character guy, if you know what I mean. And Watson's going to come with some baggage. And is that an issue or not an issue?
I think for a lot of people it would be an issue, even if he was criminally cleared of a lot of the things that there were potential to be charges for. You can be not a criminal and still not be maybe the best guy.
Right.
Or like, to use your term, have some baggage. And I think a lot of people with some of the stories that have been linked to Deshaun Watson wouldn't want him just because of that, even if he is a talented quarterback. And I think you've seen a couple of teams say, we're out, just based on, hey, there's just too much going on here. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Again, criminally, it sounds like it's not true or not provable,
right.
So he's been cleared. But, some teams look at that as where there's smoke, there's fire, and you just don't want to mess with it.
Yeah. Man, we got a ton going on today. We're going to get into it all. Obviously, the talk of Deshaun Watson will be a topic. But the Golden State Warriors, they played their first game essentially in over 1,000 days with their big 3. They handled the Washington Wizards. Draymond Green, first game back, doesn't hesitate to make news in a variety of ways. Basically predicted that the Golden State Warriors are going to win it all this year. And then after the game, had a few choice words to say about the media, and particularly a story written by Anthony Slater in The Athletic a week or two ago that implied Draymond missed or didn't sit on the bench for a game against the Lakers because he was feeling the effects of the night before when he had his birthday party. Draymond took big exception to that. We didn't even talk about Steph Curry getting 47 on his birthday. By the way, am I the only one that noticed? I can't be. Spadone, Evan, because I know JD. Curry's sitting with 47. He scored 13 straight We got subs at the table, and Clay launches from 30 with 13 on the clock?
Kobe.
Come on. Did it cross your mind that anything was a little funky there, Spadone, or not? Nah, it's not really.
It's just Clay, isn't it, Steiny? It's just something he does. Like, I think Steph knows that. And Steph, I think, talked about it after, right? He was just like, yeah, I was mad at myself for missing it, and then after that, it's like, whatever.
It's two things, right? It's either a Richard move,
right,
or it's just being completely oblivious to what's going on. And I think with Clay, you can pretty much account for it being the latter.
I guess. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of, and bear with me here, JD. I don't know if you know this story or the people listening know this story, but Guru's son was on his high school basketball team, and about the middle of the season, his son's team won a game on a buzzer beater, like a half quarter, and the team was jumping around celebrating on the court, and there's a video of it, and you see Guru running out from the stands celebrating with the team. And the whole next day we talked about, is it kosher for a parent to go celebrate with the team after it's 99%.
Here's the answer.
No.
Here's the answer.
Yeah.
It is if it's Guru.
That's exactly right.
That's the answer.
That's exactly right. That is the answer. The answer is no.
Like, it wouldn't be.
But if it's
you
Guru, it's okay.
Exactly.
So is it all right? No, it's not. But okay, it's Clay. Clay gets to do that. Clay gets to freeze out Steph intentionally or unintentionally.
But I don't know if that was. I took away from that. Everyone was killing Kerr for taking Curry out. But I just don't know why there's no blame that goes to Clay in that situation when he kind of forced one early in the shot clock when Steph had a chance for 50.
Exactly.
Well, you hit me with that, and I gave the exact answer to you. Like, I was kind of oblivious to the. Like, I just wrote the Clay part of it off. I said, well, no, people are mad because Kerr took him out. And you're like, I know. I'm talking about Clay. Cast it off.
Clay gets the benefit of the doubt. Kerr doesn't. And it stands to reason, I guess. All right, we got a ton to get into. Here's where we're going to open up. We also have Cam Inman joining us at 1:30. That's in an hour. Get some more clarity on the San Francisco 49ers situation. But, I mean, the question I have is, what are you thinking right now about Trey Lance? Is this all just smoke that means nothing? I mean, where do you think the 49ers are headed? Is this quarterback situation settled in San Francisco, or is it unsettled? 888-957-9570. Also get into Draymond Green's tirade after last night's game against the Wizards. Hey, in case you missed any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. 888-957-9570. Let's get it rolling on a Tuesday.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry.
I'd rather watch two dogs make puppies.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. No Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo feeling a little under the weather, but he wants everybody to know that he's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Lay off.
Talked to Goo a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I texted with him, asked how he's feeling. He said he's doing better. You know what, though? I mean, in this day and age, let's face it, you're gonna opt to stay home rather than come into work if you got any kind of doubts. It's kind of the one benefit, one silver lining of this pandemic. You know what? You got the sniffles, you got a cough, you got a scratchy throat. Gutting it out at work is the stupid thing to do now. It's stupid. Just stay home. Mm-hmm. Deshaun Watson. Mm-hmm. All right. This is Jordan Schultz. All right. He's reporting. I'm going to refer to him as an independent journalist, essentially. He's got... Give it to me, Spinell.
Hosts the podcast with CJ McCollum, analyst, insider.
Okay. But he's broken some news in his career. This is Jordan Schultz on Deshaun Watson meeting with the San Francisco 49ers.
I think the meeting is something that is probably more informational and less of a chance of happening. I think he wants to be in the NFC. I know New Orleans is the favorite. Carolina's obviously been in it as well. I don't think there's much to Cleveland or Atlanta. But I think San Francisco, the fact that they're interested and that, I know they don't have a lot of capital, and this would have to be significant mortgage of their future picks. But it is something that I've been told by two people now. And, guys, sometimes in this business, you just have to take the lumps, and if people want to criticize, that's their prerogative.
Yeah, that's Jordan Schultz essentially at the very end referring to a wave of denials that this is happening or it has taken place or that it will take place. So do I believe the 49ers have talked to Watson or made contact? Yeah, maybe. But to me, and I'm interested to know what 49er fans think. All this stuff that's happened in the offseason, just these narratives, this smoke, it's starting to make me feel like Shanahan and Lynch, they might know that Trey Lance can't get it done next year. And I think they look at this 49er team as we are so ready to go deep for the next year or two. We got the best running game in football. We got a great tight end. We got two receivers, and one guy can run it. Our offensive line's always been solid. We're already addressing the secondary. We are ready to go. But are you really ready to go with a 22-year-old quarterback who's played only 2 games? Can you really, JD, have Super Bowl aspirations? And I mean this, dead serious. Can you really have Super Bowl aspirations with a 22-year-old quarterback who's quarterbacked 2 games in the NFL, was an FCS quarterback, and only quarterbacked 1 game in the last 2 years of his college?
It's a fair question to ask internally, I think, if you're the 49ers as you start to build the rest of the roster. And it could be as simple as the question being, can you win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance? Because I think the 49ers are confident that Trey Lance is going to be pretty good. But it sort of gets back to the question, again, to kind of relate it to a Warriors topic that we have all the time. We know Kuminga and Moody and even Wiseman are probably all going to be really good players, but are they going to be good enough to help a team get over the hump to win a championship as primary players in the next couple of years, right? And for how long? And I think it's the same thing with Lance. They may internally say, hey, we can be a 10-7 team that wins a wild card game or wins a couple of playoff games or even wins a division, wins a playoff game, but it might be far-fetched to say we can win the Super Bowl with Trey Lance in 2022. And then you start to look, as you map out and plan your future, the next few years, you start to look at everybody else on your roster and you think, well, wait a minute, if it takes Trey Lance 2 years from right now to be a Super Bowl winning caliber quarterback, then does that align with where everything else is 2 years from now? Or are you going to have to be in a different place with the rest of the roster and maybe you miss your window in a way?
Yeah.
That's the question I think that they're asking and maybe grappling with as some of these other options present themselves and they decide yay or nay. And whether they're even deciding yay or nay, as Jordan Schultz said when he was on with Willard and Dibs, you always want to be in the know as to what's going on in league circles, and I think there's an element of that to what the 49ers are doing too.
Carlito, Alameda. What do you got, buddy? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I think, there's a lot going on right now, as you guys know, and I think as a big 49er fan that I am, I first of all want to say that I was for Garoppolo staying. I'm a Garoppolo guy. But with Tom Brady, I'm like, let's get Tom Brady, and I'm very disappointed that they didn't get him. And also, let's think about the.
Do you mean 2 years ago
with Tom Brady and Shanahan?
Carlito, do you mean 2 years ago with Brady?
No, I mean this year.
Well, this
and go
ahead.
And I was going to say that the dynamic of Brady and Shanahan, like two big egos, and how that was going to work itself out. Hopefully it still happens. Thanks a lot, guys.
Appreciate it. Oh, he knew what was going on with Tom Brady. Tom Brady's back with Tampa Bay, which to me and JD would theoretically be the first step toward him playing for another team rather than staying retired. But something feels, I don't know, fishy's the right word. But I guess when I ask a simple question, right now is the 49ers quarterback situation settled or unsettled? What would 49er fans say at 888-957-9570?
I think they'd say settled.
I would want to say settled, but here's what I think.
But Jimmy Garoppolo's still on the roster as of right this second. I don't think this time tomorrow he necessarily will be.
Right.
But for now he is, and the longer they play that out, the easier it is to say unsettled.
Benjamin Albright. He's a host and reporter and analyst at the Denver Broncos flagship. You can follow him at Broncos Insider, KOA, Colorado. Listen to what he said about the 49ers and the Jimmy Garoppolo situation, JD.
I think they overplayed their hand. I mean, I think they overplayed their hand. I mean, anytime you're going to see Carson Wentz, you see the Washington football team take on Carson Wentz's salary and give up multiple draft picks to do it, and not go after Jimmy Garoppolo, who's been to a Super Bowl. I think that means you've overplayed your hand, because Scott Turner and the offense over there in Washington would be just fine with Jimmy Garoppolo at the helm. Carson Wentz is a giant question mark. So, I think what they've done is they just overplayed their hand in the end. Everybody knew what was coming. They knew he was going to be available at the end of the year, and so they went out and made their plans and their contingency plans, and it wound up that you get around the circle, and he's the only one without a chair left to sit in.
Interesting. Do you think the 49ers overplayed their hand, or is now the fact that Deshaun Watson is become available, does Watson just become that domino between Garoppolo and the last quarterback like a Wentz or a Trubisky that was signed?
I think you could make a case, depending on how this plays out over the next 24 hours or over the next couple of months, that maybe they overplayed their hand a little bit, that they thought they were going to get X for Jimmy Garoppolo, and now they can't, and they're hanging on to him to the last second in an attempt to hope they can still get that value that they covet. I think that's in play here. They also may, as we were talking about in the crosstalk, they may have a deal in place that's pending what happens with Deshaun Watson or this or that. Like I think that's also true. I would just be stunned. I would be stunned if it's, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo's going to Team X for a second-round pick.
Right.
Or even a third-round pick, potentially at this point.
Well, my question is, if Jimmy Garoppolo is on the roster on Thursday, that means the 49ers will have had to make some internal financial moves to get under the cap, right? I mean, it's as simple as if they were to waive Jimmy Garoppolo right now, they're under the cap.
Right. And look, they're going to sign Charvarius Ward, the corner from the Kansas City Chiefs. He's going to come over.
Well, apparently they've restructured D Ford's deal, too, which I'll bet has something to do with this all, obviously.
And look, it doesn't matter. Like, you can agree to terms and know the steps that you have to take to make it fit, and then when tomorrow at 1 o'clock comes, you start putting those steps in place to make sure you're under when you have to be under. So there is some flexibility up until that point. Like you got the tally sheet or the computer program that'll tell you where how to get to where you need to be. But I think the signing of Ward would almost indicate to me that they have to know what the resolution with Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be one way or another, meaning cut or trade.
Do you think they probably know that right now?
I think it's possible. I think they know. I would bet that they know right now where they could send Jimmy and what they could get. Like Carolina, and I'm just hypothetical, like Carolina for a fourth might be on the table right now.
Right. And the question is, do you take that deal now, or do you finagle with the numbers to keep Garoppolo on the roster for now and just proceed toward the regular season, hoping and believing that somebody will come back to the table and say, you know what, push is coming to shove here. We'll give you a third for Garoppolo or a second for Garoppolo. And then the waiting game will have worked. That's, but that's a gamble.
And maybe it's again, another hypothetical, but maybe it's Indianapolis saying, well, we want to see what happens with Watson because if Watson goes here, we might be able to get this guy. So we're not going to give you a 3 for Jimmy until we can see if we can get this guy. But if we don't, then we'll come back and re-engage with you at 12:58.
And I didn't think the surgery was a big deal until recently. I think that's another thing. The Colts could say, I'll tell you what, do we have interest in Garoppolo? Yeah. When he throws, when he can throw, talk to us when he can throw.
Here's the deal.
Seriously.
If you were going to give
because
up...
of shoulder surgery, not because he's not good. You know what I mean?
Right. If you were going to give up a 2, it became a 3. If you were going to give up a 3, it became a 4. If you were willing to give up a couple of 4s, it became a 4 and a 5 or 4 and a 6. Or to me, like that was the baseline of whatever you thought you could recoup for Jimmy Garoppolo. It went down a peg or even a peg and a half with the news about the injury and the surgery.
Matt's in Carmichael. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man? What do you got?
Yeah, first of all, I was just going to say, I think that the Texans already refused the Colts from interviewing Deshaun Watson, so that's kind of already off the table. But my question is about the backup. If for some reason, if Jimmy does kind of leave or we are able to trade him, what does that look like as far as a backup standpoint from Trey Lance? Obviously, being a running QB, we kind of need to have a decent backup, but I'll take your...
That's actually something I've been thinking, fair amount is he played 2.5 games. He got hurt in one of them.
Yeah. And we've seen that wreck seasons before with Jimmy Garoppolo.
What do you think their situation...
They signed Sudfeld
to be a backup?
To me, they signed Sudfeld to tell the other backups on the market we're good, even though they're not good. If that makes sense. Like you signed Sudfeld to tell a backup quarterback that thinks he's going to make $5 million potentially to come back up Trey Lance that you're actually really going to make $1 million if you want to come here. So feel free to shop elsewhere, but this is we're good with Sudfeld as the back, even though they may not be good with Sudfeld.
That sniffs of a little organizational arrogance too. I like that. Did you come up with that?
I don't know. Probably not.
Organizational arrogance.
Probably not.
Joe in San Jose. How you doing, Joe? What's going on, man? What are you thinking?
Hey, guys. So I just had a quick crazy scenario when Tom Brady said he was coming out of retirement. I was like, okay, he has to be coming out of retirement for some reason. But what if maybe he came out of retirement and he wants to play with McDaniels and somehow the Bucs and the Raiders work kind of a trade thing out? I just didn't know if I'm maybe tripping out, or maybe that could probably work. I just wanted to see what you guys think about that, or maybe that already came out already.
Well, appreciate the call. I mean, look, okay, so Tom Brady says he's retiring, but he's still under contract for a year with Tampa Bay. Bruce Arians says bad business just to let him go anywhere just because he says he's retired. Okay, but now Brady's starting to get the itch again, and in fact, he's decided I definitely want to play again. But I kind of don't want to play for the Buccaneers. All right, well, the first thing you got to do is say you're coming back to play. And now, to me, Brady's got the leverage because Brady can just say, I'm coming back, but I don't want to be here, and I can walk away at any time. And so I can almost hold the quarterback position hostage for you. So I'm telling you right now, here's 3 teams I'd love to play with. Let's say the other team he mentioned. Oh, the Raiders. And let's say the Raiders say, "Well, give me 2 firsts for Brady." And Brady goes, I'll play for Vegas. Boom, it's done.
Right.
But he's got to play before he's got to make everybody think he's going to play before really anything can happen.
Right. And then the flip side also is he's got to let Tampa know, so Tampa can plan if they're going to keep him. I mean, that's the other scenario you do have to account for is, like, all right, Tampa right now is either working under the impression that he's playing for them, or they're working under the impression that he's not playing for them, but everybody now knows he's playing, and they can deal with other teams that maybe he wants to play for accordingly. As far as the one caller had mentioned the Deshaun thing, and it was, they're not engaging with again. It's not about Indy directly. It's about if he goes somewhere and that opens up something.
The ripple
for Indy.
effect.
What if Deshaun went to the Raiders and then Derek Carr went to Indy? Well, then that would take. There's all kind. If he goes to Atlanta and then Matt Ryan goes to Indy, I read that report, rumor mill earlier today. Well, then that takes away options as far as Jimmy Garoppolo goes.
It's really interesting stuff. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about it. And I guess the question I have for you, JD, is do you think there'll be a resolution tomorrow? Because tomorrow,
I do.
I almost said to you, it's like, boy, we'll get on the air Tuesday, and in theory, it's going to be the last day that we don't know about Jimmy Garoppolo. In theory, right?
Yeah, in theory. I mean, maybe tomorrow for the first hour. It could be right about this time tomorrow. But it could be any moment. I mean, in any moment, it could be the 49ers have agreed to trade Jimmy Garoppolo to Team X.
Right. I mean, there's going to be speculation as long as Garoppolo's hanging around, as long as he's lingering.
Well, if he's on the roster and doesn't get traded,
right,
and he just counts toward the roster and they do other things, I mean, at that point, you do have to start opening yourself up to, well, are they going to compete for the job? And I don't even view it that way.
Yeah, I don't either. I still think it's premature to view it that way. I think if that happens, I would come in here tomorrow and say, all right, the 49ers they're going to take it a little further to the limit.
Right.
That's all.
Okay.
They're going to, they didn't like what happened here with, in free agency. They didn't like their offers. They thought they were going to, can we get a second? And they're finding out we can't even get a fourth. Well, guess what? Rather than just waive the guy, we'll reconfigure some numbers in the offseason, because that's what it would be. We'll reconfigure some numbers in the offseason, and we'll play this. It's like George Costanza continuing to drive to the end of Long Island to get to his solarium and his horse farm. Prickly Pete and somebody else, I forget. But remember, he kept driving and driving until they got to the end, and then there was no Prickly Pete or solarium. Maybe Lynch thinks there's a solarium at the end of the rainbow or at the end of the offseason. You know what I'm saying? Maybe.
I got you.
But it's very, 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 very fascinating. Good stuff. Good stuff. 888-957-9570. I want to turn our attention next half hour to the Golden State Warriors. I thought last night, I'm watching the Warriors game, and they're handling Washington. And it's one of those games where it's never in doubt. Everybody's having a blast. It's fun again. Draymond's back. Curry's going off. Poole's throwing in just some phenomenal shots. And I thought it was like, wow, this is going to be one of those peaches and cream post games. Not at all. Draymond Green last night, after playing his first game in over 2 months, basically called out the media after the game for a story that was written. Not the media, one in particular, The Athletic. Anthony Slater, a couple weeks ago, wrote that the Warriors wanted Draymond Green around the team more, and that he'd gone out on his birthday. Apparently, then the next night did not sit on the bench in L.A., and Slater implied that it was because Draymond had enjoyed his birthday the night before a little too much, and Draymond addressed that last night right off the bat in the postgame. We'll play that for you on the other side. But just real quick before we go to break and open it up next hour, JD, just your thoughts on the game and kind of last night at Chase. Just, I don't know, little different night for sure.
Yeah, more energy with Draymond back. I thought it was interesting they had him come off the bench. That was a surprise. And you look at Steph Curry. I mean, we've talked about it for months. Can the return of Draymond unlock something that's been missing in Steph Curry's game? And he goes for the second most points he's gone for all season in 47, and he makes 7 3-pointers with all when Draymond's on the floor. And I mean, there were just so many notes about the two of them that I read in terms of just what we already knew in terms of their connectivity. But the Warriors scored 56 points in 15 minutes where Curry and Draymond were both on the floor.
One more time?
56 points in 15 minutes.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. That means it's a Not quite 200.
And Curry had 41 of his 47 in that time.
Boy. See, you know what, JD? See, this is where a lot of people in the Bay Area got to love me for not stirring the pot. So you're telling me that Steph Curry is a significantly better player with Draymond Green on the court?
Of course.
Okay, so he needs Draymond. He needs him.
That's really where you want to go.
No, it actually isn't. It is not where I want to go. I was just having a little fun with Warrior fans.
All right.
Thinking about, what other superstars needed a teammate like Steph needed Draymond? I'm just kidding. Relax, Warrior fans. Relax. I'm just kidding. Curry was brilliant last night. In fact, I wish he would have gotten 50.
I mean, last night is the kind of game that you start looking at it, and now they're building a little momentum, and
No
it's
doubt.
4 in a row, and they hit another level last night in the time that Draymond was out there. So
No doubt. I want to see him hit that level tomorrow against a better team in Boston, but you are right. Hey, at Safeway, they partner with trusted top-quality growers for hand-picked fruits and vegetables harvested at the peak of flavor. From farm to you, visit Safeway's produce department today and see how they are perfecting the art of fresh. What was up Draymond Green's Guglioni last night? We'll talk about it, and we'll let you hear it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Day-Day! What's up, Bay Area?
put off any hard rotation decisions for one more game. In other words, you got Draymond coming off the bench. Wiggins doesn't play.
Poole gets to start again.
Poole gets to start. No Iguodala. So nice win, but you still, what are you going to do when Wiggins comes back and needs 30 minutes? And what if Iguodala's saying, I'm ready to go 18? How does that ripple effect affect the Golden State Warriors? So that was one game where we kind of didn't find any more out, but I'm not saying it's the end of the world. I'm just something that I noticed. When you take Wiggins 30 minutes out, obviously, they're going to somebody, and they'll be taken from somebody too. All right, Draymond Green. I wonder if I should set it up or just play it. I'll just play it first.
Yeah, he comes in last night.
Why don't you? Yeah, go ahead.
No,
JD.
he's back. Yeah, and I was at the game, and I was in the press conference room. He plays his 20 minutes, and he plays well. And it's Steph Curry went for 47 on his birthday. It's the first time Draymond's played since January, and he comes in and he starts addressing the night, but he does it in a little bit. He's got something to get off his chest.
Take a listen.
I'm not going to give much in this interview. I'm just going to let y'all know that now. As someone who now works on y'all side of things, I understand the job, and I'm all for the job, which is why I will give quotes and I expand on my answers. I make myself available because I understand how this thing works. We play, you write, you speak, and it grows the game. Because of that, we are all one. I don't know if people understand that or not, but my job don't work without y'all, and y'all job don't work without mine. That's just how this goes. When we were shut down, we all were shut down. And so integrity is important. It's very important. And when you assume and you try to put things out there to cause controversy and essentially make other people look bad, it's ridiculous. We have children, we have family, I have a mother, I have a father, I have grandparents. And so when you do things and you try to give your story an extra boost, just remember, we work together, and it's not always like that. So as a man of my word, I'm not going to give much today. If anyone wants to talk to me outside of here, I'm all for it, but I'm not giving much today because I'm not sure that I can trust what my words are going to go from here, because the integrity of this job is extremely important.
All right, so then he rolled, essentially. And so as I was listening to this last night, I thought I knew, and I think I do know, exactly what he was talking about. Go ahead,
Yeah,
JD.
and then he went off at that point. He left the podium, and he went out in the hallway, basically on the pathway between the press conference room and the hallway that leads down toward where the Warriors locker room is, and he did a scrum, the old school scrum with, 8 to 10 reporters. Some that were in the room went out. I popped out for a couple of minutes and then went back in and then popped back out. I was kind of in and out on it. But he did have what would be construed as a normal media availability away from the podium.
Okay. So in other words, he comes to the podium, he says what he says, and then he meets with some reporters to give more details about
the game, everything,
right.
Why
Okay.
he was upset, and he did eventually get asked about why he was upset, and he, I'll let you take it kind of from there.
Right. And I mean, I thought I knew what he was upset about, and it was a story that Anthony Slater had written in The Athletic a few weeks ago, and it was where Slater talked about the Golden State Warriors were hoping that Draymond Green would be around the team a little more while he was injured. And he related a story where he said Draymond Green was in L.A., he celebrated his birthday, and then the next night when the Warriors played the Los Angeles Lakers at Staples Center, Draymond Green wasn't even there. And Slater wrote in the story that, well, if you check out Draymond's Instagram feed, you might be able to tell why he didn't show for the game on Saturday. And on Draymond Green's Instagram, he had photos of his birthday party, apparently, and they were photos of wine.
Yeah.
He was drinking wine. And so that's obviously Draymond took offense to that. And so that's what Draymond Green was talking about. He didn't like, clearly, that it was written that he missed a game against the Lakers because he was hungover.
Exactly. And that was specifically addressed in the session that he had. He didn't mention the parts about the team wanting him around more and maybe being upset about the fact that he hadn't been around more during the injury, which I actually thought was interesting. He didn't mention that as part of why he was upset about it. But yeah, I think it was the inference was, oh, you were out partying and couldn't make the game.
And the question is, was it an inference? Was it an implication? Because it was fairly strong, no doubt about it. So I just think, here's what struck me, and maybe, and I don't know, I don't think it's a big deal, but Draymond Green's making his return. He hasn't played in over 2 months. It's a great night for the Warriors. Curry's birthday. I thought, he's supposed to be happy. Like I'm just a little strange he picked this night to address a bone he has to pick with the media on a night where it's Steph's birthday. He came back. It was a nice win. I don't know. Let me ask you this. Because he said so much to get into. The idea that, we're in this together. Are we? Are we in this together? I don't think so. I don't think athletes want anything to do with the media outside of the media kind of portraying their side of things.
Yeah, but I do think there's an understanding, and those that do have an understanding of how the business works, that's where a lot of the money comes from. The interest.
No doubt.
That's garnered. Not only the access that's given and different entities and broadcast rights and all of that. I mean, that's a different level to it. But the interest of fans through the media being able to get closer to or understand what the players are thinking on the court, or if they dare to share what they're thinking off the court.
Right.
About certain things. So it is all connected, obviously. Like, if nobody covers the games, are these guys making millions of dollars and owners are making billions and all of that? If nobody covers the games, and it's not that big of a deal. So I do think he's onto something there.
Yeah, I do too. And the other thing about Draymond is he's basically in a one-of-a-kind position right now. That's the other thing to me that I think is very intriguing is he's a pro athlete and he's a media guy now, and he's saying he's a media guy and he's doing both, and it's just a different perspective he's going to have. I think he's going to I almost feel like it's possible he thinks he might be able to be the arbiter of what's right in what you can write about, what's fair game. You know what I mean? And as a media member, he can do it from that side, and as a pro, he can do it from that side. So the one thing that also Draymond said, and on another night, to me, we would have maybe come out with this today. This was after the ball game last night in the post-game interview. Take a listen to Draymond Green.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview?
Yeah, I called it months ago.
That was with Bob Fitzgerald and Kalena Azubuike on NBC Sports Bay Area after the game. You like that? If you're a Warrior fan, Draymond, right back, boom, we're going to win it. You love that about Draymond, or is that what drives you crazy about him?
Well, I think you love it. But it's not a prediction, it's just a prediction. That's not a prediction, but
that's pretty much a prediction. That was pretty bold. That's pretty bold. Saying they're going to win a championship.
And it doesn't matter what seed. Whatever the hell you want.
Well, you know what? You brought up something interesting, and I said, because of course, one of the reasons I'm so damn literal is because both my parents are English teachers. But when Draymond Green says, it doesn't matter if it's a second or third, of course I say, of course it does. Of course it does, because if you have to play Memphis, you'd rather have home court than not home court. It doesn't mean you can't beat Memphis if they have home court, but of course you'd rather have 2. Doesn't mean that you're going to bust your hump to get it, but please, you'd rather have 2 than 3. But what you brought up, JD, which is not outside the realm of possibility, the more I think about it, is what if Memphis gets knocked off in the first round?
That could happen.
By Minnesota.
Yeah, we're all accounting for, or whoever.
Right.
I mean, there's playing we don't need to get lost in the weeds on all that, but it's just, I mean, the 2 versus the 3, I mean, what are you really talking about? You're talking about the Warriors having to go win an extra road game. Maybe you got to win 2 extra road games.
No, I get it.
That kind of thing.
Marginal, but if you're given a choice,
sure,
you'd rather be the home squad.
Yes, but I also think like Draymond, and this is where I think you get down the road of you like it when Draymond said you like it when Draymond says it, not because Draymond will speak what's on his mind. See, that everybody goes there. I actually go to Draymond smart enough to understand whether they have a shot or
I kind of
not
agree with you.
at a greater level than a lot of players would.
I kind of agree
A lot of
with you.
players just say it's kind of a throwaway.
Right.
Well, Draymond, I don't think would say it if he didn't believe it. So forget about the quote unquote loudmouth component. Draymond can kind of be a loudmouth at times, and we all can like him for that, and sometimes it gets him trouble. But no, he's maybe the most intelligent player in the whole league when it comes to like what does it take.
I completely agree with that, and I'll tell you why I agree with it. Because if you, let's say you're a skeptic of the Warriors.
He's been watching the last 2 months.
Exactly. Well, we had this discussion last week.
He watches the league.
Exactly. We had this discussion last week. We were talking about, can the Warriors win it? Of course they can win it. Do I think the Warriors are going to win it? I just don't at this point. So as somebody who's like, I think it's going to be too hard. You're right. To hear Draymond Green say, I don't care if we're 2 or 3, we're going to win it. It does make me think, maybe I'm underestimating them. Maybe they can run the you know what I mean? So that, I agree, that is way more important than, there's Draymond again. Chirp, chirp, chirp. No, it's, oh boy, maybe they are for real if Draymond's starting to think they can win it all.
Exactly.
Because he knows when they stink.
Well, and
he's written off years where he's like, we stunk, I didn't care. So if he's going to say, I don't care years, then the year he's saying we got a shot at it, I think you got to take that.
And he also was the person that said you can't win it while you're trying to basically thread the needle between veteran team trying to win it and developing young players. And he's watched while he's been out them develop some young players that could potentially be in the mix. And they've clearly shown him enough to where if he thought they couldn't contribute or they didn't have enough options unless they contributed, they couldn't get it done. So it's
right.
Like I give him credit for all of that in terms of his evaluation of where his team's at, but also where the rest of the league's teams are at as they relate to the Warriors.
Let's go to Anthony. Anthony's in Pacheco. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, man. How you doing, Steiny? How you doing, JD?
Good.
So I just wanted to give my comments on the post game. I appreciate when athletes are pretty transparent. I understand where Draymond was coming from, and I'm okay with it. I think once you've done a job and then you do the other side of that job, you can see the different perspective. And I like that he said you guys don't exist without him and he doesn't exist without you. That's not entirely true, but we can at least be honest and say that you guys report on sports, and if there's no sports, you might not have a job. So I think you gotta take him at his word and just appreciate his honesty. And I would be upset too if I went out for a birthday party and just because I decided not to be on the bench the next day, that somebody said that I was hungover or whatever, and that really wasn't the case, I would be upset myself. So I understand where Draymond is coming from. I also like the confidence as far as saying hey, we're going to win it all. I'm with you, Steiny. I don't know how true that is, but we won't believe it if you don't believe it. So if he believes it, we just got to roll with him.
Yeah, I think that's well said, Anthony. Appreciate that for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors beat the Wizards last night. It was a score, 126-112. Curry with 47. I told you I had a buddy back east, from back east, who went to last night's game with his 19-year-old son, and he was texting me kind of during the game and after the game in a group thread. And I didn't think this was the case, but one of my buddies in the group thread said, that was a quiet 47. Did it feel like a quiet 47?
Yeah,
I mean,
kinda.
he got 13 real late in a row, So he was at 30. He went from 34 to 47 in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, and then it was like, wow, he's gonna have a shot at 50. And,
Incredible.
And he took the one shot to really get it, which I know he addressed after the game. He didn't make it, and he thought that was my shot. Like, so he wasn't upset about getting taken out or Clay maybe casting one off.
Right.
It was more, I had my one shot, and damn it, I wanted that one to go in because 50 on the
Because I know Clay's taking the next one.
on 50 on the birthday would have been something pretty cool. As far as just kind of going back to Draymond and what he had to say, you know, he addressed specifically in that side session the specifically it was the inference that, to go back to the college point, the inference that he was hungover.
Right.
As well, you can look at his Instagram, and I could read the quote from the story to kind of see where that was. And the one thing Draymond had said was, well, you better be right about that if you're going to report that. In essence, that and look, Anthony Slater's going to address it at some point. I think he's going to write about the response to whatever was written, and I'm sure we'll have him on at some point as well. But it's one of those things where, and maybe there's a lot, and you know from your years in it, I mean, maybe there could be a lot more to this that maybe was unreported or that Draymond wouldn't want reported that is known and could be reported. You know, I think there's all kinds. So we'll let Slater speak to that. But the one thing Draymond was trying to say is, hey, if you're gonna infer that I was hungover,
right,
you better be right. You cannot just that can't just be a throwaway line in the story to embellish things a little bit.
I hear you. You know what? As long as we're doing this, I'm going to be exact.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what Anthony Slater wrote that day, which was March 7th, so over a week ago.
Yeah, Monday.
Monday. But glimmers of hope, he said, surfaced in recent days. This was after the Warriors went 0-4. The Warriors have been pushing for Draymond Green to get around the team more often, lifting the seriousness of the situation. But it's clear Green was unwilling until he felt closer to game action. He is close, announcing on his podcast he expects to play against the Wizards. All right. Green did not grant the Warriors their ultimate trip wish. He showed up on the second stop in Dallas, got in a high-intensity workout and scrimmage, coached them up on the bench against the Mavericks, but then shifted into birthday mode. He spent Friday in L.A. celebrating his 32nd birthday and didn't show up for the Lakers game Saturday. Steve Kerr said Draymond Green was, quote, sick when asked about Green's absence Saturday. Now, this is according to Slater in his story. Instagram can tell you how Green's Friday night went. He was back with the team briefly Sunday for a post-practice workout at the Clippers facility in Los Angeles and got another workout Monday, beginning the final stages of his ramp-up. So that's the key. Steve Kerr said he was sick. You can tell how Green's Friday night went if you look on his Instagram. And on that Instagram, there were photos of a party and wine being drunk. So here's my... Does anybody care about the party? Does anybody care who was there? Does anybody care that if he was drinking wine, if he wasn't drinking wine, if he was hungover, if he wasn't hungover, if he was excused to be absent for that game, if he did it on... what's fair? What's fair? What do we care about? You know what I mean?
Some people care about all of it. I think other people don't care about any of it other than when's he playing?
Right.
And how well is he going to play? It kind of goes back to the whole Stephen A. Smith thing with James Harden. We played the audio of that, and it's, some people care. But if you don't, it all comes back to if you aren't available to play or you don't play well.
Right.
And I think the inference here is obviously, hey, the Warriors wanted him around, and he wasn't around.
Right.
When he could have been around, but here's why he wasn't around.
Right. And
is that okay? And is that acceptable?
And listen, in fairness to Slater, Draymond Green could very well have quietly been confirming what happened. because everything let's say Draymond got hammered and couldn't make it to the game the next day. Even though that was the reality, he's reading this story and he's like, Slater, man, I can't believe he found that out. So, but he can still say, I'll tell you what, Slater, you write that, you better be right. Like, you were, but you better be right when you do that kind of stuff. So I kind of get that. How about this? People might care if they have more money on the line gambling. I guess, yeah.
Possibly.
It's not a bad point.
But again, this is a game where he wasn't playing.
Right. He was going to be.
It's not like he was going to play and couldn't
correct.
play because he was at his birthday party.
That's
he
correct.
was already out and going to be out for the next week and a half.
Well, the other thing, too, is I think we a lot of times don't have an understanding of how this is such a non-issue. Like, Draymond's probably like, guys, dude, I'm in Dallas. We got to L.A. It's my birthday. We had a game the next night in L.A. Steve said, don't go if I didn't want to. If I wanted to, go ahead. And you know what? I just didn't feel like going. I didn't go. Steve said I was sick. Whatever. That's what he would say. Even if I was healthy and just blew it. If I missed the bus, he might have said I was. I can see how Draymond Green would be like, man, this stuff happens all the time.
And Draymond also said in that side session that he was not hungover.
That's true.
And that he had a stomach virus as well, and that's why he was not at the game against the Lakers.
Right. Let's go to D. D's in Walnut Creek. What's up, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, Steiny? You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
But, hey, listen, you shouldn't fall, Draymond. You got to believe in yourself to move forward. You know, just like in golf, you know when you got that shot in your bag and if you have doubts about the shot, you're not going to come up with the results you're hoping for. You know, confidence is a pretty strong tool to have in your arsenal. Draymond's just calling out the rest of the league saying, we aren't afraid of anybody here. We're coming for you. Have a good show.
Thank you, D. Appreciate it, and I agree with you. And I'm not troubled by what he said, or I'm not criticizing what he said at all. In fact, I'll tell you what, the Draymond we've gotten in the last year or so, like he's kind of amazing because he's in these situations where, like, his diatribe there about the media, we're in this together, and I'm thinking, you know what, he said a lot that's true. It rings true there. But then I was like, well, are we really? Like, he's provocative. There's no doubt Draymond Green is provocative. I agree with him sometimes. Sometimes I don't. But I'll be honest. I'm liking him more and more and more, knowing that he's human like all of us and can make mistakes. Hey, what are the 49ers doing? Do they have a quarterback issue or not? We're going to talk to Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, next. In case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today.
It's called the Garoppolo segment.
At Fisher Investments,
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson. Daryl the Guru Johnson back shortly. And on the line right now, we got Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group. He's our 49ers insider on Odyssey. And let me start out here, Cam. It's the start of the new league year tomorrow. What's going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo, if anything?
It's a good question, Matt. I think that everybody's waiting to find out. This past week when you see, I don't know how many it was, but probably about 5 or 6 quarterback spots get solidified, and each time one went down, you go, oh, that's going to lessen the Niners' options, which is true, but, I mean, there's still a few options out there, obviously. So something's going to happen. I don't know what it's going to be or where he's going to go, but there's still enough teams in play where it just makes you wonder, are there other trades that might go down in the next 24 hours? The league year starts, I believe, at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So, a lot still can happen here. I think things would have gone a lot faster, Matt, if there was no question about Jimmy Garoppolo's shoulder that he had surgery on a week ago. If that's shoulder healed fine after the season, I would imagine he would have been traded pretty fast.
Cam, are the 49ers prepared to carry him on the roster if he doesn't get moved for the time being? I'm not saying all the way till the season starts, but are they prepared to be able to do that with the other moves that they have to make in terms of ads and then also be cap compliant?
Yeah, I think they could do it. There's a few high-priced salaries that they could push out, whether it's Kittle or Jimmy Ward or Eric Armstead. You can maneuver the cap to create the space, and I don't get the sense that they can't wait to get Jimmy off the roster. He obviously ingratiated himself so well the last 5 years, and especially this past season, where everybody has a fond opinion of him, at least in the Niners. And if that means carrying him longer, maybe throughout his rehab, I'd imagine they could create the space to do so. It's not as if, JD, that they've been signing a ton of guys the last 2 days. They spent some money yesterday bringing in a cornerback that's going to cost them some, but they also didn't spend on Laken Tomlinson or DJ Jones. Let those guys get away. So the finances, I don't think that's a hurdle, but I think obviously Jimmy would want to figure out what's going to happen next. And I think the Niners would want to know what happens next, and that's why. Everybody's there's so many the word I've learned to hate in the last week or two is dominoes, because every time a quarterback news happens, they're like, ooh, that's the domino we're all waiting for. So is everybody waiting for the Deshaun Watson domino? Is that related to the Matt Ryan? Is that related to Indianapolis, Atlanta, Carolina, New Orleans? All these are in play, obviously, and then it's like, well, then what about the Raiders? Is Derek Carr for real going to stay there? Do they want to commit to him, or could they trade him to Indy? And that opens up the Raiders for a Jimmy Garoppolo, Josh McDaniels reunion.
Let me, Matt, Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our 49ers and NFL Odyssey insider. So let me ask you this question. When Jimmy Garoppolo had his season-ending press conference, if I were to ask you that day, what are the odds Garoppolo is back? And I ask you that today, are the answers the same, or have you changed, your opinion a little bit, or is it the same that it was that day?
Well, it's kind of moot because we didn't know he was going to have shoulder surgery. Back on that day, he's absolutely gone. So many teams would need a quarterback; they're all going to come looking for him. And now there's not as many teams that need a quarterback, and he's not going to be able to throw for 4 months. So there's a lot more complications than it was on that day.
Interesting.
How much do you feel is the dominoes, so to speak, right now, Cam, versus the 49ers in a way being hell-bent on getting the value they feel they deserve for Jimmy Garoppolo, as opposed to, well, you know what, that second may be a fourth now, something like that?
Yeah, no, I get it, and I think that's what I think the value is something that they wanted more about in the last year, right? And now I don't know necessarily if Deshaun Watson is is a necessary domino, because it's like, well, he's not going to get traded to the Colts. And the only factor with Deshaun Watson would be, is he going to get traded to a team that already has a quarterback, such as the Raiders or the Falcons, where that quarterback gets pushed over to Indy. And that's the only domino factor that I'd be curious about. And then, I mean, there's so many other things that are going on with Deshaun Watson where it's just I'm uncomfortable about it. There's an uneasy feeling. There's a high price tag. There's equity picks that the Texans are going to want. So they got to find a trade partner if that happens.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game. I mean, has anything wavered in terms of Trey Lance? He's got to be the quarterback week 1 next year, right?
Yeah, I mean, financially, Matt, it's a $28 million dead cap if he's not on the roster. Trey Lance is on the roster. Trey Lance is your quarterback, all right? I talked to one of his trainers down in Huntington Beach that he's working out with over the next month, and he's working just as the Niners expected him to, and he's working on his accuracy, his mechanics, everything that they want him to. I mean, I did not get a sense whatsoever that the Niners were displeased with Trey Lance or vice versa. Throughout last season. You can read it from body language through the tea leaves of what people are saying. All signs indicate that Trey Lance is the 49ers starting quarterback in 2022. So the whole Tom Brady episode, when there was a smidgen of doubt whether, could he come back? And if he comes back, he's come back to the Niners. Well, that was like piqued my curiosity, maybe like a couple percentage points. But when he said he's going back to the Bucs, and now the Bucs are just reloading everybody with all his familiar guys, that's not happening. So it's like this is Trey Lance's show. Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously, if he sticks around, he's not going to be able to throw for 4 months. So I mean, Trey's going to be leading the whole offseason program, and I think that's the way they want it to happen. Because look, when Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch made the trade last March to move up to number 3 in the draft, that's the quarterback that their legacy is going to be tied to. It's not going to be tied to Jimmy Garoppolo. As much as he took them or rode with them to 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl, their legacy as the Niners hierarchy is tied to this quarterback that they have now, and that's Trey Lance.
Couple quick hitters for you, Cam. What can you tell us about Charvarius Ward, first of all?
Yeah, so when they signed Charvarius Ward last night, I was in contact with his agent, so he was not the top 1 or 2 cornerbacks, maybe. I mean, he was in the top 3, though. So, I mean, they're bringing in a very high caliber cornerback, which is something that they really needed last season. 4 years ago, he goes undrafted out of, I believe, Middle Tennessee State, wherever Richie James went as well. Goes to the Cowboys, and then the Cowboys trade him right before their preseason game, I think their preseason finale, and they traded him to Kansas City, and then he started the last 3 years for the Chiefs. He played against the Niners in the Super Bowl. He was part of the infamous overthrow play when Jimmy Garoppolo went deep to Emmanuel Sanders, who beat Charvarius Ward off the line, split the coverage. But the guy has done really well in coverage. He's a 6'1" cornerback. Going to be playing on his first big-time contract here, so he's going to have to prove himself still. But this is the move I expected the Niners to make if they had to get a top-notch cornerback. Whether they were going to spend some money on a guy looking for his first big payday, they got that. Otherwise, I figured they would have gone for a veteran that would have settled for maybe a smaller deal.
Another quick hitter for you, Cam. Oren Burks comes over, former Packer. Not so much necessarily about him, but the implications of adding depth at linebacker could something be up with Azeez Al-Shaair or Dre Greenlaw as far as maybe moving off of one of those two?
No, I don't think it's related. I think this is more of a special teams move, JD, because he was the Packers' special teams tackle leader his last 4 years there. So obviously the Packers' special teams weren't anything great, but when you have the guy that led the team in tackles, you're trying to upgrade your special teams, and you have a new special teams coordinator in Brian Schneider. I think that's what this points to more so than linebacker depth. And obviously, last year they really needed a lot of linebacker depth because they were down a lot of guys, right? Next thing you know, you're trying to put Talanoa Hufanga in there. Marcel Harris became a converted linebacker. So they do need to get Azeez Al-Shaair under contract. He's a restricted free agent. Dre Greenlaw is eligible for an extension, but I think the more pressing extensions, or at least the higher paid extensions, are going to be for Debo and Bosa. Whether they come, I don't think they'd come now. I think they'd come late in the summer if they do.
And then one more quickie, the two guys that are going out, Laken Tomlinson and DJ Jones, a couple of really good players for the 49ers the last couple of years. Are they in position to offset the loss of both of those two players?
Well, they're the ones that put themselves in position to offset the loss by using high draft picks on guys. Whether Aaron Banks pans out as a guard is something that we're going to have to find out. I mean, they drafted the All-American left guard last year out of Notre Dame, and they have an opening at left guard. It makes a lot of sense to see if the kid can play. He's going to be put in between two of the best linemen in the league, between Trent Williams and Alex Mack. So he's going to have growing pains, but he should learn between those two veterans quite well. So they have other interior offensive linemen on the roster that'll challenge him. So it's not like going to be a cakewalk for him. And then with DJ Jones. He really ascended so well in his career with the Niners. A homegrown guy, battled through some ankle injuries early in his career and played every game last year. But he only played about 50% of the snaps because that's what's commanded as a nose tackle when everybody's going with more of a pass-style offense, but he did really well against the run. So now I know everybody wants to say, well, now it's up to Javon Kinlaw, right? I mean, this is your top pick 2 years ago, but he's coming off of an ACL surgery. So I don't think that they're going to go like, this is on Kinlaw to fill in for DJ Jones. They rely on the defensive line rotation. You have Maurice Hurst back. You have Kevin Gibbons back. So I think between the three of those guys, they'll be able to manage it well, and then you can add some more depth with other guys with lower draft picks.
Thanks so much, Cam. Appreciate it, man.
Okay, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Yes, sir. Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, 95.7 The Game, Odyssey, NFL 49er Insider.
I didn't mean to hijack the interview.
No. There was loose ends. There were loose ends to tie up.
You get Cam, just three little quick hitters on the. I know we're talking about Garoppolo and quarterbacks and all that stuff, and we should be, but it's people do want to know a little bit about the guys they're getting.
You know what?
Just a little taste.
You know what? People say it's not a sign of strength to change your mind. The reality is it is. I'm starting to now come around to the thought that this surgery that Garoppolo had, I mean, he stiffed the Niners. Did he stiff the Niners?
I think you could.
Did he stiff them?
I think you could make a case he did it to put them in a more precarious position with a trade, and or you could go as far as to say did it to put himself in a better position to get cut.
See ya.
That's how he ended it.
Yeah. That both of those are fair. Hey, I'm going to make it harder for you to trade me, and I'm also going to make it where you're more apt to maybe have to cut me. Because he could have, but for all we know, he's got a deal in place right now. And look, it goes both ways. The Niners could have a deal with Carolina or a deal with Indy.
Sure.
And they know it's going to be a fourth or it's going to be a third. Like, they could know, and they're going to try to do other things first. Like, all of that could be true. Jimmy Garoppolo could also have a deal with the Colts in place to where, hey, you just get your ass cut, and to quote the great Sean Salisbury, you just get your ass cut,
right?
And we got 2 and 35 for you, or 2 and 4, whatever it is. Like, we'll do it, but we're not giving up a thing. Like, you get yourself cut, we'll give you the money, but you got to get yourself cut.
Fascinating, really is. Because when he had that surgery, well, first of all, the team had to know he was getting it when he got it, right? Or no? I mean, he's still under contract with the Niners, so I got to believe.
I don't think they knew until it.
Oh man, Jimmy just had surgery, like that,
or the shoulder that maybe didn't need a surgery all of a sudden did need a surgery, that kind of thing.
Interesting.
Because remember, it's the shoulder, not the finger.
Right.
Everybody was like, "Oh, the finger. Is he going to need?" There was at one point it thought, "Well, maybe he's going to need surgery on the finger." Didn't need surgery on the finger. Okay, that's clear. That's going to be fine. He played through it. Now the shoulder thing pops up, and now he needs shoulder surgery.
See, like I get both sides, because you were talking about his durability, the durability issue. It's the big one with Jimmy Garoppolo. So if he's coming off surgery and he's already got durability issues, what are you doing? On the other hand, 2 weeks ago when we found out about this surgery, I'm thinking to myself, all right, what if I'm another team and he just had surgery? I'd be like, so what? He's going to be throwing by July.
But again,
it's Garoppolo. I mean, he's conscientious. He's a professional.
Right.
He needed a little minor surgery. He's going to be fine.
But at the same time, We talked about the 49er organizational arrogance. I'll bet there are a handful of teams that would love to have Jimmy Garoppolo. But you know what? How they view Jimmy Garoppolo? They view Jimmy Garoppolo as the guy they'd love to have if you can get him for nothing, if you can get him for a fifth. Like, we're not going to be the team that gives up a second for Jimmy Garoppolo because that kind of looks like a joke.
Right.
Right? In league circles, that would look like a joke. But if we get him for a fourth or a conditional fifth that becomes a third only if he's awesome. And then, we gave up a third, but we only give up a third after he plays and he's awesome and we're good. Then it doesn't look as bad. So I think we talk about the Niners' organizational arrogance. Other teams view themselves that it does get caught into this contest of who's getting the right value. We get into into that nonsense when we break stuff down and have conversations about it too. There is a machismo to it.
No doubt. And look, the 49ers gave up a second rounder for Garoppolo. If they could get a third rounder for him, to me, that's a win. You got a guy for a second round pick. He got you to the NFC Championship too. You got him every year you were healthy, essentially. Every year he was healthy. 2 out of the 4 years. Of course, he came in the first year. He didn't. They were done. So this one sticks out to me from the 510 on the text line. To me, the thing that's becoming clear as day is Jimmy Garoppolo is not any team's first option. He's like the booby prize in a fantasy football auction draft. You know what? Here's the thing.
I don't know if it's that, but I'm not shooting down the.
But here's what I'm thinking. Late in the year, I said, look, Jimmy Garoppolo, you say what you want. You may think he's not very good. He's going to start for some team next year. Maybe he won't. I mean, could we be in the process of finding out right now that, you know what? Jimmy Garoppolo's not can't start for another team, but nobody wants him as the starter of their team. Is that what we could be possibly finding out right now?
I don't know. And I don't know that he's the booby prize either. As the texter on the Comcast business,
but if you throw that salary in with him,
we'd like to have him, but on with certain terms. There's just it goes back again to the conversation we're having. We're in here with Willard and Dibs and the Crosstalk, and it's like other teams aren't paying for the other teams aren't paying for the fact that George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk freaking love the guy.
Right.
Other team, the Pittsburgh Steelers don't give a damn about that. That's the kind of stuff that we overdo it when it comes to that. That plays in the Niner locker room. That does not play in the Indianapolis Colts locker room when it comes to what you're going to give up for a freaking pick. That's romanticized kind of nonsense, I think.
I'm not sure I agree. I do believe that
it matters,
Jimmy's character,
but you're not paying
Jimmy Garoppolo,
for it.
right? But Jimmy Garoppolo's character works in his favor, even if it doesn't work great in his favor.
Who in life pays a premium because somebody's a good guy? Being a good guy might get you a job, but being a good guy is not a guarantee that you're going to get paid a lot.
No, but given a choice
we'll keep
between
you around because you're a good guy and people love you and people like working with you. We'll keep you around, but
I know quarterbacks. I know quarterbacks an important position, and maybe this is a dumb analogy, but by the same token, it's like pick a player. Warriors, Otto Porter. When you think about, he's coming off an injury, but you know what? He's a good guy. He's not a problem. He's going to accept the role. He's going to do what the coach wants. That's going to help you more than hurt you.
Depends on the team, though, because I think the Warriors, it probably does help you, but another team might look at that and go, and I'll just give you another random example of a kind of similar player. Just name popped into my head. Another team might be like, you know what? I'd rather take a flyer on Josh Jackson because he's younger and he's got more raw ability, and you know what? He may or may not be a good guy. He's had some issues, whatever.
Right.
But you know what? The upside for what we're going to give up, I'd rather take a look at him in the context of the bigger picture.
650, isn't that what some teams look for, though?
Yes.
Championship pedigree.
But you don't want to pay. You don't want to. You
right,
don't
it's kind of like it's a
it.
bonus.
Yeah, you'd love to have it, but you're not going to pay a premium for it, if that makes sense. Like the people that think the Niners were getting all this capital for Jimmy Garoppolo, to me, it's you're thinking that another team is going to pay for your secret sauce, your culture, and he's a good guy. It's not a knock on him. It's just you're not going to pay a premium for it. You're paying a premium for youth, athleticism, arm talent, speed.
But let's not and I'm not saying you're doing this, but let's not insult 49er fans. It's not any smart 49er fan knows they're not walking away with a haul for Garoppolo. It's the difference between a second and a third, or a second and a fourth, or a third and a fourth.
Well, I guess what I get annoyed with is the notion is, well, this quarterback X got this and quarterback Y got this, and so that means Jimmy Garoppolo automatically gets this. Like, no, it really doesn't.
Right.
And I think the 49ers are finding that maybe it doesn't.
I guess what I'm saying is this: and this is obvious, but if Deshaun Watson and Jimmy Garoppolo were the exact same quarterback, talent-wise and ability, and they play, everybody would take Garoppolo.
Yeah, I agree.
Because there's where his character or leadership or whatever probably would put him over the top. Assuming they're making the same money. Everything's the same, which is obviously impossible to concoct.
But let's say Deshaun Watson was the same talent level of Jimmy Garoppolo, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
If Deshaun Watson's the same talent level as Jimmy Garoppolo and they're both available right now, what are you giving up more for? Who are you giving up more for? You're giving up more for Deshaun Watson.
No doubt.
But and I think that's where we're at. Like, and people don't want to admit, like, it's hard to admit that Trubisky, a team might value Trubisky more than Garoppolo because Garoppolo is better.
Right.
But that's not how they view it. Trubisky's younger, and it just you'd rather spend a little bit less, have Trubisky, try to figure it out with him. Maybe with him, he's kind of like your Garoppolo, only he's younger, and you didn't have to give up 2 picks to get him. There's a fine line.
Well, let me, if you're worried that you were insulting 49er fans, you weren't. According to our main man, Lobo, JD is not insulting 49er fans. He's keeping it real as always. I'll be happy with a 5th rounder.
Well, and here's the other part of it, too, because I like Garoppolo. Like if people say, "Oh, you're all over Garoppolo," like, no, I actually thought Garoppolo should start all year. Like I don't like, because I think that's the other thing where this goes. It's like, well, you're saying Jimmy. You get a lot of people that say, well, they're not getting anything for him because he stinks. Well, no, it's not that he stinks. It's just the value.
Hey, we're now streaming live on Twitch and YouTube Live. Go to twitch.tv/957 The Game and youtube.com/957 The Game to subscribe for all the latest content. And remember, the Comcast Business text line always open at 888-957-9570. I'm seeing something being said and written on social media a fair amount these days regarding Steph Curry, regarding Klay Thompson, regarding the Golden State Warriors. And how dumb do you have to be to put some of this stuff out? We're going to examine it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Where will Garoppolo... on 95.7 The Game.
All right, no Guru John Dickinson in. Guru's going to be back. He's a fighter.
Bet your
He's
ass
just feeling
he
a
is.
little under the weather. He's going to...
We love you, Goo. We miss
do
you,
love
Goo.
you, Goo. We do love you, Goo. I love Goo.
I'm woke.
I love Goo. Now, you know what? I feel like talking about Goo. Let me tell you one thing about Goo. Here's something that people might not know about Goo.
Lay off.
That I admire and respect about him. You know, you look around. Let's just say this office, for example, and the people on the radio, okay, and the young punks behind the glass. All right, the radio is not really a corporate environment. You're not going into an office. It's a studio. People come. So in other words, sometimes there's. I'll be honest with it. As I'm looking at my producers, sometimes we got a little lack of professionalism in here. But Goo, there is nobody better than Goo at understanding corporate culture, office politics. He understands meanings behind meanings that are in the professional realm. He can decipher what's going. He understands corporate protocol. Like he totally understands what's going on in a company and the working environment that he's in. He has schooled me on that many, 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 many times. Where he's like, "What'd you think about this?" And I'd be like, nothing." And he'd be like, "Well, actually, nah. And I'd be like, "No, I didn't know that. I didn't think about that." And I'm like, "Dude, where'd you get that gift?"
Exactly right. It is a gift. There's no doubt.
And you got a pretty good gift too. Of you're pretty able to put your thumb on a person pretty quickly.
Yeah, I get a lot of heat for that. You know what happens? Like I get a lot of heat for that.
Right.
Like kind of, good guy, bad guy. What's their agenda? Like I get heat because I'll make my evaluation quickly sometimes, and it may go against the grain. Right. I might be like, I'm not sure about this person or that person, and so what'll happen? People kind of give me flack for, that's not really nice. Like, I think he's a good person, he or she. And then what ultimately happens is 6 months, a year, whatever later, it's like, boy, JD, man, you were right about.
I had a couple.
You were right about so and so.
I did.
I know, it's a gift.
All right.
But remember that the next time.
Exactly.
Remember that the next time when I'm.
Exactly.
Getting you in front of a situation.
Anyway, my main man Goo and your main man Goo.
Love Goo.
He'll be back soon, no doubt about it. All right, here's how. I can't. All right, this one's gotten under my skin. All right, I want to. All right, I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna say it how I have written it. I told you, JD, I have stuff written, and sometimes it sounds harsher than it is.
I love that,
but it's what I'm thinking at the time. How dumb do you have to be? All right. How freaking dumb do you have to be to think that one game in an NBA season defines either a decline or that somebody's back? I mean, how dumb do you have to be to make a statement after one game? All right, Curry had 47. Oh, he's back. Another on Curry. No shooting slump this year. It's one game. It's one freaking game. Kobe Bryant had 60 points, if I'm not mistaken, in his last NBA game. Was he in his prime? Of course not. No. He scored 60 points, even though he was done. It happens. You don't go from averaging 30 a game to 0. All right? It happens in stages. You just incrementally get a little worse or a little better. Klay Thompson. Oh, he had 38 the other night against the Bucks. Oh, he's back. Oh, you guys are idiots that ever question Klay Thompson. Who Klay Thompson is? He's a great Klay Thompson. How did he do last night? What, does he stink again now? Is he on the decline? He was 7 for 19. So is he back or is he not back? Shooting 37% from three-point range. Guys are going to have good games. They're going to have bad games. Steph Curry can be on the decline and still get you 30 in half the next 10 games.
Of course.
It's just infuriating that people don't understand that it's an 82-game season and guys are going to have some good games, some bad games.
Here's the thing, though, Steiny. If you're going to...
Nobody said Steph Curry was done. Stop saying people are saying Steph Curry's done. Right. Nobody's saying it. I'm done.
Okay. I'm gonna let you go. Sometimes you just gotta let it go. It's good. I like when you do this. Whatever. It's 2 minutes.
Right.
No big deal. But the thing that you always have to keep in mind, Steiny, and this is not for you necessarily, but for the people, Steph better. If you just keep that in the back of your mind, you never go down that road where you wonder. Maybe it is for you. I digress. I digest. You hate that.
I can't.
Is there anything you hate?
Steph better?
Is there anything you hate more than the phrase Steph better?
Yes, there's a lot. Because one of the things that really annoys me. No, that's not it.
Okay.
Now I can kind of laugh at Steph better. But it did annoy me. Listen, I'll be honest. Okay, now you're going to 5 or 6 years ago, I was more invested in the Warriors than... Well, I shouldn't say that because it's going to sound like I don't care now. That's not what I mean. What I mean is...
Do we really want to do this?
Sure, we can do this. Of course we can.
Okay.
My point is that I got no vested interest in this team other than loving to watch it. I love to watch this team.
You disagree with Draymond when he says it's all connected.
You mean the media?
Yeah, it's all connected.
Well, it kind of is. Yes, there's a huge portion of the media that thinks they're playing on the team, that thinks they're in with the players and the front office, and they carry water. They're water boys. That's what they are, and that's fine. That's fine. But just let's have about 6 or 7 solid games for Steph Curry, before we chastise people who might have brought up that he's struggling from the field this year. No. You know what we're going to do instead? We're going to coronate Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole's had 6 really good games in a row. He's got to be in the finishing lineup. Really. The guy's still shooting 35% from three-point range. That ain't good enough. That's all. I mean, if Steph Curry struggles against Boston tomorrow, and this goes both ways. I'm not talking out of one side of my mouth. If Steph Curry goes 7 for 25 tomorrow, anybody who says, Curry, he's done, he's declining, he's done, man, they're idiots too.
Now, what would you say to the people?
They're idiots.
What would you say to the people out there right now that are saying, well, you're the guy that's been talking about Steph's decline for the last 3 months?
That's not true.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. Don't come down my road because I'm sure there's a couple of people coming. Just so you don't have to address it later on the text line, you can just get in front of it right now. Because I'm sure there are people out there right now that are thinking, well, wait a minute. You're one of those guys, Steiny.
Okay. All right. This is where I love you, JD. Okay. First of all, this is where I want to knock people out, too. Oh, my God. To think that somebody said Steph Curry at 34 might be declining just a hair. They're idiots. Okay. The guy's 30. No, you're right. 34 years old. His best days are ahead of him. Yeah, okay. That's right. His best days are ahead of him. Curry's going to average 37 next year, I think. It's like the guy's having another good year. It's not been up to his standards of past years. It doesn't mean he's done, and nobody says he's done. But if you look at basketball history, you've got to look and say, the guy's 34. Let's watch his whole... He's missing more shots. I mean, look, the eye test is the eye test. All right? And by the way, I'm the same guy, JD, that said 3 days ago, or last Friday, that what's happening with Steph Curry right now with his shooting decline, 3-point, this outlier, so to speak, it's happened to all the great shooters. It's happened to Ray Allen, happened to Reggie Miller, happened to Dale Ellis.
You pointed that out?
So, knowing that, I'm not going to say he's done. He's in decline. He may shoot 44% from three-point range next year. He might not. M squared, Dublin. I'm going to say I'm done for like the third time, but maybe I'll still get stuff in me. What's up, M squared? Give it to me.
Hey,
give it to me.
Steiny, you're making a good point, man. I want to draw a parallel, though, to Klay Thompson. So I called you guys last week about this and said, hey, reports of his demise are very premature. And it's the same thing. It's a game by game. I heard after 2 games that he came back, it was, he's back and, he's going to be Klay of old. And then he went through a rough stretch. He got sick. And then it was, Klay's terrible. He's got to come off the bench. So I think that the vast overreaction, just like you can not make those statements about Steph, you also can't state that Klay after 22 games is back or he's not back. It's going to take some time for us to see. So he's had 2 great games right now. Does that mean he's going to be playoff Game 6 Klay? We don't know. He's going to be good at some point, I think, because he has a history of being good. Is he going to be all-star elite defensive player that he was? Maybe, maybe not. But the point is everyone having this pendulum swing of emotions about his game. You can't predict it. You just got to kind of take the good for the bad and watch how the next 14 games go, plus the playoffs, and then see what he looks like in the fall. And it's the same with Steph. Yes, they're aging. There's going to be some decline, but you can't make these wild swings at people and assess what the future is going to be because we don't know. We're also dealing with different levels of players than the NBA's seen in the past. That's all I got for him out.
Appreciate it. No, I agree totally. And you know what? Klay Thompson, to me, this is going exactly how anybody who was intelligent should have thought it was going to go. He's come back. He's looked pretty good. There's no doubt about it. He looks healthy. Is he the Klay Thompson that he was when he left? No, he's not. And we knew that. Nobody's saying, oh boy, Klay's not the player he was 3 years ago. He's done. No. Anybody with a shred of common sense knows he's probably going to be better next year than this year. Yes, that's true. So can he be good enough this year to help chip in and win the Warriors a title, knowing that he might not be the same Klay 6 or Game 6 Klay?
Right.
He's not going to be that guy.
Is that going to be good enough?
It might be, JD.
It might not be. We don't know. And as you always say, Klay still has the ability to do what he did the other night against Milwaukee. But if he used to do it, let's say, twice out of every 10 games, does 2 out of every 10 games become 1 out of every 20 games?
Right.
And is that the difference between maybe winning and losing a championship?
Yes.
Are the bad games worse? That's another thing.
Or
are the bad games that maybe used to be, 7 for 16, are those 4 for 17? And does that cost you something?
Exactly. The way I look at it is, let's say the last 2 games were playoff games. And in game 1 against the opponent, Klay was money, 38 points. They win. The question becomes, can they win a game 2 when Klay goes 7 for 19? Now, they beat the Wizards last night. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, but I want to continue this hypothetical because I think it plays well. Let's say you're playing the Bucks again, and it's game 2. And Klay plays the game that he played last night, but Steph goes for 47.
Right, and we're gonna have to find that out.
Because I think part of the calculus for the Warriors and part of why they're so dangerous and look even like they're becoming more dangerous by the game here over the last week is the fact that Klay can do it one night, and Jordan Poole did it the night before that.
Yeah,
and Steph did it last night, and so maybe you don't need all 3 clicking at the same night. But if Curry gives you 2 out of 7 and Klay gives you 1 and maybe Poole gives you another one, well, that's 4 right there.
I agree.
And we haven't even talked about anything else.
Right, and then can they, if 3 guys play well, they're going to win. If 2 guys play well, it's a little more dicey. They can, but maybe they'll get beat sometime. When they only have one guy play well, if they're playing a good team now, they're probably in a little bit of trouble. From the 707, Steiny. As far as the ear test goes, you've been declining for years. I still love to listen, but you're not on your game. You're right. I am in decline. Been in this business 30-plus years, but you know what? I still got some gems in me. I still got some 38-point games in me. Yeah, I might go 7 for 19 tomorrow, but I may have 38 on Thursday.
I look at that a little bit differently, though. I think, like, your career as, let's say, a journalist or a writer, you're washed. You're done.
That's correct.
But I think your career as a radio guy, I actually think you're still getting better.
All right, back to Wiggins.
No? All right, I guess you can't comment on that yourself.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm just trying to get better every
We
day.
almost had a microphone incident.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
You
get
were
better.
not expecting me to call you washed.
No, that was funny, though. That's funny. Will's in Marin wants to talk about Clay's progress and decline. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks for taking my call, Steiny. Great to hear you, JD. I think that this is just a case of us, in the Bay Area. We've just been spoiled watching these guys at their peak for so long that when the inevitable decline is happening, we kind of want to subconsciously just act like it's not there. There's literally only been 2 athletes in my recent memory that can take a significant amount of time off and really come back. One was Michael Vick. It was very impressive. He was in jail for a long time, didn't have any training. He came back, was awesome. And then there's John Jones from UFC. He could roll off the couch and get the title at any time. I think everybody's being too hard on Klay Thompson. Basketball is one of the most difficult sports to play in the world. You're trying to get a little ball into a 10-foot hoop against these other giants, and it's like, what do you expect? He had 2 years off. I think everybody just needs to relax and just be happy that Klay's healthy and he's on the court and he's back playing basketball with the injuries that he's sustained. I'm grateful for everything that they've done in the past. I'm grateful for what they're doing now. I mean, I remember calling in a few months ago, JD was on, and we were all talking about where we thought they were going to be. I said the Warriors would be a 5 through 7 seed. If you were to tell me that they were going to be in the top 3 a few months ago, I think a lot of the world would have laughed at you. So I think we just need to be grateful. We're watching greatness. We should be happy that we have Curry for what he is now. We should be happy that Klay's back, and we all just need to relax and enjoy the moment, because when they're gone, that's when we're really going to miss them. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, I agree. And see, I think here's one, and I've said this before, JD. I am so much more not into, that's not the right thing, but intrigued. Like, this is by far, since 2015, after they won, because I think the first title, that was obviously special. And even though it didn't come out of nowhere because they won 67 games, it kind of did come out of nowhere. But my point is this, ever since 2015, I don't think this team's been that, quote-unquote, intriguing. They were a powerhouse for 5 years.
15-16, I would say yes.
What do you mean?
The 73 win year, that was intriguing as hell. No?
Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it that way. I guess what I'm saying is, of course it was intriguing to a Warrior fan, but what I'm saying is, by that time, they had won the title.
Sure.
Then they come back and they start 24-0.
So we know they can win the title.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is the best. This is over.
Right.
It's over. And you know what? It should have been over, and it should have been over, but something happened and it wasn't over. So what I'm saying is then from that point on, it's like, okay, they're the best team, they're the best team, they're the best team. Okay, now Durant leaves, Clay. Now they stink. Now they just stink. And then last year, it's like, oh, you know what? Okay, they're not. Curry's playing, but it looks like Curry's great bounce back year, but they're not great. But so this year is the first year where I'm looking at the Warriors saying they might be able to win it. But I could see why they're not the favorite. But they can beat anybody. But I don't know if they're going to be able to be. It's unknown. And that's why I'm into this year. We have no idea.
That makes the setup, I think, for the playoffs better than any other year, maybe other than the first year.
Agree. Because Warriors, let's say they finish second, 55-27, 54-28, something like that. Their first round matchup is against Denver, let's say Minnesota, Dallas. Guess what? you're probably going to win the series, but it ain't a lock. You know, Draymond tweaks an ankle, and now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? And in the past,
There's a
the
high-
first and second round, it was a joke.
There's a high variance.
Yes.
And the other part of that is that so many of these players, and Draymond even acknowledged this last night, so many of the Warriors players don't have championship or even playoff experience. Like they're going to have to even go through that. And he was speaking to how there's been more adversity the last couple of months, and even the regular season adversity of not winning all the time and having players in and out of the lineup, that dealing with that level of adversity compared to the 18-2 or the 29-9 is something that will benefit them more than if they had just cruised, let's say, to a 55-10 record right now and had everybody the whole year. And now you're one of the favorites, but you still have guys that haven't dealt with any adversity.
That's true. And chances are, if you're 55-10, it means you didn't really get banged up this year. The only way they go 55-10 is if everybody's pretty much healthy all year long, and now you're heading into the postseason with everybody with 70 games, and now you got to make it another 2.5 months through the playoffs. Warriors, I don't know. I love where the Warriors are at, and I love, I'm all right, I'm going to do it. I'm in honor of Guru. First of all, let's put the rat on the table.
First one today.
Steph's in decline. All right, no, I'm just kidding. Let me tell you, Guru says this all the time, and I go, well, dude, you're not 9 years old on Christmas. He goes, God, Steiny, I can't wait for the playoffs.
Lay off.
You know what, Goo? I can't wait for the playoffs either.
I'm hella excited.
Yeah, I can't wait.
And I'm trying to, what's left for the Warriors to prove right now? I mean, they could kind of make the last 2 or 3 weeks like mundane.
They could.
Like they could start ripping off wins here.
Yeah, like tomorrow's interesting, but let's just say, all right, Wiseman, when's he going to come back? I think that's still the one thing that's out there. Tomorrow's interesting. They're playing Boston. You just start to look through San Antonio game. There's no real juice to that. They go and play Orlando on the road. Like, there's no juice to that game. What?
Yeah, you just said nothing.
Miami and Atlanta. I'm just looking at the games they have left. Boston at home is a good game tomorrow. At the games at Miami and at Atlanta are interesting. Utah comes in off that road trip. At Phoenix, Utah, a couple of home games. There's 5 games. Playing the Lakers again doesn't do much for me. I think the final weekend of the year they play the Spurs and Pelicans. So there's basically 5 games out of the last 13 or 14. Is it 13 now? I guess whatever it is.
Yeah.
5 out of the last 13 that are really intriguing. Plus, what does Wiseman give you? Because it feels like, and look, I could be wrong, but it feels like they're going to go on a run. Like, it feels like they're going to be 11-2.
Who, the Warriors?
Yeah, it feels like they're going to be 11-2 or 12-1 in these last 13.
The one tricky area is that 5-game road trip.
And they may punt.
Exactly.
I don't like to use that term. I've actually held myself back from saying punt because they've won a couple of these games. And they even competed in Denver, for crying out loud, when they did it. So there may be a couple of games where they make them developmental games.
Yeah. Right. And they may not. Do you know off the top of your head the back-to-backs, the second of back-to-backs?
I do.
I
do.
How many of those
they have? Orlando, Miami, so they won't do anything there. And then the other one is Washington. They have Washington, Memphis on the road, 27-28. Yeah, you give everybody the first game, Washington game.
I think they could sit people against Orlando too, don't you?
Yeah, it's the first game of the trip though.
Oh, okay.
So they probably wouldn't do it. But I think the Washington game would. I think the other game is at Sacramento, April 3rd. That's the second of a back-to-back after they play here against Utah.
Hey, find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics now. Bring your skills to AC Transit and enjoy exceptional benefits with a side of work-life balance. It's more than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers. Remember Charles Barkley talked about the Warriors as a jump shooting team? Let me tell you something. I'm going to explain why now he's right. He's right on 95.7 The Game.
Stanford Blood Center presents The Executive Show with Bob Myers.
What makes it?
14th, and 95.7 The Game wants you to be there. Tune in each day this week to Willard and Dibs around 10:30 for your chance to win tickets.
Yeah.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, JD in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And I threw this question out last night. Has there ever been a player who's made less use of his tallness than Porzingis? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean, here's what the problem is with guys like that. You want to be 7'3", and you want to shoot your 18 to 20 footers. Guess what? Then you got to guard somebody at the other end who's better at shooting 18 or 20 footers, and you're 7'3", and you're uncoordinated, kind of. Although you're mobile, pretty much. You're mobile for a 7'3" guy. I want no part of Porzingis.
What?
I just had to get that out there.
Are we back? Is this on?
I couldn't find a player.
Are we on?
I couldn't find a player. And correct me if I'm wrong. I couldn't find a player 7'3" or above. It's got a worse shot blocks per 36 minutes per game.
Is this live?
This is absolutely live. They played the Wizards last night. He was on the court. You might not have noticed him.
I didn't.
Dirk Nowitzki's defensive prowess wasn't great, right?
He's only 7 feet. This guy's 7'3".
Okay, 7'3" and above. There's not that many good players that were good. Like, narrow it down from
Rather
there.
have Randy Brewer.
I'm really glad we're getting into this because we kill Westbrook a ton on this show. We do not kill Porzingis enough, in my personal opinion.
You're right. Let's make a list tonight of all the players we can kill tomorrow on the show. How about that?
I got Buddy Hield.
Let me see. Well, I'll take posthumously, at least as the NBA goes, I'll take Nick Young.
Who's the best player in the league right now that you can't stand? I was thinking about this. He doesn't stink, but he's a good player. Maybe not a great player, but a good player, productive player that you just can't stand. Like an actual good player.
What about the guy who had 60 last night, Karl Anthony Towns?
I like him. I like everybody on the T-Wolves. Don't get me started on the T-Wolves. They're one of my favorite teams outside the Warriors.
I got one.
Give it to me.
It's De'Aaron Fox. It's a good player. It's a good player. Can't stand him.
Steiny, you don't like Sabonis.
I can't stand Sabonis, but he said like a star.
Well,
I don't think
Sabonis
he's
is
just a good player. Just a good player.
Sabonis is a good player. You don't like him.
He's a good player.
He's a good player that you just just can't stand.
You know what I wanted to get into specifically? This was a couple weeks. Let me ask you this, and I want all three of your answers. If I say this question, and I want the text line getting in on this too. 888-957-9570, the Comcast Business text line. How many superstars are in the NBA, and then how many stars are in the NBA? How many superstars do you think play in the NBA? In other words, I'm trying to help to define what we all think of as a superstar.
5 or 6. I'll go first.
All right. Spadone?
Yeah, I was going to say 5.
Okay.
I'd probably go a little higher. I'm going to say 8.
Yeah, I was about between 5 and 8.
Okay. So we're all in the
How
same.
many stars?
20?
That's pretty low. That's really low. That's less than one a team. So because when you think about it that way, well, then the Warriors don't have 4 stars. You know what I mean? Because, okay, let's just give me some of the worst teams.
I think they have 3.
Okay, what about? Can you be a star on a team? Can you be a star on the worst team in the league? Do the Orlando Magic have a star?
No.
How about the Spurs?
No.
Sacramento?
No.
And Clippers?
Yeah. I mean, Clippers have
2.
I think Kawhi is borderline superstar. Probably.
I would agree when he's healthy.
Probably
absolutely.
But he's probably. He's.
A lot of Julius Randles. People don't like Julius Randle.
I would probably say no. Paul George is a star. I think Kawhi is a superstar.
So, top 30 players? Those are your stars?
I don't like Paul George either, but He'd probably.
He's a star.
He is. Yeah, he is.
I'm thinking more of like Sabonis.
He's not a star.
I don't think he is
and neither
either.
is Fox.
I don't think they are either.
And
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Yeah, he's a star. I think he's a star.
No.
Too premature?
Too premature.
Premature?
I think if you were elected to at least one All-Star in your career, you could always say you were a star.
Chris Gatling?
So Wiggins?
Sure, why not?
Well, he was an injury replacement.
Again, if we're saying 20 or 25, then Wiggins is not.
If you ask Warrior fans, hey, you think Andrew Wiggins is a star? 90% will say yes. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but I think
he's not a star.
I think stars are. We're getting too liberal with those definitions. That's all.
I would agree.
Hey, remember
who are the superstars?
Yeah, you do have to have a superstar to win a title, though.
Like to me, the superstars are LeBron, Giannis, Curry. Like Clay's a star, but not a superstar. I think Draymond's a star.
Doncic to me is a superstar.
Yeah, I think Doncic is there.
Embiid,
Giannis.
Yes, Embiid.
Joker.
Yes,
Joker for sure.
What's that, 6?
Embiid.
I think that's about it.
That's about it.
I'm taking LeBron off.
Dude, he scored he's scoring like crazy right now.
Lakers are undefeated when he scores 50.
Did you guys watch any of that last night, by the way?
No.
Warriors were on, obviously.
No.
Raptors were up 26-6 at one point in that first quarter.
I got my fill the other. I got my fill.
Boy.
Jimmy Butler?
John Morant?
I think John Morant's starting to knock on the door.
He's a star now.
Right. No, I'm not quite ready to put him in
yet.
superstar. Like, if they go deep in the playoffs, that's another big step, I think.
Yeah. Donovan Mitchell, star.
Trae Young?
Superstar.
Star. Not superstar.
Yeah.
I think we're kind of all on the same page. I appreciate that, guys, because I think we're too liberal with those. Hey, remember when Charles Barkley said a jump shooting team could never win the title, and then the Warriors went out and won the title? I've been thinking about that a lot. And here's what's crossed my mind, JD. If you think the Warriors were a jump shooting team in 14-15, they are way more of a jump shooting team this year.
You got in the lab, right? You did some research
I did get in the lab, and I'll tell you what. First of all, when he said, here's the problem with the way I interpreted it. When Charles Barkley called the Warriors a jump shooting team, I think that in and of itself was a misnomer. That's not really who they were. Were they a great shooting team? Absolutely. But in that first championship, JD, the percentage of their shots that were three-pointers in 14-15, 31%. So 1 out of 3 shots was a three-pointer during their first title in 14-15.
Okay, I'm with you.
You know how many percentage of their shots now are three-pointers? 46.
Wow. I would have
almost
said 40.
half.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, not only that, their percentage now from 3 is 36.3. Their percentage during their championship year was .398 as a team.
So they were better.
They're much better. So not much, 3 percentage points. So they're shooting more now at a lower percentage.
Okay.
So this is the jump shooting team. This is where you say, can this team win it? Because you know what? They are a jump shooting team way more than that 14-15 team. That 14-15 team, real quick, they led the league in points in the paint.
Okay, the AP stats guy in me.
Sure.
Has this been adjusted for where the league is in comparison to where the league was in 2015?
No. I didn't do that.
And do you have to do that? Would be my question.
I thought about it, but what I really thought of more was just that the propensity of three-point shots this year is significantly more, and they're not shooting it as well. So they more resemble one of those teams, JD, that everybody says kind of just chucks up threes. Now, listen, I don't mean that to sound like that. But what I'm saying is they're shooting 36 from 3, and almost half their shots are from 3. Can they win it like that?
Yeah, of course they can. Yeah, they can.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I don't.
So they don't have to. They don't have to shoot it better in the postseason.
I don't think the jump shooting thing is a thing anymore. I think and I know you laid out. All right, and I think you can't. The Warriors are. If you're the best defensive team, heck yeah, you can win it that way. They've been the best defensive team for the most of the year, especially when they've had Draymond and everybody in play. So I think you can. Like, I think it's kind of a myth that a jump shooting team, and in essence, every team in the league is kind of a jump shooting team in a way.
Okay, and I don't get into degrees, but
how many threes do the Suns shoot? I know they've got two good mid-range players.
Well, they all shoot. You're right. Every team shoots a lot of threes, some more than others. But I just relate it to the Warriors, whereas, if everybody essentially agreed with Barkley that the Warriors are a jump shooting team. Well, all I'm saying is there's so much more of a jump shooting team now, to my way of thinking, than they were back then.
And they were then, though, to me. But they did do other things. But they were a jump shooting team. Their two best players were
you just said
two guards that shoot threes.
But what made that team just as special was their defense, and what made that team, I could say what made them what made them a really good jump shooting team was they had great shooters, but they got great shots because they got a lot at the basket and they did spread the floor. So that's just something I was thinking about, JD, is this is the year where I think, when he said a jump shooting team can't win it, I was like, well, I don't think he's been watching this team all year because, yes, they shoot the hell out of it from three, but, man, they get so many dunks and layups off backdoors and movement. And I'm just saying now it's you're shooting 36, you're taking 46. Let's see if that's going to work in the postseason.
Let's eye test this through the last few champions. Would you consider Milwaukee a jump shooting team?
No.
From last year?
Not really.
Okay,
no.
Although I think they were, I want to say they were second in the league in threes last year.
Really?
But they did get a lot of paint points, and Giannis obviously got a bleep ton as the playoffs went on in the finals.
But
I think the Bucks were a top 5 3-point shooting team last year.
Did they take that many? Drew Holiday's not a high volume three. Giannis is not a high volume three.
Apologize because I'm doing this, and maybe we'll do a little research. We'll come back to it at some point, but I think, all right, the Lakers were not 2 years ago, right? The bubble champs. Just to the eye test, they were not.
Bucks top 5 in percentage, top 10 in attempts.
Okay. Well,
who's before that?
The Lakers and the bubble champs.
Were they a 3-point shooting team?
No, but they were significantly better than I think people gave them credit for. But no, I would say no. They were.
What about Toronto?
They were a paint team. Toronto. I think Toronto's another one of those teams that was better than you think.
They're probably better than you think, but when we're talking about kind of how you define a team. And when I think of that Toronto team, I think of Kawhi and Siakam, and I think they're more mid-range. Not that they don't shoot threes.
Yeah. I think of Norm Powell in the corner. How's he making them? He keeps making them.
I'll tell you who else hurt the Warriors. A.J. Anunoby.
He actually didn't. He barely played.
I know, and I didn't say his name right. A.J. Anunoby.
Fred VanVleet did, though. Remember him making some threes.
Yes. It's so funny how after the Warriors had that 5-year run, how they just painted how I look at every player. Fred VanVleet, he's pretty good. Well, he's pretty good because I saw what he did over a period of time against the Warriors. You know what I mean? But then you see who else? Clint Capella. And I was like, boy, he struggled a lot against the Warriors. They kind of Gobert. Everybody, Gobert's so great. Gobert's great. He's like, well, I'm not saying he's not great, but he's certainly not great against the Warriors game in and game out.
All right, so the Warriors, the years they won it.
All right.
Right, 18, 17. I mean, they had it both. They had it. I mean, we consider them a jump shooting team. Even though Durant, mid-range. Because jump shooting team doesn't necessarily have to be threes.
True.
Chris Paul and Booker take a lot of jump shots. Now they're mid-range, and they're two of the best in the game at that. What about Cleveland in 16?
Kyrie and Love.
J.R. Smith. I knew. Always brings a smile.
I don't know. I don't think they were, just because I'm envisioning LeBron has the ball most of the. I don't know.
Spurs 14. Miami's got a couple in there, and I mean that's basically as far back as we need to go.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, just some food for thought about the Golden State Warriors who play the Boston Celtics tomorrow. They're shooting. Here's my point.
I almost think you can't. almost think in today's NBA, Steiny, you have to be a jump shooting team to win.
Well, all right.
In a way.
It's got to be part of your arsenal. There's absolutely no doubt about it.
Like you better be, because you're...
How about this, Evan? Give me the 5 teams that shoot the fewest threes per game. Fewest. In other words, in theory, the least jump shooting team, even though, yes, jump shots are not just threes, they're inside the line. Thank you. Appreciate that. Because I don't know. I always thought, and it's a pet peeve, I always thought it was unfair to call that first Warriors championship team a jump shooting team, and even the team after that, just because, first of all, they were defensively unbelievable, and their passing game created so many layups. Yes.
So I think the number that we're looking for in terms of defining what a jump shot team is would be average distance from the basket.
All right.
And the Warriors are currently first at 15.6 feet away. So they take the longest shots on average.
Oh, the longest. Okay.
Furthest away from the basket.
Okay, that helps me.
The Memphis Grizzlies have the shortest average distance from the basket and shot 12.8 feet.
Wow.
Well, there you go.
That's interesting. See, that's interesting
Keep
to
that
me.
in mind for your 2-3 matchup in the West semis.
I mean, off the top of my head, it would be, well, the Warriors take a ton of threes and Ja Morant goes to the basket. Good stuff. Appreciate that. When Barkley said the Warriors were a jump shooting team, he put them down because he doesn't think... yeah, I agree. Charles Barkley hates guards. I mean, it's just the bottom line. He hates guards. I knew that 20 years ago covering a game in San Jose when the Warriors were playing the Houston Rockets and the Warriors had Mark Price.
Let's say, was this the game where Latrell Sprewell checked himself in?
No, I think that was Seattle.
It's one of my favorite stories.
It was a good story. That's a game Sprewell was... All right, I got to...
You got to tell it, because
Okay.
you haven't told it in probably a
That's
year.
probably true.
It's a great story.
So the Golden State Warriors were they were at the arena in Oakland, but that was getting refurbished.
Yeah.
So one year they played down in San Jose.
96, 97 maybe?
Sprewell, of course, most of the team lived up in Oakland, so they had to drive down to San Jose for the game. Sprewell driving down to San Jose for a game, and apparently was driving. And what he said later was he realized he was lost when he saw a sign that said L.A., 337 miles. So he was down in Morgan Hill somewhere.
Right.
He drove
He's like
way
on
past.
101 or
He's like, hey,
something.
oh man, what's Gilroy? That doesn't sound familiar.
Right.
So he turns around, goes to the game. Now he's late. The team's playing.
Like the game started.
Warm-ups are over.
Right.
They're playing.
Yeah.
First quarter. Sprewell comes walking to the bench, sat for a minute or two, walked up to the scorer's table, checked himself in, and the story I heard is Rick Adelman turned to the late George Irvin and said...
It wasn't John Wetzel?
It wasn't Wetzel. It was George Irvin. And Adelman said, did you put Spree in? And Irvin said, no, did you put Spree in? And Adelman said, I didn't put him in. And he looked at Wetzel and he goes, did you put him in? And Wetzel goes, I didn't say a word to him. And Latrell Sprewell just said,
Checked
you know
himself
what?
in.
I'm playing. It's time
to...
those are the good old days.
I would have been starting, so I'm just going to go in.
Exactly. That was that was part of the Warriors culture back then, as they say.
I like that story.
It's a pretty good story.
Maybe
it's a pretty good story.
you've told it too much. I don't know.
Maybe we got new listeners coming in and out. Food for thought. Michael Jordan was 34 when the Bulls started their second three-peat. It's far from over for the Warriors. Well,
I know, yeah.
Can't disagree with you at this point.
No doubt.
Can't disagree with you at this point. So, yeah, and as far as those numbers about shot distance, there's nobody in the league that takes further threes than that trio of Poole, Curry, and Klay Thompson. I mean, I think I looked at the box. Did you have the box score up from last night? The shot Klay took.
I don't, but I could
instead of passing to Curry for his fifth. I thought I saw on the box score that it was a 31-footer.
I'm looking for it right now. Play-by-play, fourth quarter.
Man, these guys have a great show coming up after. 3:45, Jay Bilas on with Ray Ratto and Damon Bruce, 5 o'clock. Steve Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock.
30-foot.
So he takes a 30-footer.
30-foot, yeah.
Try to figure out how much is on the clock.
2:06.
Okay. I meant on the shot.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could give you that.
That's all right.
Draymond got the steal at 2:15, and he took the shot at 2:06, so it would have been like 15.
All right.
By the way, the Niners,
yes,
two third-round compensatory picks.
For Sala or McDaniel?
Yeah, both, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got it. We out of here, Spadone?
That's it.
All right. Thanks for listening, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Great guests for Ratto and Damon.
What's up, Bay Area? It's Draymond Green.
And listen to this. Guess who's coming in now? Number 23, Draymond Green gets a standing ovation.
and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well. I mean, what a difference just a couple of weeks make for the Golden State Warriors. They're suddenly healthy. They've suddenly won 4 in a row. And last night meant something to them. I mean, when you play as many games together as these guys have played, getting up for any one particular game in the regular season, I think is a hard thing to do. Basking in any result from the regular season is an ask that you don't make of a professional basketball team that's had as much success as this one has had. But man, that one meant something to Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green last night. They looked good. And Ray, I don't want to beat you to your talking point, but they also covered. How about that? That had backdoor Washington written all over it for a minute there, didn't it?
I lost my will to believe that could happen when Curry hit that 3 to put him up 14. No, they played very well. They played very inspired. It did mean something to them. And there's no reason to sit there and go, well, it was just Washington. If you get 47 points out of your best player and 41 of them came at the same time that the guy who's been missing for 30 games is on the floor, it's not only an accomplishment, it's a sense that they've been sort of itching for this for a while now.
I don't think there's any doubt that they've been waiting for this. And this is equilibrium. This is balance to them. This is both poles being weighed properly against each other, and everything starts to fit. Everyone's slot in the pecking order starts to make a little bit more sense. And I mean, yeah, when you can get a night like that, I mean, it's the 34th birthday game is going to be remembered for a while. 47 points for Curry. The only guy who can stop him from scoring 50 is either Klay saying, I'm going to take this shot, screw everybody, or Steve Kerr saying, that'll be enough, we're done playing tonight, which was funny. Was that Ish Smith who was basically saying, like, get this guy off the court, the game is over, get Steph out of the game. Steph tried to, like, walk away from the final substitution like he didn't hear it or see it. Again, that was as lighthearted and happy a Warriors game as I've seen them play in a while. From the bench reaction to the Otto Porter strip late in the game to the reaction to some of Curry's shots, to open shots that Kuminga was knocking down, to the Michigan State, Michigan love that was happening with a clearly good to be playing with the exchange between Jordan Poole and Draymond Green. Like it looked good and it felt good. And if you're a Warriors fan, I think you got to be feeling really good. And, oh, by the way, they are undefeated in the Jackie Moon era. 4-0 now, baby. There's no denying it. Just no denying it.
Wow, you're going to beat that one into the ground, aren't you?
Hey, catch a loss and we'll stop talking about it. But in the meantime,
then I will actively root for them to fail in their next game.
Well, you do that anyways.
No, I don't. I don't. The only reason I thought they might not cover is because I thought they'd be ahead and pull the guys, and then Washington would make a bunch of lousy shots at the end of the game and end up losing by 9. It was not a statement that I thought the Wizards were primed for a big upset.
I was talking to Nahagian this morning. I'm telling him, look, by the way, the reason why I am doing this one from home, you can see it over my shoulder. You can see it on the chest, on the sweatshirt. We got an Indiana game at 6:10. I can't be stuck in a car at 6:10. I might, though, be doing the show on Thursday. For a minute there, Ray, I was thinking about flying up to Portland. I was talking to a buddy of mine. Can't do it. Just can't swing it. My wife would divorce me at this particular time. So I like the marriage. I definitely like Indiana basketball, but I'm not going to make her pick up the phone and make that tough phone call, which would probably be easier if I said, screw it, honey, I'm going to Portland. Good luck with the kids.
I think you ought to think of your family at this point and go to Portland.
No. I need to be here. The show is the most important thing outside of Indiana. And we are going to talk to Jay Bilas about not just my team being in the tournament, but my goodness, look what's going on here in the Bay Area. We got 2 Bay Area schools in the NCAA tournament, in the University of San Francisco and St. Mary's. Does it matter much around here? The answer is definitively Not much. But I don't care. It matters to me. It matters to Jay Bilas. We're having him on later this hour at 3:45. We'll help you fill out that bracket, which is something you need to do with these first 4 games starting to tip off tonight at 5 o'clock. We got Steve Kerr talking about the looking good, feeling good, healthier than they've been all year, and they're still about to get even more healthy Golden State Warriors. Look, all you can really hope for, Ray, is that you're healthy and playing well going into the playoffs. And I do believe the Warriors are on both tracks, which is the most important. I mean, that's how the train needs to be running. Are you healthy? Are you playing well? If they can answer both those questions, the first round opponent shouldn't even matter.
It shouldn't, but it kind of does, because this is a better Western Conference than it was showing at the beginning of the year. And I do believe, that they would rather play Minnesota in the first round as a 2 seed than play Denver in the first round as a 3 seed. Because the more difficult games you pile up early in the playoffs, the harder it is for you to get to the deep end of the playoffs. And while Golden State is very good, they are not so good that the opponent doesn't matter. So, yeah, I still think it does matter some. I mean, they're not going to be first, but I think they should strive to be second.
See, the only team that I would be really afraid of are the Phoenix Suns, and you're not going to have home court advantage against them no matter what. So it all kind of comes out in the wash to me. But yeah, matchups matter. The easier path traveled, of course, is the path that any coach would choose. I just see the same problem when I'm looking at Minnesota and I'm looking at Denver. A big man in the middle that can give you fits. I know look, Minnesota, I don't know if Minnesota is the team you'd rather have, especially with Karl Anthony Towns just having a 60-point night just last night. A monster game out of Curry on his 34th birthday. Again, you would think that after a game like that, it would be nothing but good feelings and smiles, but Draymond brought a little anxiety into the press conference that I don't think anyone was expecting. We'll get into that. We were discussing him yesterday, saying that the chip on his shoulder is his greatest attribute. It's also his greatest weakness. And there was a little bit of both last night. So we're going to get into some sound that I think surprised everyone after last night's game. We have ourselves more football to look at and more baseball to be thinking about as all the news is continuing to happen. By the way, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. The 49ers have inked a young, legitimate starting cornerback who's played a ton of high leverage snaps. Charvarius Ward has been the primary corner for the Kansas City Chiefs going back to their Super Bowl. This guy has an awful lot of playoff snaps, an awful lot of high leverage snaps. It was usually his job to follow the other team's wide receiver one, no matter where they lined up. He can play both corner spots. He can play the slot. He's only 25 years old. I reached out to my man in Kansas City, Bob Fesco. Bob Fesco has been doing radio in Kansas City for as long as the Chiefs have basically been there. And I asked him straight up, what kind of player are the 49ers getting? And he said, you're getting a cap casualty because of the Mahomes contract. That was one of the best Kansas City Chiefs hidden in plain sight throughout this entire run. He says that this is a really good player, the best corner on a Super Bowl team with a lot of playoff experience. Fesco says, I hardly remember a time where he got burned. And I think I saw he's got the second best completion percentage against him in the NFL. Now, before we start getting into the metrics of what he is, what he isn't, he's 25 years old. And the Niners got a pretty good corner here that I know that there's some hand-wringing over what hasn't happened in free agency. Great teams rarely go out trying to win free agency. I think this is a signing that they needed, that they wanted, and I think fans should be happy with it, until we see him play.
Yeah, I think fans should be utterly indifferent to it, but he does seem he seems like a decent get. Whether he'll be an impact maker, because that's what they're asking him to be. They're not asking him just to go out and play corner. They're asking him to be their best corner. So we'll see if he's their best corner, because I think that's the real question here, because the secondary is one place where they have to get stronger. and they're okay at safety, but corner has been a problem. And I think he's got to be better than just okay.
That pass rush is going to be missing DJ Jones. That offensive line is going to be missing Laken Tomlinson. More than a few fans have brought up the fact, hey, I just look on down to Southern California and now the defending Super Bowl champs, and I see a much different way of doing business. How can the Los Angeles Rams fit everyone under the sun seemingly into their cap and superstars into their cap, while the 49ers still have to make decisions that you'd think would be a lot easier to retain because Jimmy's eventually going to be on his way out and you're supposed to have more cap room and you're going to have a quarterback on a rookie deal? What gives? Well, we'll take a look at the anatomy of how the Niners built their roster as opposed to the way that the Rams went about building their roster. I think we need to take a look at the anatomy that baseball is telling us it could have a few years from now, a decade from now. I think we're looking at a very different baseball league in just 10, 12 years. I think radical regional realignment with the total disintegration of the National and American League, but for the T-shirts. I mean, there's really no difference, so nothing is now sacred, which means going to the whiteboard to rewrite all of it is probably going to be out there. We're going to get into that today. Like we said, we got a couple of great guests. Jay Bilas later this hour at 3:45, helping you fill out your bracket, talking about the two Bay Area teams that are going dancing, who might arrive in the Final Four, who's the best coming out of the West. Is it Arizona? Is it Gonzaga? Maybe it's the USF Dons, for goodness sakes. We will ask Jay Bilas in about a half an hour from now. Steve Kerr, live at 5 here on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by AC Transit. Find a career with exceptional benefits so you can do what you love. AC Transit is hiring bus operators and mechanics right now. You can bring your skills to AC Transit. Enjoy exceptional benefits and a side of work-life balance. It's more than a job. Apply today at actransit.org/careers.
Stanford Blood Center presents The Executive Show with Bob Myers.
What makes it unique to be a Warriors fan, that is very uncommon in any sport now, to see guys that have played together for close to 10 years. And to be good and successful.
open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Damon and Ratto with you. We are streaming on Twitch and on YouTube, twitch.tv/957thegame, youtube.com/957thegame. You can watch us live. What a spectacular affair and a feast for yet another one of your senses. It truly is. We have an awful lot to get to today. We have a constant monitoring of breaking news, what is going to happen next in football in terms of signings, what is going to happen next in baseball. I mean, all the big names, Chris Bryant, Carlos Correa, Trevor Story, they're all still out there. Anthony Rizzo, Schwarber, Nick Castellanos, Michael Conforto. We've been talking about these names for a couple days. They're all still out there. Unless, Ray, something happened during the commercial break and I didn't actually see it on Twitter.
No, the BMW people did not drop my car off, so nothing happened during the commercial break.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. And you know, let's see if we can make that happen for you, Ray. You deserve a BMW Fairfield. Would you like to do commercials for them?
I think they would like me not to do commercials for them.
Yeah, it might be.
No, I think, I mean, the first day, I mean, there was this burst of signings. And now I think the thing that's going to happen is they're going to look at the Matt Olson signing and see how that creates sort of precedent for a bunch of others, because that was a huge payout for a team that was willing to get rid of Freddie Freeman. I mean, 8 years for $168 million is probably more than Olson would have figured to get, at least in terms of length of deal. So I think that sort of changes the landscape for a lot of guys.
It's a big number. It's a number that a lot of people, why wouldn't you just hold on to your prospects and do something similar with Freddie Freeman? Well, you're getting younger with Matt Olson, and you're getting a guy who has spectacular start of his career numbers. There's no doubt about it. But there's two different ways to go about building a team. And what the Atlanta Braves did with that Olsen contract is obviously a step that the Oakland A's would never take. Olsen is the kind of player you would never let out of your system, you would assume. He's also a guy who you got to, even a bitter A's fan understands the concept of going home. And Matt Olson gets to go home now. And he gets to get paid through the nose to play for his hometown team, where the dollar stretches a lot further than it will in California. Like, he's got ridiculous multi-generational wealth now, and good for him. I mean, it's a guy's worked hard to get here. Good for him. It's too bad the A's can't figure out a way to put their big boy pants on and keep players like that around.
I would say $21 million a year allows you to ignore buyability, because $21 million is buyability. That said, I think the thing that he, is probably happiest with is the fact that he's set in a place for almost a decade. That there's no worry about, is my team planning to be competitive? Are they going to sit there and complain about their ballpark? Are they going to say, if we don't get somewhere new to play, we might go to another town? I mean, it gives him stability. And it gives him stability at such a rate of distance that he gets to basically decide, I can make my stand. This is the end of my searching. I'm here now. And maybe he gets traded in 5 years. I don't know if he's got a no-trade clause. I think
there's a club option for the last year of the deal. That's about the only flexibility.
Which means, at 34, he might have to look for a job. But I think the Braves were looking at Freeman, and they were worried about having to do an 8-year deal and end up holding the wrong end of the Albert Pujols stick.
By the way,
do we want to pay a guy $30 million a year when he's 37 and essentially a pinch hitter? Because even Freddie Freeman ages.
I know you said that $21 million is buyability anywhere, and on many different scales, you're correct. $21 million won't even get you on a nice block in Seacliff, Ray.
Well, he doesn't have to live in Seacliff. He can buy 3 homes somewhere else.
Right, but $21 million gets you the governor's mansion in the state of Georgia. So it gets you 3 governor's mansions in the state of Georgia. So let's just look. Matt Olson is set up good for him, and it's a shame that the A's don't understand how to keep young incredibly productive and sexy and popular talent like that in-house, but that is yet another day and another show. I've got someone who enjoyed the opening monologue so much, Ray, that they said, okay, yeah, that's all great now. Good for the Warriors. Let's discuss Deshaun freaking Watson, please. Per Jason Dumas, Deshaun Watson and the 49ers do have mutual interest. Please put the Warriors talk on hold. Okay.
No.
Well, here's the thing. If you'd like to fall for the old banana in a tailpipe, fine. Like, I'll do 5 minutes of Deshaun Watson to the 49ers. Actually, I don't think I need 5 minutes. It's not going to happen. There you go. There's your segment about Deshaun Watson to the 49ers. Jed York will not do that deal. He is the talent that you do talk to. You do take that meeting, and you take that meeting as under the radar as you can squeeze that meeting, which obviously the 49ers have, but I don't think that they would dare sign him given the situation he's in, given the politically correct proclivities of our lovely Bay Area. I just don't see Deshaun fitting into the Niners' plans, even though he might be a perfect fit in Kyle Shanahan's huddle. Ray, I don't see it.
I think there are a lot of teams who will sit there and try to negotiate their way around that part of it. But I believe that all NFL teams are essentially run by mega pragmatists who don't honestly care about what Deshaun Watson did and to whom he did it. I think if the 49ers needed a quarterback in the kind of desperate straits that a team like Atlanta does, I think they do it in a heartbeat. I mean, I believe they are this is the most amoral athletic company this side of the Premier League. They do business with oligarchs, but I don't see how the NFL would walk away from a guy who could play quarterback for him, even though he has, this huge landmine of off-field problems. They've signed worse guys for less. And the fact is the 49ers don't need to make that stretch only because they have a young quarterback that they would like to see if that works out or not. And by the time they would find out if it didn't work out, Watson will be on another team.
Look, we've seen the 49ers walk away from liability that other teams might not have. I mean, they walked away from Aldon Smith. So I'm not saying that we should hold them as any example of moral high ground in any way, shape, or form. And Ray, you are right. Your talking point that it's all big, nasty, and evil is, ever present. Having said all that, do you think the 49ers are going to sign Deshaun Watson? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's my point.
But it's not because they're worried about his legal situation. It's because unless they get him for a steal, and it seems to me that Houston is asking an awful lot, particularly in draft choices that the 49ers don't have, I don't think they can do the deal.
That's another reason. There might be a whole bunch of, well, mama said don't sign guys like that maybe is or will never even be in play because Ray is right, it's all nasty and evil and ugly. They don't have the assets unless they're willing to say, like, all right, so, Bosa, take a one of your cornerstone players and throw them into the mix. I don't think that that's happening. So, look, it's a very interesting concept. I get it. I just don't think the Niners are in the business of doing it, and I don't think even if they wanted to be in the business of doing it, that they have the business to get it done. And I'm actually willing to extend Jed York the courtesy of saying he knows enough about his fan base to understand that, of course, the minute Deshaun Watson wins 6 in a row, all's forgiven, and we all know that that's the way it goes. But I don't think Jed York would want to deal with the headache until that 6-game winning streak, and I just think that the Niners are well positioned for what they want to be and how they've played they played a large game of roster chess to get to this moment. For them to just wipe the board clean to start over with a new chess piece that you don't even know how much you'd be able to use in the upcoming season. I mean, if you wanted to go with the quarterback who's you don't know how many times he's going to start for you, wouldn't you still be in the Jimmy Garoppolo business in some way, shape, or form? The Niners are specifically getting out of that business, so I don't think they would enter it. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, until a deal is done, the deal's not done. And I still think that the shoulder operation is a huge stumbling block because you've got to have somebody who wants to take a guy with now a history of shoulder problems to go with his other health problems. Yeah. I think it's going to be a harder deal for the 49ers to make than anybody realizes.
I don't think the deal's going to be very hard to make. The deal is there to be done. What you're going to get for Jimmy Garoppolo is the sticking point of the deal. I think Jimmy is an Indianapolis Colt in a millisecond if the Niners said, all right, we'll take a third rounder for him. I mean, blink of an eye. That happens at the speed of light. I think they're holding out for, let's just call it, they've got a level of pick arrogance that they're looking to deploy in this trade that I don't know if they're going to see another team meet. I think Jimmy is a declining asset, and the game of musical chairs, even as it fills up, isn't the reason why Jimmy's a declining. It's Jimmy to begin with. It's a perfectly healthy Jimmy. It's the now not perfectly healthy Jimmy, and the musical chairs are filling up. So I think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be an Indianapolis Colt before it's all said and done. The question is, what are the Colts willing to give up? What are the Niners willing to? What's the bare minimum offer that they will take? Like, that's what the Colts are finding out right now, don't you think?
No, I think nobody's talking about Jimmy Garoppolo as much as we are.
Oh, come on,
only
Ray.
No. I think the stopping point is, let's see what his shoulder's like before we start discussing anything. Because I don't think there is a huge rush by any team to get a guy who's now 10 days from his surgery.
I think there's degrees to it. I think there's levels to it, and I think a team would say, all right, so if by the next time we see on Garoppolo's medicals, this hurdle has been cleared, we'd be willing to give this. If that hurdle hasn't been cleared, we're not going to give nearly that. We're going to start with a fifth rounder. I think that there are teams doing the math on all the permutations of Garoppolo's recovery. They won't know anything until they know it, but that doesn't mean they won't think about it until they know it.
But that's all internal. That isn't the reach out to the 49ers yet. That's what I honestly believe they're going to say. We want to see medicals, and after shoulder surgery, 7 to 10 days is too early to get medicals on that. I mean, the doctors that they employ will say, oh, yeah, surgery went well. Yeah, so? They're going to want to see him throw a football and throw it over and over again. Because to give anything of any value for that, or to give anything at all, if the guy can't throw, basically all you've done is waste draft picks for a guy who can't play for you.
I'm writing this down real quick. I'm making a quick note because I want to remember to talk about all three. So there are three questions that really are out there for the Niners and Garoppolo. How does the shoulder respond to the surgery? Question number 2 is, what would you then get for him on draft day in a deal? And then question number 3 would be, if you do not deal him on draft day, would you be better off holding him through training camp and wait for the torn ACL on some starting quarterback in training camp or a preseason game? One quarterback always goes down before we even start playing. Is that now the sweet spot for the Niners to maximize Garoppolo's trade value?
It might be. It might very well be. Because by then he will have had 2 months of healing. By then we'll find out who gets somebody hurt in
right. By then we'll know the other team's desperation level.
Yeah, and I mean that's the only thing. I'm not saying that they're not active to move him. I'm saying that the market for him at this moment is fairly depressed because he's an enormous question mark based on that surgery alone.
Someone says, y'all love to sleep on Jimmy G.
Ew. No, I don't.
Not with, on. Like, in other words, we're still underestimating him at this particular time.
It doesn't matter what I estimate him as. It matters what the 49ers estimate him as.
Well, it doesn't even matter what the 49ers estimate him as now. It's who out there is looking at him thinking he's our answer, either short-term, medium-term. I don't know if anyone's looking at Jimmy as a long-term solution at this point. But look, we're not disrespecting Jimmy Garoppolo, but we know who he is implicitly. We know what his strengths are. We know what his weaknesses are. And all I can tell you is that when you are looking for a quarterback, the guy who was really well liked in his old locker room, who has got everyone saying he's a really good leader. Well, aw shucks to that. You just described to me Alex Smith, as far as I'm concerned. And a lot of teams would reach the conclusion that's not good enough for us. It's just not. So Jimmy is limited. We all know what he does. So let's please, no little violins. We know what the situation is. His team that he was on gave up on him in real time, while also not giving up on him to create this illusion. And maybe, and look, I mean, they rode him to the NFC title game.
Yeah, this is not about Jimmy Garoppolo ultimately anyway. This is about the scarcity of quarterbacks in the National Football League. It's a year in which nobody really seems to like anybody coming through the draft. And, Colt McCoy just signed a new 2-year deal the other day. A 2-year deal for a backup quarterback? That's telling you what the market is. And Jimmy Garoppolo's market, probably isn't very much now, but in 2 months when he's healthy and all of a sudden there's a team out there that is looking at their starting quarterback going down, all of a sudden he's enormously important. So it's not real. This is just about what the market is bearing, not about, what you think of Jimmy Garoppolo as a quarterback. It's, this is the cynical world of the National Football League.
It certainly is. I didn't think we were going to get the cynical world of Draymond Green last night. I really didn't. The Warriors, when that game ended, we saw the big three of Draymond, Steph, and Clay all put their arms around each other, and Steph is like, we need a picture of this moment. It's been 1,005 days since we played together. You could tell it meant something to him. And whatever means something to those three guys, by definition, has to mean something to the entire team, the coaching staff, the entire front office. Like, those guys set the temperature of the room. No one more than Draymond. And after the game ended, Draymond on the court sounded an awful lot like the kind of Draymond we expected to hear after coming back and playing so well off the bench in his return game. Here's Draymond last night on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview.
Yeah, I called it months ago.
There you go. That's the guy. There's our guy. I love it. And he's right. It doesn't matter. Nothing in terms of how many games did you win or lose matters more to the Golden State Warriors than are you playing well and are you healthy? And right now, both are happening. So that's the kind of Draymond I expected to hear. Feeling good, sticking his chin out, puffing his chest out, happy to be back, talking you know what. There's Draymond Green, for goodness sakes. Then we go to the press conference. The actual sit down with the Bay Area media press conference, and Draymond struck an entirely different tone, and it wasn't about the game or the return or playing again with his teammates. He was upset with what he's talking about as media integrity, and this is sort of an interesting thing that Draymond had to say. Take a listen to what he said last night. Apparently, he did not like what it was revealed later to be Anthony Slater's column that he had partied a little bit too hard on his birthday and did not rejoin the Warriors on their last road trip. Here's Draymond Green.
I'm not going to give much in this interview. I'm just going to let y'all know that now. As someone who now works on y'all side of things, I understand the job and I'm all for the job, which is why I will give quotes and I expand on my answers. I make myself available because I understand how this thing works. We play, you write, you speak, and it grows his game. Because of that, we are all one. I don't know if people understand that or not, but my job don't work without y'all, and y'all job don't work without mine. That's just how this goes. When we were shut down, we all were shut down. And so integrity is important. It's very important. And when you assume and you try to put things out there to cause controversy and essentially make other people look bad, it's ridiculous. We have children, we have family, I have a mother, I have a father, I have grandparents. And so when you do things and you try to give your story an extra boost, just remember, we work together, and it's not always like that. So as a man of my word, I'm not going to give much today. If anyone wants to talk to me outside of here, I'm all for it, but I'm not giving much today because I'm not sure that I can trust what my words are going to go from here, because the integrity of this job is extremely important.
I mean, probably should have gotten to that earlier in the segment because there's an awful lot to talk about. But let me just say this. Draymond Green has the right to talk as much or as little to the media beyond the professional obligation he is demanded to make due to his job. He also now has a side gig where he wants as much attention paid to his podcast. So I'm sure any news that is to be broken, he'll be doing with his own voice on his own channel. And the media partnership, which he dangles as a betrayal point, let me just say this, and this was several years ago. When I was new to 95.7 The Game, one of the things we did was a weekly deal with Draymond Green. He was supposed to be a weekly guest on the show. He appeared 3 times and then just thought, nah, I'm good. And it never happened. So, yeah, I mean, integrity does matter. And there is a symbiotic relationship. But I can tell you this, eventually the 49ers, the Golden State Warriors are going to have another power forward. And I'll still be hosting Warriors Live. You know, so it's, you know, there is a symbiotic relationship. But when sports were shut down due to a pandemic, we didn't miss a single show. So it's not quite as balanced and as fair as Draymond would think it is or imagines it to be. And we need to get back to what I think is a really interesting topic for us a little bit later on. But the NCAA tournament, with its first 4, begins tonight. And then we really get dancing on Thursday, and a man who knows more about college basketball than anybody else in America is going to join us next. We're going to talk about how to fill out your bracket, the busters, the potential sleepers, a Cinderella or 2. Who will reign supreme from the West Coast? Is it Gonzaga? Is it Arizona? Is it USC, Lucas? No, it's not. It's not USC. Although Lucas likes the draw, and Lucas is going to Vegas, so that puts extra mojo behind the Trojans because that's just the way these things work. Stay with us. Much more coming up here on 95.7 The Game, including a conversation with Jay Bilas I'm very much looking forward to, and then we will get back to what Draymond Green turned. I'm like, it should have been a happy occasion, and he went all Festivus airing of grievances. It was odd. I think it's caught everybody by surprise. So we'll have more on that. Jay Bilas joins us next here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield. You don't want Ray Ratto doing your commercials. He's copped to that as very much, but check out bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
My heart was racing.
a hole-in-one without even trying. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. If you haven't subscribed to Damon and Ratto, do so. Check out and download the Odyssey app. That's where you find your favorite podcasts from all our shows here on 95.7 The Game, all of our interviews, and we are thrilled to have a man join us right now that I've been saying for years. If we had to elect a commissioner of college basketball, he would be the perfect guy for the job. ESPN's Jay Bilas here on 95.7 The Game. Jay, I know how busy you are during tournament week, so thank you very much for your time. How are you, sir?
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Good to be with you guys.
It is good to have you. So, we're on the West Coast, and we got two Bay Area teams in the San Francisco Dons and St. Mary's dancing. But let's start with a bigger question from the West. Who do you think is the best in the West, Arizona or Gonzaga?
It's a toss-up. I mean, if Arizona's fully healthy, they're as good as anybody, and that means as good as Gonzaga. If they played a 7-game series, I think it'd go 7. I'm a little concerned about Kirk Kriisa when he got hurt in the Pac-12 tournament. Again, I think it was against Colorado, but is he going to be back full strength? And because he plays fast, he makes threes, and he throws courageous passes in the open floor. So they need him back. They don't need him, in my view, to get to the second weekend because Justin Kier's done a really nice job in his stead. But they need him to win it. I think the experience that Gonzaga has, I don't want to underplay it because those guys play. A lot of guys on that roster played in the championship game last year. They know how to do this. So we talk about experience all the time. They've got experience. Experience doesn't guarantee you anything, but I'd rather have it than not, and they've got it.
Chet Holmgren has been just a discussion point in the game all year long. If you had to boil it down to what makes him better than his frame makes him seem fragile, what would it be?
He's tough, man. He takes a licking and keeps on ticking, kind of the old Timex thing. Teams have tried to be physical with him, and there are certainly things you can do to be more successful against him, but nobody's been able to take him out of anything. He does a great job of blocking shots against bulkier people because he's pretty agile to keep his body away from him. And so he doesn't let people get into his body. And, Ray, I heard early on people were saying, well, he's a unicorn. We've never seen anything like him. I go, well, I did. His name was Ralph Sampson. and Ralph was actually bigger and stronger and could do all the things that Chet Holmgren could do. But it's been a long time since we've seen that. And look, he's going to be a great player. He's already really impactful now. He just makes them different. His shot blocking, rebounding, he can rip and run and bring it up himself. He can knock down a three, but they're not as formidable of a perimeter shooting team without Corey Kispert in there. They went to those small lineups. Kispert could play the 4. He could draw guys away from the basket. And they played more of an open style. They're a little bit more. They're far from deliberate, but they're not quite as powerful in transition or quite as powerful from the 3-point line as they were last year. But their numbers are off the charts. They still get layups, and not a lot of teams get layups. Them and Arizona get layups. It's crazy.
University of San Francisco's Jamari Bouye has as much of a chance to maybe become a little bit of a darling at this tournament because it is a guards tournament, and he's got the wiggle to him. He goes up against a Murray State team. Do you think the Dons might win a game in this tournament?
They can. Jamari Bouye is terrific. Khalil Shabazz is terrific. Todd's done a good job there. He's a really good coach, and they've played against good teams. I think the problem is they're playing against a really good team at Murray State. Murray State's got multiple guys that can put up 35 on you, And Tevin Brown's probably their best player. Well, KJ Williams maybe is their best player, but Williams scored 39 in a game. Tevin Brown played in the same backcourt with Ja Morant, and he puts up numbers in every category on a stat sheet. Those guys are really good, and they've been through it. Went undefeated in their league. They're one of 2 teams in the tournament to do that, along with South Dakota State. They're legit, and so if San Francisco is able to pull that off and win, they beat somebody that's equally as good, if not better, than they are.
The other WCC team that's in that side of the bracket, St. Mary's, let's ignore Wyoming and Indiana for the moment. Do they look like the kind of team that could grind out a win over UCLA, or is that too big an ask?
It is for me. I have UCLA advancing there. I've got St. Mary's winning the Wyoming-Indiana winner. If Indiana wins the game, like Indiana's been playing better over the last probably 2-3 weeks. And because their point guard, Xavier Johnson, who transferred in from Pittsburgh, has been more efficient. He's not turning it over. He's been really good. St. Mary's is not going to have an individual answer for Trace Jackson Davis, but I still think they'll win because they can tempo the game down and play a really slow style. They did it to Wisconsin earlier this year, and the game came down to the end. But Wisconsin had Johnny Davis, and they didn't. That was kind of the difference in the game. But UCLA can play. They can play fast, they can play slow, they can play in a pretty game, and they can play in a fist fight. And not only is Johnny Juzang an outstanding player, but Jaime Jaquez Jr. is probably the most underrated player, not only in the West, but maybe nationwide. And what he's been doing over his last 5 or 6 games, I just think UCLA's kind of built to win in the tournament. Not necessarily win the whole thing. It's not that people are built for that, but their DNA is pretty good for tournament play. I like the way Mick Cronin goes about it, and then he's got a lot of good players, and they're healthy now, which they haven't been most of the year.
Jay Bilas with us here. On the night the NCAA tournament gets underway with its first 4, and we've talked to you enough. I'm sure you don't write these things down and don't remember, Jay, but I went to IU. I am a card-carrying Hoosier, if there ever was one, and I just think it's wonderful that Mike Woodson has them in. It's too bad that it took a banked-in 3 in the Big Ten tournament to send us home from a guy who's been at Iowa for 14 years, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Well, we're going to get past Wyoming. Like, we're at least going to get the opportunity to play St. Mary's, I would hope.
I think so, but Wyoming's good, and they get to the free throw line. They play through the post a lot, so they're not like this prolific 3-point shooting team. They can make threes, but they're not. It's not like playing against a team that's going to bang in 13 of them on you and beat you. But Hunter Maldonado is a really good player. He's like a 6'6" wing that can get downhill on you and gets fouled a lot. They got 2 guys that average, close to 20 points a game. And so they're good, but I think Indiana. The problem with Indiana, as you know, watching them so much, is they're not a great shooting team.
You can't hit threes. You can't knock down a shot.
They have a hard time making shots. Yeah, and when everybody says defense wins championships, it's defense if you can score. You got to be able to score too. Because in all my years of basketball, I've never seen a shutout. You got to put points on the board, and Indiana does not do that consistently. So. I think they'll beat Wyoming, but I just don't see a long stay in the tournament when you don't score efficiently.
Who's the lowest rated team you think can win the tournament? I mean, I realize that's an open-ended question because bad luck tips up on everybody. But as you look at these teams just stacked 1 to 68, at what point do you stop and go, anybody below this line can't win?
Well, it's not necessarily the seed, but it's like kind of 8 teams, I would say. So I think Gonzaga, Arizona, I would put Kentucky, Purdue, UCLA, Duke in that list of teams that can win it, and probably Kansas now. Now, does that mean that they can't lose? Of course not. But they're not all going to lose. And there's a big difference in getting to a Final Four, which somebody, top seed or 2 can fall down in your bracket and open up a path for you to get to Final Four. It's really hard to win this thing. And I think one of the stats is like a top 3 seed has won the tournament 32 of the last 36 years, including, I think it's 10 of the last 11 or something crazy like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often that you have, like, we don't. The reason we have to talk about NC State 83 and Villanova 85 is because 83 and 85 is the last time something ridiculously crazy happened. We had a year, I can't remember, it was 2014, whatever it was, when UConn and Kentucky were in the title game, and Kentucky was like an 8 seed, and UConn was like a 7, and you're going, we were screaming that the committee screwed up the seeding on Selection Sunday. And so they were going, look at this, a 7 and 8. And it goes, they weren't a 7 and 8. They were a 3 and a 4. You guys screwed this up. So it just doesn't happen very often.
Jay, you didn't mention Wyoming as a team that can win it all, so I got some hope for my Hoosiers tonight. But I couldn't help but notice you left Baylor, Villanova, Auburn off your list, and I know we just asked you for a list off the top of your head, so maybe you do feel better about those teams than your last statement implied. But you mentioned the seeding, and I just would like to ask you, because Tennessee, much was made of their seeding in this tournament. It feels like they're a symptom of a larger problem, and that the selection committee wraps it up on Saturday night, and major conferences don't get much of a bounce from a team that might surprise you as a major conference tournament winner. If it's close, don't you think the tie should go to the winner of the conference in terms of seeding preference?
It kind of depends. I mean, I'm not worried about the Sunday games. One data point, doesn't necessarily negate the entire trend. The problem I have with it is they've got, the committee, and it's different in different years. There are now 12 people on the committee instead of 10. But, the committee doesn't have enough basketball people on it. And it sounds snobby when I say that, but, you hear committee members over the years saying, well, it was great to have Carol Williams on the committee or Dave Gavitt or all these different basketball people. And you go, well, it was great to have one of them have 10 of them. And, I hear people say, well, the eye test. Well, whose eyes are on it? Like, what eyes are we talking about? Because, and I say this all the time, and it does sound snobby. I can sit, like the committee talks about, well, we're watching a lot of games. Like, what is that? So, like right now, I can sit in a garage all day. That doesn't make me a mechanic. Like, I don't know what I'm looking at. And I think there's a difference when people are using the eye test to make decisions. Like, what kind of eye test? We're really talking about how many games did you win and how many highly rated teams did you win to be seeded and get in the tournament. I really doubt they've got a bunch of people who are ADs and other administrators that are going, well, I wasn't sure about that out of bounds play there. They ran a screen for the screener play, and then they run flex action. They're not doing that, and they shouldn't do that. But they have non-football people on the football committee, and it seems to come out okay. But we're not picking the top 4 teams here. We're picking, there's 68 and then seeding 68. And when they've made mistakes, it's affected the tournament negatively. Like, I can't remember the year, but Wichita State was number 1 seed, and they had Kentucky as like an 8. Maybe it was 2014 the one I was just complaining about. And as soon as you saw it, you're going, that's unfair to Wichita State. They're playing a team that's a 4, and they're going to get them in the second round, and Kentucky's going to knock them out. And they did. And, you make a mistake like that, you really affect the outcomes in the tournament. And, the facile response is, well, they'd have to play a good team sometime. Well, let them play the Kentucky when they're supposed to play them in the Elite 8, not in the dang second round. And that was a screw-up that a team paid a price for.
All right, we got to squeeze in a quick ID here at 4 o'clock, and then Ray has one more for you, Jay. Thank you. By the way, Ray is available for voiceover work. Listen to this, Stylings.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
He is available, Jay, for podcasts and bar mitzvahs.
That was fantastic. I am moved to the point of tears.
You may be moved to the point of tears, but not in the way you're trying to infer. This is sort of an off-brand question, but given what happened at LSU, were you surprised that the committee was able to remove the story from the players and put the team itself in the slot in the tournament that it should have been. Did you expect it to be more punitive than that?
No, because that's not their job. And if they did that, I would have been upset because, this happens all the time. The NCAA and conferences, when they put sanctions out, they always hurt the players the most. And players are sanctioned more than anybody else. And then when they do hit like a university with sanctions or a coach, it's always the players that get screwed. So, I'm glad that they didn't do that. But if they had, it would have been some phony, why is the committee, sort of the integrity, the bastion of integrity, when it should have been LSU, if they had any, showing it before now? And they knew all that stuff, and they waited until it was on a piece of paper from the NCAA to do anything about it. I don't know whether they were worried about legal issues or what, but they knew all that stuff well before today. And so it's I joke about it, and sometimes I say it, but it really is true. Like, I don't want to hear NCAA administrators lecture me on integrity when they don't show any. And by NCAA, I mean member institutions, not just the Merry Band in Indianapolis. Like, how long have we had to wait for this whole investigation? And it's hurting. It hurts players, and there's really no reason for it.
What was it like to be at Coach K's last game?
Interesting and emotional in a lot of ways. As you guys know, I played for him, and I met him when I was 17 years old. He started recruiting me, and I don't know where I'd be without him having influenced my life. Like, I don't think I would have gone to law school. He greased the skids for that. He hired me as an assistant, so I was a grad assistant when I went to law school. He actually greased the skids for me to get into broadcasting. He knew I had an interest in it. Back then, you could use alums in recruiting, so he introduced me to a producer at ABC Sports named Chuck Howard, who kind of took me under his wing and gave me a job as a runner during the summer. So I worked for ABC Sports every summer, and it's kind of how I learned the business, really, in a way. And so I don't know. There are probably a lot of fans going, God, I wish Coach K hadn't done that. We got to listen to this crap all the time.
Oh, come on, man. The guy had an eye for talent. He knew.
Yeah, I don't know that my life would have turned out the same way. I don't think I would have been homeless or anything, but it wouldn't have been the same.
Well, I'm glad it turned out the way it did. You're one of my absolute favorite when it comes to talking about this sport. Not only do you follow it and know it, you care deeply about it, and that's what this sport needs. Can we ask a team that you think cuts down the nets, or maybe a player who becomes the Cinderella of the ball? Who's someone America gets to know in this NCAA tournament?
Well, I think Gonzaga is going to win it, but this year, perhaps more than others, all the top teams are vulnerable to getting beat, in the Sweet 16 or the Elite Eight, and not reaching, sort of the final step on the ladder. There are a couple players that I think people are going to get to know. At UAB, they've got a player named Jordan Walker, but his nickname is Jelly Walker. And he's had 40 points in a game twice. He averages over 20. He's 5'10", really dynamic, and really, really good. And a team that I think could, a double-digit seed that could give everybody problems, Virginia Tech. I think they're better than Texas out of the gate as the 6th seed. And they can beat Purdue too, because they've got a couple of players named Justin Mutz and Keve Aluma that are going to be really hard matchups for Purdue's big guys.
Jay, we really appreciate your time. We always look forward to an opportunity to talk to you anytime, especially during this week. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
Jay Bilas here on 95.7 The Game. Great stuff all around. And look, the Big Ten has got more teams in this tournament than any other conference. They got 9 in there, which is why Bob Myers was at the Big Ten tournament doing some serious scouting. They put 3 players, first-team All-American, Keegan Murray from Iowa, 24 points per game, one of the nation's leading scorers in a major conference. Normally your nation's leading scorers are coming to you from the Sun Belt and the MEAC and, your off-brand conferences where a kid with massive talent just blows by the competition. Keegan Murray's legit. Johnny Davis at Wisconsin, he's just a killer. Lottery pick talent. And Kofi Coburn from Illinois, NBA body, 21-10. I wouldn't be surprised to see 2 Big Ten teams, neither of them being Indiana, reach the Final Four. There are upsets all around. Oscar Tshiebwe, I think, is a guy who you're going to get to know a little bit. And I hate to say that because he went to Kentucky. He goes to Kentucky, but he's a great story. 6'9" from the Congo, 17 points, leads the nation, 15 rebounds per game. It's going to be a wide open tournament. This is going to be fun. I think we got a wide open NBA playoffs. We're going to have a wide open NCAA tournament because basketball, as evolved as it is, it really is. You play defense and you catch fire from downtown, it's turning into an any given Sunday conversation when it's just the one-off that is an NCAA tournament. Normally the cream rises through any 7-game series, but in a one night gets you bad shooting night and you go home. That's the beauty of this tournament, Ray. That's what makes it so great. It's a sporting event that comes on the map. America loves a map, and America loves conclusion. It's why we love Game 7s, because there's finality. Well, nothing more final than win or go home.
That's why you like Fullerton over Duke.
Go Fullerton.
You didn't even know their nicknames.
I don't know who the Fullerton Rams, by the way? I'm just going to take a stab. Do you know?
No. Lucas, over to you.
It's the Titans.
The Titans.
Come on.
Grandy was all over that. Grandy, did you do some Titans basketball in your in your
Oh no, but
come up days?
Lucas and I were definitely invested in a Fullerton Titans game over the weekend.
That was fun.
Invested as in they foolishly bet a game in which they knew no player on either team.
Hey, we came out on top.
Oh yeah, you're a genius.
Thank you.
I had a buddy of mine who, I'm not even kidding, paid for his sophomore and junior years of college by betting late night WCC games when he would just get ridiculous information on the off break. Like I'd be like, what do you got going tonight? And he's like, I got 500 rolling on Pacific. I'm like, really? He's like, yep.
Of all the things that bookies do well, down conference games in football and basketball are the one thing that they can't do well enough. And right. there are guys I know who have built wings on their house, and I'm not exaggerating, based on betting the Sun Belt.
So maybe
there are like 15 people in the country who can name every member of the conference. And this is one guy just said, I'm concentrating on this because I know I can get line value. And he got enough line value to build a $70,000 wing.
How about you get this guy to give us one Sun Belt winner a week? And as the entire sporting world pivots to covering gambling, we won't give out a 1-800 number. We'll just give you one Sun Belt lock of the week every week. Ray, let's put some money in our audience's pocket, shall we?
Sadly, he took the cure some years ago.
I'm sorry, he took what? I had someone
He took
talking
the cure some years ago.
Oh.
He's out. He's stopped paying attention.
Oh, I thought
he built his man cave, and now he lounges in it.
Oh, I thought he was mortally unavailable. I'm glad he's just.
Oh no, he's not dead. I mean, his wife may kill him. I think that's a very real possibility, but she will always know that Coastal Carolina put armchairs in her sewing room.
Thanks for the armoire. Appreciate it. We have an awful lot more coming up here. Steve Kerr live at 5 on the trajecting very well Golden State Warriors. All of a sudden, they're healthy. They're playing great. Having Draymond should have left everybody really happy last night, but Draymond really wasn't happy. We already played you his clip from the media that he did after the game, and I think it's interesting enough to return to. So when we come on back, we're going to pick it up from right there. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Club Wash from Outdoor Supply.
back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Just shows you can't please everybody. I just opened up Twitter to see if, any NFL news or football or baseball news had happened during our commercial break, and the answer is no, nothing just broke, so we can talk about what we want to talk about with Draymond Green here in a second. But a guy named Timothy says, pathetic. You just had Jay Bilas on, and you asked nothing about NIL. You brushed over LSU issues and served up boring softballs to a guy who tends to give actual answers. Golden chance missed. Oh, so sorry, Timothy. Let me tell you how it works. The NCAA tournament starts tonight. We wanted to talk about the NCAA tournament. Ray did ask about LSU. No one else in our audience cares about LSU. So there wasn't an awful lot of follow-up to do there. And what were we to ask about name, image, and likeness that we don't already know? It used to not be there. Now it's there. Pay the kids. What do you want to know? I mean, what? I don't see how we blew that. It was called a timely interview about what is about to happen in the NCAA tournament. Maybe we'll have Jay on when it's all wrapped up and we can go over bigger, broader, universal questions facing the landscape of college basketball. But the only landscape I care about is making sure that the printer paper is on landscape when you print out your damn brackets. Like, that's the only landscape I'm really interested in right now. Go Hoosiers. Can't please everyone, Ray. That's why you don't even try.
Also, real quick before you jump in there, Ray, as soon as the name, image, and likeness stuff happened, he was one of the first people we had on to talk about it. So we've addressed all that stuff before.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Ray?
Ray, turn your mic on. God bless you.
I hate that guy.
See? Thank you very much.
There. Why we read that stuff, I don't know.
Hey, we're just interacting with the good people who are interacting with us.
Name 3 good people. Thank you. I rest my case.
888-957-9570 is the number. And if you're a good person, we'd love to hear from you. We have this. Draymond Green is back. Watching Draymond Green come back was a delight. I mean, some of my favorite moments from that game last night, when Draymond missed that pass to Klay Thompson and it went sailing out of bounds towards the mid-court stripe because, he passed to the zig instead of the Klay Thompson zag. And Draymond starts patting himself on his head, universal, that's on me, that's all me, little rusty right there. I thought he would come out and off the bench, have 5, 5, and 5. What did he have, like 6, 5, and 6? I kind of thought he would do that. I didn't think he would be as great in the plus department as he was. Draymond was fantastic last night. I mean, the guy is so important to this team. Curry scored 41 points on 13 of 16 shooting and 7 of 9 from deep in the 20 minutes that he was on the floor with Draymond Green. Only had 6 points on 3 of 9 shooting, 0 for 5 from downtown with Draymond Green off the floor. So the bounce that Curry got from Draymond just being out there, the bounce that the team's defense got from Draymond being out there, it was fantastic. The 3-guard lineup thrived with Draymond out there, even though you could see Klay pushing his shot and hunting it and not really finding it. He finished with a 0 in the plus-minus last night. But 47 for Curry, 20 for Klay, 20 for Poole. It came easy for 2 of the guys. Again, Klay was hunting something he never really found last night. But 33 minutes, looking better, moving better, feeling better. That's all really good. Like, I'm not worried about Klay Thompson. And he talked about how playing with Steph and Dre meant something to him. And it's about winning a championship here on out, baby.
I saw a stat that every playoff game we've started together, we haven't lost a series. So hopefully we can continue that trend in 2022. And I have confidence in this team to win a ring. And us 3 know what it takes. So the other guys on our roster and young guys are eager to learn what it takes, and when we all have the same goal in mind, amazing things can happen.
Look, that's the second Warrior last night with Draymond returning, talking about a championship out loud into a microphone. Draymond did so on court last night, NBC Bay Area. Listen to Draymond coming off the court, feeling frisky, feeling good.
Obviously, the 2 seed will be great, but we're not chasing it. We're going to make sure we do everything we can to stay healthy coming down the stretch. Not going to make any bonehead decisions trying to chase the 2 seed. Whether we're 2 seed or 3 seed, we're going to win a championship, so don't really matter.
You're just calling that right now to finish off the post-game interview?
Yeah, I called it months ago.
Called it months ago, calling it again tonight. Leandro Barbosa, we gonna be championship. I love it. That's good. So, Ray, you figure everyone's going to come just bouncing breezy and easy into the post-game media? And that's really not what happened at all. We have already played some Draymond sound. We went to break. Before we replay it, Ray, just thoughts or moments that you think people should be listening for here that kind of caught your ear?
He was airing grievances, and he had a particular grievance, I think, with Anthony Slater of The Athletic. And the thing that struck me is that he's trying to be a member of the media and a player at the same time. And you can't do that. You have to pick a lane. When he works for TNT, he's a member of the media. When he's a player, he's a player. So the idea that he's trying to sort of weirdly split the baby and, making a statement about journalism ethics at a time when he is a complainant, sort of missed it for me. Not that he doesn't get to complain if he feels aggrieved, knock yourself out. But the argument that he advanced that we're all in this together, it simply isn't true. The media shouldn't be in this with the Warriors, lockstep. The fact is, they're them, the media's them, and there shouldn't be any crossing over. Now, there are a lot of people who cover that team who are unabashed fans, but I don't regard them as serious media because, they've got a rooting interest. To me, this, if he wanted to call out Anthony Slater, he should have just done it. And he could have done it right there on the podium and not, good for him. But the idea that, we're all in this together, no, absolutely not. We don't get to be on a float in the parade, and they don't get to work an hour and a half after game trying to file a story. That's the deal.
So I was able to go on a float during the parade, but that's because we were the flagship station. They said, do you want to do it? And I said, yeah, sure, why not? When am I going to get the chance to do something like this again? So it was great. But again, I have found myself absolutely rooting for the Warriors. My impartiality is hard to find at times. But I'm more of a talk show host than I am a journalist. So I don't adhere to strict journalism standards. And oh, by the way, neither will Draymond now that he is a member of the media. I'm sure he will be guarded about the information he shares, and I'm sure he might overshare. He's always interesting. There's never been a moment where Draymond's not interesting, but what was a little jarring was, like Ray said, the grievances that he wanted to put down in front of everyone last night. It was such a harmonious, happy, decisive, good to be back feeling and win. It was odd to see Draymond come out frosty against a topic which, again, he could have handled in so many different ways. But this is the way he chose to handle it. Here is Draymond Green speaking with the assembled media after last night's return game.
I'm not going to give much in this interview. I'm just going to let y'all know that now. As someone who now works on y'all side of things, I understand the job, and I'm all for the job, which is why I will give quotes and I expand on my answers. I make myself available because I understand how this thing works. We play, you write, you speak, and it grows the game. Because of that, we are all one. I don't know if people understand that or not, but my job don't work without y'all and y'all job don't work without mine. That's just how this goes. When we were shut down, we all were shut down. And so integrity is important. It's very important. And when you assume and you try to put things out there to cause controversy and essentially make other people look bad, it's ridiculous. We have children, we have family, I have a mother, I have a father, I have grandparents. And so when you do things and you try to give your story an extra boost. Just remember, we work together, and it's not always like that. So as a man of my word, I'm not going to give much today. If anyone wants to talk to me outside of here, I'm all for it, but I'm not giving much today because I'm not sure that I can trust what my words are going to go from here, because the integrity of this job is extremely important.
Okay, so let's kind of go through what he's talking about. Apparently, the excerpt that upset Draymond was from an Athletic article written on March 7th as the Warriors were wrapping up an 0-4 road trip. Anthony Slater wrote, "The Warriors have been pushing for Draymond Green to get around the team more often, lifting the seriousness of the situation. But it's clear Green was unwilling until he felt closer to action. He is close, announcing on his podcast that next Monday, March 14th, against the Wizards, that he expects to return. Green didn't grant the Warriors their ultimate trip wish. He showed up on the second stop in Dallas, got in a high-intensity workout and scrimmage, coached them up a little bit on the bench against the Mavericks, but then shifted into birthday mode. He spent Friday in Los Angeles celebrating his 32nd birthday and didn't show up at the Lakers game on Saturday. Steve Kerr said Draymond Green was, quote, sick, end quote, and then asked about Green's absence on Saturday. Well, Instagram can tell you how Green's Friday night went. He was out partying. And he went back to the team briefly Sunday for a post-practice workout at the Clippers facility in Los Angeles, and then got another workout in on Monday, beginning the final stages of a favorite term here, ramp up. So I don't think it besmirches Draymond Green's reputation or integrity, or anyone's integrity got compromised by saying what happened. Draymond Green went to party on his birthday, and he prioritized that before he prioritized being around his team in a game that he wasn't playing in. Now, we've seen players get nights off in situations where they can't play all the time. This is, Dennis Rodman light, for goodness sakes. This is nothing compared to I'm going to run off to Vegas and sleep with Carmen Electra for a week right in the middle of a season, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's not that. But, is he denying that he didn't party himself into a hangover? Is he denying anything? Is he saying that Slater got it wrong, that there was no partying and the illness was more actual, illness-based than hangover-based after a night of celebrating his 32nd birthday? I don't think anybody's going to begrudge anyone having a good time on their birthday, especially when they can't go out and play. So why is he all upset about this? Well, he says, how you look, and, I got kids, I got family who read this. Your kids and your family know who you are, and probably were at the same party you were. And it's odd. Like, of all the things that would upset Draymond Green, I wouldn't think that would.
He gets to be upset about whatever he wants to be upset about. But the traditional way of handling that has been to call the person who annoyed you aside and then ream him out. I mean, that's been the standard for decades. So turning this into a media-wide issue and then claiming, look, we're all in this together, is... I'm not sure what the end game here is, because he said he would go out after his, time at the podium and talk to anybody who wanted to talk to him, and he did. So I'm not sure what got gained here, but everybody gets to pick their own way. I just don't know what the victory was that he was trying to proclaim, based on the fact that Slater wasn't even there. I mean, just traditionally, if you have a gripe with a guy, you take it up with the guy. Not for any manhood reasons, because he's the guy who annoyed you. There are a bunch of people in that room who didn't annoy him, and yet he was going, I'm not going to give you much. So you're punishing everybody and expecting them to jump on Slater? That's not how it works.
And I thought the point of the Slater story wasn't trying to say, well, he went out and had too much fun on his birthday. which apparently John Dickinson said that Draymond afterwards spoke and said that he wasn't hungover. He just had a stomach bug. Well, let's not pretend booze belly isn't a symptom of a hangover. Why is your stomach feeling a little flip-floppy the night after you went out and partied on your 32nd birthday? Come on. No, hey, maybe he did. Maybe he did nothing but drink water. Again, we have Instagram, so we know that's not true. But maybe he, it just totally, this is one big misunderstanding. Let me ask you this: what does Slater owe Draymond Green?
Doesn't owe him anything, and Green owes Slater nothing as well.
Right.
I mean, if this is supposed to be a symbiotic relationship, if as Green seems to be implying, then you take your grievance to the guy who aggrieved you.
And even if you don't like the detail because you think he got the detail wrong, he made it look more like a hangover than an actual you got sick. Okay, you can bring that up, but that's really not the focus. It's where Draymond put the focus of the story, but that's not what I infer from reading through Anthony Slater's story. The story that Slater was pushing is the Warriors sure would like him around the team, even though he can't play. Yet Draymond has not prioritized that yet. And every element of that part of the story is true. It's true in the actions that Draymond took. It doesn't matter. I don't care. But it's just part of the story. It's a throwaway story. And again, nothing matters when you're not playing. What matters is you're back, you're playing. So why this would be bothering Draymond is just, it's odd to me. It feels like I'm surprised that this is what he wanted to talk about on the night where for the first time in 105 days, instead of coming out and talking about how great it was to play with Clay and Steph again, he decided to, rub somebody's nose in it, but still didn't give anyone a name check. And maybe that's part of it too. I don't want to give you any attention because that's the ultimate disrespect from one media member to another, to not cite, not use your name or something. I don't know. Like, it's just what a weird time for that to happen.
The timing doesn't bother me because Draymond wanted to make a point. The only notion that confuses me is that the notion that everybody's in this together, when in fact he knows that's not true and the media knows it's not true.
Look, when we were in it together, he abandoned ship 3 interviews into it. Well, I do know that. I do have the receipts.
How many years ago was that?
2015, 16, 17.
So I'm allowing for the fact that in 6 years he may have changed his viewpoint on that. I mean, I wasn't here, so I don't know. But I'm just going to go back to this. If you have a problem with the entire media, then don't talk at all. You will not be begrudged. But if you have a problem with one member of the media, and he's there all the time, pull him aside and have your argument with him. It happened to me when I was covering baseball. It's just, that's how you deal with it. And eventually you will either clear the air and everything will be fine, or you'll have a grudge, to hold on to, whatever. But he was trying to make the point that, hey, we're all in this together. And I don't know, to me, it's simply not so. They're not all in this together, and they shouldn't be. If they are, we don't have an independent media. We have lackeys. And I don't think that Anthony Slater is a lackey.
And look, at no point in time did Anthony Slater report that Draymond Green was hungover. The word hangover does not exist anywhere in the story. Now, if you want to say the inference was there, you can read between the lines, sure. But that's you. That's you putting your biases into the reading of it based on what you know about millionaires celebrating their 32nd birthdays and then not showing up to work for the next day. That's assume what you will. Someone says, get off your high horse. You're pissing off your listeners. Oh, well, we never cared about that. We hired Ray Ratto just to do it specifically. Come on.
Yeah. Again, reading, not helping.
No, you know what? JP in Berkeley had this, though, and he's right. When Draymond Green did cancel that interview, we ended up doing a weekly with Klay Thompson, and then we also did a weekly with Harrison Barnes. And Harrison Barnes was fantastic. One of the best weekly interviews we ever did. So,
I think whatever Slater did or did not infer, Draymond Green gets to read it any way he wants. I don't have a problem with him raising the issue. But if you want closure on it, you don't say, I'm not going to give anybody anything. You go to Slater and you go, hey, what was that about? And then you have it out with him, not privately, wherever you want to have it out, but you deal with the person who annoyed you. That's just basic to me.
And what I just thought was so odd about it was the total opposite of the 3 hours we just spent together. The Warriors last night were fun. They looked like they were having fun. They looked like they were walking on air. Those three guys finally playing together. Steph's doing a little huddle up with his two teammates who are, these three guys are officially three of the greatest teammates any team has ever had in any sport ever. And there really is something special to them. The one thing I would almost be willing to concede that I would have never said before I saw last night with my own two eyes, Ray, one of the bigger reasons why Kevin Durant isn't here anymore is because he looked at that and said, man, I'll never be part of those three guys. I'll never be in that circle of love. Like, I get it. Because nobody can join that triangle, that triad of Steph, Klay, and Dre. No one can. It's theirs. It's their special, unique, wildly successful combined careers and games played together. I mean, I would just think that Draymond, having played, finally been able to return and play with guys who he spent more time on court with than any other two guys in his entire life at any level. It's just surprised that he would want to talk about anything other than how great it was to be playing with his respected teammates and his true friends again. That's what kind of shocked me a little bit about all of it. I was really, really surprised. I'll tell you this. If everyone's a little frosty and that's the way it's going to be, if you're telling me we get War Daddy Draymond picking fights with everyone from here on out, I'll take that guy too. Especially with the Celtics showing up tomorrow night. They're the hottest team in the NBA. They're 16-4 in their last 20. And Tatum has turned into one of the best players in the world. The Celtics play defense like they really care about it, because they do. It's going to be a tough game for the Warriors tomorrow night. So, Draymond, stay frosty. Stay frosty. And, if you care about media and relationships, how about granting an interview on the flagship station of your basketball team? That'd be pretty cool. That'd be a nice way to show that you are in on a symbiotic relationship. I think it'd be great. There we go. We got Steve Kerr live at 5 here on 95.7 The Game. He's got to feel great about his team playing well, getting healthy. Don't you go anywhere. Damon and Ratto here, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Hey, it's Ken Barkley filling in for Nick Costos. Tonight in pro basketball, Brooklyn heads to
Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I want to go back to a little bit more post-game sound from last night, but about the good stuff, not about the Draymond media relationship worry or anything like that. I want to talk about what we're watching. And what we're watching is an all-of-a-sudden healthy Warriors team having won 4 in a row, and all of a sudden sort of stumble upon by happenstance this 3-guard lineup, which is considerable in terms of what we've seen from it. Here is Klay Thompson talking about Curry, Poole, and him all playing together at the same time.
A lot of spacing, a lot of playmaking between Jordan and Steph, and great shooting, and just so much firepower on the offensive end. I mean, JP is playing incredible, and I'm just really proud of the way he's gotten better every year. And for such a young player to be as composed as he is, it's a great sign for the future.
Look, that 3-guard lineup last night, Ray, combined for 87 points. They're going to be a tough out on all nights. Those 3 guys combined for 87 points. And that was a night where Klay really wasn't even in rhythm. It took him 19 shots to find his 20 points. 20 points for Poole, and obviously Curry had the 47 on his birthday. Maybe even more important, with Draymond handling so much of the initiating of the offense, figuring out where that shot's going to come from. Curry was 47, 6 and 6. Ray, only 2 turnovers. Draymond does make that offense click as much as he makes the defense click.
Yeah, the one thing that makes me think about the future and how they do that is how many times they'll be able to play the 3 guards, because there are teams that will force them to play bigger. And I don't know how they do that, say, consistently against, say, Denver. I think Memphis, it'll be hard to play the 3 guards very often, just because the 3 guards only work against teams where you can get away with playing 3 guards, even 3 good guards.
Well, let me just ask, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with you here, but at what point do the Warriors decide, yeah, we're not going to do it our way, we're going to react to the other team insisting we get bigger, when they have revolutionized small ball in a way that no other franchise ever has? Like, I actually think the 3-guard lineup is something that they will throw out against anyone, regardless of what the matchup is. I don't think the Warriors really care about what the other team does. They are the team that sets the move that you need to react to, not the other way around. At least that's what I've observed of the Steve Kerr era.
The Steve Kerr era, sure, but their guys back then were demonstrably better than everybody else's guys. This is not that team, at least not so I can tell. So I think it's an open question. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that you get to play 3 guards until the other team forces you not to play 3 guards. And that's where we find out how good Denver is. That's where we find out how good Minnesota is, or Memphis, because those are sort of the teams that they're looking at in their path. It's who can make the Warriors not do the thing they want to do best. And this is not, unlike the Warrior teams of the last decade, this is not the best team in basketball. That's Phoenix. Can the Warriors do what they want against everybody? And that's what we're going to find out. It's easy to say, well, they're 3 guards. They've done so delightfully well. Well, they will play teams against which they'll put that to the test. And I think that's the thing that makes the playoffs so fascinating, is what do you do against teams that can make you not do the thing you want to do most? Because that's the essence of winning basketball games in April, May, and June.
Right. Who can force the other team to play left-handed? That's what we're looking at here. Draymond last night, in 20 minutes off the bench, finished a plus 24. He had 6.7 rebounds and 6 assists. Nobody changes the temperature in the Warriors locker room from an actual how they play offensively, defensively, and just the tone the team is setting. Like Draymond Green, he's something else. His impact on Steph Curry was on full display last night. In 15 minutes that the two of them were on the court together, Curry scored 41. In the 20 minutes that Steph played without Draymond, Curry scored 6 points last night. And afterwards, he talked about how Draymond affects his game.
I mean, obviously, he's amazing at reading plays, whether he's the one playmaking or he's setting a screen. He knows how to sacrifice his body. He's been doing it for a very long time, and helping me and Clay get open for years. So it's a clinic in terms of how you impact the game, even if you're not the one getting the shots. And you can see how contagious the energy is. Even if we don't make them, like getting an open look is demoralizing for the defense with the amount of offensive weapons we have. And if you're out there for big stretches of the game, and especially for the young guys to understand, like, it's going to come back around when you create good offense that way.
It came around for the Warriors last night. They really looked like themselves. It is amazing how well that game started, pretty much maintained. There was really no point where the Wizards were threatening the Warriors late. They were threatening a backdoor cover late, but Steph just started bombing away, and we saw the 47, and it was great. Kerr trying to get Curry off the court. I mean, it was fantastic. We're going to be talking to Steve Kerr here in just a little bit, but Otto Porter going to the floor to steal a ball last night, like the team felt differently in terms of the bounce that you were getting from just about everyone out there. And I'll tell you, Ray, when I really think, like, what are just the little things that need to happen on the margins for this to really start working and clicking? You got a little of it last night. Let me just say this. If I could walk up to you right now and sell you Steph Curry averages 35 a night in the playoffs, or Jonathan Kuminga hits his open threes and makes his free throws, which would you take, thinking, if I bought that, I got a better chance of getting to the Western Conference Finals?
Curry.
You're wrong.
Okay, fair enough. Then there was really no reason to ask me, was there?
Well, I just thought we'd see if great minds thought alike, but as usual, you were behind the times and behind the curve. So let me explain to here what is happening. Steph Curry scoring 35, averaging 35 in the playoffs, sure is going to make things easy, but the way that Clay can start cooking, the way that Jordan Poole officially can start cooking now, I'm not worried about that scoring total. Look at Kuminga. Look at Kuminga and what he does to this team just hitting open threes. I'm not talking about anybody running at him hand up. I'm talking about wide open, uncontested threes. He's going to see a lot of them. This is basically what, I'm not saying that he's Kevin Durant, but Kevin Durant hit the open threes that Harrison Barnes didn't. He also is just a better player in every facet of the game. But ultimately, Kevin Durant hit the shots that Harrison Barnes didn't know how to make in big moments. And that's what led the Warriors to, oh my God, they're almost unbeatable. Pre-All-Star break, Jonathan Kuminga, 18 points, 3 rebounds. He's not even an assist per game. Since the All-Star break, Ray, he's been hitting his open threes. He's at 14.5, and he's also at almost an assist and a half a night. He's gone from 32% to 38% from downtown pre to post All-Star break numbers, and gone from 65% to 84% at the free throw line. If Kuminga hits open threes and free throws, the Warriors officially start working in ways that make them wildly scary for other teams. And I think that would guarantee him almost a trip to the Western Conference Finals before even, Curry's going to go bonkers every night. Because I think they're a collective, not an individual.
Oh, I think they're a collective too, but if Curry is doing that every night, then that means the other teams have expended 2 guys on a guy they can't stop, and everybody gets fat.
If you're knocking down your open looks, which again, now it's Kuminga. What happens when they ran the double team at Steph? What did you do with that shot?
Well, that's why you've got Thompson, and that's why you've got Poole, and that's why you've got Wiggins. I mean, they have a number of guys who can do that. It's not hinged on Kuminga specifically. It's if Curry is getting attention from other teams, they have a number of options. That's why they are a collective.
But
and maybe one night it's Kuminga, and maybe another night it's Thompson. That's how the collective works. There's no sort of tier of guys you have to go to. And if there is a tier, Kuminga is not second on that list. I don't know how many minutes he's going to get.
Of course he is. He's going to be the rookie on the floor that by definition every single coach is going to say we're going to pay less attention to the rookie in his first playoffs ever than a guy like, Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins or Klay Thompson or Steph Curry. Like, who do you want to take the wide open shot if the five on the floor are, Draymond Green is a guy you'd like to take a wide open shot, obviously. They invited him to last night, but he would pass that up. And he did more often than not. Kuminga's going to let it fly. And if he starts connecting on his other teams decided that's the shot we want out of the Warriors offense, every single time Jonathan Kuminga takes a three, whether it be open or not, that's a winning possession for any opposing defense. So if he can hurt you too, if the rookie you're not expecting to put a big number up does more than once in the playoffs, I think that's when the Warriors drift into the realm of, wow, they're really hard to beat again. It really is the strength in numbers. Somebody from the text line says, hey, let's give Moody his flowers too. Look, I agree. We are watching a team officially come together. You got Kuminga's rapid improvement. You got a rising Moses Moody. Jordan Poole is making a leap that is going to be noted in his career right in front of us. All three guys are meeting wasn't that last game they played one of their best games with another? Wasn't that one of their best games? Every single time we watch them play, we got it happening at an accelerated pace right now. By the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Steve Kerr live at 5. We love it when it happens, especially after such a feel-good night at Chase Center. Steve, brought to us by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve, thank you very much for joining us. It was great to have you. Maybe you can settle a little debate that Ray and I were just having. I said, what gets to the Warriors to the Western Conference Finals faster? Steph Curry averaging 35 a night in the playoffs, or all of a sudden Jonathan Kuminga knocks down free throws and open shots like clockwork? I think your scoring could come from anywhere, but Kuminga is just, he's making a leap in front of our eyes. Jordan Poole as well. I just think that guy is wired to be better than you'd expect a rookie to be in the playoffs.
Well, he's doing a great job. But just, if that's a serious question, then you always lean towards the star, right? The stars make the difference in the playoffs generally, not rookies. So if it's a serious question, I'm going with Steph Curry playing at Steph Curry levels over a rookie playing at a high level. So we'll gladly take both, though.
You just sided with Ray Ratto. Shame on you.
Hey, Ray, Ray knows his stuff occasionally.
Well, not very often.
Yeah.
How would you describe the change that hit this team 4 games ago? Not last night, but 4 games ago, when all of a sudden you seemed to regain that equilibrium that you'd been struggling to find in the previous 11 games. Was there a moment? Was there a series of moments? Or is it just that's the way the season goes? You have bad stretches, then you have good stretches, then you have bad stretches, and then you have good ones.
I think it's just kind of the way the season goes, but there's little things that go into a slump, and there's little things that go into getting out of a slump and building some momentum. And so I do think all of that is part of the 82-game season. And if you look at every team's schedule and every team's body of work, there's just, there's good and bad stretches. It's just the nature of the beast. But for us, our defense during that bad stretch was really, really poor. And I think The Clipper game where we broke the 5-game losing streak was our best defensive game in a while, and that was the turning point, was just kind of getting out of that stretch of bad defense, starting to remember what made us good in the first place, and kind of inching back to a better level overall. Now, I didn't think our defense was great last night, but I think all in all we're trending in a really, really good direction, and the momentum feels good.
With Draymond being back in the mix, do you have to coach as hard in game as you normally would without him? He's like an extension almost of a defensive coordinator at all times on the court, and he changes the temperature in the room, I think, as much as anyone who isn't an overtly gaudy scorer in basketball.
Yeah, I totally agree, and he makes the game easier at both ends for us. He absolutely makes my job as a coach a lot easier because he's going to take care of stuff that he sees before I even get to a timeout huddle to remind the guys of the same point. And it's more powerful coming from him anyway. It's the best message comes from a teammate, because those are the guys who are out there doing all the work. We can observe as coaches, but when teammates hold each other accountable and make points, their teammates tend to listen a little more intently, especially if it's somebody like Draymond who's won championships, or Andre for the same reason. So we're blessed with really good veteran players, but there's nothing like hearing from those vets when they're in the game and on the floor. So that's the value of having Draymond back.
I thought last night was just a cause for celebration. You saw Curry want the picture of the three of them at the end of the game. You could tell that it really meant something to all three of them. We're talking about three of the longest tenured, greatest teammates sports has ever seen, not just basketball, but all sports. And it was such a good feeling. Like that game finished last night. I had a smile on my face. I looked over on the couch. My wife is smiling. It felt, looked, tasted, smelled like the Warriors again. Everyone is happy. And then I was really taken aback by how Draymond goes into then the media locker, or the media, and he just wasn't happy. And it was like an airing of grievances about a story that he didn't particularly like. And I was just surprised that was on his mind on such a joyful evening of basketball for what seemed everyone.
I didn't look at anything last night, so I wasn't aware that happened in the media session. I did see the three of them posing together, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, for the photo. I've asked Raymond for a copy of the photo, and it will go up in my office because that is a special group, and what they've been through collectively over the last 2.5 years, it's been felt by all of them. That one's pain is all's pain, and you think about all three of them, and the injury, the two injuries to Clay, the big injury to Steph, Draymond trying to hold the fort down. It's been a long struggle to get back to this point, and I think all three guys are just thrilled to be on the floor again together, and to have some momentum here heading down the stretch and into the playoffs, and to have another crack at this thing, and that's what it's about. The three of them together and leading another team with a chance to do something special. That's the whole point.
In your experience, probably more as a player than as a coach, is the 70-game mark the time that you want to be playing your best basketball to either get enough momentum to get into the playoffs or to reestablish good habits, or is that still too early? Is there a drop-dead date that you haven't reached yet for playing your best basketball?
I don't think there's a date. I think every season is different, but I know that the biggest thing is you want to be healthy going into the playoffs. And if you have continuity like we do, sometimes it only takes one game or two games to really get clicking. So the biggest thing for us is health. Draymond's return last night was a big step, as will be the minutes increasing for him so that he can get up into that 34 range for the playoffs. And then, Otto's return last night was a big deal. I thought he looked great, and we'd love to get Gary and Andre back. We'd love to get James Wiseman back. So, all these things are possibilities, and that's the biggest thing for us is just overall health.
Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game, and we were talking about data points that were being put together during the losing streak that you didn't like. The data points that are being put together now, you got to be very, very happy, especially with Draymond back in the room. And as you said, you're going to get even healthier before it's all said and done. How's Andrew Wiggins doing today?
He did not practice today. He's still under the weather. Apparently he's doing better, and we're hopeful that he'll play tomorrow night. But he's questionable right now.
How much of the three guard rotation that you showed last night is something you assume will be a weapon in the playoffs, or is that entirely situational? Where if you're playing a team that forced you to play big, are you comfortable abandoning that because it doesn't make sense against the team you're playing, or would you envision this becoming a fixture between now and the end of the year?
Oh, that's a good question, Ray.
Well, that's one. I win. I can quit now.
I knew once in a while a good one would come out. It's a great question, and it's something we're going to explore, I think, over the last 13. We think that, offensively, it's pretty obvious. It's a very potent combination. We kind of feel like with the right combination out there with those three, we can survive most matchups defensively, but we're going to take a look over these last 13 games, and we'll see how we fare against some bigger lineups and bigger teams, and that'll give us, I think, some information as we head into the playoffs.
Steve, we've got pre-All-Star game numbers on Jonathan Kuminga, and then post-All-Star game numbers, which, again, just had me thinking about him and what he could do in the postseason. I know you don't like my original question, and I'm not asking to re-examine it here, but to what do you attribute Kuminga's leap forward here post-All-Star break? Yes, he's getting more minutes, but his usage is actually down in terms of usage rates, and it seems like he's just become efficient and a guy, it's hard to count on rookies to put up consistent numbers, but it seems like we're looking at it in a small sample.
I think the thing with JK is that what you're seeing is just why he was the 7th pick in the draft and why he has such a high ceiling. He barely knows what he's doing at this stage, and every night he's so gifted, so explosive, that he's going to practically fall into 14 points and 7 rebounds. So the whole point of what's happening now is we are playing him, we're giving him every opportunity, and he's learning from every single rep that he gets. And so, Kenny Atkinson watches individual tape with him every day, after games. We go through stuff in practice. We're just looking at rep after rep so that he can start to recognize the patterns that are forming in front of him when we're on defense, the cuts that are there offensively. But when a guy who is so raw and so green can put up the numbers that he's putting up, it shows you just the ceiling, the talent level that's there. When you combine that with the knowledge that he's accumulating and how that'll play out over the next couple of years, it's really exciting to think about how good he could become.
The last time you played Boston was back in December, and they were sort of floundering around trying to figure out who they are. Now they seem to have gotten a handle on what they do well, and they've been playing very good basketball since then. Is tomorrow night, therefore, the kind of game that can provide information to you about your team? Or by now, do you know enough about your team that an individual opponent doesn't make that much difference?
No, I'm really excited about playing Boston. They're probably the biggest, most athletic team at every position that we see year in and year out. I mean, you're talking about Marcus Smart at the point guard spot. Jaylen Brown, Tatum, Horford, Robert Williams. I mean, these guys are really a big athletic team. And traditionally, these matchups have been really interesting. It's been, kind of our skill against their size and athleticism. And if we don't execute, then they can overwhelm us. And that's one of the reasons they've had a lot of success against us over the years. They have a lot of continuity, even though they have a new coach with Ime. Brad built that team with Danny Ainge, 7-8 years ago, and those guys are largely, still together. They have almost as much continuity, if not more, than we do, and all that stuff matters. So I can't wait to play tomorrow night to see how we fare. Boston's had the best defense in the league by far since the new year. They're going to pose a huge threat for us, and we're going to have to play really well to win.
Over the last couple of years, Jason Tatum has gone from good to great, and he is really a monster. If Andrew Wiggins doesn't or can't go tomorrow night, who do you open up on one of the toughest small forwards to defend in basketball?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's the great thing with having Clay back is Clay is a possibility on anybody. One of the reasons we drafted Kuminga was the great size as a wing, the ability to guard players like that. Those are possibilities. So we'll play it by ear, and you could see Draymond on him. You could see Moses Moody. There will probably be a big group of guys who take turns on him because Tatum's one of the best players in the league, and he's going to be a handful.
The only man in basketball who could keep Jordan under 40 was Dean Smith. Are you the only man who can keep Steph under 50?
Something like that. Wasn't it 20? I think it was under 20.
Was it 20? Maybe. I'm exaggerating here for the sake of radio, I guess. But yeah, I think it was. Hold him under 20. Dan Dockich will tell you he did it in Jordan's last game too, but Dan's full of it.
I will say that Mo Spates, during my first year coaching here, he announced that the only guy who could hold him under 20 was me. So that was a moment of levity for the whole team.
Did Steph play the "I can't hear you" walk away card last night? Was that what was going on there when you're trying to get him out of the game?
No. We. You mean at the very end when he wanted 50?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly what was going on there, but we were, clearly taking him out. The last thing you need is an injury, and the game was sealed, and we took the foul to get our subs in, and I couldn't see Steph anywhere. He was kind of hiding behind somebody. Maybe that was it. I don't know.
Have you scouted Wright State or Bryant more?
I am intently watching my Wildcats. Have not done my homework yet on Bryant. Wright State, they're the real deal. So we'll see how it goes.
Define real deal based on your knowledge of Wright State.
That was just purely sarcasm.
Yes, I know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, what do you know about Angola? I know they in trouble. Steve, it's great to have you. You got a lot of college pride, obviously, being a great Arizona Wildcat. Of all of your active players, who's got the most pride? Does Steph rock the most Davidson stuff? Is it Draymond and Sparty? Is it Clay in Washington State? Which guy still carries his alma mater the most in your locker room?
You probably hear it the most from Draymond. Of course, you hear everything the most from Draymond. So I'm not sure if that makes him the clear winner. I just am blown away that Davidson and Michigan State are playing each other. It's so perfect. It sets up so well for this week, for the trash talk between those two. I want to personally thank the committee for providing the Warriors with a lot of entertainment the first week of the tournament.
By the way, our crack research staff, and by that I mean Lucas, who's nice enough to get you on the phone each and every interview, Steve, said that there is a player on Arizona named Krisa, named after you?
This is correct. Yeah, this is true.
Do you have a relationship?
I've met him. I've met him a couple times. Apparently, his dad was a big Bulls fan back in the '90s, and so he named his son after me. And then he decided to go to Arizona, and he had no idea that I went to Arizona. So it was. But I met him last year when he was a freshman, and he wears my old number that I wore, number 25, and. He's a really good player. He unfortunately got hurt during the Pac-12 tournament, so I'm hoping he's healthy, going into the NCAAs. But he has way more swag than I ever had. I mean, this kid he has confidence just dripping off of it. So way more swag than the younger version of me.
If he comes up short, will you ask him to change his name to Paxson?
Good one. Touche.
Well, thank you very, very much. Steve, good luck the rest of the way. Again, this is an all of a sudden healthy, getting healthier Warriors team that is looking, feeling, tasting, smelling like it used to, and it's a really exciting time to be doing that. My final question, Ray has one more for you, but you've gotten a couple G League tapes about James Wiseman. What have you seen from him in what you've seen from him?
Well said. The biggest thing is just that he's healthy, and that's the best part of it, is that he's through the woods after this injury, 11 months on the shelf, and for him to be playing and smiling and racing up and down the floor, it makes all of us happy. James is such a great guy and has worked so hard to get to this point. And now it's just a matter of reps. He needs reps. He's going to be playing for our G League team tonight down in the LA area. And the more reps, the better. And he's such a gifted guy, but again, needs conditioning, needs reps. And before too long, I'm sure he'll be up, playing with our roster. And I look forward to that.
Steve, again, happy birthday to Steph Curry, belated. It was great watching him go off last night. Good luck to you and your team. Good health the rest of the way, and good luck to your Cats, man. Thank you so much.
Right on. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Right on. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. Good stuff, Lucas. The text line is loving you. The Comcast Business text line saying, way to book Bilas and Kerr today. Nice job, Lucas.
Really came through on Coach Kerr there. That was all me. Not like he has to or anything.
Yeah, that's right. That is the symbiotic relationship of the media.
Yeah,
there.
You caught him at a time when he forgot to put his phone away so he wouldn't have to answer it.
That's true. The Kerr Kriisa story is pretty interesting for those who aren't, following college basketball or really Pac-12 basketball as closely as I or some are. Kerr Kriisa is one of the best players on their team, maybe their best, and he's one of the best shooters in the entire country. And Steve told the story. He's from Estonia. It's a pretty cool story with his dad being a Bulls fan, naming him after Steve Kerr. Of all the Bulls to name after, Steve Kerr got one. And not many people are named after Steve Kerr, I would have to say.
Well, what I find touching is that he was such a big fan of Steve Kerr that he had no idea where he went to college.
Didn't even know. Again, a lot of people start following basketball in the NBA, I guess. So there you go. By the way, we didn't, and look, there's a reason why we didn't, because there's still plenty of this season to wrap up and a postseason to get through before we start talking about next year. But did you see the news that the Warriors are going to Japan? They've got 2 preseason games in Japan. Unfortunately for the good citizens of Japan, they will be playing the Wizards over there twice. But that is September 30th and October 2nd as they start to ramp up to next season. And the only thing I can say is that is a long flight, but it is worth it for everyone to make. I mean, the Warriors are clearly a global brand. This is going to help grow the team, so Joe Lacob is happy. Their corporate sponsor, Rakuten, I'm sure, is thrilled. They're a Japanese company. The players grow their international opportunities exponentially, and it's just it's a big kiss from the NBA to Japan to send the Warriors over there. I mean, it's big. I know it's just preseason basketball, and once they have to actually whip out the passports to get on the plane and go, everyone's going to be like, ugh. But ultimately, they'll all be richer for it. And I don't mean culturally experienced. I mean money in their pockets, richer for it.
Wasn't this planned before the pandemic? I think this is. I mean, I might be wrong about this, but I thought they had planned to go to Japan and play a couple of exhibition games a couple of years ago, and then disease shut everything down.
I don't know if this is a make good. I think I read that they hadn't been overseas since 2017, so I don't know when or why it's come about again. But again, Joe Lacob is probably happy that it is. It is good business to be done internationally for sure. So, look, it was awesome to talk to Steve Kerr. He's got to be thrilled with. Again, every year is a collection of data points, right? All the recently returned data points on the Warriors are screaming, look out, NBA. Look out. This is starting to feel like it could happen again. And it's probably a little bit premature. There's still an awful lot. I mean, I know that we're counting down what I got, 13 games now remaining, whatever it is.
Yes.
It's huge that text line says, Hachimura is from the Wizards, is half Japanese, so that's why he's going. That's why they're going. Maybe. Steph Curry will be the most popular player in that game, I can promise you. But the Warriors are just it's starting to look like it again. It really is. It really is. And if I were Steve, I mean, sure, it matters who you play in every round, but I don't think I'm not worried about anybody but the Suns coming out of the West. I'm really not. Maybe that's a little bit of arrogance. I don't know, but I'm not worried over the course of a series that a healthy Warriors team is really in a lot of trouble just up because that's the opponent until they meet the Phoenix Suns. Maybe you are, Ray. I'm not. I think that they are officially starting to circle the wagons around. We'll see in the Western Conference Finals, everyone. That's when the year's really going to start.
I'm not worried about anything because I don't work for them, but I'm interested. And I just know that historically, teams that have difficulty in early series don't run the table. It's just there's only one team that I can remember that's played as many as 25 games from start to finish and won a championship. And that was the Celtics the last time they did it. But for the most part, you get championship runs that are more like what the Warriors have done, where they went 16-5 twice. And, well, the 16-1 is a unicorn. That had never happened before. But usually the more games you have to spend early, the harder it is later. And I think Denver's the kind of team that could extend them. And then if you put Memphis on top of that, because I really believe Memphis is a 7-game war. I think that's where they might get by both of those, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But every game you play is a game, out of the tank later. I mean, I'm still convinced that one of the reasons why they lost to Cleveland is because they had to go 7 games against Oklahoma City and had to extend themselves because they were down 3-1 in that series.
Yeah, I mean, if there is one sports lesson that I think I've learned by watching the Olympics, maybe more than anything else, is when you get into a world-class level of competition, burning your energy and your gas efficiently is one of the separators of who makes it to the medal platform and who doesn't. Who doesn't have to run their opening heats very hard and they save it for medal rounds. Like there is a lot of when to hit the accelerator and when to coast. And obviously, if you can coast into later rounds, that's good. That's really, really good. They might have to grind. I mean, it's open. But I think they got the team to do it. Again, if Otto Porter's diving for loose balls and creating steals, and all of a sudden Draymond is back and it's War Daddy time, and Clay is he's knocking down his shots, and again Kuminga is still 80% from the free throw line, and he's drifting towards 40% on his open looks, and Jordan Poole is secretly the second best scorer on this team now. We're not even talking about Andrew Wiggins. We're not even talking about the offensive impact of Kevon Looney. What if Kevon Looney is named NBA Finals MVP, Ray? Just think of that.
If that happens, then I know the voters are doing business. Because that's not the. There are still people who are angry that Andre Iguodala was the Finals MVP in 2015. They still consider that an outrage. If Kevon Looney won it this year, then I know the vote's crooked. And that's got nothing to do with Kevon Looney, but I cannot envision a universe in which that is possible.
It would be an upset, to say the least. By the way, ask a Warriors question, and if he's listening, it might get answered. I just got a text from Raymond Ritter, who wanted to clear up your question about Japan, saying that this is not a makeup trip. It is our first ever trip scheduled to Japan. There you go.
Yeah, what does he know?
He knows a lot about the Warriors. By the way, he's also said, Ray, that we can attend. We need you and Ray with us, is what Raymond Ritter has texted.
Well, so now he's not just crazy, he's a liar. There's not a chance that they need us for anything.
It's a symbiotic relationship. We're the afternoon drive show of a flagship station. Are you sure they don't need us?
We're a tiny little bird on a rhino's back.
I mean, speak for yourself.
I am speaking for myself, but let me put it this way. They're not saving any room on any charters for us. Maybe they will for you. Maybe they just like you better.
Here's the thing. Well, I don't know about that.
But you're already going to Paris.
That's my point. That's the thing. The only charter I'm interested is the one going to Paris in 2024. By the way, working on a contract here with the station. I asked my agent, get it in the contract that I get to cover the Olympics in 2024. He's like, yeah, sure. Remember the time you were hoping to get a new printer in the prep room? Probably not going to happen.
Well, you asked the wrong person there. You asked somebody who could have gotten it done.
Exactly. Yeah, I only went to the highest rung of the corporate ladder that I'm allowed to touch.
Yeah, and they showed you what they thought of you. They gave you carbon paper.
Damon, have you learned nothing about the armies of Japanese media following Ichiro, Matsui, other mid-range Japanese baseball players? Ichiro is not a mid-range Japanese baseball player, my God. But, Hachimura is going to be the biggest, brightest star there, even eclipsing Steph Curry. No. There will be an awful lot of cultural interest, and I hope he gets to take a deep bow and bask in the glory of playing in front of, countrymen. There is no one who casts a longer shadow over a basketball game than Steph Curry, other than two human beings on the planet. By the way, Matt Steinmetz asked a question. He had JD with him today. Steiny and JD the question was on the floor, how many superstars are there in the NBA and how many stars are in the NBA? Like, what is your cutoff point? Ray, if I just ask you without even thinking about it or knowing that this question was going to be brought up, just off the top of your head, how many guys just would you think are bona fide, your definition, they're superstars in the NBA?
Between 12 and 15.
Wow. Okay. I'm surprised by that. I really am.
Well, superstar is such a vague term because it takes not only just ability but fame. But if you just start adding it up. I think Klay Thompson, weirdly enough, is a superstar because he has that thing that connects to people that nobody else does. Curry, LeBron, I think Ja Morant is there now. I think Luke is there. I'm trying to think. I think, I don't know that Donovan Mitchell is there yet, but I think Embiid for sure. I think Durant for sure. I think Giannis for sure. I mean, we're already at 9 or 10, and I haven't even gotten to Irving or some of the other guys in the East. I mean, DeMar DeRozan to me is a superstar at this point. So I'd say 12 to 15.
I have a much stricter definition of superstar in my mind because, like, to me, I think that we can count legitimate NBA superstars on one hand. It's Curry, LeBron, KD, Luka, and Giannis. I mean, like, they're the guys that your grandmother can tell you about, even though she doesn't follow the NBA. They're the guys whose names or faces come up, and all of them are just one-word names. They're like Cher or Madonna. You don't need the second name to know who we're talking about. Like a guy like James Harden. Well, why not him? Because honestly, if we shaved James Harden, no one would ever recognize him ever again. Like, you wouldn't even know who that was. He's as famous for the beard, and he's famous for infamous things. And to me, that's not real superstardom. Like Kyrie, is he an incredible player? Is he a star? Absolutely. But he's more infamous than he is a bona fide superstar. I have a stricter, harder superstar definition to crack, I think, than maybe you do.
Well, but I don't count the level of fame or infamy as a decider. So,
well, neither am I.
To me, well, you kind of are because you're looking at Harden.
No,
Harden,
I'm not. I'm saying Harden's not in.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Famous as he is.
I'm saying Harden is in because he does have the beard and because he defined a kind of basketball that, frankly, is now being rejected. But that means, he's somebody that you had to take account of. I think Kyrie Irving is a superstar, even though I think he's a wingnut.
Somebody says Jokic. Hello, Damon.
Yeah,
Jokic.
That's right.
Here's the thing. If Jokic was such a superstar, why do the Denver Nuggets have the worst ratings in local basketball ratings in the NBA? The single greatest living Nugget, maybe the greatest Nugget of all time, all due respect to Alex English, can't even get people to tune in and watch a game. Like, to me, that is a problem if you're a supposed superstar. He's an MVP. He's very good. He's a future Hall of Famer. But is he a superstar? Like, have you ever seen a Jokic jersey without Denver being in town? I haven't.
Well, as far as the ratings go, they have carriage problems there. They have cable issues that make it difficult for them to attract people. The rest of it, I mean, it just, at some point, how much of it is basketball and how much of it is marketing? For me, I err on the side of basketball, and Jokic is, for me, very definitely a superstar. I mean, he's a guy who makes games bend to his will.
He is. I bet you the vast majority of Americans couldn't recognize him.
Fine. You know my opinion of the vast majority of Americans.
I do. You love him.
There ought to be a bounty on every one of them.
There's been an awful lot of news this week. NFL news, baseball news, Warriors news, basketball news. Celtics are coming tomorrow. Good times all around. There might be no one having a better week, though, Ray. No one with better news to share than the New York Mets' Pete Alonso. Did you see what happened to him yesterday?
Yeah.
Pete Alonso was involved in a car crash that could have killed him. He was involved in a rollover crash to the point where the car rolled over 3 times. He was struck by another driver. I don't know the circumstances or how the driver went about hitting him, but he was in the car alone. Pete Alonso was the driver. He was going. What are the Mets in Port St. Lucie, Ray? Did I get that right?
Still, yeah.
Yeah, Port St. Lucie. Grapefruit. Check it out, everyone. Drive into the spring training facility, and his car gets blindsided in an intersection, I guess, and it's a 3-time rollover accident to the point where he gets out of the car by kicking out the windshield. unscathed. Completely unscathed. I mean, the fact that he didn't suffer I broke my wrist, broke my arm, broke my orbital, my collarbone, something that didn't cost him a decent chunk of the season is one thing. He could have died, Ray. I mean, he's lucky to be alive. And Pete Alonso walked into the Mets clubhouse yesterday and was like, I'm here with a new perspective. I got a new perspective on life. I just got a new lease on life. Like 6 minutes ago. It's good to be here, everybody. How are you? Like, you want to talk about seeing what the end of the mortal coil looks like. Woof. Unbelievable.
Didn't he drive a truck that was basically a modified tank, though?
It was. He drove it was a big truck.
Yeah, so there's that. I mean, I don't want to minimize, what happened, but,
what's the thing? Do you know how hard you have to hit that truck to get it to roll over 3 times?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how fast the other driver was going because I haven't seen anything on that. But, if it's a direct shot, yeah, absolutely, he could have been killed. But, he ends up being really lucky, and Fernando Tatis ends up not being so lucky.
Not so lucky. By the way, the Professor in Pleasanton. You're on 95.7 The Game, Professor. What do you got?
Hey, fellas. Well, very excited about the way the Warriors have been playing lately. I love it. The question is, when you have too much, how do you handle minutes and rotations? So we've all seen how well Poole has been playing. 94% free thrower, the best in the NBA. 20 points a game. He's getting rebounds. He's playing great. And Wiggins hurt, and he hasn't really been playing. So the question to you guys, would it be okay if Poole continues to start along with Clay and Steph and, of course, Draymond and Looney, or do you have to put him back on the bench? Because he really didn't do nearly as well coming off the bench, in my opinion, as he did earlier in the season when he was a starter. And now that he's a starter again lately, he's just been playing lights out. So just wondering if it's a possibility or there's no way, because Wiggins is an all-star, you're going to have to sit Poole.
I don't think we're going. I think Poole playing with the 2 other guards will be a reality next to Draymond at the 5 and Wiggins at the 4. And if Wiggins is struggling to the point where it's hack-a-Wiggins, maybe he comes off the court late, but he's a guy who's going to be in the starting 5 because Wiggins is going to be asked to play an awful lot of defense. As a matter of fact, that's the only real ask of Wiggins come playoff times. You and Clay, along with Draymond, are defensive heartbeats every single possession. That's where Wiggins needs to really cut his teeth more than anywhere else. And obviously being competent from the free throw line to the point where you don't have to remove him from a game would be awfully nice. Poole, look, I'm not here to tell you what Poole is or isn't other than blossoming into a total stud who is going to be left on courts even in defensive lapses, because that's how important he is, I think, to this team offensively right now. Maybe Ray has a different opinion. We will find out when we come on back for our final segment of the day and my Hoosiers tip off in 30 minutes, which means I need a cocktail. I think I'm going to get one during this commercial break. It's time to fire it up. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Check them all out, bmwfairfield.com. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it
Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Look, the Orlando Magic are not a good basketball team, period, end of discussion. The Brooklyn Nets are, and what do you know? Kyrie Irving through 3 quarters has already dropped 50 points on the Orlando Magic. I guess, so for the Brooklyn Nets, it's going to be a combination of your night, my night, your night, my night. It was Durant's night to score 50 the other night, and tonight, obviously, Kyrie is there. Turn your mic on.
Actually, there's 4 minutes left in the third quarter, and he's got 51. So the third quarter is not yet over.
But again, more infamous than a superstar, even though his skill level is that of a superstar. I don't know if I'd call Kyrie a superstar. Maybe. The same thing like, John Morant. He's on his way, but I don't know if he's there yet. Somebody says Jokic not being a superstar because the average American doesn't know who he is laughable. No, it's not. I mean, what do you think a superstar is? A superstar needs no introduction. That's what I'm talking about. And someone else is saying, Damon trying to tell us all superstars, you got to go to a big market to become his definition of a superstar. Not at all. Kevin Durant was a superstar in Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City. World famous, KD Durant, recognizable by 9 out of 10 sports fans. I mean, come on.
I never count the marketing end of, or whether your grandmother knows who they are. Are they legitimately elite players who would get an absolute max deal without any question? And for me, that's, like I said, 12 to 15 guys, and Irving's one of them. Like I said, he's nuttier than a barn owl, but that's not part of the equation.
If your definition is who is eligible for a max contract, which if you think about it, that's probably a more defining element of NBA stardom than anything else, then 8, 12 players definitely there. And then there are a lot of reaches, but look, a guy who is becoming a superstar is in town tomorrow night, and Jason Tatum, like every single time I look up, he is showing that he's for real. So Warriors are going to have their hands full tomorrow night. If you ask me to circle the game, if the Warriors win this, you can remove the governor of all, you can remove the governor of any amount of excitement you want to have. If the Warriors beat the Celtics loudly or comfortably tomorrow night, look out now. I mean, that's going to be one of those bellwether moments, I think, in the season. So, big game tomorrow night for the Golden State Warriors, don't you think? As big as you can get before we actually get to the playoffs anyways.
Well, Steve Kerr, who's a better source on this than either of us, thinks so. So I'll go with that.
He likes your questions this week. You nailed it this week, Ray.
Nah, he's blowing smoke. He doesn't like any questions. I'm not fooled by this.
Damon, nobody cares if your grandma can't identify Jokic. Your grandma can't identify Jokic is the point.
You don't even know if the man has a grandmother.
Well, hopefully they do.
Well, maybe not. Maybe they went room temperature. Maybe they wandered off into the woods. You have no way of knowing. And once again, you're talking to strangers who may or may not be lunatics.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Kyrie Irving may or may not be a lunatic. We talk about him.
No, talk to him.
I like that your definition for grandma might have died is room temperature.
Well, I don't know how else to put it. I'm trying to be as delicate as I can.
That is really your strong suit.
I want to say, grandma went to Corpseville? Undertaker bait? How would you like to do this?
It's Margaritaville. Is it the opposite of that? Jimmy Buffett's saddest song ever. So where do we want to wrap up today's show? By inviting everyone back for tomorrow. I think that'd be a good idea, by thanking Jay Bilas and Steve Kerr for joining us. We certainly enjoyed talking to them today. Tomorrow, we are going to have a bouncy Damon Bruce or a clinically depressed Damon Bruce based on whatever happens in Indiana, Wyoming tonight. So wish me luck if you'd like to. We will get back into the 49ers tomorrow. how they're building their team, how their philosophy to build their team is much different than the philosophy that saw the Los Angeles Rams win a championship. I'll tell you this year so far, Ray, based on 2 signatures alone, I think we do have a winner of free agency. The Los Angeles Chargers are showing you what you can do with a rookie quarterback that you believe in. Like Justin Herbert's got 2 seasons left on his rookie deal. He looks legit. The offense is legit. They just got a 5-year deal with the premium corner and J.C. Jackson. They traded Khalil Mack. They traded for Khalil Mack. I mean, that's to add the best pass rusher you can find and add a premium corner is legit. I'm not sure any team got better in the matter of 2 signatures this offseason than the Los Angeles Chargers. Again, the 49ers did sign a cornerback, Shavarius Ward. We'll have more on him tomorrow, but I like that signing too. But I think the Chargers right now, Ray, kind of got my attention.
Yeah, and I think their signings don't have a whole lot to do with Justin Herbert being on his rookie contract. I think it's about, need and willingness to pay, because the Rams showed that you don't have to worry about a rookie contract if you want somebody bad enough. And I think that's probably the bigger lesson here, is that the Rams are showing that you don't have to constantly worry about the future if you're trying to go for it today. You just have to get the right guys.
Tomorrow, Deshaun Watson will be a 49er. I'll bet you $1 he won't be. But thank you anyways for listening and for reaching out and talking, communicating with the show. Ray doesn't like it. I don't mind it. Thank you very much for tuning in, Ray. Spectacular effort out of you today. From Lucas and Grandy, I'm Damon. Thanks so much to Jay Bilas and Steve Kerr. Let's go Hoosiers.
Texas Southern kicking ass.
Remember, sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Stanford Blood Center presents The Executive Show with Bob Myers.
What makes it unique to be a Warriors fan, that is very uncommon in any sport now, to see guys that have played together for close to 10 years. And to be good and successful. You just do not see that. I don't know if I'll see it again.
The Executive Show, Tuesdays at 8:30 on the Morning Roast.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Brought to you by Stanford Blood Center. Give blood for life.
You don't want to paint your office mustard yellow. You want cable car number 15 yellow. You know the one we used to catch at the corner of Powell over by the Thai food place, and I'm pretty sure is a grown-up place now? Yep, CertaPro painters can paint that yellow. Quality service and attention to detail that Californians have grown to know and love from CertaPro painters. Because it's more than a place to work. It's a work of art. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Hi, this is Damon Bruce, and I love my BMW of Fairfield. And if you own a BMW, you've got a brand new friend. BMW of Fairfield wants you to drop on by their dealership for any and all of your BMW needs, service, parts, upgrade, or drop off your current lease. Pre-order a brand new i4 or iX all-electric vehicle, a proud member of the Napa Solano community. If you got a BMW, you got new friends at BMW of Fairfield.
Hey, Becky G, can you play your next hit?
I will, as soon as it's released. But I've got another big hit for you. Did you know that with Xfinity Internet, you get fast, reliable speeds to fit your needs and budget?
Oh, that's nice.
Even Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power all your devices. Best of all, you could save up to $400 a year on your wireless bill when you add Xfinity Mobile.
It's official. That's a hit.
Hey, we're on the radio. Now everyone can get the best value with Xfinity. Can your internet do that?
Learn more about gig speed Wi-Fi and other fast speed options. Get started with Xfinity Internet 50 megabits per second for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Plus, add Xfinity Mobile and you could save hundreds a year on wireless. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay and 331.22. Restrictions apply. New Connect Internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig Internet and XFi Gateway. Actual speeds vary. Compares optimized pricing of top carriers. Xfinity Internet required.
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly Auto Parts has what you need to keep your engine performing at its best. Our professional parts people will help you select the right products for your vehicle and your budget. Like 5 quarts of Castrol GTX conventional oil and a MicroGuard filter, just $28.99. Save money on your next oil change. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore life in our solar system and beyond at our new planetarium show, Living Worlds.
Has this ever happened to you? I bought football tickets for my husband's birthday, and now I'm in a football bubble. All I see online are articles and ads about football. I hate the feeling of being manipulated. I downloaded DuckDuckGo, and I saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers, all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Dell's semi-annual sale is the perfect opportunity for a significant business upgrade. Save up to 45% on Dell computers with Windows 11 Pro and get an easy start to your workday. Plus, enjoy special pricing on Dell docks, monitors, servers, and more, all with easy financing options through Dell Financial Services. Speak to a Dell Technologies advisor today to find the right tech for your business with fast free shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Welcome to a community of sports talk. Welcome to the show.
Come on in, boys. The water is fine.
We invite you to join in the conversation.
I just wanted to say that if I ever wanted to go from having a bad day to a good day, I just tune in to 95.7 The Game on time.
And kick back with Kolsky and Company on 95.7 The Game.
Hello and good evening. Welcome in. I am Matt Kolsky. It is Kolsky and Company on 95.7 The Game. And I want to start off with football tonight. Look, we'll get to the Warriors. Lots of Warriors content coming up on tonight's program. Talk to the one and only Andy Liu at 8 o'clock. We'll get into some baseball. Barry Bloom will join us at 7 o'clock. But we got Eric Crocker coming up to talk Niners at 6:30, and I'm starting to worry that the Niners have at least a bit of a problem on their hands. Now, I think we can all acknowledge if they end up cutting Jimmy Garoppolo, I mean, not trading him. Look, if they trade him, they can get somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 million of cap relief. If they cut him, I think that drops to maybe 18 or 20. I don't know. I'd have to look up the specifics. But, yeah, it costs them a little money. And but to be honest, it's more the embarrassment for me. You had this guy who, it felt like ought to have some value. I mean, Carson Wentz had some value, for God's sakes. plenty of not so good quarterbacks moving around. Jimmy Garoppolo is better than not so good. And it looks like they might get stuck holding the bag on